you ever been to like we'll get Donovan on the air too. Maybe he'll remember because he's been a fan since probably a pretty young age as well. Donovan, have you ever been to a show where you would call it a riot? Like, where an actual riot took place?
Yeah, no, I've never been to one. I've heard of different things, and I actually have a tape of a match that happened in Mexico, and I don't even know when it was, but I know the fans were just going ballistic. And,
was it with a bunch of chairs thrown with psychosis?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, because I got that tape too.
And yeah, that was the one that I'm thinking of. But other than that, you basically, things in pro wrestling get so blown out of proportion. Someone throws a cup in the ring, and sooner than you know it, everyone's saying it was a riot. So unless you see it for yourself, you don't really know.
Yeah, there have been like fights. I think that maybe in Wise, Virginia, it may have come pretty close to a riot because they couldn't come back. With Smoky Mountain towards the end. But I've been to so many pro matches, and I can't recall. I've been at some scenes that at the sports arena in L.A. at the AAA cards where it was with Jake Roberts and everything, where the heat was so much that like one false move and it really could have been a riot. Mm-hmm. And it was one of those things where you feel it in the air that it could really get bad, and you sort of had that little scariness in your stomach, and it was bad as far as like tons of stuff being thrown. I mean, like they threw a million things, but it was like never dangerous to where people were really fighting in the stands, and you were actually in any physical danger at all.
I know that Damian Steele, actual UPW wrestler, is down in Puerto Rico right now, and he called me the other night and told me that he was getting handfuls of batteries thrown at him in the ring, like AA and AAA batteries. He said that people were just chucking them at him, and they were hitting him in the head and then the shoulder, and so it gets a little more intense down in those areas, I think, than it does, in America.
Yeah, Puerto Rico fans have always had, I think, the first time...
China mentioned in her book, too, fans throwing batteries.
Where?
In her book.
China did?
Yeah.
Well, remember in a couple of years back, WWF was running in Memphis and Little Rock on successive nights, and the fans basically rioted both nights, and they had to cancel because Shawn Michaels was getting so much heat.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, I mean, they stopped the show, and and actually the riots in both cases took place after they stopped the show when Shawn Michaels walked off and said, we're not going to have a main event. And that's when the people rioted, actually, because the WWF wouldn't offer refunds and they didn't give a main event.
Right.
And then the people were storming the box office and stuff, and there were arrests and things like that on those nights. Let's get off that subject. I just want to introduce everyone to Donovan Morgan. Donovan Morgan works for All Pro Wrestling, and he's wrestled for a lot of different independent groups, not only here in California, but all over the United States. He's also the head trainer at All Pro Wrestling, and we're just going to talk about, basically breaking into pro wrestling, a little bit of his background, and just it's tough business, and why you're in it. And before we do that, do you know anything about the BET situation with Urban? Because I know you've worked some shows for Urban.
Yeah, as of right now, like I talked to Michael Modest yesterday, and he told me that they're supposed to be that their first show was supposed to be on Wednesday at 8.
Yeah, so, I thought it was supposed to be last night.
Yeah. So if it didn't air, I don't have any more news for you other than that. But I know that, and I don't know if anyone knows if it airs. If they did see it, call in and let us know. But I don't know. That's the only thing that I heard.
Yeah, you didn't hear anything, Brian, did you? I mean, I tuned into BET a couple of times last night, and there was no wrestling on. I didn't remember what the time was.
Yeah, we have actually the screwed up cable, so we get BET till like 5 o'clock, and then we don't get it after that. So
it's supposed to be on at 8.
There's I don't know.
You need to move to like your brother-in-law's house or something.
I just give up sometimes. I'm surprised we got TNN.
Yeah. Donovan, basically, when did you start being a fan, and when did you start training and everything like that, and just give us a little bit about your background.
Sure. Basically, people always ask me, so when did you want to do this? When did you want to start pro wrestling? 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Actually, this is all I have ever wanted to do in my life. And since I was 7, and the first time I got a TV set, turned on the TV, and I saw Paul Orndorff, and I was just, you know, enamored by this guy. And so ever since then, it was like locked in, and it was such a, you know, a goal for me, even at a real young age, all the way through high school. You know, of course, you know, constantly made fun of, and at the time being very small, you know, people saying, well, even if you do want to do this, you're just way too small. You know, 5'10", you know, in high school, and you know, $160, and people were just like, you know, there's no way. But I just stuck with it. You know, I loved pro wrestling so much that I was one of those kids that you couldn't tell, well, you could be a referee, or you could be this, you could be that. No, I wanted to be a pro wrestler. You know, I loved it so much. And you know, growing up through high school and stuff, you know, of course, did the backyard thing, you know, and I actually built a ring in my backyard. That was pretty good. But getting onto the subject of backyard wrestling, you know, my backyard days were a lot different from you know, kids today. It wasn't jumping off the roofs and hitting each other over the head, you know, with chairs and trash cans. It was more, I was really in tune with guys like Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart and Dean Malenko. Those were like my favorite guys. And so when I would get in the backyard, I would you know, put on different holds, and I would, you know, practice psychology of a match because I heard it before, and I knew that it meant, you know, some type of story needs to be told in a match. And so at a very young age, I actually had like just a little grasp. You know, I wasn't a know-it-all, you know, at all, but I had a little grasp of what wrestling was about and the concept, and that, you know, you could get over if you did tell a story with an arm or a leg, you know. And so basically when I got out of high school, you know, I was just looking for different wrestling schools, and I was looking, you know, and knowing nothing about wrestling, you know, looking, you know, at Adrian Street School, because, you know, it's the cheapest school, and I can be a pro wrestler in 3 months, and, you know, oh wow, you know, it's, you know, easy way to go. And luckily I ran across Roland Alexander, and I told Roland, you know, a little bit about how much I like wrestling, and Roland said, we'll come down and take a look at the facility. And so I came down with my dad, and my dad said, you know, you got to go to college, you know, at least junior college, and then, you know, move on. And if you want to do this wrestling thing, you know, go for it. But you got to at least do a couple years of school. And it was like while I was doing school, all my mind was on wrestling. I was like, I have to do this. I'm wasting time right now. I could be doing the wrestling, you know, stupid kid that I was. You know, I should have stayed in school, but, you know, I like wrestling so much. So I ended up quitting, and I told my dad, I have to at least fail at this. Let me fail miserably, and then I'll go to school. I promise you I'll go. But I have to try this. And so Roland, I came to Roland, and I said, Roland, I know you charge $6,000 for your 2-year school, but I have no money. And Roland said, well, you can do some work around the office and help out, and I'll train you for free. And so for those guys that, you know, think Roland's all about the money and stuff, Roland does have a good soft spot in his heart, because, you know, he never charged me or Modest a dime to train. So basically, you know, I was so lucky because I had Modest here all the time, and I lived at the school. I moved down from Modesto, where I grew up, and I moved to Hayward and started training, and it was like every day Modest would be like, let's get in the ring, let's get in the ring. And when I wouldn't want to get in the ring, he'd get mad at me, you know, and yell at me and tell me, you know, how do you expect to make it if you don't get in the ring? You know, you're never going to get anywhere, not even make a name for yourself on the independent scene. And so I ended up training here in April. I've been here 5 years, but I'll tell you, like, each year has held something special for me. After the first year that I trained here, you know, I got a WCW tryout. Yeah, I got my first match with WCW was a tryout, and you know, it was pretty ironic because when I walked into Arco Arena to get the tryout, you know, Paul Orndorff looked at Roland and he looked at me and he said, "Is this the one of the guys?" And Roland said, "Yeah." And Paul goes, "Well, he's a little small, don't you think?" And Roland goes, "Yeah, well, he's good." And Paul goes, "Well, he better be damn good." And I was just like, oh, my gosh, you know.
That's a confidence builder.
21 years old, you know, and I'm going to wrestle in front of, you know, 18,000 people, and I've been in the business a year, and here's the guy that, that made me really get into wrestling in the first place. And but after the match, after the tag match, there was nothing but compliments and good things said. But here again, we come to the body thing. If I would have spent less time goofing around in my backyard, building rings and such, and worked on my body like John Cena did for 11 years before he got into pro wrestling, I might have had a closer shot. I might have had something more than I do now. But those are the kind of things you learn, and luckily, I was still young. And so from there, I've had some dark matches with the World Wrestling Federation, and, I actually just as of this past year, year 2000, going on a lot of independent bookings and kind of making a name for myself in the independent scene, which is good. I'd say 2000 has been my best year so far, just because I really turned around my body and really worked hard on all aspects, not only in the ring but in the weight room. And so I got chances, like I got to wrestle Kay Quick last week when WWF was here in San Jose. And it's just little things like that. Every little thing counts. Every little interview you do, every match you get. So it's built up to this point. The 5-year point. And I think Pat Patterson told me one time at a Cauliflower Alley that it takes about 5 years to start getting your name out there. Once you're at the 5-year mark, I think I'm on the right track. So I'm definitely happy.
How do you like? You're working you're working pretty much as a full-time trainer now?
Yeah, I'm the head camp instructor at APW now, and that's going real good. Actually, I'm making a living now off of pro wrestling, and which is a great feeling, especially since that's all you ever wanted to do in life. But that is what I'm doing, Dave.
Now, what different wrestling companies in the last couple of months have you worked for, and compare them? I know when we were in L.A., you're talking about All Pro and UPW,
right.
And stylistically, how you totally have to approach a match differently for each of those two companies.
Yeah, definitely. Like I've worked for UPW for about the past 4 months, and going down to UPW, it's a lot different. WWF developmental territory, so to speak, and they. When I wrestled APW, for example, I wrestled Chris Daniels for 20 minutes, Michael Modest for 25 minutes. You're able to wrestle down in LA for UPW. It's like you've got the referee telling you, okay, get ready to go home. Hurry up, speed the match up, which is good practice. It's good because that's what the World Wrestling Federation is like, and they want to groom you, they want to mold you to those specifications. But you can't go in there and tell a story with the arm for 10 minutes and then go into your spots and then go home with an arm submission. It doesn't work that way down in UPW. It's more quick pace, more fight. More what you see on the WWF. I've also worked for I've worked for XPW, for example, and that was kind of an interesting time. When I went down to XPW, the fans were so accustomed to seeing the very first match. There were tables broken, people bleeding, bottles broken, chairs, and it's like when you go out there and take a headlock, you just get booed right out of the building. No one wants to see a headlock, they want to see someone get killed. So you have to adjust yourself to that. Now, to be honest with you, when I was down at XPW, I really didn't care that the fans, would boo a headlock. Because, if I know how to wrestle, so if people don't want to see wrestling, I could care less. But that's the way I was trained. I was trained, how to wrestle, not how to hit someone over the head with a chair. But it was a learning experience, that's for sure. Go ahead.
As far as all the different styles and places that you have to go.
Right.
What do you? Is there times where you think that you're training to do this style of wrestling that we, sometimes see, but we don't see a lot, and usually we only see it from main eventers, and then, that they're given the time on television to do it. To an extent, WCW still does it, and WWF's trying to do it again. in some ways, because they're trying to tone down on the crazy stuff. And then you go to a place like XPW where the mentality of the fan is like totally different than how you were trained to wrestle. I mean, you kind of said like, you don't care, but did it ever go through your mind like, like, oh my God. I mean, there have been nights where I have been at shows, where you have a different type of an audience, and an audience that doesn't like wrestling sometimes, where you just go, oh my God, it's like, if somebody went out there and did like what we would call a great match, these people would 2 minutes in just like hate it and not give it a chance, and you sort of get sad.
Exactly. It's a lost art, I mean, like, I feel like APW, we train wrestlers, we train good wrestlers, but what does that mean nowadays? It doesn't mean jack. What means jack is if you can juggle, or if you can get your gimmick over, and if you have a good body. It doesn't matter if you know how good you could be the fattest guy on earth and know ring psychology and have great fundamentals, but it's not going to mean anything. And so I know what you're saying, because I do go to places and I'm like, God, man, it's like I was trained something totally different than what's going on here. This is a whole different thing to me. But it's good in a way because I just take it and try to adapt to it as much as I can. With a place like XPW, it's really hard to adapt because the fans, are so tainted anyway. In UPW, it's not as hard. It's actually a real good learning tool. It's a good learning experience.
I think ultimately the WWF is going to take a guy that has great fundamentals, though, over, or at least take him to the big time before they'll take someone with just a great body and nothing else. I mean, they signed John Cena, but they're going to want him to be, in the developmental group until he can, work.
Oh, yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that it goes totally unnoticed, like people's talents and abilities, I'm just saying that for the most part, WWF is going to sign people, the first thing that they're going to look at, obviously, the first thing is body, and then there's the exceptions to the rule, but I believe that the first thing that, people go, agents look at a guy like John Cena, for example, and go, wow, he's got a hell of a body, look, great face, good look, man, let's sign him and then, let's see if he can work in the ring, so it's like, body's first and foremost, at least, in my mind, but there are those guys. There are the exceptions.
Well, it's funny was when I was at the UPW show last month, and they had Nathan Jones, who is, former World's Strongest Man competitor, and he's 6'10". He's a gigantic human being. And I had known that WWF had just signed him to a developmental deal, in the last couple of months. And I'd heard of him, and I'd actually seen him I'd seen him in Japan do a match once. And so I was kind of like, well, and then, when he went and did it in Japan, he had no training, no nothing. He was just kind of thrown in there.
Right.
Because of his size and because of his credentials. And I was thinking, okay, let's see how far he's gone. And then I went down there, and he's like at the bodyguard level, and he actually, as I recall, never even touched anyone. So that tells me just how early in training that he's at. And yet, because he's 6'10", and because he has that credential, he already had a developmental contract, whereas Christopher Daniels,
oh, I know,
who, we're sitting there, who's in the main event on that same show, who everyone in the country knows is a good worker, but he's, 210 or whatever it is. He's like, they haven't figured out, either WWF or WCW hasn't figured out a way to utilize, Christopher or Michael, who's another one who,
right.
two of the guys that everyone talks about all the time when they go, bring in, this guy, because they're good workers. These are really, really good workers, but, it doesn't catch someone's eye because physically they're average size, and they even have, for a guy on the street, I'm not saying for, I'm not saying compared to Ken Shamrock, but for a guy on the street, you look at those guys and they're big, thick guys who've lifted a lot of weights, who train regularly. It's not like they have no body.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I think first and foremost, like for a developmental deal, they're going to just go straight for the look. But, even if you have the greatest look in the world, if you can't perform, they're not going to call you up.
Yeah, that's true. You'll get the chance, but ultimately, look at Brockus. Remember Brockus?
That's just who I was going to mention. Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
The guy was a world-class bodybuilder, and he was tall. He had size, and they brought him up and they gave him a chance. And, people were impressed by his body, but ultimately he did not stick because he didn't learn how to wrestle well enough for this. So you're right, Brian.
David Nelson.
David Nelson, I think, was more attitude than anything else. But, David Nelson, my God. Donovan, do you ever see David Nelson?
No, I haven't.
David Nelson, I mean, he was bigger than Scott Steiner.
Really?
I mean, he was a freak. I mean, like.
Was he the guy with the big arms?
He had giant arms.
Yeah.
I think they said he benched 725.
Yeah, I know.
Played pro football, looked like a Mr. California level bodybuilder. I mean, just a freak. And I mean, I saw him do moonsaults. I mean, he's an agile guy, but mentally, and I mean, it's funny because I'd been to a couple of shows where he was backstage before he'd even had his first match, and everybody's just like, you see a guy like that, and everyone notices him and goes, oh my God, because he's just giant arms, right?
Right.
And they kind of think, oh my God, whatever. But he had that bodybuilder attitude where I could tell, and as it turned out, when he got cut, it was exactly what they said. And before he ever had his first match, I knew that he would be one of these guys who had trouble mentally doing jobs for guys smaller than him. The big guy attitude.
Right. Oh yeah.
And ultimately that's what did him in WWF was that they were having him job for 210-pound guys that were better wrestlers and more experienced, and mentally he just couldn't take it because from football, I mean, which was a shoot sport, he would eat that same guy for lunch.
Right. And that's funny because this business throws so many things at you from so many different angles. It's like guys with bodies, for example, and that attitude. It's like wrestling's changed so much where people don't pay the dues that older wrestlers used to pay, and the trade isn't learned. People don't love to learn this business anymore. There's still some that do. Like a Chris Daniels, myself, Michael Modest. We all love this business. For some odd reason, and we're in it and we're trying. And even though there are guys like the UPW Nathan Jones, who get to go to Japan and they've never even done anything in pro wrestling before, and here I am, been in the business 5 years and working my ass off to try and get over there. Is it fair? No, it's not. But it's not something to get bent out of shape about. That's the business. That's the way the business is. And it makes me work that much harder.
It says, why was Brian blaming run-ins and such on Thunder on Eric? It's completely unfair to blame things like that on Eric when he's not even writing TV. Why is everyone getting on Eric's case about mistakes the writing team makes? I don't think I blamed it on Eric. Did I? I don't know. I don't remember exactly. I think you just said that, the two shows had the same, the Monday and the Wednesday show both ended the same way, and that wasn't a good start, which is true.
I did note, what I said was the first two main event finishes of the new Bischoff era ended in DQs. I didn't necessarily blame him.
Yeah. No, the thing is that the writing is being done by the writing staff, but there's a certain general direction, and Eric does deserve the criticism because he can insert anything.
He can do whatever he wants.
He can do whatever he wants. I mean, as far as the angles and everything like that, generally a small angle, like something like General Erection and Chavo Guerrero, it's probably totally unfair to blame Eric Bischoff because that's really not what he's concentrating on is General Erection and Chavo Guerrero's angle. But just an example, whatever you think of the decision to air the Sid Vicious footage, that was Eric Bischoff's decision. I mean, he makes decisions of the big things, and for right or wrong, I agree with the Sid Vicious decision. The decision not to mention the Young Dragons match coming off that pay-per-view. I mean, it's not like he said, well, announcers, you can't say it for 2 hours. I don't think he said that. But he could have said, okay, you know what? It's a new era. We want to get over workers. Those guys had a hell of a match. I want you to show some clips of it and really put over what a great match it was, help sell the replay with it. If he would have said that, it would have been in the show. It would have found a place. So if you want to criticize, yes, you can criticize Eric Bischoff for that. So, anyway. We got a bunch of emails in the last day regarding Steve Austin going heel at the Survivor Series, with everyone having basically the same storyline.
At the Rumble?
At the Rumble, I'm sorry. Everyone having the same basic storyline that Vince McMahon and that he would side with Vince McMahon against The Rock, and that people would boo him for that, and they probably would.
That makes sense, actually, if you look at the past couple weeks of TV.
Yeah, they may very well be doing that. This is from Jerry, who says, with Scott Keith's book coming out soon, is there any way you could get him on the show? Yeah, I had just heard today that his book was coming out, and Scott's a regular listener to the show, and he's emailed many, many times. And, oh, yeah, I mean, when the book comes out, I'd love to get a copy of the book when it's out, and we would definitely book him as a guest on the show. So, absolutely, absolutely. This is from John Ingle, who says, an interesting side note of the WWF's exaggerating Andre the Giant's height, the Jax THQ most recent Nintendo 64 game, No Mercy, has a secret character, Andre the Giant, and his height in the game is 7'11". Pretty good, huh? Let's see. Tim Drake goes, yesterday I believe you mentioned Richard Sullivan finished his history of Ric Flair. I've only read the first 8 chapters, which go up to 1981, which were posted on the web earlier this year. Do you know where I can find the chapters of the post-81 period? Richard Sullivan is another regular listener. I've never read it. I didn't even know he had it. But I know that he had listed 24 Ric Flair turns as of this week. Let me see. Is WCW interested in Jerry Lynn or Rob Van Dam? I mean, they're aware of him, the interest level. I don't really know. I don't think they've gone out of their way to, recruit them. I mean, if they were to go to Jerry Lynn or Rob Van Dam with a big money offer, I think they'd get them both right now. And obviously that hasn't happened because they haven't gotten either. Hopefully they have some interest there. This is a couple stuff for Donovan. It's from Alex Gage, who goes, I've heard rumors that Donovan was in contact about wrestling in the UK. Who did you speak with? What were they like? And do you have any plans to come to the UK?
Yeah, actually, Ross Gordon from, oh man, I can't even remember the last.
Ultimate something, right?
Yeah, it was like UWC or something.
Something like that, yeah.
They contacted me about possibly going down there, and Daniels had also contacted me about, he wrestled a few shows down there. I know he wrestled Joey Flash, and I know Ross Gordon, the guy that heads everything up, called me, and I sent him some stuff, and he said in 2001 looks like I'll be going down there. So hopefully, yeah, keep my fingers crossed.
And what did you think about your match with Kay Quick? And he just says that you did a really nice exploder suplex in there.
Well, thank you. My match with Kay Quick, it's like I wasn't happy with it, and that's nothing against him. You know, it was like I just felt I was capable of so much more, but it was like one of those things. You know, he hit me with that drop kick off the top rope, and the bump that was so brutal, it knocked me out for a couple seconds. And so when I got back up, I was moving a little slow, and it just kind of threw the pace of the match off a little bit. The match started out good, you know, but me getting knocked out kind of threw things off. So, you know, the match was good, but I thought it could have been a lot better, you know, hadn't I rung my bell.
And this is from someone who goes, I don't know if you still care, but Roller Jam is airing the final episode on Friday. While they had a television taping over the summer, and ECW hasn't had television in a couple of weeks, it's kind of ironic that the two shows that TNN had planned to build Friday night around last year both seem to be going defunct at the same time. I mean, I didn't know that Roller Jam was dying.
Going off the air, huh?
That Roller Jam was dying this Friday, but, you know, it was inevitable. It never made. Donovan, you know, you grew up here. I guess you're a little young for that. Did you ever have any interest in the roller derby type thing?
You know what? Most everyone here at APW did, except for me. I never did.
Yes, because you're a little bit young.
Yeah, I think that had a little bit to do with it.
Well, it would have died, like, right when you were born.
Yeah.
I mean, if you were, like, 10 years older, you know, like, growing up, you know, here, I mean, every kid, you had to know about it. It was so big through about 1973, and we were born about 1970. No, we were born about 75. Actually. 76? Okay. Yeah. So it was already dead by then.
Yeah.
There is a guy, Bob, I should mention this. This was about a week or two ago. I was out to dinner with my sister-in-law, and she has a writing class with someone named Bob Levy from San Francisco, and who's been a subscriber to The Observer probably 13, 14 years. And this was one of the nicest gifts. I guess it would have been Christmas, right before Christmas. And so she gives me this Christmas present that she got from Bob Levy, and it was every issue, I guess, of Roller Derby Illustrated. This guy had saved all of these issues from, I mean, I actually last night just glanced at them from, you know, I probably would have started around 71 through about 75 when the a different version of roller derby went defunct. And, these things, they're probably worth so much to the very few collectors who are still alive, and he gave them to me as a present saying, I was like, oh, God, I was just blown away.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, but somebody who said, I had gotten a lot of them when I was a kid, but I didn't, who would have saved these things for 25 years?
Right.
Unbelievable. This is from Mike, who goes, there's no doubt in my mind that Vince McMahon could beat up Jeff Jarrett. Don't forget Vince beat up all the Marines. He said so in the Kevin Cook interview, so it's got to be true.
That's right.
Says Taz was on TRL today. That's and said that he was plugging the Tough Man show, WF Tough Man show, that's going to air over the summer. He made it sound like he's going to be the host and the guy running the camp. Is this true? I don't know. I mean, I haven't really talked to anyone much about that Tough Man show. It just showed up. They started plugging it a week ago, and we'll see. And he goes, also with Jerry Lawler hosting XFL, will Taz do commentary on SmackDown with Michael Cole? How many things can Lawler do? He's going to be overworked. Ross and Lawler, I'll tell you what, when I heard that they were both doing the Saturday night games, I was happy and sad for them both, and I'll tell you, I'm happy for Ross. Ross is a big football junkie ever since he's a kid, and announcing football is something he always had wanted to do, and he had a little bit of a chance with the Falcons to do it. So I'm happy he's getting the chance, but I want to tell you something as far as workload and everything like that. Sometimes you got, God knows, Brian and I both know this. Sometimes you got to say no, even if it's a good opportunity, because it'll start killing you.
I mean, just look at when they first started up SmackDown. We were noticing it's not so much now. I guess maybe they've gotten to the groove or whatever, but they were making just tons of mistakes doing commentary for both those shows. Actually, Ross wasn't even doing SmackDown, but he had to be there and everything. So.
No, he's still got to be there 2 days a week. And then the schedule, like, for both of those guys, for both Ross and Lawler, if you look at it, it's like Saturday night, they got to fly to a football game. And they got to study for the football game because you can't just wing football. I mean, Jesse will wing football, don't get me wrong, because he's got enough charm that and he's a superstar. I mean, he's the superstar of the league, so he'll be able to get away with it. But those guys will not wing football. They have to study the game, and these are unknown players. It's not like they're studying like for an NFL game where, if you watch every Sunday, you pretty much half-ass know every star anyway. So they got to do that. Then they got to fly on Sunday morning from wherever city they're at to whatever city the WF tapings are Sunday night. And then they got to be out there Monday and Tuesday. And Ross has still got to be director of player personnel of the World Wrestling Federation. I mean, the King's doing whatever he's doing in Memphis. It's going to be real tough for both of them. I hope that they take Lawler off one of those WWF shows like in SmackDown. I mean, with Ross, they really shouldn't take Ross off Raw, and nor will they.
But, it's only 12 weeks, though, right?
12. Well, actually, for them it'll only be 10 because once the playoffs start, they're not going to be doing any announcing.
Yeah. So.
So yeah, you're right.
I think 10 weeks out of the year they'll be okay. It'll be hell, but.
Yeah, I think you're right. You know what? You can go through hell. In life, you can go through hell for 10 weeks, but it's hard to go through hell for like 100 weeks.
or more.
But 10 you can do it because 3 weeks and you go, I only got 7 more weeks of this.
Yeah.
Donovan, does Donovan know if Mike Modest has been offered a deal by WCW?
Actually, right now I've heard different things that he's been contacted by them. Pretty much, what I do know is a bunch of nothing. So pretty much nothing. I don't know what their plans are, if they're planning to bring him in or if they're planning to bring Chris Daniels in. All I know is he's been contacted by him, and they are talking. So, pretty much the same thing that we heard last time.
I think that the people, who are in charge of, the booking are all kind of waiting for their marching orders, because ultimately Eric Bischoff's going to go, okay, I want you to sign 5 new guys, or I don't want you to sign anyone, and their futures basically depend on those marching orders. So whenever, ultimately, if Eric Bischoff hears Christopher Daniels' name a million times and sees the tape and likes him, obviously he'll be in. But a lot of guys like that, it's just a question of, okay, we need to bring in 5 to 8 new guys for for certain slots. It's like,
right.
Like they have to have the right slot. It's not just good work, or it's like we've got this opening, we've got this idea, we need a guy who looks like this for this role, and then if you fit the bill, you got a chance. I mean, Van Dam might be someone, since everyone's familiar with him, where they'll just go, we need to bring in Van Dam. But I mean, I think that's what hurts, a lot of guys that are kind of like, like average size,
right,
and good ability. It's just the idea that they don't have no one's running around going for, see, we've got this role on top for a guy with average size and good ability. They're just not
They're not
thinking
going out of their way to find something.
Yeah, or if it's just, and it's so easy to say, okay, he's only got average size, so therefore, it's kind of sad in a lot of ways because, like, there are guys that are on top, and not even guys that are not on top, but guys that are awesome workers, that if they came to try out, let's just say at the power plant, which was a WCW affiliated thing, I mean, Donovan, just they would go out there to run you off, and they don't know what your heart is, and they don't know what your athletic ability is. If they, you know what I mean?
No, I know exactly what you mean.
You're lucky you went to a school where the idea wasn't to take your money and run you off the first day.
Exactly. Yeah, that was a blessing, but believe it or not, I mean, I've seen so many wrestling schools that are more or less a gimmick, just to take your money and run you off. But
also, when we were talking about size and everything,
right?
You're okay. You're in a position. What is and as far as like guys at APW, there's a lot of guys. I mean, like, you work on, the MO of that school has always been to train guys to wrestle, and I mean, I know there's an incentive, and we were talking about this before. Modest was about like the bodies and some of the guys who they spend that kind of money, and they're in the ring every night, and yet they're not going to take the diet measures and things like that to have a presentable body, and it's kind of like if you're not going to go all out in wrestling, you're not why are you? It's almost one of those things where unless you're going to go all out, why do it?
Exactly.
Type of thing. If what for a guy at the school, or for you in particular, for anyone, what are the pressures as far as the steroids and things like that? Because it's almost like you're almost going to go like, oh, if I only had this, and then if I grab that, you know what I mean? It's kind of got to be one of those mental things that you're always dealing with.
It is. I mean, like, the one good thing about, Roland, this is a good or bad thing, whichever you perceive it, but it's like Roland's always said, no steroids. I don't care, regardless. I don't care if it means you're not getting booked. No steroids, in the school. And there's a lot of guys that have approached me that said, hey, do you think I should get on something? And I would be like, if you are, I can't tell you how to run your life. I mean, I can't tell you, not to do it, but you have to make those decisions for yourself. I suggest not. But, if you work hard, and especially like 18 and 19-year-old kids, that come up to me and ask me that question, they've got some time. And if they put it in the gym, and not, on the couch looking at the TV, I think that's a good way to start. But yeah, I mean, the pressure's there. If you're involved in the pro wrestling business, that pressure's always there. But it's just pretty much, how you choose to live your life that plays a factor in if you're going to use them or not.
I mean, in the big time, I can see the pressure being there for a lot of guys. Just, they want to be on top, they want to keep their spot, that sort of thing. But I mean, as far as the independent, I think that steroids for a lot of guys is just laziness. Like, they don't want to get in the gym, they don't want to try and work out and, build something on their own. It's just like, well.
Boy, you hit it right on the head, man, because I'll tell you, you wouldn't believe how many of those 18, 19-year-old kids, I hear them talking, and they're fat, they're out of shape, and they think that one injection and they're going to look like Lex Luger.
Yeah.
And that's not going to happen. I mean, when you do, steroids, it does obviously enhance, what you have, but it's hard work. It's hard work regardless. It's hard work to get a body without steroids.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you're absolutely.
I mean, we had somebody in yesterday that was talking about. I mean, he just got on the juice or whatever, and he's talking about. I just worked out 3 hours for 3 straight hours. It's like my third day in a row. I've been working my whole body every day, and I'm just thinking, you don't even know how to work out correctly,
Exactly.
And you're taking steroids. What's wrong with you?
I know. Yeah.
I mean, like, certainly nobody should take steroids unless they've got a couple of years of training behind them. Only because, you want to. At the first year or two of training, you're going to get a lot of growth and gains just natural anyway.
Right.
And then, I would never recommend. I would never recommend steroids at the same time. It's like, it's one of those weird topics that breaks my heart because
it's going to happen.
It's a norm. It's a norm for the business.
It's a norm for the business. And I've seen guys, and I'll tell you what, it's like one of those things about the business that really drives me crazy is I've seen guys who are like 215 and good ability, and nobody gives them a second look, and then, you know, they get on that path and they get up to 265, and all of a sudden, you know, and they get deals, and then the weird part of it is then they get all the, you know, and a lot of them get all the, you know, once you start on that path, you get, you know, it's you know, there's the steroids kind of can lead to other things, and then they get in that, the bad part of the wrestling scene, which is, you know, the steroids, and then the downer so you can sleep after the steroids, and the uppers to get up, and then all of a sudden it's just like, you know, it gets so sad.
Yeah.
We're going to go to the calls right now. We're going to start with Tom in California. Tom, what's going on?
Hey, nothing much. I just have a comment and then a question. The comment first is about, you're talking about riots in professional wrestling. Actually, the last two shows I've been to, one being a WWF pay-per-view and one being an indie show, there have been riots at both of them. It's just been, it kind of stopped me from going for a while.
What do you mean by riots? I mean, I've been to a million shows where there's fights in the stands, but riot to me is sort of like the whole crowd's out of control.
Yeah.
Beating on each other.
And it was, the indie show I went to, actually, a 5-year-old girl got hit in the head with a chair.
Yeah, that's never good.
That tells you that.
Yeah.
And my question is for Donovan and I guess for Brian, what sacrifices do you have to make to get in for wrestling, even on the indie level, do you think?
Sacrifices is in...
Like, what do you have to do just to start training and having the, like, sacrifices in your life and training and everything else like that?
I think, basically, you know, to get into wrestling, like Dave said, you know, earlier, don't half-ass it. I mean, if you're going to go through with pro wrestling training, and that's what you want to do with your life, you have to go out 110%. Like, you have to start eating right. You have to work out. You have to. There's no ifs. There's no maybe. I'm sleepy today. I'm going to take today off. You have to attend, you know, classes. You have to not only attend classes, but go in extra and practice in open gym. You have to, you know, pretty much dedicate your life to pro wrestling. I mean, that's the way I see it. Brian, what do you think?
I agree with it. I mean, there's a lot of, you have to be willing to be in acceptable shape. I mean, you can go to a show and there'll be a bunch of fat guys there, a bunch of, you know, for some reason, a lot of guys have this horrible body decide not to wear shirts. I don't know why that is, but they do it on the independent circuit. And you got to work out, all that stuff. And I think, like, when you're training and that sort of thing, a lot of it is you got to be able to adjust your schedule, because they're going to tell you, look, you need to come in here this day 1 o'clock to 3 to train. And if you have to work that day, you're going to have to figure something out to work your way around it. You know, most shows, I think, are, for the most part, on the weekend, so it's usually not a big deal. But as far as, like, training, like Donovan said, it just depends on, you know, getting in there, and they'll tell you, I don't know, what days do you train down there?
We train Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
At basically all day, or?
No, actually in the evenings.
In the evening.
Because
I mean, like up here, the training is like, you know, sometimes 1 o'clock in the afternoon, then there's another one at 4. And if you work, you're going to have to find some way to work around that so you can get in and train.
And another thing, too, is you will not become a good or even great wrestler if you just go to class on the class days and that's it.
Yeah.
It's the extra that really, really improves you.
Yep. You just got to work on having a good attitude. I mean, people talk about having a good attitude when you're in the big time and having a developmental deal and everything, but it's just important when you're working the independents. I mean, I see guys all the time. They've had 5 matches, and they're told to do a job, and they pout, and they don't perform, and it's just pathetic.
You know, it's funny. A couple years ago, I went down to L.A., and I was wrestling this real small show, and they wanted me to put this kid over who was like 14 and, you know, real scrawny. And, you know, at the time, it was like I'm still kind of learning. This was probably when I was 22. I was still kind of learning, you know, so I called Mike Modest and I go, hey, you know, is this cool? I mean, this guy's like 14 and he's been wrestling for, you know, 6 months. And Mike's like, you know what? It doesn't matter. It does not matter. Just, it's experience.
Yeah.
And so that's, your attitude's a big thing, being humble. I agree with you.
Okay. Let's go to George in Chicago. George.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Good.
Hey, we're doing good.
I was wondering about, I've heard a couple rumors, or read a couple rumors, rather, about the possibility of the NWO coming back. And with the booking, like on Monday for Nitro, for instance, the way that Flair cut the promo, it reminded me more of, although the way he was saying it, that everyone was superior with Buff and the package in the ring wasn't actually accurate, but it still reminded me a lot of the Four Horsemen, and I was wondering if there was any possibility of them coming back.
There's a possibility. It just depends on, who's writing and what Bischoff thinks. There's always a possibility. I think the NWO thing was beat to death. I think that I don't see how you could bring back a Four Horsemen now.
He also did make the comment on the show. He basically said, I'm sick of the whole, company owner versus top star deal because it's already been seen. And if there's one thing that's already been seen, it's the NWO. So.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't want to see it again at all. I wouldn't. As a matter of fact, I thought that when they had DDP come out with Nash on Monday night, I thought that's what they were alluding to, and I would hope that they would go somewhere fresh from there.
To me, they've got to look forward, not look backwards.
Yeah.
Especially at this point, they're at rock bottom, so you just want to rebuild. You don't want to do some hotshot thing from the past that obviously has already been done before, and that you're just trying to play off of, because that's one of the reasons that's one of the reasons they got where they're at, is they kept going to the past whenever whenever there was a little problem. It's like, let's go to something that was successful in the past, and then all of a sudden their promotion just seemed like it was so in the past.
Yeah, you're right.
Hey, Dave.
Yep.
What did you think of that match on Nitro? Shannon Moore and Shane Helms against Kidman and Ray Jr.
I loved it.
I did too. I was actually, hats off to those guys, because I'll tell you, that was one of the best matches I've seen on that show in a long, long, long time.
Yeah, that was.
I just hope that like Shannon Moore, who worked so hard and is probably one of the lowest paid guys in that whole company.
Right.
I just hope that for WCW's sake and to build that, if a guy comes in there and can do something like that the announcers should. I just want to see them just go in there and just go, what a performance by Shannon Moore last week. I mean, even when I was a kid and wrestling was, it was so different than it is now.
Big
okay?
time.
But, I mean, I remember, if a job guy, we had a very unique territory, San Francisco, and Donovan, probably, did you ever see the Roy Shire stuff?
I did. Roland educated me a lot on that stuff.
Okay. Because what we had, which was unique, I mean, there are other territories like this, but we used to have on television, basically in a 1 hour show, we would have 3 matches, sometimes 4, but generally 3. And they were what you would call squash matches, but they were long. I mean, they were 12 minutes.
Right.
And so to do a 12-minute match, I mean, you can't just kill somebody for 12 minutes. It just gets old after about the 3rd minute. So the underneath guys got a hell of a lot of offense in, and they made contests out of it. And I mean, I just remember, these matches that you wouldn't think are good and where everybody watching knew who was going to win were exciting as hell a lot of the time. And guys would, I mean, I remember a guy would do really good against a top guy in a job match, and he would lose at the end. But it would. People would talk about it, and the announcers would talk about, what a performance this guy did against, Ray Stevens, because everyone had a great performance against Ray Stevens.
Right.
Coincidentally, right?
Right.
And it was one of those things where those guys who never won a match got an identity, and, I just hope that these guys in WCW don't have guys that get squashed, but just these guys, if a guy does that, I just hope that they just, play it up and play it up and play it up, as opposed to somebody, and this is to his credit, and it's Page. When Page has a good match on pay-per-view, he'll go to the announcers and he'll go, he'll build it up as probably a better match than it was, but what the hell, that's what wrestling's about. Because I remember when Page and Goldberg had a match on one of the pay-per-views. It was a really good match. It may have been Goldberg's, one of his 2 or 3 best matches. And, the announcers were talking about it as match of the year because Page told them to do it, and I just, and it's like, I just wish that,
they wouldn't have to be told.
Yeah. And the problem is that no one's, from the announcing side, everyone's afraid to do something, to say the wrong thing. Mm-hmm. So, you're careful and you don't really say anything. And unfortunately, because of that, a lot of guys' hard work just kind of goes unnoticed.
Right. Yeah, big time, because those guys, they worked their asses off. And that was a good match. And like you said, they actually gave them some time, to work. Early in your career, because I was at the show,
you did a dive and you hit your head on the floor, and it was pretty. I guess it was a pretty serious injury. You did a gimmick where you were not goofy and came back, and it was actually a hilarious gimmick for a while there. I mean,
right.
I guess it ran its course after a while, but that night, I mean, I remember that was a scary night, at least as a fan watching it, because I just remember it was and how did you feel afterwards? And did it like when you're lying there and you're really, really hurt, and did you think those, like, is this, doing these dives, is it worth it, or was it just one of those things? Well, I'm a wrestler and wrestlers get hurt.
That definitely went through my head. In fact, I was telling someone yesterday, when I first came into APW, that was my thing. Like, I was the guy that Super Diablo wasn't here anymore, and I was the guy that pretty much risked life and limb, and that's what I used to get onto the cards. And Roland is a big fan of the high flying, and so I just pretty much didn't care. I'd just be reckless abandon out there and pretty much dive and think that I was indestructible. And when I did hit my head on the moonsault, I was I sat there for a minute and I just thought, you know what, you got to tone this down, or else you might not be able to walk, someday. And so it changed me. I definitely thought, man, better focus on mat wrestling a little bit more and on psychology instead of killing yourself, because you're not going to last too long that way.
Let me go mention this here.
Almost the same type of deal as the Hardy Boys.
Yeah.
Just killing themselves so often, and now it's like, Jeff will save the big stuff for the very end where people remember it.
Right. It's like how
they're in the last couple of months. I mean, you've seen a real difference with the Hardy Boys, though.
Yeah.
I think, as far as just working a lot smarter. And I think their matches are in many ways. I mean, they're better in many ways, but I think to the fans they're just as good.
Yeah.
You don't hear people going like, oh, the Hardy Boys have gotten boring or anything like that.
I mean, if Jeff does like 15 scary things at the beginning of the match, and it's a 10-minute match, by the end you've pretty much forgotten it. You just remember he did a bunch of crazy stuff, whereas if he does a bunch of stuff right at the very end, that's what the fans are going to be left with.
Means a little more.
I think also once you make a reputation like that, you only have to do like one big move, and like everyone's satisfied with it.
Yeah, fully.
Keeping a reputation is a lot easier than actually making it. Making a reputation is hard as hell, I think. Let's see. This is from Tim, who says he's talking about Fox is having a Saturday morning kids show called Los Luchadors. I remember we talked about this before. I don't know. It goes. I don't know if Viacom has anything to do with Fox or Turner. Actually, they don't. But wouldn't it be a good way for them to get kids into wrestling again? I don't know. Have you heard anything of the Los Luchadors show? And Tom Howard, I think, don't they have like an Anglo playing like the star of the show?
Yeah, I think they do.
Really? I haven't heard anything about that.
Yeah, we'd heard about it before the September season started, about this Saturday morning show, and it's about masked wrestlers, and Tom Howard, who's a big American, is in the starring role. So it's kind of funny. Well, let's see. Let's go to Charles in Connecticut. Charles, what's going on?
How you doing, Dave?
Doing good.
Who do you think's going to be Bischoff's top booker?
I don't know. I don't know that he's made the decision. Johnny Ace seems to have a lot of power right now, and a lot of people think Johnny Ace is going to turn out, real well in this thing. Don't know. I mean, I heard every rumor: Hulk Hogan, Dusty Rhodes. I don't know. I don't know that the final decision's even been made. I mean, he'll probably be interviewing different people.
What about Ric Flair? How do you think he's going to use him?
That's hard. I think Rick got his way back into this role as a heel, and the problem with Ric Flair is that Ric Flair is technically a great heel. The only problem is that nobody wants to boo him because he's Ric Flair.
Yeah.
So he's fighting, and he enjoys being a heel far more than a babyface. But he's fighting what the people want by being a heel, and it creates that weird reaction, especially like in the Carolinas where he's like a god, to where, people just don't want to go because they don't want to go to a show where Ric Flair's trying to get them to boo him. So it hasn't, Ric Flair as a heel hasn't worked in many years. So I don't know. I think that Ric Flair's going to end up back as a babyface.
Is it true that Bischoff's goes in a power plant?
That's a rumor that's been going around because he made a comment about sort of like the power plant worked in its day. We need to go through new methods. So, and people took it as he's closing it. And he may be. I don't know, but that's, I know that they are looking at new ways of developing talent. I know that they want to copy the WF model. WF model is a great model, I think, where you have a territory, and these guys are getting, Ohio Valley is such a great thing for these young guys, and because they're out there working 4 nights a week, they're not traveling very much, so they can be in the school every single day learning, then going out and wrestling they're 4 nights a week in front of the same basic fans. So they gotta learn their promos, and they can't do the same match week after week because it's the exact same fans, and it's getting them really good experience. And there's, they're not pressure. I mean, if the house goes down from 80 people to 50 people. It's like they're not under that pressure because it's that the territory can go down because the territory's there just as a learning thing. So, I think WCW needs something like that. I think it'd be good to, I don't know. I mean, WCW may be based in LA, so maybe it'll be out here. Who knows?
Going back to Bischoff real fast, I know this is like an impossible dream, but I hope if he learned one thing while he was gone, and if there's one thing he's going to change now, it's that he will not let politics get in the way of what's best for the company. Because I think Flair, probably more, like you said, as a babyface and as a heel, but I think in any role he can do so much for that company. And I think if Bischoff can do the same deal where, I don't personally like Flair, so I'm going to make him look like an idiot wherever we go, particularly in his hometown, then things like that are just going to kill a company again.
I was thinking of this the other day, since I know you're having Bruno on. If you think Bruno was working today, was wrestling, what do you think they would do with him? Do you think he would have any chance of being a main event guy?
Well, if Bruno did what he did then, no, because nobody did what they did then. You know what I mean? It was short of maybe like a Ray Stevens. But, if he was coming up, I mean, it's funny because what would, if Bruno Sammartino was coming up, I mean, God only knows what he would look like. If he did what because there are very few people then and very few people now who legitimately were benching in the mid-5s that never took a steroid. So I mean, for Bruno, if you ever look at the young Bruno Sammartino, he's really, really thick, and you kind of look at this guy and go, man, this guy, and I mean, he didn't do the stuff, and you go like, wow, but then again, in those days, I mean, his appeal was like the strongest man, the Italian thing. It was all of those kind of appeals that really don't, like you go into a Boston and it's like an Italian star, so you want to make him on top to draw the Italians. It's a type of promotion that's different now. So it's it's a totally different game. And one thing about wrestling is that it's all timing. We talked about this yesterday with all the guys that followed the Road Warriors that, got all gassed up and painted their face and got their mohawks, and none of them ever made it in the business because the Road Warriors got there first.
Well, that's another good point. I don't think, I know Animal's brother is a booker and everything like that, but I think that was just really lame having him as the surprise, the mask guy. And I think there's other people that...
What if it would have been Rick Steiner?
That would have been... Well, at least Rick's been in the company.
At least they're already paying his salary.
Yeah.
They're not having a new salary.
Yeah, I might as well do something with him, but that wouldn't have been a really good idea either. But I don't know. I don't get Animal. I liked him back in his day with Hawk, but
I was just reading all these emails we got about people just going, man, Animal's the worst. What a horrible surprise. And I was thinking, it could have been Rick Steiner. Would that really been any better?
No, it wouldn't. It would have been. I think that it's a wash, but I think that the difference is that, like I said, is that you're not adding another one to the contract.
Yeah.
I mean, it's someone you already have. I mean, hey, it should have been Rob Van Dam.
Yeah.
For the moment, and it just should have been. It's a nice way to introduce him in a key spot. Give him a program. I mean, and the other thing is that, I mean, I know that there's like guys that would be resentful of it, but God knows that they have to take a guy who's not in the company and make him a top guy right away, just to show people to show the top guys that they're not locked in their spot, and to show everyone in the company that it's a new year and it's a new time. And
prove yourself all over again.
And it's right. It's not like you got that glass ceiling, because the killer is the mental thing of, like, no matter how good we are, we have to go to the WWF to be stars. We have to get out of our contract. You know what I mean? That's what created such a bad environment there for so long.
I think Rob Van Dam would probably be better off going to WCW because they could possibly create him as a top star or a mid-card star, whereas in WWF, I think he'd just get lost.
I think he'd have more freedom in WCW because they're looking to make a star, whereas in WWF they don't need to. Everything's there, and it's kind of like a thing there where you have to pay your like, you know, if he went to WWF, he'd have to start from the bottom and work his way up, and you know, plus you know they have their qualms about him because you know their guys didn't give him good recommendations, and they rely a lot on you know having a cohesive locker room. In WCW, I think he could shoot to the top, and there wouldn't be as many roadblocks because they need a new star. I mean, I remember, you know, like Brody, when Brody was like a real big deal in the 80s, Brody used to always theorize for him, and of course he was a unique talent, was that in any promotion war, he always wanted to work for the weak side because the weak side would put him on top right away, whereas the strong side wouldn't because they needed, you know, a hot shot thing. So if you ever looked at like, I mean, in the promotion wars, he always worked for the underdog. Anything else?
Is he currently available, to be able to work for WCW or WWF?
Van Dam?
Yeah.
Yeah, Van Dam can go anywhere he wants. Yeah.
So as far as ECW, they're shut down right now, right?
I don't know what the term is. They're hoping for a deal. The only thing that they have on a schedule, as best I know, is March 11th, and they don't even have an arena for that, but they have a pay-per-view date. I would presume they'll probably do it. You know, there's going to be guys. Not everyone's going to get a job somewhere else, so I think that they'll probably do that show. But, you know, I mean, I don't know how, if, you know, they barely exist. You know, Donovan, do you still talk to Matt Hyson?
No. Last I talked to him was probably like about 8 months ago.
Okay. I was just wondering if you were still, because, you know, he went to, you know, because he's an alumnus from your school and everything. Now, he would have, I'm trying to think of the timing. You were still around. I mean, you were already there when he was still around.
Yeah, I came in '96, so he was just. He stayed for probably about 8 months after I came. Yeah.
Because you got. I mean, I seem to remember seeing you work with him.
I never actually worked a match with him.
In a tag, you never did. Okay. I mean, I've been to a lot of those shows in that era.
Yeah. No, you have been to a lot of those shows. He actually had one match. The last match that he wrestled for us before he went to ECW was my first pro match.
Okay.
The same night, so.
So you did never actually.
I never got to wrestle him, no. Okay. Unfortunately. Would have loved to, though. He did.
Anything else, Charles?
Just one last thing. Is it definite that Rob Van Dam will be leaving ECW?
No. If ECW gets a good deal and they can pay him. Rob was on the show the other day, and I mean, his first choice is to stay ECW. But, you know, they have to be able to pay him, and right now they can't. Yeah. So that's why he's looking elsewhere. But if ECW could afford him, I would say he would rather stay there than go to one of the other two companies, because in ECW he can do the match he wants to do, and he'll be, you know, and he can be the world champion, or he can be challenging for the world title, whereas in WCW there's a lot of politics that can get in the way. In WWF, quite frankly, you know, they're not...
Bunch of short matches, too.
There's short matches, and also, and they're not doing cartwheels to get Rob Van Dam. I mean, you know, he's going to have to, I don't want to say the word beg because that's too strong a word, but he's going to have to be very humble and go, you know, and ask for a job and start at the bottom there. They're not going to, you know, they're not going to bend over backwards for him because they already have a crew and they have all kinds of good guys, and he'd have to prove himself all over again.
Okay.
All right?
All right.
Okay, this is from Todd Martin, who says, in honor of WCW's glorious 12 years under Ted Turner, I put together a list of WCW's 10 greatest moments. Hopefully Eric Bischoff will provide many such tremendous moments for us to enjoy for years to come. Number 10, the Black Scorpion.
Where's the midget and exploding boat?
The midget and exploding boat's number 4. Okay, number 10 is the Black Scorpion angle. Number 9 is the Blood Runs Cold promos, which in fact...
They're back.
They're spoofing them right now. Number 8 was David Sullivan's I Want to Be a Hulkamaniac music. Actually, that was a song written before Dave Sullivan, and they created the character because they already had the song written. Because I remember on one of those Hulk Hogan German albums, Jimmy Hart or somebody sent me this Hulk Hogan album, and they had that annoying song. And then, like, it was a year later or so when Dave Sullivan came out, and that was his entrance music. The Giant falls off of Cobo Hall, recovers quickly, in fact, quick enough for the main event.
Comes to the main event wet. Don't forget that part.
Yeah. Number 6 is a tie between WCW signed such legends as Hogan, Luger, Sid, and Mr. T, and WCW releases such jobbers as Mean Mark, Cactus Jack, Chris Benoit, and Stunning Steve. Well, Benoit was a unique circumstance. But that firing of Steve Austin, boy, when they write the record book, that's going right up there with when the Boston Braves, sold Babe Ruth to the Yankees. Wow. I mean, because Mean Mark, if nothing else, nobody, it was a great gimmick that they gave The Undertaker. And Mean Mark, when he was there, he was really a tall guy who was kind of a good athlete, but didn't really show a lot of personality in WCW in the skyscrapers. And whereas Steve Austin, like everybody knew Steve Austin was like this awesome worker. And to fire him because he had a torn tricep it was just, even at the time, it was stupid. Obviously, in hindsight, it's far more stupid. Number 5, Bob Eaton, PN News, Terry Taylor and Steve Austin bring the scaffold match to new heights. Yeah, I think scaffold matches have never been the same since that one. Number 4 is the evil boat bombing midget. Number 3 is the debut of the Shockmaster. Ooh, boy. That was fun. Donovan, do you remember that one?
I do.
That was really funny.
I know. That was you could hear him laughing as he comes through
he fell through the wall. Oh, my God. Number 2 was David Arquette and Vince Russo joined the ranks of Gotch, Hackenschmidt, and Thez. Oh, yeah. And number 1, Loch Ness. Yeah. Let's see. This is from Sean Keys, who goes, who do you guys think is the worst world heavyweight champion ever?
David Arquette.
I think it's... There you go.
You know what? I would say Vince Russo. You want to know why? Because he gave it to himself.
That was the most pathetic. And you know why? Because if you compare Arquette and Russo, you know what the difference is?
Arquette was athletic?
No. With David Arquette, okay, there was a method to the madness, and the idea was David Arquette was something of a celebrity, and they would get all kinds of mainstream fame, and publicity. They got the movie coming out. But with David Arquette, they got like Entertainment Tonight covered him, USA Today gave him a picture, a color picture in the newspaper, and they did all those things, and that is what a promotion wants. The ultimate lesson of David Arquette was that with all of that publicity WCW got that week, that it would have never gotten mainstream. That, as I recall, they did their lowest rating for Nitro the next Monday with all that publicity. So that just said that all that publicity was great, but the wrestling fans didn't want to see it. They were really upset, so they didn't watch the show. So we learned from that. It's like, before the Arquette show, I didn't know if they were going to do a good rating or a bad rating.
Mm-hmm.
When they did the bad rating, it told us, okay, they did the bad rating. It was a big failure. So, of course, we don't have them lose the title. We have them go to a pay-per-view, and then the pay-per-view does the all-time low buy rate at the time, although they've gone lower since. And that was like, it was an idea that totally backfired, okay? But there was a method to it. With Russo, there was no upside to Russo whatsoever, okay? We already learned from Arquette that that's not what people wanted from the world title. And also, remember we were talking the week before Nassau, they sold no tickets for Nassau for that match when Russo and Booker T was announced. 0 tickets. Like, I think, and they had the lowest.
Under 100 or something.
Some ridiculously tiny number of tickets after that match was announced, and they did the lowest attendance, I believe, for any wrestling show ever at the Nassau Coliseum with that main event. So knowing all that going in, for Russo to still put the title on himself, to me, that was far more stupid and far worse. But actually, Sean here said Steve Corino is pretty close, if not the worst. We all know there have been as many champs that can't work, but they have look and size. Corino had neither. He's an okay worker, nothing great. He doesn't belong in the same class as Taz, Mike Awesome, Sabu, and many other ECW champs. Why Corino is in the record books as World Heavyweight Champion, Rob Van Dam isn't, will never make sense to me. Well, Van Dam, there was a reason they were always building for the chase. And Corino, it was just Paul's decision to go with him because he thought he was a good talker or whatever. Again, there wasn't this big giant plethora of guys to choose from.
Yeah.
Although, God, they took it out off of Lynn in 1 month, and Lynn was a very good worker. Let's see. what can WWF do with the China character? Do you ever see them putting the WWF title belt around her waist?
Absolutely not.
No, and yeah. Says, did you hear that WCW is going to have a meeting with New Japan this week? Actually, that story's been kind of. It's not a wrong story, but it's not a right story about WCW and New Japan. What it is that New Japan had a booking meeting on Monday. Well, I mean, it's not even that. I mean, Eric Bischoff and Masa Saito have been friends for a long time, and Masa Saito's been, in the loop of what's going to happen. And there will be a meeting at some point between Eric Bischoff and New Japan, but there is no. I can't say today because this is as of Wednesday. As of Wednesday, there was no date on anyone's books because it's kind of like when their schedule and his schedule both have an open moment. Either Eric's going to go to Japan or they're going to come to Los Angeles or wherever Eric is, and there will be a meeting. But it's not like there's a meeting this like Friday or there's an emergency meeting tomorrow or next week or anything. But there will be a meeting. I'm sure they will work together because both sides want to. Both sides probably can work with each other. Let's see what else we got here.
Donovan, did you see Sid break his leg?
Yeah, I actually saw pictures of it on the internet, and man, it was brutal.
You didn't see the video footage though?
No, I didn't. I saw it each clip, clip by clip, as him jumping off the turnbuckle, but I didn't see any actual footage.
They didn't show it again last night on Thunder, so I don't know what that means. But
I think they don't want to overdo it.
Mm-hmm.
Because they could have shown it once on Thunder. I think it still would have been okay. It's a weird thing because, they should have shown it. It was part of a match. You know what I mean? I don't think it's exploited if it's part of a match because it's part of the story of what happened. It's you know what I mean? It's not a contrived thing.
It happened.
It was so weird because it looked like something from a movie. With someone's special effects. It just didn't look like...
it didn't look real. It's like, how could a leg really do that?
Yeah. But that was just a weird thing. I mean, just when he's out there trying to impress the boss by doing something that he'd never done before. And, what can you say? That was scary, though.
Yeah.
Okay, we're totally out of time. Donovan, I want to thank you very much for doing the show.
Hey, no problem. Thank you guys. It was great.
Okay, and we wish you good luck in the future. Any future dates for you?
Yeah, I'm going to be in Chicago wrestling for Midwest Championship Wrestling on March 3rd, March 30th, March 31st. I know Reckless Youth and Jason Reigns are up there, too. I'm going to be going to IPW in Florida, hopefully in April, and keep working some UPW shows on this January 31st, going to UPW and wrestling there. So trying to stay busy, hopefully going down to ECWA and wrestling for Jim Kettner here soon. So got some stuff on the table.
Good. And Brian, of course, we'll be seeing you tomorrow, and we'll see everybody tomorrow at 5. Phil, how you doing today?
Hello, Dave. I'm fine. How you been?
Oh, I'm doing all right.
Good. All right is good.
Some parts all right.
Okay.
How have you been?
Okay, most parts.
That's good.
I'm alive.
Yeah?
I don't weigh 416 pounds, but I'm trending.
Well, Big Show didn't weigh 416 either.
What are your thoughts coming up as far as XFL goes?
Well, part of me kind of wants it to succeed only because I think it'll serve to expose networks for how desperate they've become for ratings, that they'd sell anything, that there's absolutely no value judgments put on anything. There's no moral dilemma anymore for these people. If it sells, they're going to put it on. They don't really give a rat's tail what it is. I think it'll help if it succeeds, and if it's presented the way McMahon and company have strongly hinted it'll be presented. I think it'll serve to expose McMahon to another layer of people in this country who don't necessarily watch wrestling. I think it'll expose the National Broadcasting Company, its parent company, General Electric. I imagine that at the next stockholders meeting, if it's as vulgar and violent as they promised it will be, I imagine the stockholders will stand up and finally say something. I think it'll expose Robert Wright, the president and CEO of NBC, who 10 years ago wrote me a letter saying, keep up the good fight as it relates to the maltreatment of women by athletes and by the sports genre. Keep up the good fight. I'm with you all the way. And now he's sitting there suggesting that the XFL is quote-unquote edgy. And edgy to me is a synonym for vulgar. And that it's over the top, which is another synonym for we have no shame. So I think it might actually prove that McMahon's bitten off more than he can chew this time, and then it might just be a total flop from the outset.
It's
By
really
the way, they're worrying about people's behavior and they're worrying about drawing people to outdoor stadia in the Northeast and in the North in the winter in February. I'm wondering what the parking lot scene is going to be like. I think we both know there's going to be there's that message that anything goes, and it's not that NFL games currently feature a well-behaved crowd. Quite the contrary, it's getting worse and worse. But I don't know. It's going to be interesting only because I think it's going to undress a lot of people for what they are. Because let's face it, there's a lot of people who think that pro wrestling's still about, Argentina Apollo and Bruno Sammartino, really haven't taken the time to check what wrestling's become. And that would include our new president, George W. Bush, who's embraced this organization. And I'm sure if he sat in public and placed a tape of the WWF into a television set, he could not stand up and say that he blesses this either politically or socially.
Well, it depends on the week, because WWF is, as all wrestling is, and I guess a lot of entertainment, they're playing a game that, because there's so many stations and everything's so fragmented, everyone is far more desperate for audience. The networks certainly are more than ever before. And if something can deliver like a good share of the audience, they're willing to take a lot more heat,
Clearly.
Yeah.
Clearly.
And in the case of the WWF, it's a funny thing because certainly one of the things they did in building a comeback was get really, really raunchy, and then the advertisers rebelled, and then they have kind of gone on this thing where they go kind of back and forth. Some weeks they're somewhat tame, some weeks they're very tame, then other weeks they'll bounce back and be somewhat raunchy, and it's one of those things where I think that they're trying to appeal to everyone. They're trying to appeal to the idea that we've cleaned up, but then they also don't want to lose that audience that kind of got into the WWF for the idea that it's anything goes entertainment.
We both know, though, that if they ever were to back off on a continuum, they'd lose audience. They'd move less product.
It depends on what I mean.
I think they've kind of promised this. They've kind of promised this audience that stay tuned. You're going to be shocked next week even more than the previous week, and if not the next week, maybe the week after that.
Yeah, but it's not as it's not what it was. See,
but
1999.
Not wrestling.
Yeah, it's not what it was in 1999 though. 1999 was the nadir, the low point as far as the real raunchy period of the WWF, and now, again, there's things that they touch and things like that, but it's not
this past Thursday, whole thing with mayonnaise on Trish Stratus or
there's
dip or whatever that was.
Yeah, there's stuff, no doubt about it, but it's not like in '99 when Russo was writing WWF.
Right.
I mean, without question, every week was, can you top this? How far can we go without being practically kicked off the air?
Right.
And of course, it resulted in advertisers rebelling. Once the advertisers rebelled and Russo left, it's. I guess I'm just saying.
What was created, Dave? I'm sorry, I don't know your guest here. Is that a co-host?
Oh, it's Brian Alvarez.
Oh, Brian, hi.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm sorry. I think what it's created is that executives, both advertising and network, it's created a new strata of rationalization. They don't have to answer these questions anymore. They can just say, well, it's no worse than this. They can repeat what the nonsense that McMahon says, that, it's no worse than what they see on soap operas, what we see in nighttime dramas, what people see in the movies. It's always, it's no worse than this, it's no worse than that. And but they can never say, it's better than something. It's never better than anything. It's always no worse than, and as we've discussed in the past, Dave, they can say it's no worse than The Sopranos. It's no worse than, and I think it is worse, and they can say it's no worse than daytime soap operas, but clearly The Sopranos and daytime soap operas don't rely on an audience of minors. Let's face it, there's no Sopranos toys that were Days of Our Lives toys that predominate aisles in Toys R Us stores.
Yeah. I want to make mention that Bill Goldberg was on Bubba the Love Sponge. Did you hear about this one, Brian?
No.
This morning. He's basically doing an angle, but everyone's taking it seriously, where he said that, he's got an out clause in his contract and he's thinking about going to the WWF and all that good stuff. Bubba the Love Sponge news.
That's a good angle, Barry, his own company.
Isn't it the only angle left?
It's the only angle that they do. He goes, he's got an out clause in his contract, and he, because of the sale, which I don't believe is the case, because I believe that every contract that they bought was transferable, and that was part of the reasons of buying it. And it's just, they're doing a thing where Goldberg's retired, and they're trying to get the angle over, and just like, I don't know. What are you gonna do? Let's see. There was something else in here about. This is someone who goes that they had some XFL practice games over the weekend, although I haven't heard anything more about them. Oh, okay, this was the other thing. WCW has taken down Ming's bio on its website and also has removed the entire hardcore title history from its website. So that's pretty good. Let's see, what else?
Took the whole division with him.
Yeah, I guess so. Phil.
Yeah.
I want to talk to you some more about the Playboy article. Have you read the whole Playboy article?
No, I have it. I just when I turned to the spot that was highlighted for me, it's about me, and it just seemed like more of the same. I mean, how many more quotes from Vince McMahon can I read without sitting there shaking my head and wondering why the interviewer would accept any of his answers?
Yeah.
I have it.
I mean, do you have any comments on that?
Pictures.
What?
I just looked at the pictures as I always do at Playboy.
As far as like you've written some stuff as far as the XFL and some of the dangers and everything like that. I mean, one of the things that that kind of scares me, I guess, about the league, not really about the league, because I know that a lot of what McMahon is saying is just to garner attention. He's trying to make himself out to be this badass guy.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they're promising people a more violent game. So
Right.
they have to deliver something like that. And yet the injury rate in the NFL is already pretty scary. And they're talking about, the players are pansies and protecting the quarterback and this and that. And the fact is that as anyone who follows football, and I don't even follow it that close, knows quarterbacks go down in far too much frequency in the NFL rules game. So if anything, you would want him. You would not want
so
to.
Much more violent than it's ever been. That it's beyond the pale. Football, professional football. There was always that promise that you were going to enter midlife as an arthritic, and it's a severe arthritic. But never before, except for maybe the last 10 years, has the promise existed that you were going to enter midlife as both an arthritic and as a neurologically impaired ex-football player, that you were going to suffer brain damage. The incidence and preponderance of concussions is off the charts now, almost so that the current form of National Football League play is almost indefensible. And yet Vince McMahon is telling the world, and NBC's allowing him, which is just another part of the sellout, that you're probably sick of that girly pants football you're watching. And meanwhile, here's Troy Aikman, who'll probably never play again, Steve Young, Al Toon, Merrill Hodge, over and over. There are players who were retiring before the age of 30 because when someone flips the lights on in their house, they get excruciating headaches and start to have blackouts from the multiple concussion syndrome.
We're finding that more in professional wrestling as well, with the chair shots to the head and the more dangerous stunts that they're doing in the ring. Bret Hart, Vampiro, a lot, and just a lot of. It's not even the
kids who emulate pro wrestling. They're emulating. They've ratcheted up the danger elements. They're jumping off roofs now.
Well, that's...
And then Vince McMahon has the gall. This is where people swallow stuff without thinking. I mean, just this whole election thing where people would say, when McMahon would say, I control 16 million viewers.
Actually,
16 million voters.
Actually, he said 14 million voters.
14,
was that the number, Brian?
I think it was 14 million registered voters.
14 million registered voters.
Right.
Now, people from Time Magazine to my own publication, the New York Post and TV, would write this willy-nilly. They would take it. It was beyond. It was beyond the. It was just ridiculous. And he registered 150,000 voters. How does anyone know that? Was there a registration booth down
I think it's a million voters now, by the way.
WWF voter registration here? It was nonsense. And people just anything he says, people will repeat. And I mean, look at the facts. I mean, I read recently that the Memphis team. Is there a Memphis team in the XFL?
Memphis Maniacs.
They have a. You can go to their website and punch into something called cheerleaders taking a shower.
Really?
Oh yeah. I don't know what I'm not going to give that thing a hit. But Harvey Arrington in the New York Times wrote a column that he pretty much decrying the whole morass. Said the Memphis XFL. You hit the thing, you go into a video to watch cheerleaders taking a shower.
Well, I mean, the whole thing is that is what they're trying to market their league on is the cheerleaders. I mean, and even in the commercials, it's the commercials are very much based on the cheerleaders and being suggestive and things like that, and. But that's their calling card because they can't compete with the level of football, nor is anyone suggesting that they can. So they're trying to compete the way, you compete in professional wrestling. I
spoke with a guy, David and Brian, who told me, I don't know if I spoke with him or he called me after he did research. It wasn't in passing. It was a pointed conversation. Hey, did you hear this? And to paraphrase it, he, on behalf of his network, he looked into the individual insurance of the players in the XFL, and he referred to their policies as "quote-unquote" frightening.
I have read I've read in some business journals the same thing about the level of injuries that they're expecting with the rules that they're playing under, and then the insurance that they're using, which is far, far, far less than the NFL insurance, which is supposed to be a safer league. I have heard the same thing.
I mean, there's so much nonsense that's discussed that Vince McMahon would write to Governor Whitman in New Jersey and say, I support your efforts to rid society of extreme wrestling. And then they put this stuff out. Look, we have the support of Vince McMahon. And wait a second, does anyone look twice? The only guy anyone knows to have been killed in a ring in the last year was extreme wrestling for Vince McMahon. It wasn't even wrestling. It was being pushed or being asked to walk off a scaffold in the Kemper Arena.
Well, that's actually no. There have been other people killed in the ring in the last year and a half now.
But the most publicized one was Owen Hart.
Was obviously the most publicized. But there was Gary Albright and a couple of people.
Was he killed doing a stunt?
Fukuda. No, that's the only one from a stunt. Yeah, Gary Albright died of a heart attack, which actually was a hell of a because he had a cardiovascular disease and he'd been wrestling. And it really said something about the fact that, wrestlers really should get EKGs.
Yeah, right.
The ease of getting licensed.
Yeah. Because he was in a non-commissioned state. And he was a big star in Japan. They obviously didn't do full, complete physicals there because he had, tremendous blockage of his arteries. And he was out there wrestling, regularly on top in Japan, so.
Have you ever known a wrestling promoter to insist that a guy has a physical before he or she gets in the ring?
Only if the commission insists. Is that right, Brian? Do you know of any?
Yeah, in the commission says you have to get the physical, but you only get it once a year, so,
Once a year is better than nothing, though.
Yeah, it is better than nothing. But, I mean, they don't have you do the EKG or anything like that. It's just, basic blood pressure and just like a sports physical you'd get if you were doing football at high school or whatever.
Yeah, but that's... How many states have that, actually? I mean, because Oregon's the strictest state of all, and, Oregon... realistically isn't half as strict as...
And they're not even really strict as far as checking to make sure someone's not going to die in the ring. They're just more strict with the whole, the drug issue. Whether you're on drugs at the time of the physical.
Well, I understand if you're not on drugs, you're going to be suspended from the XFL.
That's a once-a-year thing, too.
Yeah, that's the whole thing about that. It's like, okay, if someone's on something, they just go clean for a month or whatever, take their physical, and then do whatever they want for 11 more months.
Yeah. But even then, even with that, WWF and WCW won't come to the state.
Mm-hmm.
So,
What do you guys think of the XFL? I mean,
well, I haven't played a game yet, so
I
don't know.
But there's just the promotion. I mean, don't you? What do you think of all the shrinkage within the? Is McMahon getting getting what he wants and getting essentially a stranglehold on the pro wrestling industry? Is that in his best long-term interest? I mean, he has no. I mean, look at all the angles they worked off of other people's promotions. Look at all the competition. The competition was
anybody's
good.
long-term interest.
If you liked all the crap that pro wrestling had become vis-a-vis the World Wrestling Federation, they were inspired by competition. I mean,
I think one of the things that's really worried me about pro wrestling for this coming year is, I was afraid of what would happen to WCW, and probably still should be, because there's certainly, I certainly don't see an economic model that looks like it's going to work. I hope it does, but I don't see it now that Turner has sold. They don't have the, Brian wrote it real well. They don't, they can't lose money anymore like the way that they have in other years because they don't have this giant corporation backing them up. They have to find a way to be economically solvent, and that company, out of the last 12 years, has only been has only made a profit in 2 of those years, I think. And ECW is pretty much all but dead.
You see that the guys, and you know better than I, the guys, Beat All and Steve Greenberg, they've promised a more, sanitized version of what the WC had become. I mean, can they compete that way? That's essentially surrendering before they've started.
I don't know. No more swearing and things like that. I mean, if they put on a great,
it's a shock industry. If you remove the shock, what have you got? You're back to wrestling. And we both know that wrestling doesn't sell as well as shock sells.
Yeah, but we've seen so much shock that the WF's almost had to go back to wrestling too, just because, you've overloaded the shock to the point where nobody can be shocked. So now
with Russo it was like all shock and no wrestling, and that totally failed.
Yeah, because when Russo went to WCW, he ratcheted up the shock thing, and it basically did them an incredible amount of damage. I think it cost them the company as far as, he did more damage, I think, during his period because he just, I guess, ruined the base of wrestling. I guess is the way I put it. It's like what the fans want. I think the fans wanted a wrestling product that was good, and they kind of got into the shock because it was something new. But once they'd seen it, you kind of had to deliver the wrestling, and Russo didn't know how to switch gears when it came time to switching gears. And now I think the pendulum shifted back to where I think people want a good wrestling product, and the people who are only into it for the shock, those are the people that have dwindled the ratings already. I don't know.
Do you think that the average, let's say the 18-year-old viewer, wants to go back to wrestling? Because for the most part, he's never seen wrestling.
Yeah.
I mean, he can't go back to a place he's never been to. And if you hand this person wrestling and say, what the hell is this? I want someone ripping the bra off of this woman. I want someone getting slammed over a table. I want somebody grabbing their crotch.
They do want that, but, all of that stuff's been eliminated, and WWF is still... not totally eliminated. I mean, we saw Trish Stratus in a bra and all that on TV the other night and all that, but, as far as, the grabbing the crotch, they pretty much banned that. They banned the suck it.
Yeah, Dave,
yes.
you know better than I. It was just last August, right before the Republican National Presidential Convention, when Rock did an angle that was essentially about fellatio and cunnilingus, right there on Monday Night Raw.
Oh, yeah,
2 days later,
with the crotch in the head and all that,
as an honored speaker and guest. So I don't think they've lost anything. They might tone it down in degrees or by the week, but not on a continuum, because when their ratings start to slip, they're going to have to hand guys axes, and they're going to have to chop each other's testicles off.
Well,
we almost had that angle once, actually.
They're going
to have to repeat that angle. You're right, Brian.
They'll beat him the sword.
I mean, I do remember that right before the convention when they had the 8-year-old kids chanting "Save the Hose," and then I was realizing that those people were going to be at the Republican convention in just a matter of days. There was some weird stuff there.
George W. Bush attending Vince McMahon's party tonight?
Do not know. Well, wasn't his party? Wasn't Vince's party the other night, like Friday night?
I thought it was tonight.
No, because they got Raw tonight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think they had a party at Club Insomnia in D.C. with Kurt Angle. I don't know if he went or not, actually. I don't know, Brian, did you hear anything about that?
No, I don't know.
No, but they did invite Kurt Angle to the inauguration and everything, which they in fact used as an angle. One thing that they did do, and And I noticed with continuing to smack down your vote, that they did get away with was it was supposed to be nonpartisan, and then
and
the
they
last
made an
day,
endorsement.
they made an unofficial endorsement, but it was like a mistake. And
Well, it wasn't a mistake, but nothing's a mistake. They endorsed George Bush because the Republican Party had pandered to them, had gave them a national forum.
And also because Vince McMahon had a thing with Lieberman, because he considered Lieberman his enemy.
Of course he had but of course he had a thing with Lieberman. Well, where do you think Bozell votes? You think he's a registered Democrat? I don't. I think he's a registered Republican.
Bozell's a Republican, sure.
Of course he is. That's funny. The McMahon piece, he said Phil Muchnik is so right wing. And of course it gets written. Well, they call me. I'm a registered Democrat. Not that I'm a left winger. I consider my personal politics to be eclectic, but I'm a right winger. I mean, he just says things. I mean, if you take everything he said, if you juxtapose his quotes over the last 10 years, you'll see that virtually every quote, has an antithetical statement that comes out of his mouth within a couple of days, within a couple of minutes, within the same interview. But people don't care. In the media today, if it's popular, they want to rub up against it. They want to be attached to it. There's just no moral decisions made. There's nothing right or wrong. It can't count for everyone's got their money, their wallets before their morality. And I'm not here to preach to you, but I'm not surprised by any of this. There's a guy at the Post on the entertainment side who comes up to me and he slaps me on the back in the hall and he says, "Keep up the good fight. I can't even let my kids watch this." And yet when he writes about the WWF, it's always like in some delighted fashion. Like, "Hey, to the mat, slam, smash, yeah, whoopee, the beautiful China," and this and that. And I look at him, I said, "Stop slapping me on the back, because you're a sellout."
You know what's funny? It was always funny to me when we're talking about like in the various periods where I would talk to reporters and they would be so appalled, and they would just be talking to me how appalled they were with the product or years before with the drug issue, and then they'll write the story, and
it's tame, and they rely on a Phil Muchnik or Dave Meltzer or even a Brian Alvarez to say, "But McMahon's critics will say," and then they quote you because they can't make the value judgment. All right?
Yet in many cases it's right there. Certainly like on a drug issue. Okay, I mean, like the facts were all out there. The trial transcripts were all out there. I mean, it's obvious what the history of the company was and all that. And yet, like people would go to me and just go, and this is in the last couple of years, "Do you think there's still a steroid problem there?" And it's like, well, let's see. The guys are more muscular than they were in the 80s, and all the evidence from the 80s was that everyone was on it. So what does that say? But
there is no more problem. They've stopped testing. The problem's gone. Well, not that they ever tested with any degree of sincerity.
Phil, anything else you want to talk about before we get out of here?
No, I'm kind of waiting. I wish I didn't have to sit here and monitor it, but it is a part of NBC Sports now. And just as I monitored the Extreme Games for ESPN, I'm going to have to watch the XFL under the aegis of quote unquote sports writer.
Now, do you think he can deliver? Because Vince McMahon now has promised something that's got to be way wilder than the NFL. It has to be, or else he's going to disappoint people because of what he's built up.
And the NFL already has a suspected murderer as its defensive player of the year. Yeah, so it's got to be wilder than that. Yeah, okay, I think he can deliver that. I think he can do whatever he wants. You think he can deliver it?
Because sometimes I'm thinking everyone's going to tune into that first game and they're going to go, well, gosh, I mean, it's just...
He's going to have to hit the ground running as it relates to raunch.
No, it's got. I mean, that's right. He's got to deliver those. To me, he's got to deliver those first 3 weeks. If he doesn't deliver those first 3 weeks,
he's got to send the message immediately. He has no room for a growth period. And I've spoken to network PR at several of these networks, and they carry this stuff, and they aren't happy. If you see it at NBC, none of the regular staff people are part of this thing. He's keeping this. I mean, they don't want any part of it, and I guess they're grateful that he's not forcing them to. They've got this guy Vaskarian or whatever.
Yeah.
Now if you see him on the same guy on Fox Sports Net who does Sports Geniuses, the guy has absolutely no qualms about being gutter side lewd. So he's perfect for them.
Phil, we gotta get running right now.
All right, fellas.
Okay, I want to thank you for doing the show.
Likewise, Dave. Give me a call when you get a shot.
Okay, I will do that. Mike Modest is on the line here. Mike, how you doing today?
Hey, how you doing, Dave?
I'm doing really good. We got Brian here as well. What's your feelings? I guess first thing we'll ask is, what's your thoughts as far as coming out of the match on Monday that aired last night?
Well, I felt pretty good about it. Everybody in back seemed to be very happy with it, and more than anything, everybody in back, Terry Taylor, Eric Bischoff, myself, everybody was just concerned that Chris was okay, and very, very grateful that he wasn't seriously injured.
How was he?
What did
He what happened was when he flipped back and he landed on his head, he got up and he was okay, but his arm was numb. His entire arm was completely numb, and a lot of people don't realize that, but if you watch the match, you can see that his arm bothered him the entire time. He couldn't lift it up even level with his shoulder, and I think that just goes to show you the caliber of wrestler that Chris Daniels is and why he is one of the greatest indie workers right now, because he worked through that. And I'll tell you, it was really something, and I was just, like I said, I was just very, very grateful that he was okay. Every time I wrestle, before I go out there, I say a quick prayer that no matter what, that myself and my opponent will come out with no serious injuries. I mean, to me, that's the most important thing. I could care less if the audience is entertained. I mean, obviously that's one of the goals, but my main concern is that nobody's seriously injured. So I was thanking God that Chris was okay.
When that happened and he landed on his head, I mean, at that point, were you thinking in your head, if he's okay, we have to change some things around, or did the match go from that point forward? I mean, it seemed like he was kind of limited in what he could do, although he actually did a lot.
Yeah, he still did a lot, but we did leave a couple of things out, and obviously, like I said, I was just concerned about him, but pretty much I thought things still went very, very well. And when after the match, when Chris and I got to the back, Chris was very, very disappointed, and because he knew that it wasn't the caliber match that he could normally have, and I really had no opinions of the match when we got back. I was just concerned that he was okay, and but then afterwards, after everything smoothed out, I kind of felt the same way as he did, like it wasn't up to par as far as what we're capable of. However, like I said, everybody in the back was very, very happy with it. So, but then when I saw it on TV, I called Chris, and we were both very, very happy with it. We were just very surprised that it looked as good as it did, and that it came off pretty well.
I thought Scott Hudson did a really good job trying to get you guys over too.
Oh man, they Tony Schiavone, they both did a great job. In fact, I was very pleased with the way WCW took care of us. At no point did they make us feel like we were just enhancement talent there to get Scotty over or anything, although that was a very important part of our job. They really made us feel very welcome and made us feel very good, and they did a great job putting us over. Tony got a lot of information from us before we went out there. Tony wanted to know like some of our accomplishments and some of the things that we've done, so that he could go out and put us over the best he could. I was just very, very pleased with the whole experience.
Now the one thing, did you actually? And where was this? Because it was edited off the TV where Scott Steiner kicked the EMT. I mean, that was just. I mean, was that putting you on a stretcher, or Chris, or do you know where that came from?
To be honest with you, I'm not aware of anything that happened in that whole situation. I didn't see anything. I can tell you this. I can tell you that Scotty's a complete professional, and if someone's claiming that if someone's claiming that Scotty hurt him and stuff, I don't know about that, but I can tell you Scott's a true professional and everything, and like I said, I didn't see anything that I can imagine would have been too devastating. So I didn't see anything that took place on any stretchers. I know Scotty didn't hit me once I was on the stretcher, and I didn't see him hit any EMTs.
Now with Chris. Now that you talked to him last night and everything like that, I mean, is he 100% fine, or is he?
No, he's he's sore, his shoulder's sore, his arm is sore, his elbow's bothering him, and his neck's tight. But other than that, I think he's okay. In fact, he's going to Canada Thursday to work up there for a week or so, I believe. And he was telling me he's going to have to work around it a little bit because it is bothering him a little bit. But other than that, I think he's okay.
Did he say whether or not he got checked out?
Yeah, he did. He went and had himself looked at, and they believe that he pinched a nerve, and that's what's causing the arm some discomfort. And the night of the match, that's what was causing the arm to be completely numb. And like I said, man, I tip my hat to Chris Daniels. He's an incredible athlete and just a great performer. Because he just worked right through it like a champ. I don't know that I could have worked through it as well as he did.
And we had one email before you got on the air, and it was talking about the move in the match. It starts as a rock bottom, and you kind of fell backwards.
Yes.
Do you have a name for that move?
No, I don't.
Okay. So
it's so funny. Like a lot of workers, they name their moves and stuff. To me, unless you're on TV, there's no reason to do it, so I never have.
Yeah.
But it was funny because I've used that move before in indie shows and stuff, and Chris suggested that I use it, and it's never been one of my favorite moves. Like, it's not one of those moves that I think is particularly impressive. But Chris kept saying, "No, we got to put it in, man. It's a good move," and it came off really well, and it got a good pop and good reaction, and everybody liked it. So, I'm sure there's some guy in the backyard somewhere that's done it before. So
the stuff that that I liked in the match. One of the things I liked early on, what I thought was good, that kind of took it, because you're going in the ring, you guys, to the mass television audience, probably 95-98%, and to virtually everyone live in Winston-Salem, these are two guys, we don't know who they are. So it's a tough position to be put in.
Yeah.
And when you came in there and did a couple of those arm drags and arm twists on the mat,
yeah.
What I thought was really good was, to me, watching that, it's like saying, wow, this guy can wrestle. He's not just some guy who was thrown in here. It was it was real subtle stuff, but it was stuff that you don't see, and it was quick, and it was well done.
Yeah.
And I think that was a good way I thought that was a real good way to start the match, because it's base. You're not doing high spots or anything like that. But it's not something that you see or ever, realistically ever see on TV, but it's something that people can go, wow, he knows what he's doing.
Thank you very much, man. It's funny because people see me do that arm whip thing, and a lot of people think that I've invented it. And I always laugh when people talk about inventing moves and stuff, because everything's been done. If some kid in his backyard didn't do it, then a luchador did it, or the Japanese women. Everything's been done. In fact, that move, the first time I ever saw it was on an old tape, and I saw Bob Orton Jr. do it, and he must have been 21, 22 years old. He was very, very young. Pretty skinny, looked kind of like Kendall Windham, but he hit that, and I thought, oh my God, that's incredible. So here's something that was done in the 70s that now I'm doing nowadays, the year 2000, and everybody thinks it's like a new thing, and yet here again, it's been done before. But and Johnny Smith also uses it in Japan quite a bit. So, but yeah, it's a really impressive looking move, and I really liked it, so I took it and added it to my repertoire, and it actually got a pop. And one of the things I love about WCW, and about the WCW management, and also about the fans, is they can appreciate good wrestling. I had a WWF tryout where I did the same thing, and because I wasn't one of the marquee guys, they could give 2 cents. They don't even care. They would rather see me jump in there with glow sticks and spin them around or spin Chinese plates on my head. They would much rather see that than to see any kind of good wrestling. They are so completely brainwashed to the Hollywood product, and it's really kind of sad.
I got an email which said that on the SmackDown show, they have a big video package putting over the Jericho-Benoit ladder match. So, and Jericho got to look very respectable against the Big Show.
Anybody mention anything about another Tough Enough promo?
I'm sure that they're going to do it regularly, but I didn't hear exactly.
Mike, did you see that on Monday?
What's that?
The Tough Enough videos?
No, I didn't. I heard about the promo and stuff, but I know I didn't see anything about it.
Okay.
You probably wouldn't like it.
Yeah, I doubt I would.
Yeah, it was like, probably, It was the kind of a thing where those guys, probably the first day they would show up at the school,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and to be trained, and they, you know, look like they've never done anything athletic in their life. They come in, and they're out there doing, like, you know, trying to do a Steve Austin promo.
Great.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the important thing, man. If the guy can talk, then hell, we can make a wrestler out of him. That's what really counts. You know, Jim Cornette one time, he said to me, he said, Mike, we don't have a place for you here. And, he said, and I'll tell you why, because you're a wrestler. He said, we don't really need any wrestlers. What we really need are people that can juggle glow sticks, spin plates on their heads. And, that's what we really need here. And when he told me that, he wasn't saying it in a way to knock WWF, and I certainly am not knocking WWF. They are the best at their product. They have an incredible group of guys, and a lot of the wrestlers can really go. But the emphasis has been put on the Hollywood thing about the interviews and any kind of extracurricular talents that someone may have. That's what they're really interested in, and the audience buys it, and the audience loves it, and they buy tickets, and that's what's really important. I mean, bottom line is putting butts in seats, and so and they do a very good job at that. But it is kind of sad that the emphasis on the talent and the wrestling is kind of being taken off of it. Although I did see the Royal Rumble, and I was very impressed. The Benoit and Jericho match was phenomenal. That was a great match. And I even enjoyed the Royal Rumble. I liked some of the surprises. I didn't really particularly care for the Drew Carey surprise, but I loved seeing Honky Tonk Man in there. I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah, I think we all did on that one. This was hold on. There's something here for Mike before we get going. This says, I'd like to ask your opinion on Vic Grimes, Tom Howard, and Aaron Aguilera.
Aaron, I haven't seen too much on Aaron. I really haven't seen him work that many times, so I won't comment on Aaron. Vic Grimes, I think, is very, very good. I of course trained Vic, so I'm going to have a slightly biased opinion of Vic. But I think he's an incredible wrestler, and of course he's just insane as far as some of the hardcore stuff that he does. The hardcore stuff isn't really my thing. It's not really my style. That's Vic's deal. And I think it's a shame that people don't really realize what a good wrestler he is, because sometimes he relies so heavily on the hardcore stuff. And as far as Tom Howard, I think Tom Howard's great. Sometimes, I think maybe for a guy his size, maybe he even does a little too much. He's an incredible athlete. I think it's real sad that he's never really gotten an opportunity in the business to, really move ahead. Right now, I think he's helping Rick Bassman with UPW and everything, and he's obviously a tremendous hand down there. I just have a lot of respect for Tom Howard. I've seen him work quite a few times, and I think he's incredible.
Have you talked to anyone as far as working in Tijuana? Because I know just this last week, some people down there brought your name up about bringing you in. I don't know if you know that or not.
No, I wasn't aware of that. But actually, while I was at WCW, I talked to Conan a little bit. And he said that there might be some interest in bringing me in there. So I would love to. I'd love to go work TJ. I think that'd be great.
Now, what like after the show? I mean, what was kind of the reaction that you guys were given after the thing? Because they did I guess a broken leg thing, so it'd be really foolish for you to be on TV probably within the next at least month anyway.
Yeah.
After that, it'd probably be okay. I mean, did they say, okay, we're going to bring you back in 6 weeks, or what was, how was kind of everything left?
Everything was just kind of left. That hey, it was a great job. You guys did wonderful. They very well may give us a call, and then again, they very well may not. There's no real, guarantees in this business, as obviously I found out last time I went to WCW, but they were very, very happy with it. So that's what I was concerned about. Last time I was there, Arn Anderson, gave me a huge compliment and said that he watched my match and thought that it was very, very good. And so, I mean, that was a huge compliment. This time around, Arn also congratulated us and said that he enjoyed it, and also Ric Flair did as well. So to me, I mean, even if I don't get the call and we don't end up going back, to me it was all worth it. It was a great experience. We got some more national exposure. we impressed some people that I've always admired and looked up to. So to me, it was just a great experience. You know, and I was very, very happy with it.
Was Bischoff around when you were working there last time?
No, he was
not.
not.
That whole period.
Yeah, he would have come in. I mean, he would have had that match right before Bischoff came back, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, and Bischoff actually, I don't believe even saw the show that I worked there. I don't even know if he saw it or not. But he was there this time, and he also told us that, you know, he was very happy with it, and he thanked us very much for coming down. And I had just I'll tell you, I had a great time. It was probably the best locker room experience I've ever had. Everybody seems very, very happy right now. Everybody's working very, very hard, and the management was, you know, very respectful and just very, very nice. And it was just a great experience.
Well, you know, everyone, you know, I mean, they're in a situation, they got to make it work.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, they're under a lot of pressure, but, I mean, and they know they have to they better know they have to make new stars. I mean,
yeah.
You know, Eric was on the show saying that, you know, he recognizes it, and I just, you know, they better know that they got to make that move this year.
Yeah, he's very well aware of it. Eric, you know, Johnny Ace, Terry Taylor, they're all incredibly smart people to the business. So I'm sure they know where their shortcomings are and the changes that they've got to make. And, you know, it's going to take some time to make all those changes. You know, but, yeah, I'm real excited to see those changes happen, whether I'm with the company or not.
Did Johnny Ace work with you guys at all?
Not really. You know, he thanked us as well, but, he really didn't, have a whole lot of, you know, input with us beforehand. We dealt mainly with Terry Taylor. So, but you know, like I said, it was a pretty awesome experience. And I mean, I'm not just saying that hoping for a job. It really was, you know, just a great experience being there.
Let's see. On the Steiner incident, some reports are saying the kicks were worked, and Steiner and the EMT were talking and laughing afterwards, and later was when the EMT got upset. I don't know about that.
Well, they'd be worked anyway, unless he thought it was like some fan hitting the ring.
Well, I'm sure that Scott Steiner didn't kick him as hard as he could.
Yeah.
You know, because, I mean, if he was under the presumption it was another worker, he threw the worker.
Let me tell you something. If Scott Steiner kicked somebody as hard as he could, his foot would go right through their body. I can promise you. I can promise you that. That guy is just the strongest individual that I've ever been in the ring with. He is incredibly strong. So I don't imagine if he did do anything that guy would even have been talking afterwards. So I think if anybody's trying to make a case out of it, it's just someone trying to make a quick buck. You know, that's all.
Let's go to let's start with Bob in New Jersey. Bob, you're up with Mike Modest.
Hey guys, hey Mike, you had a great match with Daniels on Tuesday. I was really impressed, and I hope you get a contract.
Yeah, I hope so.
And I got a question for you, Dave. How come?
Yes, go ahead.
How come Vince didn't have Haku bring the belt with him on Raw so he could do the dumping and the trash thing just to get back at Bischoff for the whole Medusa thing?
Because it would acknowledge the other company, and I don't think that he felt the need to do that. I don't see where it would have served Vince's purpose.
Plus, I'd like to interject. Haku's a professional, and Haku wasn't looking to do anything to damage WCW. He was looking to get a contract, and Vince happened to be there offering. But I don't think Haku has any ill feelings towards WCW, so I don't think he would do anything to try to burn that bridge. That would be very foolish, and he's certainly a smarter guy than that.
He gave the belt back before he showed up, too.
Yes. He gave it to Barbarian, right?
I think so.
Is that what, at an indie show or something?
Yeah,
they worked an indie show the night.
Barbarian, and then that was that.
Yeah, because they worked an indie show the night before. Yeah.
Okay, and do you think Macho Man's ever going to come back to WWF or WCW?
Ever, probably somewhere, sometime, yeah. Because everyone does. But I don't know when or to who, and I can't see him going to WWF and being, God, I don't know what they could do with him. Other than like just as a special guest thing, you know, or a PR guy. WCW, I mean, it wouldn't be in their best interest, but what they need to do is not bring back guys like that, except for maybe, like, as a special guest, sure. But,
maybe a battle royal?
Nah, not like that. That was very strange. But, you know, I mean, he's a big name, and he's a celebrity, and as far as like working as a PR guy, like let's say that they're doing a house show in like Chicago or San Francisco, and be an advance man, going to the city a month before, going to all the radio shows, plug the card, beat the first day ticket sales. I think that that's the kind of stuff that like a Randy Savage could be very, very, very valuable because he is a celebrity. And wrestling, like you could shoot like one angle or two angles a year and get him in a grudge match with someone, keep it short. But the guys like that, I don't think that guys like that should be on television 52 weeks a year. I just don't think it's good for them, although a lot of them don't know it, and I don't think it's good for the company either. But there's a place for him. There's a place correctly done for Hogan. I just don't know how, if they'll do it. Baba was still an effective part of his company at the age of 60 in the ring, but it wasn't as a main eventer.
And so much of it would be dependent on Hogan, too, because, Baba was willing to do that. Yeah, well, Baba knew he couldn't compete athletically with those guys, but, people wanted to, and Baba did work every night. But I mean, when they would go to the small town, people, they liked seeing Baba in the third match because, he was, a cultural icon. And if Hogan appeared in a certain role and went on the road and all that, it would be fine. There'd be nothing wrong with it. It's just that you really don't want to have him in the big athletic. I think you want the main event to be a good athletic match, and I think that the time has passed for Hogan in that spot. There's actually a lesson to be learned from Baba, because just look at his funeral and everything that happened when he died. And this was a guy that was willing to work comedy matches. Yeah, but he was in his culture. I think people like that have never been in Japan don't really understand this. In his culture, he was much, much bigger than Hogan was here or anyone was here. I mean, he was, when he died, they were basically saying, like, he was probably of the generation, probably the second or third most, or fourth most famous athlete of the last, 40 years in that country. He had 28,000 people at his funeral or some ridiculous number like that. Yeah. It was like one of the 10 biggest funerals ever in Japan, and it was the biggest funeral, I'm pretty sure, ever of an athlete in history. Mm-hmm. That's recorded. Him or maybe El Santo or somebody like that. I don't know what El Santo's funeral, how many people were there, but that was a big one too. But I've never heard of Babe Ruth or anyone like that. 28,000 people come to their funeral.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And one more question: how come WCW brought back Glacier?
He's a nice guy.
Yeah, he is a nice guy. I think they just had an idea for him, and we'll see if it works or it doesn't. It's obviously they're bringing him back as a comedy role, doing this, kind of. I think they saw the success Kurt Angle had early on, doing that fake baby face, insincere heel role. Yeah. And I guess that they felt that they could have him play that superhero role in that geeky way, and it would be good as a heel. And I heard that his segment, which airs tonight, was funny, and. We'll see. Sometimes funny's good. Sometimes when they try to be funny, you watch it on TV and it isn't funny at all, and that's real bad.
Okay, thanks, guys.
And I want to read this. This is from someone who used to work at the World Wrestling Federation, who just goes to show that people's thoughts about wrestling haven't changed. The video of Sid breaking his leg is currently making its way across the internet. It hit my office this morning. My coworkers all know I work for the WWF. My job previous to this job, so they want to know the story behind the video. Specifically, how did they do the gimmick? One person asked me if Sid was wearing a rubber leg. Yes, a rubber leg. These professional people, they're all in their 30s, and they figured that horrific sight had to be a gimmick because it took place in the ring. Thought you'd be entertained by that. Mike, did you see that leg break?
Yeah, unfortunately I did. I did see that, and God bless Sid. I hope he recovers as best as possible and as quick as possible.
One of the things, you've been around wrestling now for, 10, 11 years, I think.
Yeah.
And, a lot of friends outside of wrestling, and I think, you've never you've never had a full-time job with a major promotion, mm-hmm. but you've wrestled indies for a long time, and you've had, more than your share of injuries. You're just getting over the knee surgery and things like that.
Yeah.
Well, what's your thoughts, and when you talk to people outside and tell them about, the injuries that you have and how dangerous it is, what percentage do you think are surprised, and what percentage do you think somehow have a mental block and don't even believe it?
I think, I'd like to say that I think most people realize that what we do is very, very dangerous, and that, definitely real injuries do result quite often. But amazingly enough, there are a lot of real morons out there. I've had people tell me that the cage doors are fake. I've had people tell me that the chairs are not real, and things like that. And it's very, very irritating to be a professional wrestler. And, the knee surgery I just had, I had a micro tear of my ACL and my anterior cruciate, and I tore my meniscus in 2 places. And, I'm somebody that's not making a ton of money in this business. I do it, because I love it, and hopefully one day I will make money. But, it is very, very irritating, to be experiencing real pain and real injuries quite often. For example, what happened to Chris, that could have been a career-ending injury. It's very irritating. And a lot of times, I'll just leave it at that. It's really, really upsetting.
I want to switch gears a little bit to urban wrestling. Do you know what the status is as far as television of urban wrestling, and what your thoughts are of the next taping and some of the guys that are there? Because I know you've trained a lot of the guys that are working for that company.
Yeah. The BET was running ads. It's really funny because I heard that BET has no idea. Somebody reported, I don't know, I'm not sure who, but someone told me that BET apparently had no idea about urban, and it's just kind of funny that they would run ads. I saw the ads personally myself that they ran advertising that it would be on Wednesday the 17th, which was going to be the air date. That was going to be the start date, but there were some last-minute contract problems. The contract was not signed, so that whole thing was ended. I do understand that it is being worked out, that it will be on, and people are just going to have to be patient. I'll definitely let you know when I hear something more concrete, but right now I have nothing real concrete to tell you. But hopefully we'll be on there soon, and I know it'll be a tremendous success once it gets on there. It's an incredibly entertaining show, and it's getting better and better every episode, and we're getting better and better guys working for UWA. So it's definitely something that wrestling fans should look for.
Any real good prospects that a lot of people might not have heard about?
Excuse me, say that again?
Any real good prospects that you've trained that some people might not have heard about?
Yeah, and I want to make a correction real quick. I didn't specifically train all of these guys from scratch. All these guys did receive training from other people before I got my hands on them. All I did was basically continued some training. I took some things that I didn't necessarily like. Not that it was necessarily wrong. I just took some things that I didn't necessarily like. Kind of got it going towards the way I was trained a little bit, and I mainly got everybody on the same page so that guys were more compatible with each other and everything. So that's pretty much what I did. But yeah, there's a lot of very, very good guys. Sonny Siaki, who was a guy from WCW Power Plant, is going to be very good. Orlando Jordan is an incredible athlete and also an amateur wrestler, and he's going to be a definite asset. Also, Jimmy Solo. There's Estrada, who was trained by Dusty Rhodes. Estrada, I'm super, super impressed with that guy. He's a great talent, and so yeah, there's a lot of very talented guys, and I'm very excited for it to get started and get back to filming.
Now, is Rocky Johnson working down there yet, or because we talked about Rocky Johnson coming in, and has that started?
I believe Rocky Johnson is officially a part of the company. They haven't done a press release or anything like that, but yeah, he is going to be working with Urban, and that'll be obviously a tremendous asset as well.
Now, how did you get Roland Alexander to? I guess he's going to the next UPW show, right?
Yes.
Yeah. How did that happen? Because I remember when we were talking about the idea of Roland and Rick Bassman kind of learning because they each have strengths and weaknesses.
Yes.
And you kind of thought that it was it's a great idea, but it's never going to happen.
Man, it was something that I wanted to happen so bad. And I was working towards it, and I really wished that I could get them to kind of work together a little bit because, I thought that it could only make the two of them stronger, to learn from each other and also, obviously they both realize that both promotions have talent that is an asset to both companies because we've been using the Ballards and Chris Daniels, and there's a couple other guys like John Cena that I would love to get up there, Billy D, Frankie the Future, Kazarian, I'd love to get them working for APW. And then, Rick's also been using myself, Tony, and Donovan. So, I mean, to me, it was just a natural fit that they should not necessarily be enemies. I mean, gosh, they're 400 miles away from each other. They're not directly competing with each other, and they never know down the line one of them might need the other and might be able to help the other. So, having a good working relationship, I just think all this petty squabbling amongst indie promotions is just that. I think it's just petty, and I just think there's a lot more to gain by working together, and I'm really glad that Rick extended that hand and made that move. I'm really, really excited about it and looking forward to it. It'll be really cool.
Well, the other thing also is that Northern California versus Southern California is totally natural rivalry.
Completely.
Like, I mean, we've all grown up with that in every sport, and it's just so easy.
Mm-hmm. It's really a natural fit, so, and Rick's taking advantage of it, and I hope that we can get some UPW guys up here as well with APW, so it's pretty exciting. I'm looking forward to it.
Let's go to Matt in San Francisco. Matt, you're up with Mike.
Hey, guys. Good
afternoon. Hey,
Matt. How's the leg, Mike?
Which one? Scotty's the one that Scotty worked over, or the one that was operated on?
Both.
Both. The one that Scotty worked on is doing okay. I should be okay. And the one that I had the surgery on is also doing good. It's probably about 75% right now, and I still experience a little pain, and but it's getting there, and I was real happy that during my match with WCW it didn't bother me at all. So I'm just anxious for it to get back to 100%. I was telling a friend of mine just recently, when I first came back from the injury and I first went to the gym, I was doing leg extensions and I could barely do 10 pounds and it was excruciating pain. And I'm sitting there doing these leg extensions with 10 pounds, and this lady came up. She's like a middle-aged housewife, and she came up and she says, how many sets do you have? And I said, this is my last one. And I get off the thing, and she throws up, like 40, 50 pounds, and she's doing it. I'm like, oh, God, how embarrassing. I feel like I should be wearing a T-shirt that says, hey, the reason I'm lifting light is because I'm injured, I don't want people thinking I'm a weakling, So, but, yeah, thank you for asking. Both the legs are doing well.
Hey, you guys did tear the house down.
Thank you very much. And again, I tip my hat to Chris Daniels. That was couldn't have done it without Chris working through it like that, like he did.
I'm surprised that they gave you that amount of time.
Yeah, well,
that was.
When they called us, I mean, Terry was very open and very forthright with what he said was going to happen. And I've always heard, and every dealing that I've ever had with Terry Taylor, he's really a man of his word, and he's a straightforward kind of guy. He doesn't BS you, and he doesn't tell you things that aren't true. And he told me what was going to happen, and also I spoke with Ed Ferrara as well, and I completely trust Ed. I've known Ed for quite a while. He used to work with Vern Langdon down in Los Angeles, and they both told me what was going to happen, and I was very excited, and they said it would give us a chance to shine and everything, and they were true to their word, and it came off really well. One of the things that that really frightened me is the angle somehow leaked out, and I'm not sure who was the first to cover it or anything, but somehow the angle leaked out, and it certainly wasn't Chris or myself, because that's the kind of thing that really could jeopardize somebody's job. And I was very nervous when it happened. I thought, oh my God, because if someone were to think that Chris and I, would go to an internet company or a sheet and leak that kind of information, that is definitely the kind of thing that would have cost us a job, and kind of irresponsible of journalists. Although I guess that is their job. It's the kind of thing that can cost a young indie talent trying, very hard to make it in this business. It's the kind of thing that costs people jobs. And but everything ended up being okay, and Terry was aware that it leaked out, but he also understood that Chris and I would have nothing to gain from that, and so he didn't blame us for it. So that was a close one. So I was
you know what? On things like that, I have always thought that, and I mean, I have seen when an angle, on occasion when an angle is out like that, and then there's that, in fact, WCW sort of did that with Rick Steiner. Mm-hmm. There's that feeling that, okay, we have to do something different because it's out, and I've always thought, I mean, on that one, whether it was Rick Steiner or Animal, was the same thing either way. But a lot of times it's like, if you've got a long-term plan, the fact that 1% of the people kind of know a finish, or even 5% know the finish, to me it's just like, just go do your plan because those 5% are buying it anyway, and then you're marketing towards, these to me, when you're doing WCW Nitro and you're doing WF Raw, you're marketing towards people who watch television who are not on the internet. I mean, 95% of them are not, and probably 99% of them are not scouring wrestling websites to find out inside information. I mean, they may have internet capability. Everyone does.
But they don't really care to find out. And that's very true. And that's what they did. They went ahead and went through with it. But at the same time, it brings, it could bring questions into someone's mind. Is this the kind of guy we want with the company? If Chris or myself were the type to leak information, is that really the kind of guy we want to bring into the company? Even though it is only 1 to 5%, it's still something that in a very short instance could end up hurting young indie workers. And it's kind of like one of those double-edged swords, because you guys as journalists, it's your job. It's what you guys do to make a living, and I totally respect that, and I'm sure everybody respects that. And on the other hand, sometimes it can be damaging. In this case, it wasn't. So no harm, no foul. So it ended up being a good thing, all the way around. But still, I think you guys are incredibly. I think the wrestling journalists are just incredible on how you guys get information, because I don't know where that came from. Like I said, I don't even know who was the one that released it, but.
I don't even know, but I sure know I heard it.
yeah, and it's just amazing and it's also amazing how quick things travel in this business. Like, I've always.
Well, now everything
fascinated by that.
Yeah, now everything travels immediately. I mean,
yeah.
Before, I can go because the internet. I mean, I can go back. I mean, like 13, 14 years ago. Mm-hmm. Remember Buddy Roberts of the Freebirds? He was working in Mid-South.
Oh yeah.
Okay, and there was a rumor that went around wrestling that Buddy Roberts had died. Now, Buddy Roberts was working for Watts. He never missed a TV. He never missed a house show. People were calling me up, wrestlers from WWF. Remember Orndorff? Remember the Orndorff? Well, I don't even know, because if you've noticed, the Paul Orndorff death rumors when Orndorff had to take a year or two off. Mm-hmm. But I mean, these rumors would go for months and months, and there was no validity to them. And it was like, people would call me up in WWF, and they would go in like, oh my God, did Buddy Roberts die? And I go, no, he hasn't even missed a date. And I mean, a month later, they'll call me back. Okay. And I go, are you sure that Buddy Roberts didn't die? And it's like, I'm sure. He's still working. He's got the TV title. I mean, and it's amazing. Here we are, 13, 14 years later. And, those stories, can get out in one day, but they're all corrected also within a day. The real fake stories, someone's death. I mean, they've gotten out, there've been fake deaths that have gone all over the internet, but they're also, they don't last, those stories don't last a month at least.
Yeah. Yeah, at least the internet does correct those quickly. So that is the nice thing. It can, retract things that are incorrect quickly.
Question for you, Mike. You wouldn't happen to have weekends off, would you?
Right now, yes, I do. I'm working for UWA, and right now I'm not working weekends. So
I would like to see you and Tom Howard as the new La Migra.
Yeah, that would be hot. That'd be great. I'd love to do it.
I mean, I've seen the heat that you and Diamond got.
Yeah.
But Howard and yourself in Tijuana.
Yeah, Tom would be awesome in that.
I've seen Tom. He did the Supreme Soviet. He did a Soviet gimmick in Tijuana, and he got a lot of heat doing it too. And that was when he was pretty green as a worker, because this goes back 5-6 years now.
The Peace Festival, wasn't it? When they had the Peace Festival?
No. This was years before the Peace Festival. This was a couple of years. He did the Peace Festival in like '96, but I'm guessing this was maybe at least a year before that, when it's KGB with a Russian dog, and they were working for Pena. This was before, I think it would have been right after Art Barr died, and I know they worked with Conan. Conan was working babyface, because Conan and Tom Howard was kind of like a big program at the time, and then, Pena just, the money situation, just couldn't afford to be bringing in foreigners, and kind of died out.
Yeah, well, I mean, with the proper promotion of the whole gimmick thing, I mean, you guys could, draw some serious money.
Yeah, I think so. I think definitely.
Well, the problem with Mexico is just serious money in Mexico isn't serious money because of the, I mean, it is as far as it's serious people. I mean, they draw, great crowds. It's just that, just the way because of the peso and everything like that. It's like, it's just not that. It's not huge money like compared to the United States. I mean, I think that's one of the reasons why, all of their wrestlers want to come here because, here's where the money is. Even though, they have in many ways, a superior, I don't want to say superior wrestling, but superior wrestling culture, I would say without a doubt, in Mexico to the United States as far as it being part of the culture and everything like that. And wrestlers being respected as far as like, the veterans and stuff, like that can go on. It's a totally different mindset. It's more of like a family thing where the grandfather goes with the grandson to wrestling, whereas here it's more of, it's a demographic thing, it's like, teenagers and young adults and they're into what's hip right now.
One more question. Now that Daniels worked WCW TV, did it affect his deal with UPW?
No, I don't think so. Not at all. I don't believe so. No.
No, it wouldn't affect a developmental deal with WWF.
No, I don't see why it would. I mean, that would be completely silly. I mean, if it is something that WWF would frown upon, that would be so silly and completely selfish on their part. And I would seriously have to question their mindset because they know of Chris Daniels, they're very well aware of Chris Daniels, and yet they're not offering him anything. I heard a rumor, and it's just a total rumor. I didn't hear it from a very reliable source, but I heard a rumor that last time when WCW did sign Daniels, that suddenly WWF was interested in hiring him. And
it always works that way.
Yeah, and I thought, that's kind of a crappy thing to do to a guy like Chris who is struggling to make it in this business, struggling to, keep a roof over his wife and his head. And if that was the situation where, WCW's interested, well, now we're interested. And then as soon as WCW lets him go, why wouldn't they still extend that offer? I mean, they would have to understand that the guy's got to earn a living. And if they don't, then screw them. I think that's pretty cold-blooded, And so I don't see how. I know a few of the people in the office there, and I know they're not the type of people to do that. And they're very well aware of the fact that a guy in this business is very lucky just to have a job. So I would seriously. I didn't believe the rumor when I heard that. So, but yeah, I don't see how that would affect his relationship with WWF or UPW.
I think there are a lot of guys that have done tryouts for both groups before getting a deal with either.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it's not, there is that mentality of, especially in WWF and WCW of we'll fit a guy in. I mean, like, because there's people who are aware of talents of guys that are out there, and it's sort of like we'll fit a guy in when we have a good idea for him or something like that, and then all of a sudden, it's just the reality when the other group has interest, all of a sudden your interest picks up because it's kind of an immediacy. Well, we can't
exactly.
We can't kind of sit there. So I don't think it's like necessarily like a vindictive thing as far as like why their interest might pick up. But it is natural that something like that happens when all of a sudden it's like, wow, like we're interested in this guy. All of a sudden the opposition's going like, well, let's take a second look at him because if WWF is interested in him, maybe there's something to him. So if we're WCW, then we get a lot more interested than we would before. It's just natural that happens in certain cases.
Yeah, and I can totally see that. So yeah, but I still don't think either way. I don't think there would be any I don't think there would be any repercussions on Chris. As I guess my point. I don't think that they would say, oh, that Chris, damn him! How dare he try to get a job with another company?
No, you can't have that mentality because that's unfair to the guys.
Yeah, I don't, and that's all I'm really saying. I don't think they would have that kind of mentality towards Chris.
I don't think so either. Let's see. This says on the AAA pay-per-view, Mike Tenay claimed that 100,000 people, if not more, attended the funeral of El Santo. Is that an exaggerated number? You know what? I don't know. I'm gonna ask about this one. Maybe that is true. I mean, I know El Santo had a gigantic funeral. 100,000 people. My God. You know what I mean? That's a lot. Let's see. Did you ever see the Politically Incorrect with Bill Maher when the WCW people were there, including Medusa, Piper, and Heenan? Oh, I sure did. When Bill Maher said that no one ever gets hurt in wrestling, and it's like a circus, and Roddy Piper went crazy. And Roddy didn't. I didn't think Roddy did a very good job either.
Did he expose the big scar on his hip?
Yeah, he pulled down his pants and showed his scar.
That's good.
Yeah, Roddy was way out there on that one. That show I thought was so embarrassing from all perspectives. But it's you know what? It's what they wanted. If they wanted an intelligent show on wrestling, they would have led it in that direction. You know.
They could have got Lou Albano.
Well, if they wanted a really bad show, they could have got Lou Albano. Some people have done that. Many people have done that. For a while, remember there was a period there where like everybody that did a wrestling show had to have Lou Albano on the panel?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, let's go to Tony in Long Island. Tony, what's going on?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going, Tony?
Good. You know, I had just gotten home from the gym and I had put on the archive show to listen to it, and luckily you guys started off the show reminding the fans that Nitro was on, so I turned on Nitro and I got to catch your guys' match, Mike, and it was really good.
Oh, thank you very much.
It was great. I'm glad I got to see it. So I didn't know what the ending was going to be, and like a previous caller said, I was amazed how much time they gave you. I kept expecting it to end, which was a nice surprise that they let you guys just go out there and do it. And you know, the ending was kind of could have been better, but it was just great. And I tell you, you know, it must have been a rush when Ric Flair and Arn Anderson congratulate you after the match.
Oh man, those are the kind of things that all the guys, I mean, you just can't get a compliment any better than that. And as far as the angle, you know, I guess a lot of people on the internet really didn't like it and stuff, and they wanted to see me and Chris keep going and go to a finish and stuff. And I think, you know, I'm always the type, I like clean finishes a lot, but at the same time, I thought the angle was pretty good. It got Scott a lot of heat, and the whole point was that people wanted to see an ending and they didn't get to see it. And that's sometimes the best thing, you know. Maybe it'll create a demand for me and Chris to come back, hopefully. Hopefully people will send emails and say, hey, we want to see that match again, you know. You know, so sometimes it's good not to always get what you want, you know.
Right. No, that I agree with, but I didn't like the ending. I thought, you know, I don't know. I thought that, like...
It was just like the worst stuff from Nitro in '96.
Yeah,
you watch the match and everything would be going just great, and somebody would run in.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they need to kind of rebuild. They need to rebuild the fans' faith in the product, and also, when you introduce a new guy, or in this case it was two new guys, I think you just don't want to. I don't know. I just don't think you want to position them in a certain way. And I mean, it was like if they wanted Steiner to come in and just beat two guys up, I think they should have taken two guys with a lot less potential and given them 2 minutes to do a match, because this time they kind of like got people into the match, and also it's like, you know, when your first match is over there, it's probably not good in my mind. You know, it doesn't matter. It won't matter in a month, and if you get a job there and they put you in whatever position that they're going to put you in, you know, that's cool. But I hate to see like both guys end up on their back, you know, the last scene. You know what I mean? So that's just my opinion.
Well, you know what they say about opinions.
It's not your call.
Everybody's got their opinions. I thought it was pretty good, and I was really grateful that they gave us the opportunity to come in and get that national exposure. And at the same time, I mean, it was Scotty Steiner. It's not like it was, you know, just some, you know, mid-card or nobody, you know, heavyweight. It was Scotty Steiner. He's the champion. And he came at a point where it was late in the match, so it really didn't hurt Chris or myself, you know, for Scotty to do that. And you know, I thought overall it was pretty good, but you know, everybody's welcome to their own opinion. Which, you know, can I go off on something real quick that I want to get off my chest a little bit? You know, I think the internet sometimes is the best and the worst thing for professional wrestling. I mean, for me, it's been a great tool. It's been something where, I mean, no one would have known of me, including Terry Taylor and WCW, if it wasn't for the internet. So for a guy like me, it's been just an invaluable tool. But I think sometimes the public is very irresponsible in the information that they receive on the internet. Just because somebody posts it doesn't necessarily mean it's always true. And in fact, most of the time, I think most posts and most things on the internet are based on opinions, assumptions, and half-truths, but people take it for gospel all the time, and I think the public needs to be a little more responsible and research things a little bit and go to sources that are a little more credible, Dave, like your show, and I'm not just trying to kiss butt, but they need to go to sources that are a little more credible and ask some questions and actually research some things, because it's getting kind of carried away where people just post something on the boards and everybody takes it like it's the gospel, and I just think it's getting kind of out of hand sometimes. One other thing I wanted to say is I got a chance to look at Brian's Figure 4, and Dave, you are completely right. It is absolutely hilarious. I know he probably pisses a lot of people off, but it is very, very funny stuff. And I think, for the most part, I think it's okay for people to even laugh at themselves. I mean, I don't think people can take themselves too seriously all the time. And I think, if Brian pokes fun at something, I don't see how, someone can get too bent out of shape. But Brian, you're very, very funny. It's a very, very good sheet. In fact, I'm going to subscribe.
Oh, cool. Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome. But sorry, I wrote those two things down. Those are two things that I wanted to get off my chest real quick. Two things that I wanted to just say.
Yeah, getting back to last night, the announcers have caught a lot of flack over the last couple of years, and a lot of it deserved. But I'll tell you, they did a great job last night making your match seem important. I thought they did a great job.
Yeah, again, man, I tip my hat to Tony Schiavone and both of those guys. They came up and they got some information from us, and so that they could go on there and really put us over. And I felt very, very good, man. They really treated us with a lot of respect, and they didn't treat us like two goofball extras that didn't know what we were talking about, enhancement talent or jobbers.
Scott Hudson was going nuts last night.
Yeah, I mean, Scott really
did a good job.
I mean, they really, I tip my hat to those guys. Both of them, I thought, did a great job. And I really think they did a good job throughout the whole show. I watched the show, and Nitro got some, bad reviews from people that actually attended the show. But I watched on television. I found it pretty entertaining. People always, like I said, everybody's got their opinions of angles and stuff like that. But, sometimes you don't see the whole picture, and you don't know what's going on in Terry's mind or in Johnny Ace's mind and Bischoff's mind. And sometimes they're looking at long term when, sometimes it's not really the thing that we want to see at the time. But I think, man, I'm really looking forward to some big changes, and I've already seen some really, important changes, I think, in the product already, and I'm really excited. I really think that company's gonna get back on track and really start drawing some numbers again. I'm hoping. I got my fingers crossed for him anyway.
Did you get a chance to see the match that's going to air tonight with the Cruiserweight Gauntlet match?
Yes, I did. Yeah,
I
thought
that
it was
really
great.
good. Yeah, okay.
Did you see it, Dave?
No, it'll air in a couple of hours. So
yeah,
I haven't seen it.
Man, I'll tell you, I liked it. I thought it was very good. Billy Kidman, Rey Mysterio, Lash, I mean, all those guys, man, they worked their butts off. Shane Helms, it was a great match, and those guys worked their butts off. A very entertaining match, man. Make sure you don't miss any of those matches. It was great wrestling and great entertaining television.
Now, somebody emailed in and asked, what's your and Daniel's weight? I think what's Daniel's about? Is he about 210?
Yeah, Daniel's about 210. He's a little taller than I am, and I'm weighing in right now at 2 1/4.
Okay.
Mike, I wanted to ask you as well, like, not being a wrestler, like that last half hour leading up to the match, what are you doing backstage? Like, who are you talking to? Like, where are you and what's going on? And
the last half hour, actually, I try to get off into a quiet spot, and I just try to think about what I got to go out there and do. I try to think about, what's very important. I try to think of, like, what's the most important thing to do, because sometimes you can't always cover everything that you want to do out there. Especially when you're given 6 minutes and you have to impress, that's a tough spot to be in. It's a lot easier. Like, a lot of people said that, after Daniels fell on his head, he probably shouldn't have tried some of the things that he tried, and maybe should have went to some more basic holds and everything. And man, I'll tell you, that's easy to say when you've got the job. And had we had a job, that's probably what would have happened. We would have, toned things down a little bit, gone to a little more wrestling, elbow drops, et cetera. But when you're put in a spot where you have to impress, and Eric Bischoff himself is watching, you just want to go out there and give it your all. So when I was, just before we were ready to go out there, I was just I went off to a quiet little corner and kind of thought to myself and said my little prayer and did some push-ups, put on my oil, and I was ready to go.
Did you mostly call in the ring, or because it was like a pretty high-profile match, just kind of choreographed the entire thing in advance?
No, it's not choreographed. Choreographed is a term I hate, because choreographed would mean that Chris and I both got in the ring and we walked through everything verbatim and then probably went through it a full times full speed. I have never choreographed a match. I may have worked on spots, I may have worked on moves, but I don't choreograph. I never choreograph. Everything's still done on the fly pretty much, although, you do want to have some basic structure of what you're going to do out there. Somebody was asking me how nervous I was, and it's funny because I was nervous probably 2-3 hours before the thing. But half hour before the nerves go away, and the minute I step out there, the nerves are totally gone. I just feel like I'm right at home. And I'm almost a completely different person. I really do actually become Michael Modest instead of Mike Cariglio. I'm actually a different kind of guy. So, but yeah, it's not choreographed is a bad term to use. It's some things are planned, out ahead of time, but there's no such thing as really choreographing.
Pertaining to that, Dave, I think Ricky Steamboat said it on your show. I've heard him on elsewhere doing an interview, where when he had that famous match with Savage at WrestleMania 3, that he said that they had that entire match planned out.
Like a month ahead.
Like, I guess there was 100 moves.
Numbered.
I would think that once they got going, it would just, with all the adrenaline and stuff, wouldn't be almost, they did a great job to remember move after move.
Yeah, but you have to remember too, one of the things is, like, Chris and I have only worked together like 3 times. Like, we worked 2 singles matches against each other, and then we worked once as a tag together. And but I've seen Chris work a lot because he's worked with APW pretty extensively. I've been working with UPW, plus I worked with him up in Pennsylvania Championship Wrestling. And so I've seen Chris, so I'm very familiar with Chris and the things that Chris does. So, when you got Savage and Steamboat going against each other, I didn't hear the interview, so maybe Steamboat did say that they planned a lot of things ahead of time. But it also comes pretty natural when you know what a guy, you know his things, you know how he works, a lot of the moves he's going to do. That's why the choreographing is not really necessary, and I doubt that Steamboat and Savage got in there and choreographed like a dancer will choreograph and actually practice the same dance over and over so that they can do it right to the beat and everything. Pro wrestlers don't really have to do that,
Right.
Things are pretty universal. People do the pile driver relatively the same way, et cetera, et cetera. And then, Steamboat and Savage both have their signature things that they kind of do, like Savage taking the backdrop over the top rope and stuff. It's a lot easier when you see a guy and you're really very familiar with how he works in the ring and stuff. It kind of just goes. It just kind of flows. So it's, but like I said, I didn't hear what Steamboat said, so.
Right. Hey, Dave, Brian, I want to ask you guys two miscellaneous things real quick. I see that Larry Nelson, former AEWA announcer, has a book out.
Is it on wrestling?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I saw it on Amazon, and I was wondering if, Dave, if either of you guys have read it.
I had never even heard of it, let alone read it.
Okay, so I was looking for a recommendation.
I don't know. He was around in the AWA back, in the Showboat days. I remember him,
Right. And the last thing, do you think somewhere on Sunday night, Pete Rose was home watching that pay-per-view, thinking what a puss Drew Carey was, not even making the move from Kane? You Pete Rose is in training right now for the WrestleMania. Will he be there again this year?
WrestleMania? I was thinking that maybe, it'll be Drew Carey because they couldn't get Pete Rose. I don't know. But obviously Drew Carey, there's some business deal because they plugged him again on the SmackDown that's going to air tomorrow. But I think that they'll probably bring Pete Rose in at WrestleMania. I think it's kind of like their inside joke. Yeah, it's kind of like their inside tradition, and it's fine. He's not, he's never gotten hurt, so.
Right. You ever hear how much he gets paid for those appearances?
No, I don't. I don't think it's huge money, but I think it's more like I think that they probably all do it just out of tradition at this point.
All right, guys.
Okay.
Thanks.
Special guest today, Mike Modest, Urban Wrestling, All Pro Wrestling on WCW Nitro last night. UPW. Any other indies that you've been working for of late?
No, I always like to give Pennsylvania Championship Wrestling a little plug because Blaine DeSantis spent a lot of money bringing me out there, and I really appreciate it. It was the first time I really had a chance to expose myself to the East Coast audience and get to know a lot of the East Coast workers, and I really thank Blaine for that. That was a really nice thing of him to do because he lost a lot of money. I wasn't putting all the butts in the seats to really justify him paying that much for airfare. He had to pay a tremendous amount in airfare to bring me out there.
Okay, well, that's good. I want to remind everyone, tomorrow we're going to have Blue Meanie and Jasmine St. Clair on, and then Friday, Bruno Sammartino. And then next week, I know we have Missy Hyatt. Lance Russell's back, so you should mark your date down. Mark the date down. I think Lance Russell's a week from tomorrow, I believe, and he's always one of our best guests. We got a full bank of calls here, so I'm going to get through these as quick as we can. Let's go to Danielle. Danielle, you're up with Mike.
Hello?
Hello, Danielle.
Yes, this is for Dave. I'd just like to know, why is there so much heat between you and Roddy Piper?
I was not aware that there is so much heat between me and Roddy Piper. The last time I spoke with Roddy Piper, we didn't have any heat.
Huh, okay. Cause there...
I mean, he's probably post stuff, because it's Roddy. But, I don't...
Was it something recently?
Yes, I don't know if you've seen his website, but,
I remember he said something on the website about, but I don't remember what was he talking about?
I'm not too sure, that's why I'm asking, but it sounds like you pissed him off about something, and...
Oh, no, I did piss him off about something, but we've talked many times since then.
Okay.
And emailed back and forth.
Can you say why? What's going on?
Oh, I'll tell you the whole story. Roddy's daughter, I believe it was. There was an incident with Roddy's daughter that I reported in the newsletter. Okay, and Roddy himself he felt that his daughter is not a public figure, and he didn't want his family written about. And it was actually quite a story. And I just mentioned, some of it was reported in local news, a lot of it wasn't. It's like something that you would almost do a TV movie of the week about, to be honest. And his feeling basically is that his daughter is not in wrestling, so I should not have reported it. So that was the basic thing. But we've talked about it. But that's true. He was real mad about it, though. Yes, that's true.
Right. I agree. I don't think his daughter should be exposed. Unless she's going to be.
Well, it wasn't his daughter. It was the fact that it was. But Roddy Piper. This is my side is that it involved Roddy Piper, who was one of the biggest celebrities of this business, and it was really quite a story.
Yeah, the story wasn't completely about the daughter. Roddy played a pretty major role.
Roddy was a big deal in that story. In fact, I actually toned the story down a lot in the newsletter because it was really that wild of a story. And we talked with people in the police, and we got, it wasn't like some rumor that I heard. I talked to the police locally, and they told me about the whole thing. But his feeling was, since he didn't want his family written about, and I can understand. You're a father, and you want, your kids are growing up as Roddy Piper's kids, and you don't want your family written about when it's not wrestling. So I knew where he was coming from. And at the same time, where I was coming from is Roddy Piper was involved in that story, and he's one of the 5-10 biggest stars in wrestling of the last, 10 biggest stars of the last, 25 years. So, what he does is probably more public to me than if it was, say, an unknown wrestler. There's if it was Hogan or Flair or somebody like that and the same thing happened, I absolutely would have written it. That's just the deal. And, but we talked about it, and believe me, I understand where he's coming from on it, though.
Right. Okay, well, that was my question. So.
Okay, yeah, definitely. He was real upset about that.
Yeah, I don't think anybody would want to piss him off, so.
Roddy, you don't want to piss him off, no, because he's definitely a hothead.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Okay, you're very welcome.
All right.
We'll do the show, though, huh?
What?
He still won't do the show, though.
No, Roddy doesn't. I should.
He'd get you in too much trouble.
That's what he told me. I asked him to do the show, and he said, "Dave, you don't want to get in that kind of trouble." And but he did want to do the show, when Gordon Soley died.
Yeah.
it was one of those things where I forget what happened. I mean, we were emailing, and I think he was gone that one day, but he had told me that, like, he wished that day he wanted to do the show, with Jack Briscoe and Flair and everybody. Let's go to, is it Corky in Oklahoma?
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Hey, it's going really good.
Hey. I have 2 quick questions. Excuse me. Dave, did I hear you correct yesterday in saying that the guys would call him Taz Donkey Kong backstage?
That was one of his nicknames, yeah.
Do you know if he's like in the doghouse over there or something?
Doghouse is... I'm not really sure. There was a period where it seemed like he was in the doghouse. I mean, the fact that they put him on heat and give him stuff, I think that there's kind of a role. I mean, the problem with Taz, we said it before he ever went there, he's shorter than most people think, and then when you're in the WWF and you're short, you really look short because they got so many huge guys that people don't even realize how just huge they really are.
So and whether we notice it or not on TV, he's walking around backstage with all those guys. And
with Albert and Test. These guys, like, no one, when they say, like...
Glenn is the biggest guy I've ever seen in my life.
Kane? Well, Kane's huge as far as, like, because of his physique, but, I mean, Albert and Test, people don't even think of them as big guys. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And they're, like, 6'7", probably. Don't you think? I mean, Test is huge. So, anyway...
Well, I just hope for Cat's sake Kevin Nash never comes back to the WWF. But my second question is for Mike. I was wanting to get his thoughts on wrestlers who wear lifts in their boots to look taller than their opponents.
I think it's a great thing. Because people like me that are vertically challenged, it's the only way we can look just a little taller. I don't wear lifts, but I do, my soles are nice and thick. Most wrestling boots have pretty thick soles, so it adds like an inch to you anyways. I personally don't like working with lifts. It makes me feel like Frankenstein walking on stilts. But hey, I think if you can get away with it, I think great. It gives some, some of the smaller guys a fighting chance at getting a job.
Well, okay, that's all I have. I just wanted to tell Mike I enjoyed his match on Nitro, and good luck in the future.
Oh, thank you very much. Bye. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Charles in California. Charles, what's going on?
Hey, Dave, how you doing?
Doing really good.
Good. Brian?
Good.
Good. Mr. Modest?
Yes.
Outstanding match last night. I really enjoyed it. I was sorry to see what happened to Mr. Daniels, but
yeah, I was too. But thank God he's okay.
And I know Chris. He's a lot better. I've seen him wrestle before in public.
Chris is a phenomenal wrestler, and that's why he was very disappointed in his performance and stuff. Terry Taylor actually said something that was very, very poignant, and it was actually a very good way to put it. Chris was kind of down about it, and Terry Taylor asked Chris, he said, Chris, when you have a good match and everything goes right, do you go around patting yourself on the back for the next week? And Chris was like, no. And he goes, well, when things don't go exactly right and something does, get messed up, he said, don't go around beating yourself up for a week.
Yeah,
the thing that's so great about professional wrestling is that we don't have a second take. It's not like Hollywood stunt guys that, hey, if it doesn't come off just exactly right, no problem, we'll just reset the set and do it again. It's live, and
except for SmackDown.
Yeah, so, I'm not going to comment about that.
I saw Test and K Quick at SmackDown, and they had a lot of trouble. And when that thing aired on television, let me tell you, that was a miracle. That match was a miracle how well it aired on television compared to how it actually was.
One of the things that I've always been puzzled about in this business is, like when Chris fell on his head, there was actually some people in the crowd that laughed. And, I heard a couple of people starting the UF'd up chant that is so famous in ECW. And, the ECW guys, I don't know how they feel about that, but I think that's the most disrespectful thing a fan can do is chant that. Because, like, when Chris went for the moonsault there and landed on his head, that happens in any sport. Like every time a football player tries to dive into the end zone, he doesn't always make it. An athlete sometimes will fall short of his goal. And to me, that's the exciting thing about professional wrestling. It's kind of like car racing, man. Sometimes you're going to see a car accident, and it really pisses me off when so-called smart fans chant that, because to me it makes them look like bigger marks than they may even realize.
Yeah,
it's very, very disrespectful.
It's real immature. I was so nervous for you guys. I was telling a bunch of the kids in the WCW chat room, how much pressure it must be to actually be doing your resume, in front of the whole viewing public. That's a lot of pressure. I was so nervous for you guys.
Usually, guys, usually, there's so much of that is like you're going to be signed in advance. I mean, these were, you were literally doing your tryout on Nitro.
Yeah, and it's something else. Like, whenever I've had tryouts with WWF, I know Vince McMahon is not watching my tryout. Vince, is trusting that Ross and Bruce Pritchard and so on and so forth, Kevin Kelly, they will be watching and they will let him know if they think there's an immediate rush to sign somebody. But in this situation, we were very well aware that Eric Bischoff would be watching, and we really wanted to impress. And so, yeah, the pressure was really, really on. And when that happened, thank God, we just worked our way through it. But it is kind of like a total letdown at that brief moment. You go, oh God, and the first thing I thought is, oh God, please say he's okay. Please, God, say he didn't hurt himself. And, thank God I'm knocking on wood left and right, today.
He's a real pro, because you guys, you still made the most of the situation. And even despite the unfortunate circumstance, you still came out really well. After that match, I said, this guy can replace Dean Malenko as the best American cruiserweight heel in this company.
Oh man, well, thank you very much. That's a huge compliment. I don't know that it's necessarily true, but I really appreciate the compliment. That's nice. Thank you.
Now, I apologize in advance if this question is redundant because my modem has been giving me all kinds of trouble today. But the one thing that I didn't like was them having Steiner come in and kill you guys after the match. I thought the company had kind of learned that it's counterproductive to devalue the cruiserweights by doing that type of thing. What was the deal on that, Dave?
Can I interject real quick? I don't think that they were trying to devalue cruisers or anything like that. I don't think that was the intention. They were very well aware of the fact that people would be upset. Those guys are not idiots. They knew that people would not be happy with that. And the fact of the matter is, like I said, I'm just glad that they didn't use two local guys, which they could have done very easily, and they gave Chris and I a shot.
Yeah.
So instead of everybody saying, they should have just put in two nobodies, wrestling shows, just like every other thing in business, has a budget, and they can't bring in more guys than that budget allows. And so they were kind enough to give Chris and I a shot. So please, everybody, do not, say that was a bad decision. It was a great decision that they made to bring Chris and I in, let us show our thing, and at the same time kill two birds with one stone. They still, got Scotty over and did what they needed to do with Scotty. So again, I'm going to come to their defense on that. I think it was a great move on their part.
Okay, well, if you say so, then I say so.
Well, one thing to note also is the company, it wasn't just, if you consider that devaluing talent, those aren't definitely the only two guys that they devalued. On the same show, 5 minutes earlier, they just killed Alex Wright and put him through a stage. So it's not like they were focusing on these guys in particular.
That's true.
It's not like they brought. It's not like. The good thing is that if they had given them 90 seconds and then done that, that would have been totally different. But they gave them a chance to show their stuff. For 7-8 minutes on television, which is. They had time. They had a fair shot. It wasn't like and Mike. You've had this in WWE and WWF and WCO probably, where they go out there and go, you've got 12 minutes, and you're out there, and in 3 minutes they say go home, and all of a sudden it's like, wow, that's not necessarily a fair opportunity.
Didn't really get a chance to do anything.
Hey, Dave, what do you think about Big Vito and Johnny the Bull? I'm so impressed with those guys as a tag team.
They had a good match last night. It's just too bad that the crowd by that point just wasn't into it. But Johnny the Bull is very impressive. Vito's a hardworking, kind of underrated guy for sure.
Both of those guys are hardworking, and you're totally right, Dave. Vito is very underrated. He's a great worker, and so is Johnny the Bull. They're incredible talents, and I can't say enough about those two guys. I saw that match, and it was very good. I saw it, the night of live, and I was very disappointed in some of the crowd response. But yeah, I thought that was a good match.
And just think about how much time Johnny the Bull has had off with 10 million different injuries.
And he comes back without skipping a beat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And he didn't. What does he press slammed?
He sure did.
Did he press slam Jindrak over his head?
Yep.
That's a good-sized guy to do that, because he's not like a huge guy. I mean, I remember seeing that. That was pretty impressive. And just, I mean, overall aggressiveness and work. I mean, I thought that was probably the second best match. That one, and the other guy who I was really impressed with last night was Chavo Guerrero. And, I'm sure, Mike would probably die to work with Chavo Guerrero.
I'd love to work Chavo. Chavo is amazing. And I've seen his work, really start to really improve, and they're really giving him a chance to shine a lot more than in the past.
Yeah, I agree with all of the above. I wish they would change the name from the Mamalukes, though. They need a better name.
Yeah, because you know what else? Mamalukes is kind of like from that one of those eras where things weren't doing too good, and it kind of like has that connotation of sort of a joke team. And those guys, when they first got together, it was one thing, but now, they're serious guys if they're given a push.
Exactly. I think it's definitely worth it to push these guys as a serious tag team, because, they really are good. I don't know, I've been trying to get them to try to change it to Staten Island Express. I think it kind of takes in that Italian heritage, but at the same time, it kind of puts you in the mind of other great WCW tag teams like Midnight Express and Rock and Roll Express. I just think it's a better name for them.
Yeah, I would agree.
Rather than trying to play on the old Sopranos thing now, because that was all kind of a joke, and that team is better than that.
Yeah. Charles, I want to get going because I want to get to Mike if we have time. Do we have time for Mike? Al, okay, let's go to Mike. Mike, what's going on?
Hey, guys, how are you?
Hey, Mike.
Doing really good.
Hey, I want to tip my hat to you, Mike Modest, because I just thought that match, that stood out to me as just like something I don't really see on Nitro every week.
Oh, thank you.
That was a nice match.
Thank you very much.
And now I have something for you, Dave, and I called up WCW Live yesterday, and I asked them this, and they were pretty much speechless. I happen to be a first-time caller for you guys, too. First, I asked them what kind of contract was Ming under, and Bob said, I don't think we should answer that question. And then I asked, is the MBT under pay-per-appearance deals, too? And they both hesitated to answer, and then he said, yes, they're under WCW contracts. Jeremy said that. And I was just wondering, I've been told the opposite, that they're actually, like everybody in MBT other than Stasiak is paid per appearance, and also Kiwi, Skipper, Road Warrior Animal. So the WWF could take all these people, or what?
I don't know the situation with those contracts. I would be surprised.
I think the Thrillers are under a deal.
Yeah, but I don't know. A lot of the guys are under like Shannon Moore, for example. He's under a contract. It's not a high-paying deal. I don't know. You might be right about Thrillers. I don't know. I mean, I know what Ming was, and Ming had a contract, and they cut him, and then they decided, a couple months later to bring him back, but it was on like 500. I think it was 500 a night. But with no, he could have gone at any time, and they just didn't really think, because when they cut him, you got to remember that Vince McMahon had a chance to take him and had no interest in Ming at the time. So I think that their feeling was, he's an older guy. It's not like anyone else has interest, and we'll just use him whenever we want to. Then they put the belt on him, and then Vince went and, took him a couple of days later. And, and again, that's one of those things. You really shouldn't put a belt on a guy that you don't have a contract on. I mean, that's just the reality of today's wrestling, and it was another example.
Or even give a big push.
Or even give a big push. That's right. Until you have them on, because of the nature of the competitiveness of this business. I think both sides should pretty much have to know that. And I think Eric kind of learned something from that, and Vince certainly knows that because they don't put people on TV unless they have some sort of a contract with them. So anyway, we are totally out of time. I want to thank you, Mike, very much for doing the show.
Thank you, Dave.
And you're very welcome. And then tomorrow we're going to have Blue Meanie, and Friday Bruno Sammartino, and we'll see everyone tomorrow at 5.
This is IATA.com. Primetime sports all the time. And now from Times Square, crossroads of the World Wide Web, and sponsored in part by the Office of National Drug Control Policy, it's the Wrestling Observer Live with Dave Meltzer.
How's it going, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're going to be here for the next 2 hours talking pro wrestling. We're going to have Tony Jones, who is a independent wrestler who's worked for UPW, All Pro Wrestling. He's worked in Japan. He's at tryouts with WWF, WCW. works for Urban Wrestling as well. So we'll talk to him about those various promotions. He'll be up in about half an hour, and we're going to talk about all of the latest wrestling news. Of course, we have Brian Alvarez here for the next 2 hours. Brian, how are you today?
I'm doing good.
That's good. One thing, do you know what's going on as far as the lack of replays of the Women of Wrestling pay-per-view?
I have no idea. Were there supposed to be replays and there weren't?
Yeah, I think they said that they canceled them due to technical difficulties, but that's actually not the reason. Apparently, they were canceled because of so many complaints about the show and unprecedented. Now, think about this. Think about all of the pay-per-views that we've seen, and how many of them have actually had replays canceled. I can only think of
canceled by the cable company or canceled by the promotion?
This one I heard was canceled by what was it? By I think DirecTV canceled it.
Huh.
But I've heard of DirecTV canceled one of the UFC pay-per-views because a replay of it. There was one with the Kevin Randleman Page. The Kevin Randleman Page Rizzo main event that actually didn't take place. Actually, I wish they had canceled the replay of the one that did, because that was a horrible fight. But the first time when Kevin Randleman slipped and hit his head, and there was no main event, they felt that since there was no main event, that they weren't going to show the replay, since that had been advertised, which was actually too bad in a sense, because they had a hell of an undercard that night.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, that was one, and then the only other one I can think of was the Owen Hart one, which was actually, the WWF's decision that they showed one replay of it, and then they canceled all the future replays.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyway, just wondering what was
just complaints from fans that it was hideous and they didn't want to put up with that anymore?
I think it was more than that.
Money back?
I don't know. I was wondering if you heard. No, but I just know that it was canceled due to something. Let's see. What do you think of SmackDown?
Maybe it was technical wrestling difficulties.
Yeah, but think of how many pay-per-views have had that.
I know.
Yeah.
Did they have a Heroes of Wrestling replay? I think they did.
Yes, they did.
They did.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
And think of some of those shows we've seen from WWF and WCW, especially WCW in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
I mean, there have been some totally unwatchable shows. Anyway, speaking of absolutely nothing, right before we went on the air, I was catching up on EMLL Wrestling, and even though I almost never get to watch it, I'm going to be really sad if they take that off the air, because there's something about it I really enjoyed. I just was really enjoying it. I was watching Blue Panther, and I'm watching 10 minutes of a Blue Panther match, and I'm thinking to myself, this guy's like the greatest worker almost in the entire business. He's like the best mat. He blows Dean Malenko away on the mat. He was doing high flying. He ain't anywhere near the best high flyer or brawler or anything like that. But anyway, I don't know what that has to do with anything. But I guess after I watched SmackDown and then EMLL, and I thought SmackDown was a good show, and then I watched EMLL, and it was like, technical, just from a wrestling standpoint, was way better than SmackDown.
And you never feel like you're being treated like an idiot.
Well, that's because I don't know the language very well. I know it a little bit, but yeah. So I can't be insulted by the announcers because I don't know what they're saying.
The announcers or the angles or anything.
Well, they do traditional angles.
Stipulations are here too.
Yeah, well, that's stipulations are here too. They've done they did that really stupid angle with a pig last year, so they've done their dumb angles, but much less than like all the other companies.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you the other thing. Yesterday I was talking about how I was interested in watching the XFL on Saturday because of Ross and Ventura. Like, after watching SmackDown last night and reading the Ross report, I have no interest in it whatsoever now. Because it's just like, okay, they're gonna do a worked angle, big deal, I mean, it's like they're already so desperate that they're doing worked announcer angles in the second week. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So it was really sad. I mean, I thought that it was kind of like an inside thing because they don't like each other, but now it's like they're trumpeting, oh, these guys don't like each other, and it's like, oh, God, they're scripting the announcers. They're telling them, go at each other, for fun, so.
That would still be interesting, though. Wouldn't be as interesting as if it was not planned, but...
Yeah, but they're going to work out the spots ahead of time, so what does it matter?
Well, probably most of them, but you may hear something.
Well, we'll hear something,
You may hear something, I will not.
Yeah, that's true, because you're not going to watch it anyway. But it's like now remember the Jim Ross Vince McMahon angle, which actually I thought was fairly entertaining, and then just dropped it cold about 3 weeks in, a couple years back.
Maybe Ross can go build his own desk. Remember Jim that?
Yes, that was when Russo was.
Grill and a
Yeah, when Russo was trying to, it was when Russo was trying to get rid of him and portray him as this nutcase, and so everybody would like embrace Michael Cole as the sane announcer on Raw, which didn't work.
It didn't work at all.
Hey, how did you like that number last night that watched the XFL?
What did they say last night? I read that one article where they said 35 million or something like that.
54 million.
Wow, yeah. That is more than double how many people they registered to vote.
I think it's more than. Oh God. I think they registered 150,000 people to vote, but they claimed 1 million, right?
Yeah, 1 million.
Yeah. Well, 54 million is a lot more than that. I think 54 million is more than watched Friends and is probably about what watched Friends and Survivors combined last night.
Yep, that's a big number.
Now how? Okay. If Friends and Survivor are both going to finish like in the top, 6 or 7 shows, and the XFL finished number 30, how could XFL have more viewers than both those shows combined? It's the new math.
Yeah.
It's the same math they've been using most of it.
Linda's been using.
They've all been using that math. Last night, SmackDown did a 4.0 rating, which is the same as it did the week before with tons of hype. It did that same rating this week with no hype. And with no hype, personally to me, I thought SmackDown was best American TV show in several weeks.
Agree? Yeah, probably was, actually. I'm trying to think of any other good shows. I can't even think of any.
Yeah, because most of the shows haven't been good for the last few weeks. I think that's one of the reasons I'm saying that.
One of the things I got to say, too, is I don't know if there was just a lot of really, really horrible wrestling last year, what the deal is, but I have found myself more and more writing the term, this was better than I expected. It seems like I write it on every show, and last night, Rock and Big Show was better than I expected. It was really good, but I was expecting just this absolutely hideous match, and it actually turned into something that I could watch. Never watch again, but I could watch it that one evening.
The people were really into it.
Yeah.
Told its little story. He worked as hard as he could.
Yeah, he did.
He did. I mean, he's very limited and he's too heavy. That bump where he went through the table looked looked so clumsy, but he worked as hard as he could. He was not lazy at all. I thought they had a couple.
About a Big Show. He kind of looked a little flabby last night, and I was thinking maybe he really does weigh 414. But when he was doing his diet, maybe he just lost a bunch of muscle. You know what I mean?
He looks
gigantic. As opposed to like
to me.
losing a bunch of fat and keeping the muscle and actually looking better. Maybe he just lost a lot of muscle. Maybe he was just like on a starvation diet, lost a bunch of muscle. Now he just looks big and flabby, but he actually weighs less.
I don't know the mystery of the Big Show's weight, but he looked enormous to me last night.
Oh yeah, he just looked huge. Next to Rock, who they always say is like 280.
They say 270. I don't think Rock's anywhere near 270 though. I think Rock's closer to 250.
And
I think he's like 6'4", 255 maybe.
Okay, and Show looked a lot bigger than 150 pounds heavier.
Show looked huge, just gigantic. Yeah. I liked except for one spot, which actually I got to bring this up because I couldn't stop laughing. In the Helms of Jericho, and they had a good match like they pretty much always do. Stephanie McMahon did the worst choke over the ropes in the history of pro wrestling. She grabbed Jericho and she started choking him on the ropes and pulled him so far that she's choking his belly on the ropes and holding down. It was like
and he couldn't hold his neck.
I know, that was the funniest thing.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I don't know, if I was a wrestling fan who didn't like football, I'm not sure I'm going to like XFL football anyway, but like I said, Brian, don't you feel like it's annoying now, all the XFL references on the WF show? It's like you're just bombarded with them, and you can't get away from them.
The thing is, I have the fast forward button because I tape Raw and SmackDown, and they had like a long video package last night on XFL, and I was through in about 1 second. And the one thing I did watch, though, I did have to watch Lawler trying to explain the announcer's change.
Oh, was that hilarious?
But everything else I just fast-forwarded right through. It was like, why even watch this?
Yeah, but what about all those Vince cutaways? Like, every cutaway he brings up, 2 undefeated teams and this and that,
Well, yeah, I know. It's usually about 5 minutes into the show, I'm sick of the XFL.
Well, there's going to be a lot of it. This is going to be interesting. We actually had a poll here on the ratings for the XFL. Where is it? This is for, what do you think the rating's going to be? 4.0 to 4.99, 11%. 5.0 to 5.99, 19%. 6.0 to 6.99, 32%. 7.0 to 7.99, 26%. And 8.0 and or greater, 13%. What do you think? You got any kind of number in your head?
Oh, I say between 6 and 7.
I say between 7 and 8.
Okay.
I say mid 7. So we'll see how that turns out. The poll for today is which of these wow. Look at this. Which of these products would have the best chance to make it in the United States on pay-per-view? A Pride, which has run several shows on pay-per-view in the United States, most of which have been good, some of which haven't. EMLL, which actually debuts March the 30th on pay-per-view in the United States, and did actually maybe the best pay-per-view of the year last year in Mexico. That first one was awesome. C, AAA, D, New Japan, and E, none have a chance. Okay. What other stuff? This some Ross Report stuff. Shawn Michaels, Al Snow, and Rhino all signed multi-year contracts, so we'll be seeing Michaels on TV in a prominent role maybe within a week, maybe next Monday.
Yep.
Rhino, no start date set for Rhino, whenever they can figure out what to do. China's Book is number 3 on the New York Times bestseller list. We'll have more on China's Book in just a second.
Yeah, the greatest line in reference to that, whether it was fiction or nonfiction.
Oh, you like that? Yeah, I don't know which list it's on. But I got more on that China Book. And basically Ross was praising a lot of people, and he said that he should work harder on the light heavyweight division and push Taz. I don't know why, that just cracked me up.
I know.
It's just like,
What do the fans want to hear this week?
Yeah. that we all know is never going to happen.
Yep.
And then he put over the fact that he and Jesse Ventura don't get along. It's like, all right, thanks, guys. You killed my interest in the whole product. Let's see. The WWF's getting all kinds of negative hype, negative ink today and yesterday for putting Matt Vasgersian on the B game and Jim Ross on the A game. And nobody has mentioned that one of the reasons why they made that decision was because Jim Ross did a better job announcing than Matt Vasgersian. I mean, that's the reality of, and also I think because they decided that they needed an angle and Ross and Ventura makes a better angle. So it's those two reasons. I guess for the angle reason, the critics probably have a right to be mad because it's like you're turning the commentary of the game into a wrestling angle, which in fact they are. So, that's valid. But it's Vince McMahon's football. Of course they're going to do that. And then, they were the big thing was that Matt Vasgersian has done baseball and Jim Ross has done wrestling. But you know what? Jim Ross, neither of them is football. And Jim Ross knows more football than Matt Vasgersian, so it doesn't matter that Matt Vasgersian did baseball, which is a real sport, and Jim Ross did wrestling, which is a contrived version of the sport. And the other thing
that
was
called the same way that a real sport would be, basically. Maybe a little
similar
more
to.
Over the top and
He's more over the top.
Lying, but
and
misidentifying
yeah, but
moves.
the XFL announcing is going to be closer to wrestling because it's going to be constant lying.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times are we going to hear about how these players are playing it for the love of the game and how they have more passion than the NFL players? And it's like, they're playing it so they can get an NFL tryout.
Mm-hmm.
It was interesting, the Sports Illustrated article, which I read after we went off the air yesterday. I mean, there were no bones about it. I mean, they were saying that, any player in the XFL after the season, they can go to an NFL camp. There's no long-term deals or anything with these players. So, and they basically said that the top players, they're probably going to get a look-see at the camp. Let me see what else. The other thing, it was an LA Times story that I saw, and their thing was that NBC had hired Vasgersian, but it was Vince McMahon who dumped him, and they were saying that, how is NBC allowing Vince McMahon, the latitude to, interfere with their sports announcing? And it's like, this is not traditional sports. This is an entertainment product that happens to be a football game. And Vince McMahon is in complete control because if he wasn't, he wouldn't do it because Vince McMahon never does anything he's not in complete control of. So, there's going to be a lot of people who learn to dislike Vince McMahon in the next very short period of time, I think, in the traditional sports media. Before we head to a break, I was going to read this thing here, which is from Christy Wolf, who some of you may remember as Asia for a very brief period in WCW, and she read China's Book. And this was yesterday, and she had these comments, some of which are kind of silly, which you'll notice, and some of which are less silly. Anyway, some of which are right on, as a matter of fact, some of which aren't. Anyway, recently I've been inundated with emails asking me to respond to the negative comment China makes about me in her book. I didn't even remember it. That's how
I didn't either, actually.
Well, she probably did. I think she ripped on pretty much every woman in wrestling. And, Asia, let's face it, Asia was a takeoff on China. No doubt about it. Okay, I haven't really thought about responding because I felt as though it wouldn't be the classy thing to do until now. It's still not the classy thing to do, but she's going to do it. She took a pot shot at me, so why not voice my opinion? At first, when I started wrestling for WCW, I didn't even know who China was. They all did. Don't you love these people who come into wrestling and they don't even, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She comes into wrestling. I mean, not that China's some, great figure, but if you know anything about wrestling, you know who China is. So someone's like...
Kurt Angle.
Kurt Angle didn't know anything. He never grew up watching pro wrestling. Okay, but that's a totally different thing. I mean, Kurt Angle came in an Olympic gold medalist. They came after him. Mm-hmm. I guess they did after her, too, because she was a bodybuilder. Okay, anyway. A few weeks passed, and I soon learned who she was. I thought, here's a girl with a great muscular body who looks great in the ring. She had it half right. I felt as though maybe this is a turning point for heavily muscled women, hoping that society might finally accept us. I think society would accept them a lot better if they didn't, take male hormones to look like that. You know what I mean? I don't think that anyone has anything against, very, very fit, muscular women that don't take drugs. I mean, there's probably some, but, really athletic women that are, kind of on the muscular side, but they're not all roided up. I don't think that society's that negative about them anymore.
Like those Muscle Magazine swimsuit issues? Those things sell like crazy.
The Muscle Magazine, yeah, but that's just boob jobs and steroids.
Yeah, but they're not.
But
they don't look like China.
No, it's not that heavily mannish look, or the old China look.
Yeah,
the old China look. Anyway, I'm gonna finish this because we'll go to a break and I'll finish this Christy Wolf stuff, who's actually the wife of Dale Torborg. For those who, I think everyone knows that anyways. But anyway, I don't even know what that matters. We're gonna have Tony Jones up in just a couple of minutes. I want to remind everyone also of the schedule for the next 2 weeks. We've got some interesting guests. Wednesday, the Honky Tonk Man, who has actually been heavily requested, finally getting him on the show. Thursday, Rick Bassman will be back from Ultimate Pro Wrestling, so we'll be talking about what's going on there. Friday, Jim Hurd, the man who was the first vice president of World Championship Wrestling under Turner, and we'll get his perspective on what is basically the sale of the company that he first headed, and the fact that all that criticism he got, which he deserved, and all the money that they lost more money last year than triple, I think, the amount of money they lost in 3 years under him. But anyway, we'll talk more about that. And then the week after, we got Coney Monk from the Dallas Morning News, Bad News Allen, one of the favorite guests, back. And on the 23rd, which is the day of the UFC pay-per-view, we got Bobby Heenan. So anyway, you can mark those dates down on the calendar, and we're going to get back to Christy Wolf. Okay. Christy Wolf, who did not know who China was when she started in wrestling. He goes, but anyway, a few weeks passed. I soon learned who she was. I thought, here's a girl with a great muscular body who looks right in the ring. I felt as though maybe this is a turning point for heavily muscled women, hoping that society might finally accept us. I say this because I myself am an IFBB professional bodybuilder and competitor. I have competed in physique competitions since 1993. Society is far more accepting of women with muscles now. However, now I have a bad taste in my mouth trying to set a new standard that women with muscles can be powerful and beautiful at the same time. Yes, they can be, but maybe not her. At present, I feel let down somewhat. Here's an individual who I thought could be a great role model for heavily muscled women wrestlers. Unfortunately, to my surprise, China seems lacking a major part of her well-being. Maybe someday when her feet come back to earth, she'll realize how lucky she got by being in the right place at the right time. China did not get hired because of her wrestling skills. No, China, you got hired for your Amazon status, same as me. Fact is, China, you need to stop believing your own hype. Vince McMahon made you a star. Joni didn't make China. The McMahons made China. Vince gave you the world. You say you paid your dues. What, 3 years? Try telling that face-to-face to Medusa, another woman who you ripped in your book. Now, you know what? This is actually a pretty good point here, to an extent. Here is a woman who paved the way for women like you and me in this business. She didn't quite, but she did learn more. I mean, like Medusa did, she did train to be a real woman wrestler, much, much harder than China ever did, obviously. A woman who's wrestled for 15 years, she can wrestle circles around you, She would beat you in a shoot fight any day of the week. As a matter of fact, so could I. Anytime you want, no cameras needed. Don't you hate that? That's like one of my pet peeves right there.
Yeah.
You know, Medusa may very well be able to beat China in a shoot fight, and she may very well not. And it's a totally irrelevant point. I mean, it is a relevant point that Medusa trained went to Japan and trained real hard and learned a lot of stuff. And I don't think Medusa was ever, and she was never a great worker, but she tried and learned. And for China to rip Medusa, compared to her as far as in the ring talent, I mean, that's a pretty fair, that's pretty unfair, I guess. But as far as who would want to fight, who cares? Also, I think you might want to thank someone who works right along with you. You think you're the only girl who wrestles guys. Go back and look at some old WCW tapes of Jacqueline and Kevin Sullivan. Oh, I don't want to think about this. She was beating up guys long before you stepped foot in a ring. She's another one who paved the way for you to be a superstar. Actually, I don't think any of these women wrestlers paved the way for trying to be a superstar. I mean, I don't think any of them did. Certainly not Jacqueline, but that's another story. Also, the nerve of you to bury Bill Goldberg. He's a great athlete with a huge heart. He's done so much for kids, and isn't that what life is really about? Supporting our real heroes. Yes, I'm talking about sick and dying children who wrestle for their lives every day. Bill knows the most important aspect of being a superstar is for the kids. It's not about ourselves. China, you need to stop living in a fantasy world and live in reality. You're at minute 13 and a half of your 15 minutes of fame. You better enjoy what you got. I wish I still had a job at WCW, but I don't. I didn't get the lucky breaks and the push you got, and now I'm even beginning to wonder if all the rumors are true that you blocked me getting into the WWF. After all, what are you worried about? Afraid of a little competition? Christy Wolf. Now, I don't know that China had anything to do with her not getting into the WWF because, quite frankly, why would the WWF want her? But that's another story. But I thought the Medusa comments were kind of there was some truth to those.
Yeah.
Any more comments on that, Brian?
I just want to find out what China said about her in the book.
Okay.
Apparently, we read this book really fast.
We both read it really fast. I couldn't. This is from. I was listening to the advertisement for IATA on the XFL. The opening line is Saturdays on NBC. The XFL finally hits the fan. Is it just me, or do they equate their product to excrement? That was pretty funny. Let's see. There's someone who's asking for Abdul the Butcher to be a guest on the show. No. And
there's only so many questions. Well, I guess there's a lot of questions, but...
No. I saw an interview that RF Video did with Abdul the Butcher when they went to his House of Ribs Chinese restaurant. And it was like the most boring interview that I've ever heard in my life. And we've had some good shows and we've had some bad shows. And the ones that... I don't want a boring show that I know is going to be boring ahead of time. That was horrible. This isn't one that you'll like, Brian. You can even answer this one. Question I have been wondering for a long time. Has Stu Hart and Strangler Lewis ever faced each other, or did Stu come into the business after Ed? And if they faced each other, who do you think would have won the match?
All I have to say about Stu Hart, we actually talked about this yesterday. I mean, I'm sure he was a really tough guy, but if you watch Wrestling with Shadows, he's pummeling these two guys. How old do you think those two dudes were?
What, Carl Duke? The guy he was stretching?
Yeah.
Carl, I don't know. Carl's probably mid to late 20s.
Okay, he's stretching this mid to late 20s guy. And if you watch the end of the movie, this Stu Hart, he can barely walk up a hill. And with all due respect to Stu Hart, if you put some guy face down on the mat, get behind him and put him in a choke, you're going to take him down. And I'm not sure if Stu Hart, I don't know, really could have held his own in an actual competitive situation with somebody that really knew what they were doing. Maybe he could have, but I've heard a lot of stories that say that most of the times when Stu stretched the crap out of somebody, your grandma could have done the exact same thing if you were put in that position.
Well, he used to work out with those football players, and those football players, I mean, the thing is that Stu had the knowledge, and they didn't have the knowledge.
Yeah. Same as when we talk about in UFC. It's all, it's all the rules, and, if you put a boxer in with a wrestler, or you put someone that knows, it's like the whole Gracie deal, someone who knows jiu-jitsu and was a kickboxer, someone who takes taekwondo, it's, a totally different game.
Yeah. But I mean, it's one thing, like if you took any good boxer and then brought football players in, the boxer will kill the football players because he's not boxing. If you don't believe it, remember that tough man stuff on the NFL? I mean, they had Lawrence Taylor and Anthony Munoz, and some of the biggest. I mean, those are two of the greatest football players of all time. I mean, at their position, maybe the two greatest at their positions of all time are right up there. And, I mean, watching them in the ring with boxing gloves, and granted they're both, retired now, but, I mean, they had zero clue. I mean, you could have taken any bad boxer, and he would have beat the crap out of them because it's their game. Just like
and then take a boxer and put him in a football game.
Oh, and they get killed.
Yeah, just murdered.
Yeah, but anyway, as far as Stu Hart and Strangler Lewis, I mean, the reality of Strangler Lewis is that Strangler Lewis had nobody knows anything about this time because Strangler Lewis probably had, 6 shoots or 10 shoots probably his whole life.
Yeah.
I mean, he had a reputation for being really, really tough. By the time Stu came in to pro wrestling, Strangler Lewis was actually still around. I doubt they ever wrestled each other, although it's a possibility because, their careers at the very beginning would have overlapped. But, I mean, it would never have been in a shoot situation anyway. What Strangler Lewis did was worked matches that looked more like shoots than they do now, and he had a reputation among everyone in the business as being the real deal. And I have no doubt he wasn't, in his prime. But his prime was like 1915. But anyway.
Yeah, remember that story you and Shamrock and those guys, and there was almost a brawl?
What'd you say?
Remember that story you were telling that one day about you were hanging out with Shamrock, some of the Lion's Den guys, and there was...
The Hell's Angel story?
Yeah, situation.
Yes.
Okay, what if you'd been standing there or whatever, and Shamrock and his guys just totally brutalized these people, and you jumped in the end and pulled some guy's eye out? This is a wrestling business, and that story would... You know how that story would eventually end up. Dave Meltzer beat up 10 Hells Angels and pulled guy's eye out. And you would have a reputation. You know what I mean? That's just how it is.
Yeah. I mean, the whole thing is, as far as up until, realistically, to me, up until this modern era when you've got the UFC, anything you say of, like, who would beat who, of old-time wrestlers, new-time wrestlers, or any period wrestlers, it's all speculation. I mean, like, if you go back, in fact, we got Tony Jones on, who actually was a hell of an amateur wrestler, and we'll get him on in a second. If you look at someone and you go, okay, if all the guys that are in professional wrestling were to have a tournament today, under the rules of amateur wrestling, I have no doubt Kurt Angle would whip everyone pretty easily. Okay, but if you change the rules, that result may end up being different. It may not. It actually may not because he was that good of a wrestler, but. Again, if Kurt Angle, was out of shape, and some other guy was in shape who was actually, maybe not quite as good of a wrestler, but a good wrestler, might have a chance, because conditioning is so much of a lot of it, and it's like it depends on the day, depends on the era, but all those guys way back.
Happen. Look at Tank Abbott and Don Fry. Tank Abbott fell down. He was killing that guy.
Oh yeah, he was hurting him bad, and he slipped.
Yeah, he slipped, and it was over.
Yeah. Anyway, let's get Tony Jones on. Tony, how you doing?
How are you doing, Dave?
Tony, what do you think about all this discussion about like who would beat who and all that? Because you've done amateur wrestling at San Francisco State, and I guess in fact actually not early in your career, early in his career, you beat Steve Neal, who later was actually the best heavyweight wrestler in the entire world for a while there. A lot of it depends on the day and the rules and all that stuff, right?
Right. First of all, before we even get into that subject, I want to thank you. I haven't talked to you actually since we actually sat down. I believe it was in San Francisco when we came to the Super Bowl show. And Terry Taylor asked me to come, and afterwards we went and hung out, and you brought me over, and I spoke to Ric Flair, and that's how the topic of Stephen Neal came up. And basically what happened with me and Stephen Neal was when I was a senior, and this is in the 1994-95 season, we did a wrestling tournament called the Bakersfield Classic Open, Country Classic Open. And it's basically open to all D1 schools and just maybe 3 or 4 Division II schools. Since we were so highly ranked in Division II, San Francisco State that is, we were brought in to do the tournament. I was ranked third in the tournament. Number 1 seed was Kevin Langley. And Kevin Langley was the starter at the time, and I believe at the time I think either Stephen was a freshman or he was a redshirt. I wasn't exactly sure. And before the tournament actually started, we were all on the mat, just warming up and doing drills. And I was sparring with one of the Bakersfield kids who wasn't in the tournament because we were just messing around. And we were just sparring, and, I threw him a couple of times with a lateral, which is a lateral drop similar to a belly-to-belly. It was just a lateral drop. I threw him a couple times. And Kevin Langley, who had, seen me do that when we finally did wrestle in the semifinals, stayed away from that lateral drop that I was throwing on Stephen. And I didn't know who Stephen was until about, 5 years later, when I still stay in contact with San Francisco State. I talked to my wrestling coach, and, I said, well, who won nationals? And he was like, oh, the guy that you threw. And I said, who's that? He said, Stephen Neal. So that's how the whole thing really came up. Stephen Neal was actually a little bit before me. We were just, sparring, and I caught him with a couple of, lateral throws, and, he ends up, winning nationals later on. But
and worlds.
On your subject of, like, I kind of caught the tail end of it because when I was brought on, I really didn't catch all of the story. But I think what you guys were talking about is who was like a legitimate, if professional wrestling was like a legitimate wrestling sport, who would excel. Is that what you're saying?
Well, we were just talking. Actually, we're talking more about like historical figures in wrestling and who would beat who. And the basic answer I felt is because what they did in pro wrestling, was never quote a shoot. You can't really determine the question actually was Stu Hart and Strangler Lewis, and of course it depends on if Strangler Lewis was 50 years old and Stu Hart was 25. Stu Hart may very well have beat him, but if they're both in their prime, I mean, who's to say and who's to know that eras are different, and most of what both of those guys did was not legitimate combat. I mean, it was like stuff in the gym and a legitimate match are two entirely different things anyway.
Right. Well, a lot of things can come into play in that. It's similar to like a UFC type of situation where you have different disciplines. Somebody might be a great barroom, brawler, and you have somebody else who might be skilled in, like say powerlifting, where he can just totally rely on just strength. And then you have somebody who might have like an amateur background or some sort of shoot fighting martial arts background. A lot of times, what you were saying, I heard a little bit earlier what you were saying, a lot of times it does make a difference. Like I heard you bring up like Kurt Angle, and you said Kurt Angle, who was an established, amateur wrestler. During my time, we actually wrestled during the same years. I mean, Kurt Angle was actually the guy to beat. When I was in college, Kurt Angle was D1 national champ, and he was the guy to beat. If he was at a tournament, that's who you wanted to take out, as soon as possible. You don't want him going to the finals. So Kurt Angle was actually a legitimate, accomplished amateur wrestler at the time that I was there. And when you compare the two, as far as like a young guy who might be fresh out of college, who might not have been as accomplished, if Kurt hasn't been, practicing his amateur and practicing his craft and his takedowns and his, speed and technique, it's very possible it can be more of a competitive matchup than if, Kurt was in his prime.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting one would be like saying like Kurt Angle and Brock Lesnar. Kurt Angle went and won a gold medal, and Kurt Angle's career went further than Brock Lesnar's, but Brock Lesnar's only a year out. Kurt Angle's 4 years out. So, I mean, he may, if they were to actually wrestle today, Brock Lesnar may very well beat him.
Exactly. No, that's very true. That's very true. I mean, one thing, I've noticed that as well. I mean, one thing is for sure, it's just like any other craft. If you don't keep practicing it, day in and day out, because, us as amateur wrestlers, we have to practice every single day. I mean, there were times when I was too sick to actually go to school, but I would go to practice because I didn't want anybody getting the upper hand on me, because if I would miss 2 days of practice, I'd come in and, literally out of 2 days, you'd be out of shape. And you wouldn't be able to hang in practice. And I mean, I would go out with, some 90-pounders, guys that were like 190 pounds, and at the time maybe I was 220, 230, and, they would be able to take me down, without any hesitation, just because I'm not, as in shape, just because I missed 2 days of practice. So being out of action for like a year will make a drastic difference in competition.
One of the things I want to talk to you about is you're wrestling in a lot of different companies, APW, UPW, Urban Wrestling. You wrestled for Battle Arts recently. We talked a little bit about your background. You wrestled at San Francisco State, and then I guess you started training with Roland Alexander at All Pro Wrestling, and that's it's about 4 or 5 years ago now.
Yeah, about 4 years now.
Yeah, and tell us a little bit about Urban Wrestling. What's the status of that today, and what's your thoughts as far as that company?
As far as Urban Wrestling Alliance, I really can't speculate on what's going on right now. It's sort of up in the air. We were all brought out to do 2-week training sessions. We train for 2 weeks, and then we do an actual, 2 shots of shows. And we were brought out, I'd say, a month apart. But a lot of us haven't had any sort of interaction with Urban since October.
Mm-hmm.
And at this point, I really can't even speculate. I don't know what's going on. The last I heard, there was supposed to be a BET signing.
Right.
And, I have yet to hear anything further. I know I went on your website, and I'm actually a fan of your show, Dave. A lot of times I can't actually, watch the shows. I don't see SmackDown and Raw and Nitro as much as I'd like to. And, I just tune in to yada.com, and I'd listen to the broadcast late at night when I'm on the computer, working on websites and things like that. And I would listen to what's going on in the wrestling world, and, I would hear what you were saying. And I guess you had posted on your WrestlingObserver.com that you had communicated with BET and they didn't know anything about the program or something like that? Is that true?
First I had heard when it was going to start on that Wednesday a couple weeks back, and then someone from there said no, it's not, and then we had Mike Modest on, and he seems to think that there will be a deal announced, but that doesn't know exactly when, and that's a couple weeks ago, and that's the last we've heard on anything really.
Yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at too. I mean, the last I heard was that there was supposed to be a signing, and nothing has been set since then. But there hasn't, as far as I know, there hasn't been a television shot since October.
How was last Wednesday working for? And you've been down there before, but how was working for Ultimate Pro Wrestling doing the Northern California versus Southern California thing? How did that go?
That's a very interesting concept. To be honest with you, I never thought it would happen. I mean, not in my wildest dreams did I ever think anything like that would happen. Modest and Donovan, we're suggesting to Rick that we do some sort of NorCal versus Southern Cal, because there was a show that we all did where I worked it, Donovan worked it, and Mike worked it, but we didn't work in the same match. Mike and I worked a three-way, and we worked it with Frankie the Future. And at the time, Mike was telling me, he said, well, there's three of us down here. Wouldn't that be cool if we can come down and do some sort of angle where it's, it's like APW invading UPW and do like a NorCal versus Southern Cal thing. I said, yeah, that would be cool. He said, I think I'm going to pitch it to Rick and see what Rick thinks about it. And I said, yeah, that sounds great. And about a week later, I got a call from Rick saying that, he wanted to use Mike, Donovan, and myself in a NorCal versus Southern Cal angle and have Roland come down as our manager, to create even more heat, And I thought that was a good idea. And we went down there, and I mean, you didn't go to that last show, did you, Dave?
I didn't go to that one. I went to the one before.
Okay. That show was, it was unbelievable the amount of heat we got when we came to that curtain. I think, honestly, I'd have to say probably 75% of it was just Roland coming through that curtain.
Really?
Oh, yeah. We came out and...
75% of the team.
Yeah. When Roland... Because actually, I can actually remember how we did this, because we were standing behind the curtain, and Mike and I were just, drinking some water. Donovan went first, and I think Modest went after him, and then Roland went, and then I went after Roland. And you can actually just hear the pitch as soon as Roland went through that curtain. They just started screaming, because, Roland being known in Beyond the Mat, and, having that label, as that bad promoter type, thing they'd labeled on him. When he came through that curtain, it was just unbelievable. And we just, we got in the ring, and Roland took the mic and just blasted UPW, and just praised APW and said how great APW is and how we're here to take over and we're going to do this and we're going to do that. People were just throwing stuff at us. Throwing stuff at us left and right. There was a girl in first row who was picking on me especially and was just screaming at me. I jumped out of the ring, started talking to her right in her face, and when I got back in the ring, she threw a piece of ice in the back of my head. And I turned around and looked at her. She threw another piece of ice at me. And I looked over at Mike, and I was like, God, these people are going crazy. And then Mike got hit. And it was just unbelievable the amount of heat we had. So, it came off really good. The angle came off really good. So I was really pleased with it.
So I got to read this. This is the WWF says 54 million people watched the XFL, but it was really 15 million. They said the Big Show lost 60 pounds, but he really gained 10. Does that mean when Vince said he made a woman climax 6 times, he really only made her climax once?
I would bet that's true.
Okay, we got a couple of questions here for Tony. Before we get to them, actually we'll start with this regarding Beyond the Mat. Where's the Beyond the Mat question right here? Oh, here it is. Okay. I want to talk about. Well, I guess we'll talk about before I get to a couple of Beyond the Mat questions. Of course, Tony was featured in that movie. At one time, they were going to feature a whole lot of the movie around you. I'm sure they filmed you for forever, knowing how movies are done and how much footage is filmed to get even 2 or 3 minutes of screen time. As far as the finished product of Beyond the Mat, what was your feeling when you finally saw it?
Well, me personally, I went down for the world premiere. Barry Blossian invited me down, and at the premiere, I think Terry Funk was there, Jake the Snake Roberts' daughter was there, Mick Foley wasn't there, Barry Blossian was there, and all the people who had created the entire process were there. And when I watched it, I was very happy. And the reason I was very happy was I thought that he portrayed, I can only say for myself, I thought he portrayed me as positive, I guess, as he could have. There were a few things that he had shot that I really didn't feel too comfortable about, but he wanted me to, do it, so I did it anyway. And I was just happy it didn't make the final product. So I guess that's why, I liked it so much. There was actually some shots when he came to my home that he wanted to film my room. and my room was just, just totally messed up, and it was really sloppy.
Like Modest room.
Yeah, yeah, similar. See, 'cause what happened is, I have a degree in film and television, and I'm a very, very big TV and movie guy, and I have videotapes and DVDs and laser discs and all kinds of stereo equipment. And at the time that he wanted to shoot my room, everything was on the floor, and it was really messy. And he said, "Oh, I just want to tape it. I want to tape it. I want to show, where you watch your tapes and all this kind of stuff." I said, "All right, fine." So he had me come into the room and point out every aspect of my room and tell him what it meant, which I really felt was kind of corny and cheesy, but so I'll do it because he wants me to, and I'm just happy something like that didn't make it. But I liked the product. I thought it was good. There were certain elements, I've heard a lot of people say this, and I have to agree, there were certain elements that I felt maybe could have been touched a little bit more so, because I don't know what it was. There was something about it that I walked away from when I saw the movie, and it was the first time I saw it was okay, but maybe like the second or third time that I saw it, I kind of walked away saying like, it just seems like something's missing. I don't know what it is. It just seemed like something was missing. Maybe it just felt like it was a story about 4 different lives or something like that. It just didn't feel like a well-rounded wrestling documentary. You know what I mean?
What do you think about the conclusion that everything is great in wrestling?
Oh, yeah. I thought he was just looking for a little wrap-up. You know what I mean? I thought he was just looking for some sort of little wrap-up. And, there were so many different aspects that really weren't touched in the movie. The behind-the-scenes stuff that we all know about. People who are in the business, things that we know about that weren't really touched. That they're touched in your local, 2020 specials and things like that. But I think he could have touched on maybe a little bit more of that type of stuff to make it a little bit more intriguing and to show how really hard it is. Because I think a lot of the people out there who aren't in the business don't understand. Especially people like us, like Chris Daniels and Mike Modest, myself, and like Donovan Morgan, guys that are still trying to get get our feet in, how hard it is to really get in there, and the political games, and what you have to do to try to make it, and busting your tail every day, and not just in the ring, but eating right and dieting and staying in the gym, and keeping a family life at the same time,
and then so much of it's still just downright luck.
Exactly, and then you do everything you're supposed to do, and Mike and I always joke about it. It's like, too bad the wrestling world isn't like real life, where you just, you go to work, you do what you're supposed to do, and pretty much you keep a job. It doesn't necessarily happen in pro wrestling. There's people out there that, get in because, like you said, luck. There's other people that don't get in who really deserve the break and deserve the chance, and it's just, you bang your head against the wall for years trying to figure this business out, and it just doesn't work.
There is no totally figuring out. I think you just have to go with the idea that it's the right place at the right time, and luck. It's just like you were talking about with China. There's any tall woman bodybuilder could have been China, and if a promoter didn't want a tall woman bodybuilder on that day, none of them would have been China. And she's got a horrible book that's number 3 on the New York Times bestseller list, and it's like go figure it out. If you're like think of all of them. I'm not even talking about myself. Think of all of the really good writers, okay, that have really good stories to tell or really interesting lives. And the fact is the marketing machine of Vince McMahon is so unbelievably good that, sales of this, contrived product and contrived book blow them all away.
It's amazing. I'm not just saying this to try to get a job with Titan or anything like that, but, Vince is an utter genius. He really is. Me watching the sport, since I was a child, and I watched the old, Dave, we had AWA out here and all that kind of stuff when I was a child back in the early 70s, mid-70s. It was AWA and a little bit of Georgia Championship Wrestling. And, I didn't get WWF out here in San Francisco until about, I'd say, right when Hogan took over.
Yeah, 84.
Yeah, like right when Hogan won the strap. Honestly, I think it was the week after he'd won the strap, there was a report that Hogan had won the strap the week prior. So I think that's when I very first got it. It was on Channel 36, and when watching the product and watching the transformation of the World Wrestling Federation, Vince is a genius in the sense of he knows what people want, what people want. He knows when things get stale. He knows when to change gears. He's very good at that. He takes, somebody like China and, he morphs her into a certain type of character, and then when he feels like that character is not getting over or it's getting stale, okay, we need to change gears on her. We need to do this. And he's very good at doing that.
Yeah, they did a total 180. They went from her being this beast woman to being this sex symbol.
Yeah, exactly.
And just by the modern makeup and new hairdo and a few surgeries, and they totally morphed her into something totally different. And they totally changed gears with her.
It's just like what you were saying earlier. When you were saying it's being in the right place at the right time. That's a very, very, very large part of it. I think also a big part is who you know type thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you know somebody that can make some changes or make some differences for you, I think that also helps if you have that in your corner as well.
In the movie, in that there's the scene in the movie when you're coming out of the match with Mike Modest, and Jim Ross is talking to you about your chest and your arms and everything. And Tony asked this. In fact, this has been brought up so many times on this show and in other places. And it's like we're watching this as a movie scene, and I'm assuming that's like a real scene and not a contrived scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
That was a natural scene, and it wasn't something that okay. So that's what I assumed.
No, that wasn't worked at all. What happened was beforehand, before we had gone through the curtain, Jim Cornette was talking to Mike and I, and he basically was just telling. There's a scene in the movie where he was talking to us in the ring, and that scene was pretty much put together, and that was kind of worked. Okay, when we were in the ring, and Jim Cornette was telling us to, they're not here to see us, they're here to see Steve Austin and The Rock, and just go out there and don't make any mistakes, that type of thing.
Yeah.
He told us that was worked, but right when we got all our gear on, we're about to go through the curtain. He took us aside and really talked to us and, pretty much told us the same thing, but this wasn't on camera. And he just basically told us to, go out there, work hard, don't worry about anything else. If you blow a spot, just keep going, and he told us, real critically, just go out there and work hard. Well, when we come through the curtain, when I took the move that Mike dropped me with in the finish of the match, when he dropped me with that, I sold it and I was kicking my legs and I was selling it. And this part didn't make it on camera, but I was selling it. And the referee comes down to me and he says, "Are you okay?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm fine." He goes, "Oh, you worked me." I said, "No, I'm fine." He goes, "You got to go back to the locker room." I said, "Okay." So I sold it all the way back to the locker room, walked through the curtain, and Pat Patterson was right there. And he said, "Good work, good work." And I walked over to Jim Ross and he said, "Good work, yeah, good sell, good sell." And I walked over to Mike and, congratulated Mike and said, "Thanks for taking care of me." And we did all that kind of stuff. And that's when JR walked over and kind of gave us our little, our little critique, which I appreciate. I appreciate him giving it to us because I've seen so many different tryouts by different guys where they go out there, they bust their tail, and they come through through the curtain back into the locker room, and they don't hear anything. He actually took us aside and gave us some sort of criticism, and it told me at the time where I made the biggest mistake was I went back to my college days when I was getting ready for the WWF, and I figured, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut weight, and I'm going to lean out, and I'm going to go in there shredded, and I'm going to look great, and when I take a bump, there's not going to be one thing on my body that jiggles, and I went in there with that type of attitude, and it backfired because when I went through that curtain, I actually went through the curtain at about 212 pounds.
Oh wow, for your height, that's
when I did
really
that, yeah, because
yeah.
I was about 230 when we had gotten the whole thing set up. And I told Mike, I said, well, I'm gonna get in great shape, and I was doing cardio day in and day out, and I was lifting, I was eating right, I was doing everything I was supposed to do, and I got down to about 212, and it was actually pretty scary because it got to the point when I would work out in the gym, I wouldn't sweat. And it got kind of scary, and when I walked through the curtain, I got in at about 212 pounds when I got on the scale in the locker room. So I blew it on that aspect because they wanted to see me 6'5". They wanted to see me about 250, 265 when I actually came in at about 215, and that's when JR told me to just beef up a little bit and change the singlet and make those added changes, and you'll be a prospect then.
Now, before we go to a break, because we're going to have to hit to a break. Is there any thought, like when because the one thing that I've heard over and over from people who see that scene and see Jim Ross saying that to you, they're going like, he's telling you to take steroids without using those words. And maybe like because you were actually at 215 at your height, that's very, very light, and you certainly don't need to take steroids to gain 30 pounds from what you looked on that day. But to someone who doesn't know that and just go, you know what I mean? It's like the idea of, we need your muscles bigger. You know what I mean? Like, let's face it, what's the quickest way to get, we all know, what's the quickest way to get your muscles bigger? And, like, I don't know if you ever thought about that coming out of that, but that's, in fact, we get, from that, and I got a question, the question right here is like, did you feel pressure to take steroids after that?
To be totally honest with you, I mean, being politically incorrect here, there's always that type of pressure. I mean, wherever you go, there's always that type of pressure in any sort of contact sport. I mean, I remember the pressures back in college. When I go to college dual meets, and you see guys walking around, 180 pounders, I mean, lean, but just shredded. And a lot of guys will take shortcuts that, by the simple fact that, they feel like that's the way to get ahead. And there's always that type of that type of pressure and being in the professional wrestling industry, and whenever you go into a different organization and you're looking in the bodies in the locker room and some guys are, jacked up really thick, and, you might see them getting a push, and you start thinking, well, maybe if I start, getting jacked, then I can get a push. And, I mean, there's always that type of temptation going around. It's just up to the individual if they feel like, they want to go the straight way, or do they want to, to take a shortcut and get there, which, it's totally that particular individual's, preference of how they want to do things. But, yeah, there's always pressure of doing that. I didn't really feel it from JR, though.
Got some Nitro preview. This is for Monday's show. There's going to be more qualifying matches to determine which cruiserweights are in the six-man, four corners elimination match that will take place at Super Brawl. And that's going to be Lash LaRue against Yun Yang, Billy Kidman against Illich Skipper, and that's it, I guess, right now. And then there's going to be Chuck Palumbo against Sean Stasiak, and Dustin Rhodes is going to challenge for a title. Let's see. This is from someone who... remember how...
AJ Styles match?
I think Eric Harris and AJ Styles are wrestling in a tag team against Evan Courageous and Jamie Noble.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. That wasn't listed in the WCW report, but yeah, I did hear about that as well. Let's see. Remember how the last time the WWF did that registered voters, how everybody was trying to somehow justify that they weren't lying?
Lying about...
Remember that the WWF had 14 million registered voters?
Oh, yeah.
Whatever it was. When obviously the number was, closer to 5 or 6 million. Okay, so we're getting that now. Okay. I think the XFL may have combined all the numbers from the live crowds and the total that watched in every single market. That's still only 20 million. Although there was, just to be fair, okay, there was something in Nielsen that claimed, and I don't know how they got this, that 54 million people had watched at least 1 second of the XFL game. And that's where they got the 54 million. But, I mean, from a realistic television number, there were, God, I don't have the numbers off the top of my head. It was 4.6, and I think like 15.7 million watched the Saturday game, and 4.6 million watched the Sunday game. So those are the real numbers, and they went on TV and said 54 million. Okay. Do you think that they were counting all the people there live as well as watching on TV? Okay. There were 4 games, and they drew about 36,000 a game, so that would add another 120,000 to the 20.6 million, so you could get up to 20.7 million. All right. See if there's any more of this. We got Tony Jones here. What do we have here?
Maybe they added all the relatives that did not attend the game.
They counted all of the males between the age of 12 and 34 that should have been watching but happened to be out of the house at the time. Let's see. As you mentioned about the current the upcoming onslaught of Jim Ross bashing, which will happen next week, by the way. On the Torch, they have some quotes from a Post article where it questions how there could be such a thing as a good wrestling announcer. Says the article, according to the WWF website, good old JR, as Ross is known to WWF fanatics, is the best play-by-play man in wrestling. What does that mean? Does he read a script better than the others? The site says JR's announcing is louder than any other. USA Today denounced JR as a screamer and a hype artist. Perhaps they're saying the same thing. He's going to have a bad week this week. Oh, Mark Kriegel. Let's see what Mark Kriegel has to say here. He's sports columnist for the New York Daily News. I've actually spoken to him on many occasions. Let's see. Actually, it says that he makes some valid points. Okay. This is nothing much on that. I'll look at this a little bit later. Tony, we got Tony Jones here. Tony, we got a couple of questions regarding your experience with Battle Arts. You wrestled there. Tell us a little bit about going to Japan and everything and working for that company.
When I worked for Battle Arts, that was in the summer of last year, 2000, and a guy, Yuji Shimada, he actually brought me out to do a 2-week tour for the promotion, and Yuji actually works for what's the name of that shoot, Pancrase, I believe it was. I don't know if it was Pancrase or if it was another one, but he's the referee for Pancrase.
Yeah, I think it's Pancrase, yeah.
Yeah, he's the referee for that. And he also, he's the booker and the promoter for Battle Arts. And he brought me out, and I did the 2-week tour where I worked, the owner of the company, his name is Toy, T-O-Y. I don't know his full name, but that's the abbreviation. He's the owner of the company. And I worked a match against him, and it was very, God, what can I call it? The term I like to call it is a controlled shoot, is what it is. Everything is stiff, everything is real tight and solid, but yet, it's still a work in the sense of, putting somebody over or somebody doing the job in that sense. But everything is stiff. When you hit a suplex, the guy doesn't go up for you. The kicks are, brutal. The slaps are brutal. The chops, everything. So when I worked this show for them, my first match was a tag match, and Toya and me finally got in there, and we did our little exchange, and it was a pretty solid match where he was very happy with it. So he brought me back for a second tour. And when I came back from my first one, I had people telling me, well, did they brutalize you? Did they shoot on you? Did they try to hurt you and break you down and all this kind of stuff? And I said, no. I said they were total gentlemen, and none of that kind of stuff happened. Well, I went back for my second tour, and when I went back for my second tour, they knew about my amateur background, and they wanted me to actually teach amateur wrestling to their classes. And I said, no problem. So I taught their classes twice a week, and I got in there the day before we did a show at Corrigan Hall. And I got in there with one of their kids, and they wanted to just go straight shoot style, pretty much like a UFC, just no close fist punching, but they can kick. So we were just sparring, and he was kicking low, and I catch his kick and shoot on his leg and bring him down. And me and him must have went for about almost 35 minutes. And we went for about 35 minutes, and finally I got on top of him, and I just kept controlling him. He couldn't get out, so Yuji was like, okay, next. So they got the next guy in on me. So I went with that guy, worked him for about 10 minutes. Next, got another guy in on me. To the point where I'd probably been wrestling for about an hour, and they got this other kid on me who was pretty much a beginner in battle arts. And I shot in on him. He spun behind me, locked a rear choke on me, and tapped me out. And I mean, it was brutal. I mean, no excuses on that one. I mean, I'd never been caught, so cleanly with a submission move. He just caught me from behind with a rear choke and just tapped me out. But I mean, it was rough. It wasn't what you call a worked promotion. It was real shoot style. Probably one of the biggest shoots in Japan from what I've heard when I came back.
Mm-hmm.
People when I tell them, I went to Battle Arts, I actually talked to Sabu, and he said, who'd you work for out there? Because when I was out there, he was doing FMW, I think, at the time. And he was like, who'd you work for out there? Big Japan? I said, no. He goes, All Japan? I said, no. He was like, who? I said, Battle Arts. He goes, oh. He goes, that's shoot, right? And I said, yeah. He goes, oh, okay. That was kind of like the overall opinion of people. Like, oh, okay, I don't want no part of that one.
Now, did you want to go back, or have they talked to you about going back or anything?
Actually, they wanted me to come back in August when I was doing Urban.
Mm-hmm.
So I couldn't commit to them because at the time I was in the contract with the Urban Wrestling Alliance, which December 31st I was released from my contract, so I'm no longer under contract with them. And at the time I was under contract, and I wanted to go back to Japan because we were just sitting at home. And I talked to a couple of the executives, and they wouldn't give me clearance to go.
Do you know if they released everybody, or?
They released a portion of the wrestlers, keeping just a few that were pretty much already in the storylines.
Mm-hmm.
So out of 14, it was 14 to 16 of us that were under contract. I believe they released like almost 8 to 10, and kept like just, I think, 2 tag teams and a couple of single wrestlers that were being pushed in the storylines at the time. Because it became a complicated situation with me because the gimmick they gave me was HTK, which is hard to kill. That's the abbreviation for it. And a hard to kill character was supposed to be this guy from the streets who, has been shot, several times and just keeps coming back. And kind of like a Tupac Shakur character. It's like everybody hates him, and he's the tough guy in the neighborhood, and people are out to get him, and they keep shooting him, but he keeps coming back talking more trash. And I kind of looked and said, I go, do I really look like a guy that was shot 5 times? You know what I mean? And I pitched this idea. What was that, Brian?
Not beat up, but actually shot, huh?
Yeah, not beat up. Not this bad, this badass from the streets. I mean, people have tried to attempt to kill me. You know what I mean? That's the character. So, I was like, I don't know. Do I really look like a guy that was shot, 5 times? And yeah, that's a good point, man. And you don't really talk like you're really heavily from the streets. And I said, can we do something different with this character? And I talked to the owner of the company, and I said, well, can we do something? And what do you have in mind? I said, well, can we do maybe like an HTK gimmick where we can do it kind of true to myself, but we can put a little twist on it and try to make it marketable. Where I'm this guy from the streets who went to college, became real educated, and now I come back to the streets and I got a chip on my shoulder, and I put down everybody because they didn't do the same thing I do. Like I put down the inner city, and I put down all the people that live in in the projects and all that kind of stuff. And he kind of liked the idea, and we went with it for 2 shows, and that was it. We haven't shot since. And that was it. And they changed the character from hard to kill to honor, truth, and knowledge.
Okay. And then
so in a nutshell, the character wasn't really flying, they didn't really care for the character, or maybe I just couldn't pull the character off the way they'd wanted. So I don't really know what the reason is.
Mm-hmm.
So.
With your experiences, what experiences have you had, like, working as far as with WWF, WCW? I mean, you've had tryouts with both and everything like that, and just the difference in the reaction and backstage, and how would you compare them?
The reaction that I've had positive reaction from both. I've been very, very, very fortunate. Beyond the Mat has helped me tremendously, to the point where whenever I'm backstage, there's a portion of the people that know who I am from the movie, and it helped give me some sort of credibility where at least they can say, well, he's a worker. They don't think I'm just some guy that strolled back, or I'm not a friend of the security guard or something like that. So they can pretty much look at me and tell that I'm a worker and that I've done some stuff. And I've had pretty positive reaction. Terry Taylor was very instrumental in getting me a lot of my gigs, and I'm forever grateful for that, because Terry Taylor got me into the WWF dojo. He contacted me in November of '99, said he saw a lot of talent in me and he wants to do this and that with me, and he wants to bring me into the dojo and have Tom Bruce Pritchard look at me. And I said, okay, that sounds good, let's do that. And he said, okay, I'll call you in about a week to set everything up. And I never heard from him. And I finally called the offices, and I was like, I'm trying to get a hold of Terry Taylor, and they said he's no longer working here.
Oh, that's perfect timing.
Typical, like Modest will tell you.
It's like Modest,
typical
yeah.
being in the wrong place at the wrong time, and so I said, oh great, now what do I do? So I called Bruce, which I've always heard, don't call Bruce, because he's a busy man, he's got so much to do. I said, okay, well I'll call Bruce, I have nobody else. So I called Bruce, and Bruce was like, okay, what do you want? And I told him, I said, well, Terry wanted to bring me in, and he was like, well, I don't know if I can honor everything that Terry does. Terry's not here anymore. And I said, okay, well, he goes, well, hold on a second. I got Terry's stuff right in front of me. And he pulled my name up, and he goes, oh, Tony Jones. I said, yeah. He goes, San Francisco. I said, yeah. He goes, yep, I got you penciled in. Okay, Howard will call you, and you'll be flying out in probably 3 or 4 days. And I flew out, and I trained with Tom Pritchard, and that was a real positive thing. I trained with him for 3 days. Me and this other kid, Sean Evans, actually trained with Tom, and it was only a class.
One of Dusty's guys, right?
Exactly. I've just found out that he's been working with Turnbuckle in Championship Wrestling.
Yeah.
And we worked there together, and we were the only two in the WWF dojo. Taz was there. He had just signed. I think it was maybe a month or so, a couple weeks beforehand, and he was there training. But we didn't get in the ring with him. We just pretty much drilled with each other the whole time, and put together a couple of matches, and it was real positive. And I never really heard anything, and I called Terry in WCW about a month later and told him that I'd gone to WWF, and he said, well, I'd like to try to get you in here now. And I said, okay. So he set up a tryout for me at the WCW. He wanted to set up a tryout at the Super Brawl. That's where I saw you, Dave.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? He wanted to set me up a tryout there. And it didn't work because it was pay-per-view, and he told me to come to Sacramento the next night for the Nitro, and said he didn't have time for that one, so he said, I'll tell you what, Tony, if you come to Reno, he goes, I guarantee you that I will get you seen by some heavy hitters. I will get you seen, and you will have a good look. I said, okay, I appreciate it. So I flew out to Reno, and they took care of me and everything, and I got a chance to wrestle in front of, it was Kevin Sullivan, Mike Graham, Ric Flair, Terry Taylor, Eric Bischoff was standing there, and it was real positive. I got a chance to wrestle in front of them, and it was what's called a closed session, which I don't know if you've ever heard of it, Dave. I've never actually heard of a guy wrestling, getting in his gear, getting in the ring, and wrestling in front of an empty crowd except for just the executives.
They've done that in WCW a couple of times, and they'll videotape it. Yeah, because they brought a bunch of guys from Calgary area.
Okay.
I mean, I think maybe when they were in Toronto, and they had them all wrestle like at 4 o'clock before Nitro.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, they put me on about 45 minutes before they opened the doors. And Terry said, get in your gear, oil down, do everything that you would do as if you were walking out in front of this crowd. I want to see your look. I want to see exactly what you got to offer. So, I did the whole 9 yards and got in the ring with this kid named Byron Green, who was a friend of Sid Vicious. And, he was identical. I don't know if maybe you might know who he is. But I guess from what he had told me, Sid and him, they both ran an angle in USWA at a time where they were brothers.
Okay, so he wrestled in USWA under the name Johnny Rotten.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, I didn't know what his real name was, but there was a guy who looked a lot like Sid Vicious. So yeah, I'm sure that's who it is.
Yeah. I think that's actually who it is. Johnny Rotten does sound familiar. So we got in there and we did a couple of things, and it was just real simple headlock, takedown, take it again, tackle, body slam. It was just basically to see if we could bump and we can move, and it wasn't a structured out match. It was it was almost like it was a test basically. It was like a quiz. Terry would say, Tony, snatch the head. I snatched the head. throw him off, take a tackle, drop down, Tony, go up for the slam. And, I mean, it was just, step by step what to do. So, we did everything, and Terry got me out of the ring and said, you look really good. He goes, I'm going to try to set you up another tryout, and I want to get you in front of people, and I want to see if I can get you a job and all this kind of stuff. And I said, okay. A couple weeks later, they started running into, WCW started running into obstacles, and he said, well, I can't get you a tryout right now, and, what I'd like to do is send you to the power plant and get you in front of Eric again and Paul Orndorff and get you in front of Sarge. And they sent me to the power plant. And when I went to the power plant, pretty much everything you've ever heard about the power plant was pretty much true. I'd heard like, oh, they beat you up and, all this kind of stuff. I went in there and, I mean, it was like a lot of squats, a lot of push-ups, a lot of sit-ups, it was pretty brutal. I mean, fortunately I had the amateur background where I'd done similar stuff, but I mean, if I hadn't had some sort of, training prior, I don't know if I could have made it through it. It was pretty brutal, the training that they had at the power plant. For the first day, the second and third day were real, productive days where we actually got in the ring and sparred, and, Sarge and Paul Orndorff got in the ring with me, and Terry Taylor got in the ring with me on the final day, and it was real productive, but, of course, we never heard anything, so.
Was anybody else there training with you when you were there?
There was a kid named Adam Pierce.
Mm-hmm.
I think he goes by the name of Scrap Iron Adam Pierce. And
yeah, I think from Michigan or something, yeah.
Yeah, he recently moved out to San Diego. And he actually just emailed me a few days ago, seeing if I can get him some bookings here in California, which I told him, I'll do for him. But he was there. There's another kid. This is actually a tragic story. There's another kid, Rashi Brown, black guy, about 6'3", about 250 pounds. I guess he was under developmental with WWF. And, it was really brutal on him because what they did was they had us get in there and do amateur of all things, okay? And it was just, just a breakdown, it's typical what you would expect, to do to, like, guys breaking into the business, and you want to stretch them and humble them, and, if they have any sort of egos, you want to break them with the egos. So they put us in the ring, and they put me in there with, the first guy they put me in there with was Sonny Siaki, who I later ended up working with in Urban Wrestling Alliance. He goes by the name of Money. And he was a real nice guy, real quiet, and, and they put me in there with him, and, I didn't want to sit there and, upset anybody or, offend anybody or anything. So all I would do is just not allow them to hurt me. I wouldn't try to take anybody down. I wouldn't try to, show off or anything like that. So Sonny got on top of me, and I got out. I got out of Sonny, pushed him off, and then he got me back down again. They wanted me to start on bottom. They just wanted me in referee's position on bottom. So they wanted somebody to pound on me. They didn't want to put me on top. They didn't want to go standing or anything. So I was on bottom. Sonny was trying to crank on me, couldn't crank on me. So since Sonny couldn't do anything, they put Reno on top of me. And when they put Reno on top of me, Reno started clubbing at me, trying to get me to break down. I wouldn't break down, and I got, Reno off of me. And then Sarge just said, Tony, do some laps. So it was almost like I got punished because nobody could break me down. So that was the horror story that happened to me. It's like, I did everything I was supposed to do, without trying to, I didn't jump up and try to take anybody else down or trying to show off or anything like that, because they had no idea who we were. They didn't know if we had wrestled before or, they had no sort of knowledge if I had done amateur or anything. And I remember hearing somebody when Reno was on top of me just clubbing at me, and when he was trying to bring me down, somebody was like, Sarge, he knows what he's doing. And Sarge was like, I don't care. So I ended up, standing up, getting Reno off of me. I was like, Tony, give me some laps. And while I was doing laps, I actually heard Adam Pierce scream. I guess one of the guys had twisted his ankle or something, cranked his ankle.
Oh, jeez.
And it was pretty brutal. It was pretty bad. But I mean, it was real. I got through it. I got through it pretty good. And I talked to Terry about it, and Terry was like, well, they sometimes that kind of stuff happens, and it's it's not done intentional. And I really believe it wasn't intentional. It was just, it's just sometimes you get a little rough, and sometimes guys don't know how to do amateur, and guys put themselves in different positions, and things can happen. I've heard people scream in amateur wrestling practice. Things just happen if you get in the wrong position. But it was pretty brutal, and I got a chance to talk to Paul Orndorff and worked out with him and everything, and it was actually a good thing for me. I was really happy to be there.
It was today's Washington Post, which was actually the one that had the story of how JR could be a good wrestling announcer, how there could be such a thing as a good wrestling announcer, because it says, does he read a script better than the others? They had a story, and they are saying that The Rock is going to be working with Jim Ross and Jesse. I know The Rock's going to be at the game on Saturday night, but they're saying that he will be part of the broadcast team, which I had not heard. They said adding The Rock to the team is being characterized as a move to make up for Ventura being more conservative than they had hoped for, says the article, because NBC has discovered that Jesse Ventura takes his job as governor seriously enough to not do anything really outrageous on broadcast TV. They're bringing in The Rock. He's the one whose great talent is raising an eyebrow to the LA game to add that certain WWF je ne sais quoi, I don't know what that word means, but I could pronounce that, to the televised festivities. There are no details regarding how extensive Rock's role will be, but they said he did play college football, which of course he did. Anyway, that's pretty much it.
Did that say his best talent was raising an eyebrow?
Yes, that is what the article said.
That's nice.
It's not his best talent, but this is from Jim, who's asking this for Tony, and says, I grew up in Hayward, and if I'm not mistaken, I lived right next to where APW trained, and I was curious as would Roland get a piece of your contract or Mike Modest's contract if you guys were to sign with the company? I mean, because that was, of course, in Beyond the Mat.
The whole thing in Beyond the Mat was, Roland making, I think it was 20%. I think they quoted him as. I think they said Roland making 20% of what we make. It was always explained to me, unless I'm wrong. It was always explained to me that Roland would always get a percentage of your money if Roland had booked you for that particular, for that particular gig. Which means if Roland picks up the phone and calls up, somebody in WWF and says, hey, I got this kid, Tony Jones, he's this, he's that, give him a shot, and I get a shot and I ended up, getting in there, then he rightfully would deserve 20% of a cut.
Like as an agent fee?
Yeah, exactly. Same thing as an agent. And that's the way it was understood to me. Now, if I go out there and I do all the legwork and I do all the paperwork and I go through all this and I pay the travel and I do everything that an agent would do, then technically he should not probably get the the amount, but it would have to go up to the individual as well as saying, okay, well, he's been such a helping hand to my career that I almost feel guilty not giving him a percentage. Now if that's the case, and you can give him a percentage, but by legal terms, I think that the way it was understood to me is that if he gets the gig for you, then he would get a rightful 20% of your purse, whatever you make.
Do you feel like, having been to like the power plant and been to the WWF dojo and everything like that, and seen, I guess, some of the guys from UPW and everything, how would you rate UPW training, WWF training, WCW training, and APW training, and Battle Arts, because you were in their dojo as well? How would you kind of like compare, contrast? What are the good and bad points of all these different organizations as far as the training?
That's a real interesting question, because in my opinion, every single one that you have just described, there's something unique and different about every one of them. Where in APW, we were taught to wrestle old style, old 70s, old style wrestling, where we get out there and we can actually work at 15, 20, even a Broadway hour match. That's the way we were trained. And we were trained to actually, put together matches as if we were going 20 to 25 minutes. My very first professional wrestling match was, I think, about 12 minutes. My very first match, And I've actually gone, tag team matches and single matches past 35 minutes, up to 45 minutes. But yet in UPW, you're pretty much trained to, do television, like WWF, WCW television type matches where you go 6 to 8 minutes, probably 8 minutes being a top match. So that's the difference between those two. It's a different training mechanism, As far as WCW, they train you straight, kind of similar to UPW. They train you straight to television. Which I don't want to come off like I'm talking bad about the power plant, because I did have good experiences there. I mean, it was just that very first, I'd say maybe the second hour of me being there. The first hour wasn't too bad. It was just cardio. It was the second hour where they actually put us in there and they wanted to break people down. And it was fortunate that I had the amateur background. I knew how to take care of myself, that, I didn't get hurt, type of thing, where, we weren't just, some green guys, straight off the truck, trying to get a job. A lot of us have been working 5, 6 years plus, trying to get a gig, and they brought us in there and just tried to break us down. But I had good experiences there. Little things that I did and I was trained in APW to do, which is real subtle things, which I've been told to correct upon by WWF and WCW, both when I was in the dojo, is whenever we throw a punch in APW, we've been taught to throw a punch almost like a shoe punch, where you just throw it in there and you don't stomp the foot, you don't slap the arm, you don't do that type of stuff. When I was in WWF and WCW, they encourage you to do so. So it's just little different things that you learn, when you go in, to different areas or different, from what somebody told me, it's difference between West Coast and East Coast. I don't know if it's so much the organization, but like you take the arm, like if you do an arm bar, we tend to do it. We meaning APW, we tend to trap the arm with the left arm. but guys on the East Coast will trap it on with the right arm. So there's little subtle things that that we learn. When you go off and do other promotions and you work with other people. But I really can't say nobody's right or wrong. But they're just there's different ways of doing things, and I've learned a lot. I mean, tremendous a lot by just working with so many different people. Tom taught me a lot of different things as far as when I take a schoolboy bump, when I take a back bump, everything, just little things that you can just fine tune that somebody will say, okay, you're not doing it wrong, but this is a way you can do it that'd be more acceptable here.
Let's go to the phones. We'll go to Chris in New York. Chris, what's going on?
How's it going?
It's going pretty good.
I have a couple questions for Tony about Beyond the Mat. The scene where they were showing Vince McMahon watching him do a fisherman's buster and call the move, he thought he made a mistake. I guess he thought he was going for some kind of a perfect plex move. Like, was that frustrating for you to see that, he's the guy that's the head of this whole company that you're trying out for, and he didn't even know what's a fairly basic move as far as, wrestling fans go, that he didn't even know that and actually thought it was a mistake that you made?
That's actually really funny because Roland, before the movie actually came out, Roland, I guess, had gotten an email from somebody who had seen a preview of the trailer, and there was that scene in it where Roland had, told me, he said, Tony, remember when you went for the Fisherman Buster? I was like, yeah. He said, well, according to this guy, Vince McMahon, thought that you had lost the guy in midair and dropped, dropped Modest right on his head. And I was like, oh, no, he didn't think that. And he's like, yeah, it's in the movie. I was like, oh, no. So when I saw the movie, I kind of cringed. I was like, oh, no. It's like, it was supposed to be like that. It was supposed to be like, but, Vince is the man. I can't even second guess the guy. I can't say anything. Like, what are you talking about?
Just hadn't watched. He hadn't kept up on his Japanese tapes, and that's what happened.
Yeah. I mean, the perfect plex has been utilized for years and years and years in WWF. So I think that he probably thought that I was just going into the perfect plex and just dropping him straight back. But what we were actually trying to do is just lift him straight up and drop him. And when I talked to Mike about it, I said, Mike, that makes me look really bad. He was like, yeah, it makes you look like you don't care about me, and it makes me look bad because it looks like I went up heavy.
Right.
So it kind of blasted both of us, but.
Yeah, but you know what it makes, but it made Vince look the worst of anyone because anyone who watches tapes goes, that's the Pittsburgh plunge, and that's exactly how the move's supposed to be done.
Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of the fans know. I mean, pretty much like the smart ones pretty much know the move because they've seen it utilized several times. But at the time when the movie very first came out, you won't believe how many people actually saw that movie. People that I used to work with when I was working at Visa, people would come up to me and say, everything looked good. It's just, did you, when you dropped that guy, did it hurt him? I was like, no, it was supposed to be like that. So. You'd be amazed. Some people actually will see when Vince McMahon says, oh, no, we need some work there, they think that I blew it.
Yeah, if they don't know anything about wrestling.
Yeah, I mean, like the people that have watched wrestling for years and, they're pretty smart to everything, they know, what it was supposed to be. But, no, I wasn't too upset by it. I was more like, oh, God, I felt bad, like, oh, no, but I can't say anything about it,
And the scene where you're talking about Roland Alexander, and you say how some nights you only get $25, some nights you don't get paid, and then they cut to the next scene where you're saying he's one of the best indie promoters as far as payoffs are concerned, and they sort of did that get you mad at all? That they sort of seemed to position it like they were trying to play you against Roland, or?
Yeah, that totally was done without my knowledge, and me and Roland have gone back and forth with that one. Me and Roland are. God, how can I put this? We get along very well, and we respect each other. It's almost like brother rivalry.
Right.
Like we might yell at each other and scream at each other, but we still care about each other.
Right.
Like I care about the guy. I appreciate everything he's done for me. I'm sure he appreciates the same out of me, and he knows that I've done everything I can to help his promotion. I know he's done everything he can to help me. So, there's no animosity or anything, but that little switch off that they did where it looked like, I was talking bad about him, and then he was protecting himself, and he went back and forth. I had no knowledge that it was going to be shot that way. I didn't really think it was going to be done like that. It's amazing when you're actually doing the movie how things are done. He just came up to me and asked me a couple of questions, and just said, so, Tony, what do you normally make on a Jim Morris night? And, at the time when we shot the movie, I was about probably within my first year of wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
And when we shot the movie, I was making, anywhere from $0 to $25. If I had a really, really good match, I'd get $25. If I had a mid-card preliminary match, I'd get $0. Which was not a super big deal for me because the most important thing was the exposure and the experience at the time of, trying to get, your name out there and trying to get some work. That wasn't a problem, But the way he shot it was almost like I was calling Roland a liar.
Yeah, that's the impression I got.
Yeah,
I was looking at it like.
Yeah, it made Roland. That made Roland.
Not that necessarily you call. Well, yeah, I guess it would.
You know, it's almost like because he was sitting there saying, "I'm one of the best indie players out there," and I'm sitting there basically saying, "No, you're not."
Yeah. You're making it sound like he's some evil promoter that
right.
that fits his wrestlers, and
well, the fact that you made the comment first, I think the way it was edited would make it reflect more poorly on him.
Mm-hmm.
If he'd made the comment and then immediately afterwards you'd said, "I only make $0 to $25," then it would look like you were, doing it to spite him or whatever.
Right. I mean, like Roland did get a little upset with the whole thing, and I said, "Well, Roland," I said, "I told the truth. I said I didn't sit here and lie. I'm not going to sit here and lie about the whole thing. I said that's what I made. That's not what I make now. It's totally confidential what I make on a given show. But at the time, since he asked me, and that was part of the storyline, I told him. I said, this is what I make, and this is the most he's paid me. This is the least amount he's paid me. And at the time, I mean, there are certain people that might have gotten paid more. They might have had more experience and all that kind of stuff. So to sit there and say that Roland, because I guess Roland got labeled as this guy that pays all his wrestlers $25 peak. That's it. Which is not the case. That's what I was making. When I did that movie, that's what I was making.
Yeah, that's kind of the impression I got that everybody in the company made $25, maybe max, and it just made him look like he was just completely lying,
Yeah, no, it's funny what photography can do. It told the truth, but at the same time it played the truth and it kind of teased the truth a little bit.
Well, the thing was that but it wouldn't have meant anything except Roland was out there kind of bragging about being a great independent payoff guy, and that's where it came off badly.
Yeah, it's like they did it for the sake of the movie to sort of.
I mean, if it was just going like Lowell, like they're basically guys that are doing it for the ring time and for the experience. You could frame it differently, but he was where he goes, they're paid and they're paid well. You know what I mean? Then all of a sudden it's like,
that's the line there.
And they're loving it, right? And so that kind of like that's where that's where he was going to come off badly.
But yeah. Also, the other question I was having, and sort of carries over from yesterday's show, and you mentioned something about the gimmick they were going to give you in urban wrestling. Have you encountered a lot of racism, or any racism as far as from promoters wanting to give you, stereotypical type gimmicks or expecting something out of you that you're not, like you said, that gimmick where you've been shot 5 times and they wanted you to be this kind of street,
As far as any sort of like racial prejudice, I mean, you know what? Last night I turned on the Yada.com and I actually, I'm sorry, Dave, I got really sleepy and I couldn't listen to the whole broadcast.
Oh,
so I didn't hear the whole thing with your interview last night, which I really wanted to hear, which I'll probably hear tonight. But as far as racial prejudice that I've experienced, I remember probably the worst racial experience I've ever experienced in a sport. Didn't actually happen in pro wrestling, but amateur wrestling. When we, San Francisco State, went up to Oregon, and we were wrestling the University of Oregon Ducks, and we were up there, and our team was pretty minority at the time. We had some Hispanics, we had a couple of Asians, we had some blacks on the team, and I mean it was very, very, very well diverse. Okay, and we went up to Oregon, and one of our guys, this black guy, was out there, real tough guy, and he was out there just beating the hell out of this guy from the Oregon team, just beating the hell out of him. And during the match, some fan, actually screamed out this derogatory term, just screamed out, "Why don't you put that monkey back in his cage?"
Yeah.
And when I heard that, I was like, no, he didn't just say that. I was like almost like in shock, and right when I was thinking that, the whole audience laughed.
Really?
They just laughed, like it was so acceptable, And I was just kind of looked over at my coach, and my coach just shook his head, and I kind of looked at the other guys on the team, and they just kind of shook their head. And I was like, wow, living in San Francisco, which is a very diverse city, and real big cities, and like Los Angeles or New York and things like that, you don't really experience as much. But when you go to different cities and smaller towns, you'll notice that type of subtle stuff. The only thing that was a little irritating as far as the pro wrestling aspect with urban was I couldn't help but feel. Now I'm not saying that this is what they did to me, but I could not help feel in a way being articulate or being educated was hindering me in some way.
Right, that's what I was going to say.
I couldn't help but feel that. But,
and also, when I watched the tape, I almost thought that, the characters that they were looking for were more, not just more street oriented, but also, because you're mixed heritage.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that it wasn't, you know, like, I don't know how to phrase it, but maybe not black enough for them. Do you know what I mean?
I couldn't help but feel that way, Dave. You know,
I mean, I watched it on TV, and that was just by the portrayal of seeing you and some of the other people. I almost felt that, especially because, you know, you had more experience than most of the guys there, and that you know, who they were putting over and the nature of how they were putting guys over, I almost felt that they saw, look, you know, he's half Samoan, so it's not ethnic enough for what we're looking for or something.
Yeah. I couldn't help but feel that way. You know, I mean, they definitely were targeting like a street culture, and that's not what I was, you know, originally told it was going to be. I thought it was going to be, because I actually did an interview for IGN.com, where I was actually doing urban at the time, going through training, and I hadn't signed with the company or anything, and I was under the impression from what people were telling me was it was going to be like an urban wrestling alliance where it was going to be positive role models of, you know, different characters and everything, and when we finally got the thing going, it was very, very street-oriented. It was very, you know, you'd have to throw certain derogatory slang terms out there, and it was, you know, using words, bitch this, and, I mean, it was, like, totally different than what I had expected, you know, and I thought we were going to really concentrate on wrestling because, you know, like a lot of the other guys that you talk to, you know, I wanted to be like the Ric Flairs, you know, the Ricky Steamboats, you know, the guys like that. When I was a kid, that's what I wanted to be, you know. I didn't really care so much for being a wrestler / hip-hop star.
Right, because that's sort of the impression, like with D'Lo Brown, for instance. I mean, and it's kind of a tricky way to even say this because it makes it sound like somebody would be surprised that a black man would be articulate, but that's not the way I mean this to come off. But it's like it seems like he has to sort of overdo his mannerisms, and he almost sounds like phony when he says certain things, that they're trying to push him as more of a street hip hop sort of character, when he almost sounds like a white guy trying to do that. You know what I mean? I don't know if that sounds, you know, I don't know if that sounds right or not, but
no, I understand.
Yeah,
what
you
you're
know what I'm
saying.
saying. So it's almost like it's a hindrance where they seem surprised that you speak the way you do, that, you know, you weren't the street character that they were looking for. And also, what I was going to ask is, the people that tried to give you the people that run Urban, are they black, or are they white, or
It's a pretty mixed group of guys and, you know, females that are running the company. Honestly, it's not you know, it's being advertised as a black company type thing, just because BET is picking it up, that doesn't necessarily mean it's black owned. Mm-hmm. But yet, the pretty much the whole production crew is mixed up of different minorities. There's Asians, there's Hispanics, there's Caucasians, there's blacks. I mean, the production team that I've seen, you know, the ones that are shown to the wrestlers, it's a pretty diverse, you know, group of people. But yeah, I mean, to get back to your question, I really couldn't help but feel just a tiny bit that, you know, almost talking the way that I talk and, you know, being the way that I am almost hindered me as far as that wrestling organization went. I have a question actually for Dave. What did you think of the product, Dave? Did you see anything of it?
I saw a couple of shows, and I thought like for starting it, I thought the wrestling was better than I expected it to be. I thought they had way too many women, and it was kind of too far out on the storylines, because to me the storylines were so unbelievable that it kind of had that feel of someone who wasn't a wrestling fan thinking that they were writing a wrestling show for wrestling fans, but it didn't quite hit. Mm-hmm. But like what I liked about it was that I mean, a lot of the guys, there were like 3 or 4 of the guys, and Jorge Estrada, you know, was the one that really stood out to me, is that there were guys who really had a lot of potential, and they were all young, and I thought that, you know, to me, a place where young guys can get some good TV that haven't been exposed and don't look like the retreads, I thought that was like pretty cool, and I was kind of wanting to get interested in it, you know what I mean? But it seemed like there was like, you know, 2 women for every guy character almost.
Yeah.
Just want to get to this one letter here from Kevin Donlin, who's a longtime reader of The Observer. Do the new owners of WCW have enough deep pockets to afford the turnaround timetable? That's the big question. Do they have the knowledge to turn it around? Because without the knowledge to turn it around, there is no timetable. But do they have the money to afford what's obviously going to be, you know, even if they do everything
perfect? How long the turnaround is.
Yeah, a lot. I'm sure a lot depends on how long. And if there is a turnaround, well, if there's not a turnaround, they're not going to make it. Yeah, there has to be a turnaround. I think if there's signs of a turnaround there, because they're good at getting investment money, they probably, if it looks like, if like ratings start slowly coming up and attendance starts slowly coming up, I think that they'll have the resources to get the funding to last that time. If there's no movement in the ratings and stuff like that, well, then there is no turnaround, and then, you know, they probably wouldn't work, you know, then it's going to be a lot of trouble. I mean, ultimately they got to show movement, or else they're in a world of trouble. And this is, did the creative end of WWF slip during Vince's bodybuilding federation? Will the XFL cause the creative end to slip again? That's a real interesting question. If I look at the timetable, when they did the bodybuilding, I think the creative end was, WWF at that period was not particularly good. I never thought about that.
But was that a result of the bodybuilding or other problems?
A lot of different things. You know, Vince was really into the bodybuilding at that point. I mean, I remember conversations I would have with him at that period, and we talked, you know, more bodybuilding than wrestling. So his head was heavily into it. And this one, yeah, I think unless that they get like some, you know, really good writing, Vince himself, I mean, his primary goal is going to be to make that XFL look good, and it is going to make some of his focus go away from the wrestling. It's impossible not to. So he goes, without unions and legislation being half-baked, is the media, however imperfect, the best way to pressure wrestling companies to change? You know, I think that it is. Yeah, I think the problem is that the media doesn't understand wrestling. I mean, it doesn't really even, like, sports media doesn't really understand entertainment, and I think we found out in the last week. I mean, and you know, like just the whole statement is, how could there be a good wrestling announcer? Does he read a script better? I mean, when you read a line like that, you realize, you know, I mean, there are people in the media who know wrestling, but there's the wrestling media people for the most part. So it's going to be tough to get a lot of really intelligent stuff. I mean, how often does someone outside of the wrestling circle, when you read a media article on wrestling, how often is it good? And even like the feature that was really good, which was the ESPN Outside the Lines, one of the reasons why that feature was so good was because there's a guy named Barry Abrams who works for ESPN Outside the Lines, who was a key part of that team, and he is a huge and very knowledgeable wrestling fan. But if it was just left to people with football backgrounds to cover wrestling, I don't know that it's a very intricate business that everyone thinks they know and like right away, but actually from the outside it's very hard to understand. Unless you're a fan, I think it's really hard to understand it. And then this is one that I want to ask Tony and Brian, actually, because this is kind of an interesting question. Is which decade will have harsher effects on the wrestlers themselves? The steroid era of the 80s or the video game of the 90s, which I guess I'm assuming what he means by that is the steroid use that was prevalent in the 80s, or destroying the bodies, or the video games of doing, you know, all of the high spots. The thing is that now we have both, if you really think about it.
I think it's going to be the 90s because the steroid thing tore the body down, and there's going to be a lot of broken bodies. But, like, through the 90s, these guys were not only destroying their bodies, but they were destroying their heads with, like, all the crazy chair shots. And just
I have to agree with Brian on that one. I think today's generation will suffer more effects on the simple fact that when you look at somebody like from the 80s, like a Dynamite Kid, you know, who was just, at the time, I mean, just ahead of his time as far as the bumper and as far as the things that he would pull off. It's almost the norm today. You know,
but he was another one who would it would be a little bit of both.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, and it's like what he's doing is completely the norm today, and I just, you know, I hope that something like that doesn't happen to anybody, else.
I think it will.
Yeah, I'm afraid of it. I'm afraid of it happening. I think you're right.
Yeah, I think, you know, one of the things also is that, you know, I just think that the career span of today's wrestlers certainly is not going to be what the guys, like a lot of the guys in the 80s, you know, started when they were like, you know, like 22, 23 years old, and we're still going at 45. And I think that the style that the guys wrestle today, I think that's going to, if the guys who start at 23, I think by the time they're 35, it's going to be pretty tough on them physically if they're, you know, working this stuff. But the flip end of that is that the guys in the 80s in WWF and WCW could work 250, 300 times a year. And if you're not in WWF, no one's really going to work 100 dates. So maybe in that way...
Yeah, but they had that kind of... I mean, look at Hogan's style. I mean, Hogan and Savage... Well, I shouldn't even say Savage so much.
Savage took a lot of bumps when he was young.
He did, but a lot of those guys now, they can still work using that old style. And it is not going to cut it today. If they were, 20 years younger trying to work that style, it just, it won't work.
Well, the business has changed so much that today it's almost, it's spot wrestling now. It's completely spot wrestling now. So, I mean, when you smash your head and go down to the mat, you got a boring chant. We're back in the older days, when I'm talking about like the 50s, 60s, 70s, and even the 80s, it's like snatching the head and bringing them down. I don't even care to watch, certain matches today because it's such like a spot fest that I get a thrill when I watch Ricky Steamboat snatch the head, run up the turnbuckles, and bring Ric Flair back down. The crowd pops off that. You know, you'll never get a pop off that today. You know, you have to do some crazy, some sort of crazy finish to a spot in order to get a good pop or do a dive over the top rope. And, you know, it's just, and the fans are so smart now that when you smash the head and bring them down, they know it's a rest hold.
Yeah.
You know, they're so smart now, and, you know, that's why you don't really see the hour time limit matches anymore unless it's like WWF putting on the Iron Man match or something like that. You don't really see that type of stuff anymore. You know, you don't see people work matches, and when you work a match, you know, there goes the longevity of your career. You can last a lot longer. You know,
that reminds me, I saw Big Show do a bear hug last night.
For minutes on end.
Like a minute 31, I timed it. That was crazy.
You know, off the subject a little bit, I wanted to say one thing. I actually listened to your show, like I said, and I heard you ask pretty much during the time that it happened, almost every guest that you brought on, did they see the Sid Vicious break, the Sid Vicious and leg break?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And when I was in college, I was wrestling this guy, and he was a sparring partner of mine, because I was varsity and he was a freshman. And he was a sparring partner, and we were just doing simple takedowns, and I had gotten behind him, and, you know, you can't do a soup or anything when you're in college. That's only in freestyle, so I was going to lift him up and bring him right back down to referee's position. Well, when I lifted him up, he planted his ankle sideways. So when I brought him down, his ankle just snapped in 3 places.
Oh.
And as soon as, it was the sickest thing I'd ever seen and felt, because when we had come down, I'd come down on top of him because it was just, you know, coming down in the referee's position. When I had come down, I felt his bones poking me in my stomach of his ankle. So I jumped off of him, and when I jumped off him, he fell to his back, and he lifted up his leg, and his ankle was just dangling. And that was the sickest thing I'd ever seen in my life until I saw Sid's break. I mean, in my life, I had never seen anything break that severely. You know, especially, you would expect the joint to break, you know, the knee or the ankle or an elbow, something like that.
Okay.
I would never think, like, right down the shin. You know, that was the nastiest thing I'd ever seen. I just wanted to throw it out there that I'd seen something similar, but it was nowhere near as grotesque as that.
This is IATA.com. Primetime sports. All the time. And now from Times Square, crossroads of the World Wide Web, and sponsored in part by the Office of National Drug Control Policy, it's the Wrestling Observer Live with Dave Meltzer.
How's it going, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're going to be here for the next 2 hours talking pro wrestling. We got Brian Alvarez here. We also are going to have Rick Bassman, the head trainer, the owner of Ultimate Pro Wrestling, which is, of course, a wrestling school and independent wrestling promotion in Southern California that runs basically once a month at the Galaxy Theater. A lot of publicity for their shows because they put them up on the web live. They had Rob Van Dam against Christopher Daniels on the last show. This next show will be on the 21st, which is this coming Wednesday. So we'll be talking a little bit about that show with Northern California versus Southern California feud. We've actually had a lot of those people that are in that match. Mike Modest, Donovan Morgan, and Tony Jones. The Northern California group we've had on this show several times. All 3 of them in recent weeks. And Chris Daniels from the other side, Chris Daniels, Mikey Henderson, and Tom Howard representing Southern California. We'll talk a lot about that. If you were interested in wrestling schools, Rick Bassman's a good person to talk to. And we can just talk about the WWF. They've see if there's anybody new that they've got into the WWF. They're kind of a feeder territory to the WWF. Talk about progress of different people and all that good stuff. Of course, Brian's here for the next 2 hours as well. Brian, how are you today?
I'm doing good.
I think first thing we can talk about, I guess we should start with Thunder, which I think I got through a little bit of the show. I was out all night last night, and I came home and fell asleep, actually. But it was really late. It's not like the show was necessarily boring or anything, but I didn't get a chance. Just so much happened this morning, I didn't get a chance to watch most of it. I got through, I think I'm through Kiwi and Mike Sanders was the last match I saw. So what were your thoughts before that and after that as well?
Actually, right in the middle of the Mike Sanders-Kiwi match, I was just thinking to myself, you know, AJ Styles is like the second best guy in the show so far. It was a total indie showcase for about the first hour of the show. The first match I thought was pretty good. I thought AJ Styles looked good. Thought Air Paris looked pretty green, and his gear didn't help him out any. Sean O'Haire and Mark Jindrak was just...
I got a lot to say about that match.
I feel kind of like a fool because I remember saying at one point, you know, these power plant guys can have good matches with each other because they work out in the power plant together. Well, I was wrong. That was not.
And then they had Sanders and Kiwi, and which was better at least.
It was better, but it was still pretty bad.
Yeah.
And Mike Awesome and Ernest Miller was absolutely hideous.
Okay, well that I didn't get to yet.
Chavo Jr. and the Wall versus Ray and Hugh Morris. This was like the first time in the show that the crowd cared about absolutely anything. They got behind Ray when he was doing his big comeback, but Ray's just such an awesome baby face. They popped huge for that. It was actually an okay match, but they don't need Ray in there with Wall, for sure. He just looked absolutely tinier than ever. Bagwell and Conan was pretty bad. Jarrett and Rick Steiner versus Page and Dustin Rose was pretty bad in the main event. And overall, I thought that was a real bad show.
Okay.
So you have a lot to look forward to in that second hour.
Wow. And what else do I... Yeah, and we got SmackDown tonight. Let me see. The first match, I saw some potential in AJ Styles, but, it's such a big jump from working those indie shows to working national television, and it was just so obvious watching, from a facial standpoint, he didn't know how to play to the camera at all.
Yeah, he did look kind of like a robot.
Athletically, he did some cool moves, but, he really wasn't ready, and then there you are on national television. Air Paris, physically, it's tough. That one's tough. Boy, because I'd never seen him before.
Mm-hmm.
And I've heard about him for the last, 2 years. And he did some nice moves and everything, but, just very small and yet very minor league looking look.
Jamie Noble. He's wearing this outfit that's baggy on him.
Yeah.
And it makes him look even smaller. It's like, you're skinny when you're wearing spandex and it's loose.
Yeah. Jamie Noble was so awesome in that match.
Oh yeah, he's awesome.
It was, that he looks with his hair and everything. If you don't really look close, he looks like Kaz Hayashi, and from far away, right?
Uh-huh.
And like I was watching from far away for about a minute, and I'm going boy, that Kaz Hayashi's awesome. And then I kind of walked up a little bit closer to the TV, and it was Jamie Noble, and he was awesome for that guy is really good.
Yeah.
And that match, and then O'Hare and Jindrak. My thought watching this was they need to, those guys are good athletes. They're huge men that are very agile, and they couldn't work together at all. And they're like tag team partners. They've been together for a long time, and they need, desperately, especially because we all talk about Sean O'Hare and, the potential that Sean O'Hare has. And Jindrak, I don't know, there's something about facially, he doesn't do it for me, but I don't want to knock him because he's probably 6'5", and good condition, obviously. Looks good physically. He can do some great athletic moves out there. So there's something there. The charisma's not quite there yet. But these guys, they need to send these guys, I've kind of mentioned some on the website about this, they need to send these guys to Japan and get them off TV for a year. Because at least as WCW is now structured, the nature of that company is you're going to be running one show a week, and these guys are only going to get, how much better are they going to get with, let's say, 52 matches over the next year, most of which go, let's say, 5-minute average.
I know, and think of Honky Tonk Man. He's talking about working 120 dates a year.
I know. But, I think that, these, people are going to get this impression of Sean O'Hare as this guy who's, just not ready.
Yeah.
Because they're going to see him at this point. And granted, you can all say, well, we saw, Rock, literally Rock was in the major leagues from day one, but Rock doesn't count. He doesn't count, okay? And
I don't
even
think
with
Rock looked like this anyway.
No, but then the other thing with Rock is also, Rock in his first year probably worked 200 matches.
Mm-hmm.
So, it was he had his chance to develop. I think that if they sent those guys to Japan where they're working 5 nights a week, and all those Japanese wrestlers are really good technical wrestlers. I remember Robbie Rage and the other guy, Kenny Chaos, when they went to Japan for 3 tours. They came back and they had improved so much, and of course then we never heard from them since, but that's another story. One of them got hurt. I don't even know what happened to Kenny Chaos. Robbie tore his bicep, then they got rid of him, then they rehired him.
Became the mystery man briefly.
Yeah. But they improved greatly, and I think that if those guys had a chance, all of those guys, instead of putting them on TV before they're ready, even better than working in independent, because the thing with the New Japan is, working independents, there's not that many veterans they're going to work with. Yeah, they'll get the ring time, But I mean, like, and I mean this more with O'Hare than anybody else, is that if he were to go, say that you got Sean O'Hare's like a real project where you really think that this guy can do something, and everyone seems to think that, and I do too. Send him there, leave him there for a long time, and then when you bring him back, give him a huge push, give him a good look, and maybe he'll be at least a Mike Awesome when he comes back. Maybe if you're lucky. You know, rather than, I mean, because those guys, man.
Not Mike Awesome last night, but in general.
Well, I didn't see Mike Awesome. Well, Mike Awesome is not good with a bad worker. I mean, Mike Awesome has great matches when he's in there with a great worker, and when he's in there with bad people, he doesn't look good. I mean, that's always been his case. But you know, I watched O'Hare, and I mean, when I was watching that match, I'm going like, this guy is doing himself no favors. This is not helping him, and it's really sad because, you know, he's the prototype of what they need in main events in like a year, and in a year of working 5-minute TV matches once a week as opposed to going on the road every night, he ain't going to get better, or he's not going to get better. I mean, he'll get better, but he won't get better fast enough to where he can be a main eventer in a year. Put it that way.
Yeah.
Anyway. So you made me really encouraged to watch the rest of that show.
You got to watch Ernest Miller, Mike Awesome.
Well, I will. I'm going to do that as soon as the show's over. I'm going to watch the rest.
The best part is the finish is Miller goes for a kick and he kicks the post with like his foot, right? And he falls down in pain. And he just sells it the rest of the match. Like 30 seconds later, he's holding his shin, and then about 30 seconds after that, he's holding his knee, and it's just so hokey. It's like, is this pain moving up your leg? Is it going to get to your pelvis soon?
Oh, let's see. Missy Hyatt's book is due in July or August. It's going to be called First Lady of Wrestling. The original sexy sidekick tells all. So we'll probably have her on the show probably more than once between now and that book release, I got a feeling. Let's see. This is the weirdest story. This is like, you know, when I grew up and the journalism I studied, it does not exist anymore. That's all I can say. This WZZN FM in Chicago has banned any references to the XFL on its station. The reason is because the XFL officials of the Chicago Enforcers had told them that they were going to buy ads on the station. So the station got totally behind them and was talking about them like crazy. And then they backed out of the ad buy, so the station will not allow any of its people to even mention the XFL, like any of their sports talk guys.
That's good.
I mean, that is so bad. That's just like the worst. We actually have, the WWF came out with its quarterly report today, and they made $11.7 million this last quarter, which is lower than usual, but, you know, a lot of that's due to the XFL. They spent $14 million on startup costs for the XFL, which was a negative, but they also got a $7 million payment from NBC for the XFL. Well, that's half of it. Yeah, that's half of it anyway. That's half the losses. Okay, so that actually makes sense. I was thinking something different. So anyway, they made $11 million. So their share of XFL losses was like $7 million. So right now the XFL is $22 million in the hole before. But, you know, I mean, that was not that unexpected. Yeah. They had a bunch of... Linda McMahon did a big... she did a conference this morning. And there was also, let me see what we got here. There's some details on some stuff. You know, I mentioned something about the XFL ratings in just a second. I got the ratings of the XFL from NBC. You know what's actually scary is, you know, one of the reasons that the number, you know how the number went up after primetime ended?
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay. You know why? Because there was this giant jump at 11:30 from a 5-1 to a 6-6. You know what that was for?
They were waiting for Saturday Night Live.
Everyone tuning in to see Jennifer Lopez. So, I mean, it's like...
They need to get her on the field next week.
I know. But, you know, so realistically, if anything, and the demos, you know, in their target audience, you know, that male 12 to 17, male 12 to 24, man, those last 15 minutes of that football game, through the roof.
That is amazing.
I mean, so the actual numbers are even worse than I wrote for the actual game itself. I mean, it isn't because, you know, that was the game and that was what people were watching. But I mean, they had this giant tune-in factor of, you know, males 12 to 24 in the last 15 minutes. So anyway, I didn't realize when I got all the quarters and all the breakdowns, and it's like, wow. It's like that rating isn't for football. That's for Jennifer Lopez. Anyway, what else did we get here? From
I assume that will not be mentioned by the WWF.
I don't even think they know.
Okay.
You got to look at this close to decipher this kind of stuff. I mean, when it happens at a certain minute and there's this giant jump, you got to go, okay, now what happened in this minute? And I'm thinking, 11:30, what happened in this minute? And it was like, Saturday Night Live was supposed to start. It was promoted all week. Jennifer Lopez is on it. And that's why everyone tuned in. And they waited for 45 minutes, or half an hour. Yeah, 45 minutes before that show started, which is another story in and of itself.
Maybe they can change Saturday Night Live to the lead-in for the XFL.
Yeah, but then it'd have to start at 7:30, or 7, or 6:30, or something.
They wouldn't go for that.
It defeats the whole purpose. Maybe they could put the XFL on at 11:30 and Saturday Night Live on at 8. But the whole idea of Saturday Night Live is, kids go out and then they come home to watch it.
How about XFL at 1 in the morning?
Oh, do a good share. Nobody's going to watch it, though. Let's see. The company, this is from WWF quarterly statement, as compared with this period a year ago, and this is for the months of, was it November, December, and January, they were up 12% in pay-per-view, which is sort of misleading. Okay, let's see, those 3 months. So it was November, December, January, or December? No, November, December, January. I gotta look. Okay, because Royal Rumble was down, and the Survivor Series was down. The December pay-per-view Armageddon was up, but they increased a lot in international pay-per-view sales, plus the Fanatics series, plus they had that British pay-per-view. So overall, they end up with more buys. It's sort of misleading. They increased in television revenue. A lot of that was because they had that, the Viacom deal pays a whole lot more than the USA Network deal. Advertising was about the same, which is good because ratings are down and the advertising stays stagnant, so that's good, and plus we're in a soft advertising market. Let me see. The merchandise was about the same as last year at this time. What was up was income from WWF New York, which, of course, at this time last year they weren't promoting nearly as well as they are now, and an increase in revenue from publishing, which is, of course, the successful books that they've got that are out there. They were offset by lower licensing revenue, lower home video level, and lower Internet advertising revenue, even though their Internet... Well, that's because that market's just falling apart.
I know, it's Internet everybody.
That's not their, their actual Internet stuff is... It's what their Internet stuff is still way up there. It's where do I have the numbers here? Every month they average 3.6 million unique viewers, which is 120,000 a day, and 244 million page viewers. So their increase from this point last year, they're up 16% on Internet, but because the Internet advertising is so soft, their income from it is well down. Which it's going to be every company's that way. Ticket sales were down.
They're okay, though, because they got that shop zone and everything like that, and they can just sell tons of merchandise.
Yeah, but even including that, their merchandise was flat.
Really?
Yeah, that's including the shop zone. Yeah, merchandise was flat. Almost the same as last year at this time. The attendance was down, but the revenue is pretty much there. They're now averaging $33.36 per ticket sale for WF Live events. And that was the main stuff. Let's see, they got 59,300 tickets sold for Mania, so they're going to break the all-time record for the building. SmackDown 2 is the #1 selling title for PlayStation, and the No Mercy video has sold 750,000 units in 2 months. And XFL, they are averaging 33,000 attendance per game. They budgeted 20,000, so they're well ahead. Of course, that's season openers for everybody. It's not going to stay up to that level, probably. They say that they've kicked off with $40 million in advertising. They don't mention that they budgeted, I believe, $63 million for advertising, so they're actually below that. Ratings, so they talk about approximately, this is one of those great misleading stats. Approximately 70% of the viewers that watched the first week also watched the second week. That's actually totally untrue.
About.
But what they did was they added up the audience for the 3 games the second week and compared them with the audience for the 2 games the first week.
Oh, I see.
But even then, you can't get to 70%. You can't. But you can come close. You can get up to you can get 68% of the households, probably 65% of the audience. But they'll disappoint with that. The other thing they did was they interviewed a random study of 1,500 WWF fans. Somehow I wonder if
It's
this
probably
is
on
random.
WWFparents.com.
Yeah. Some of the stuff, the whole thing that Brian was talking about yesterday about it, like, do wrestling fans really make less money than other people? And anyway, in their own survey that they did, they found out that, in fact, wrestling fans average 16% higher income than the national average. That 62% of their fans that are adults categorize their occupations as professional or white collar. 30% have attained 4-year college degrees, which is above the national average. Listen to this stat, okay? And then everything's fine. I'm reading this and all. Well, could be true, right? And maybe, and I'm not saying it's not, but this one, when this stat came in, it was like, okay, this whole survey's got to be thrown out. 77% watch all 3 major shows: SmackDown, Raw, and Heat. Okay, now if that's the case,
impossible.
That's right. It's absolutely impossible because Heat's averaging a 2.1, Raw's averaging about a 5. SmackDown's averaging about, 4.6 right now.
So he would have to have gotten 77%
of the 5.
Of the lower rating.
No. 77% would have to watch. So the highest rated show, which is Raw, that would mean that SmackDown would have to average about a 3. No, not SmackDown, but Heat would have to do a 3.9 for that to be statistically possible.
Yeah.
And that would mean that nobody watches Heat that also doesn't watch Raw in the whole country. And Heat would have to average 3.9. So that is so bogus. Anyway, and then this is probably something that we'll be hearing a lot about. 83% of parents with kids between the age of 2 and 11, and 70% of parents of teenagers discuss characters, content, and context of WWF programming with their children. Which,
What does that mean?
I don't know.
If a parent goes, don't watch that. Is that a discussion?
No, they say that 93% of parents with children watch wrestling with their children, and I don't buy that for a second. That's almost impossible. 93% of parents with kids watch wrestling with their kids. That would mean that, then how did they only average 1.6 people per household watching Raw? It's impossible.
Some of these stats seem a little bit skewed.
I would say so. I mentioned some more news. Let's see, Stu Hart received the Order of Canada, which is, what is that exactly? I know it means you did really good in your life. Basically. I don't know, it's kind of like knighthood in England, isn't it?
Sure.
I'm not saying maybe it's not, that's probably not it. I don't know if that's a good analogy or not. I just know that he got it. So, anyway, that was good. Now, this isn't good, and we have many complaints about this already. This poll result. If the major world champions were put against each other under shoot fighting rules in a tournament, who do you think would end up victorious? 35% said Kurt Angle. Okay, 19% said Scott Steiner. 7% said Kensuke Sasaki. 23% said Mark Coleman. And 16% said whoever was luckiest on that given day. And anyway, I don't know what to say. There are people who think that showed a lack of intelligence among the listeners of this show, and it probably, to an extent, did. I hate to say that. I'll go through this really quick. Whoever was luckiest on that given day is a decent response because luck is involved. But for Mark Coleman to finish behind, even though Kurt Angle, if Mark Coleman was not in it, is probably a very valid choice because he was an Olympic gold medalist. In a shoot fight, I would certainly greatly favor Mark Coleman over Kurt Angle. I think anyone would, just because Kurt Angle's never trained in it and Mark Coleman has. So that gives him a huge advantage. Even though as wrestlers, Kurt Angle was a more successful wrestler than Mark Coleman, just as a pure amateur wrestler. The bottom line is that Mark Coleman would be a good enough wrestler, theoretically, to avoid Kurt Angle's takedown. And even if Kurt Angle got on top...
What's he going to do?
Yeah, what's he going to do? He's never trained in submissions. He's never trained in striking. Now, the one thing that Kurt Angle might have over Mark Coleman is that Mark Coleman... No, Mark Coleman could get tired in a long match, which he often does, and Kurt could... So, again, Kurt Angle is not an embarrassing choice. Now, Scott Steiner, finishing with 19% and Mark Coleman with 23%. I think that's what people were mad at. But anyway, I'll probably have a couple of notes on that later. Any other news to get to before we Well, actually, I should talk about today's poll, which is involving ECW. Let me get that question out here. What do you think about ECW's future on pay-per-view? A, one last show will be held on March 11th. B, there will be one last show, but it won't be taking place on March 11th. C, they're going to run many more shows. And D, they will never run another pay-per-view again. So, any other news before we start getting emails?
Nah.
None? Okay. We'll start hitting emails. Dave, why didn't you stay home and watch Thunder last night? I'm questioning your loyalty to wrestling. I work like 100 hours a week on wrestling. Unfortunately, it was Valentine's Day. So that's why I didn't. I could have, but I would have had another breakup. Let me see.
She wouldn't have gone for watching Thunder together?
I don't even think she'd go for watching SmackDown together.
Okay.
Let alone Thunder. Thunder's a tough one. I can't get anyone to watch that one in this house. Let's see. I'm surprised no one's brought this up yet. On Raw, when Just Incredible ran in, JR was saying it's ECW's Just Incredible, which sounds like they still want to consider him an ECW guy if they have another pay-per-view. But then at the end of the segment, Jerry Lawler very clearly said, is ECW even around anymore? I know his gimmick is to be anti-ECW, but I don't think he'd say something like that if there wasn't something they were building towards. What do you think? Reading too much into a comment. I think that those comments were very carefully said. I don't think that they were at random, so you're probably not reading too much in it, but I'm not sure exactly what those comments mean, other than I think they were meant to mean something. Let's see. While premiering the ECW guys, would Vince be better served to wait until they're in New York or Philadelphia area? The reason is these guys will get a huge pop from the ECW heavy crowd, and then JR can explain the reason that people know who these guys are. It may start them at a higher level if that's what Vince wants to do, especially the guys who are saying that they don't have the charisma to get over in Vince's world. Yeah, well, I mean, they brought in Just Incredible at Meadowlands. So when Taz first came in, wasn't Taz's first ECW match in Philly? It was in New York. They were in New York and Philly. That means first WWF when he came in, remember?
It was at Rumble.
And that was Madison Square Garden, right?
Yeah, I think so.
And I think the next night was Philadelphia, which was Raw.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, yeah, I think that, they're not going to, like...
And guys, look where it got that guy.
And he got a great pop.
Yeah. But
yeah.
That meant nothing in the long run.
In the long run, it probably doesn't mean anything. But I think that they do, and I know with Taz they did, and I would think with Just Incredible they did. I think that the idea is if they're near New York and Philadelphia, they would be more apt to debut an ECW guy there, feeling that the crowd would react better than, say, in Des Moines, Iowa. But if they need to, they're going to do what they need to do. But yeah, I mean, I think it's something. I know as a fact it's something taken into consideration because with Taz, I mean, that absolutely was. I mean, it was like they expected him to get a big pop, not as big as he got, obviously, but they expected more recognition because they were in New York and Philly that weekend. I was wondering if you could explain the logic in All Japan keeping the Triple Crown on Tenryu. Now that Sasaki and Kawada has occurred, Kawada should annihilate Tenryu and get the title. However, at the end of the next tour, Taioke gets a title shot. What are they thinking? Kawada's the only talent in the entire company. As far as, I think everyone knows why Tenryu got it instead of Kawada, when you look into the future at what happened. Obviously, Kawada's going to end up with it. I think that the idea is that Tenryu and Kawada is a big show and they need to save it for Budokan Hall. And the next title match they're using at Yokohama Bunka Gym, which is a much smaller place. And I think the feeling is why waste Tenryu and Kawada in a 4,900 seat building when the very next month, or not even the next month, because actually they'll do Champion Carnival. So the Carnival final will be there, but it gives them when they go into Budokan, say in June or whenever that next Budokan date after the Carnival final is, they've got a ready-made main event if they need it in Tenryu and Kawada rather than wasting it on Yokohama Bunka Gym. So that's the reason. Plus, the longer they wait to put the belt on Kawada, it probably will mean more when he gets it. Let's see. From the XFL home office in Marmora, New Jersey. That's not where their home office is. From Frank Jewett. 10 ways the XFL will keep the games from going overtime. Player introductions will be limited to yelling, "What's up?" Opening scramble replaced by a jump ball. That's pretty good. Play continues during commercial breaks, but the offensive team always takes a knee so that the home viewers know they'll never miss anything important. XFL timekeeper is replaced by the Royal Rumble timekeeper. Game no longer stops to treat injured players. Instead, of giving a 5-yard halo rule while they crawl people off the field. The fourth quarter is changed from 15 minutes to TV time limit remaining. Can you top this? Overtime is played simultaneously at opposite ends of the field at the same time. The video tape machines are rolling. We'll show you who won at the beginning of next week's show. That's a good one. With 5 minutes to go, Pat gives the wheel a final spin. Oh, wait, that's Wheel of Fortune. That's how they keep that one from going over. And number 1, XFL referees were replaced by Dave Hebner. It's Earl Hebner. Ring the bell, ring the bell. This is from Mike Oles, who's trying to be a smartass here, going, I would like to ask out of curiosity how you figure out the demographics for TV shows. Do you guess? Yes, I make them all up. Okay? Do you use a magic calculator? Magic calculator. That's a good one, too. Can you see through the television? Yes, I have X-ray vision. I see through the television. But actually, I get it from Nielsen. And all the companies get it. And all the companies get the same numbers. And I just, look at them real close. Probably closer than the companies.
I hope that guy was being a smartass and that wasn't a real question.
Yeah. Eddie looked horrible on Raw. He had little or no tan. He looked like he'd gained 20 pounds.
Trying to have tough enough.
What? By the way, you know that they're recruiting ringers for Tough Enough. We've talked about that, right? Yeah. What's up with X-Pac? Why don't they give him new music and a new gimmick? That Suck It thing is long gone.
I thought he was going to come back with, a whole new makeover.
I think with Justin, I don't know. I thought so, too, actually. Who is it that's getting a new makeover? Campiro, right? They want him.
They want him to.
Yeah, ain't gonna happen. At least he ain't gonna be back anytime soon anyway. This is from Mike. I noticed WWF wrestlers have stopped using pile drivers. Undertaker and Kane both stopped doing the tombstone. Rikishi stopped doing the sit-down pile driver. Did WWF institute a ban on pile drivers, or were they just not getting over? Pretty much they instituted a ban, although on rare occasions,
China,
you can do them. If there's a specific reason why they need to be done, you can do them. But generally speaking, they have strongly discouraged all their wrestlers from doing any moves where they drop someone on their head. I think it's partially the Drozdoff thing, partially so if a kid gets hurt dropping someone on the other one's head, the WWF can say, hey, we don't even let our wrestlers do it. They didn't make a big deal out of it, but it's been for several months. They don't want people suplexing each other on their heads. Basically no dropping someone on their head. At one point they were even talking about not letting the wrestlers do DDTs, but then the wrestlers explained that DDTs are very safe and relatively easy bump, because the move that actually scared everyone was, what was it? It was almost a year ago now. The Dean Malenko Scotty 2 Hottie DDT off the ropes. After that one, which was an incredible looking finisher of a really great match, the feeling was that someone's going to try to top that and get hurt, and WWF's playing it safe, which a lot of people don't like. But you know what? They probably should. It's for the better. It's a lot. That's why they didn't publicize it, was because people won't accept it for the better. But it probably is. Let's see. Eric said that you have to use old talent to get over new talent. Were the rumors of Lance Storm pushed towards a world title? Where are those rumors coming from? Lance Storm getting the world? From? The world title? Who was that? From me?
Yeah, really.
Why? What did I say?
I don't know, but I was on the Lance Storm website the other day, and he had this message board, and there were a bunch of people that sent him this message, talking about how he was going to get this big push, and it was attributed to you. And I thought,
I never said anything like that. I never.
You got credit for it.
Yeah. Okay.
At least they didn't credit you with saying he was a horrible worker that would never get anywhere in his business.
I didn't say that. I wouldn't say that either. Would Eric consider contacting Bret Hart to be his manager? I cannot imagine Bret Hart coming in as Lance Storm's manager. He may call him, but I just, especially right now, I don't see that happening. You can never predict 2-3 years from now what someone's going to do, but right now, I just don't see it at all. Let's see. I think mainstream sports have lost the attention of teenagers for 2 reasons. The first one is the players are making too much money. The Yankees have won 4 out of 5 World Series because they have more money, or at least willing to spend more money than any other team. This makes the game boring and too predictable. Another reason is this. When you go to a sporting event and spend $100 for front row seats, you want to meet some of your favorite players and maybe get some autographs. Well, nowadays, the big sports stars will not sign for you. You see most of the big stars have exclusive contracts with major trading card companies and are only allowed to sign for them at their autograph shows. The players don't realize that if we didn't pay $100 for front row seats, they wouldn't be paid as well as they are. The fans are the ones that make these guys stars, and they're not even willing to sign or in some cases even talk to the fans. These are the 2 biggest reasons why there's no connection between the fans and between the new generation of fans and the new generation of players. I don't know. While watching a few old Royal Rumbles, a couple of questions came to mind. How did Tuesday in Texas come about? Was it always planned? It was just, we've talked about this one many times. It was just an idea.
Why is that, by the way?
What?
People are just so interested in this whole Tuesday from Texas thing.
Well, because they never did it again. And it seemed like it was out of the, it's like, I mean, I guess like if you weren't around and didn't realize it had been planned for months, you might think, oh my God, like they screwed up a finish on a pay-per-view and had to do another pay-per-view the week later. Although, if they did screw up a finish on a pay-per-view, they could just do it on TV the week later or on Raw the next night today. You don't have to. What it was Vince McMahon just wanted to see if he shot a really big angle at a pay-per-view, and at that point in time, Hulk Hogan losing the title was about as big an angle as you could do. And come back a week later, figuring the momentum from the first pay-per-view would carry over the second.
I don't even think it was a week, was it? Wasn't it like just 2 days, the next Tuesday?
I think it was like 6 days. I think it was a Wednesday.
It was like the next Tuesday, like 2 days later.
Yeah, but the pay-per-view I think was on a Wednesday though, or maybe it was on a Thursday. That week before, because it was a Thanksgiving weekend.
That was when they had the Survivor Series. It was like the Thanksgiving night.
Yeah, I don't know. So I'm sure that many people are going to email us and tell us exactly how many days it was, but it was probably 5 or 6 days between.
Yeah, you're right.
Was it always planned? Yes, it was. It was just that's how it was planned. Let's see. Do you have TNN ratings for the Birmingham, New York Hitmen game? Yeah, it was 2.4 national number. I mean, what is it? It's 2.4 cable number, which correlates to like 1.9 national number, I believe. That's from Milton, who goes, I thought Eric Bischoff came off like $1 million on the show. He said all the right things and even has me believing that maybe they'll turn it around down the line. It'll never happen, but wouldn't it be great if X-Pac and Just Incredible challenged Chris Jericho to a tag team match at No Way Out? Jericho would bring in Jerry Lynn as his partner. Too soon, not going to happen. Jerry Lynn has history with both guys, so it makes sense. It's a great way to give Jerry Lynn a face rub, but it'll never happen. So you already know. By the way, what was the point of having Eddie Guerrero make that awesome return last week only to have a 3-minute TV match with Chris Jericho 7 days later?
Set up a rematch at the pay-per-view.
Yeah. Are they going to do a rematch? I don't even know what the... Or maybe they'll do something with Just Incredible and X-Pac against Jericho and Eddie is like partners that don't get along? Or a 4-way? Or maybe a 3-way dance. They could do 3-way. Jericho, X-Pac, and Eddie, 3-way. They could do that too. We're here with Rick Bassman from Ultimate Pro Wrestling. Rick, how you doing today?
Good, Dave. How you doing?
Doing really good. I guess first thing, what's any major news coming into Wednesday's show and what's going on with the school and everything?
Show this Wednesday, Galaxy Concert Theater, is going to be a live webcast, 8 Pacific, 11 Eastern at upw.com. Just a real solid show from top to bottom. All our guys and girls, 6 of whom are now signed to WWF, 2 of whom are signed to WCW. We've got Stevie Richards and Ivory coming in to go on 2-on-2 with Frankie the Future, who I think will be picked up soon by a major, and Looney Lane. So it should be an interesting matchup. We've got the continuation of our NoCal-SoCal feud, which is something I think people thought they'd never see, which is UPW going head-to-head with APW, and that's been interesting. So, on one hand, it's just a show, on the other, it's a great show from top to bottom. We'll see how it goes.
How did that work out at the first show?
What's that, the APW-UPW deal?
Yeah, and how did that all get... And basically, I guess that, Tony Jones, Mike Modest, and Donovan Morgan came down on the December show.
Exactly.
How did that happen? Because I remember, I was at that December show, and we actually on the air brought up that possibility, and I remember Mike and Donovan both said it's a great idea and it'll never happen, and then here it is a month later and it happens.
Well, right. Well, the history behind that basically is, I think as you know, Dave, we have a management company also in which we represent guys and girls signed to the big companies. And Tony Jones has been a friend and a client for some time now. Mike Modest is a friend. And Donovan's become a friend over the past few months. So they've been actually working shows for us for probably going on half a year now. And we've done well drawing for our shows and selling them out, as you've seen, by bringing in, name talent. And we thought it'd be cool to take a shot at really building programs from within our own organization to see if we could sell on that basis. And my thoughts were that, based on Roland and APW continually bashing us on the web, and being that there are enough people out there that read that stuff that are interested in it, thought it might be cool to do a little inter-promotional feud. So basically, I broached the idea to Mike and Donovan, who thought it was a good one, and they put me in touch with Roland, and we just took it from there.
Do you think Roland got over partially because of Beyond the Mat? Because one thing is like all the hardcore fans have pretty much seen that, I think.
Yeah, there were 2 reasons I think he got over. One was because of that. The other is we really, I think, did a good job ourselves and the APW folks both on building the feud over the internet. And then lastly, for those who don't follow that sort of thing, we actually produce a program now for our shows. It's full color. It's real nice. And the big feature story in the program for people walking through the door was a build-up on the feud. So basically, if you hadn't even heard of it till showing up at the Galaxy a couple hours before showtime, you would have a whole backstory by the time the match started to appear. And boy, it got tremendous heat. Really got over good.
You get fans coming down from Northern California to watch it?
I honestly don't know. Good question. I don't know that though.
But
haven't
basically,
heard from any who have. Wouldn't be surprised.
Is it pretty much now a constant that you always pack that place?
Yes. Yeah. You know, but it's been a long, slow build, and I think thankfully our shows have consistently been good, and for the things that haven't been good, our fans have been pretty forgiving. You know, and I think a big test for us was about 4 months ago when we had Undertaker booked. And if you remember, he went into that gallbladder surgery on a sort of emergency basis, and he couldn't make our show. Midian agreed to step in, which I thought was very cool. And as you all found out later, Triple H stepped in as well. Well, we put up signs all over the front of the building telling the fans that Taker would not be there, but that we have a very special surprise. So if you want a refund, you can get it, but we advise sticking around. And Steve Regal's out doing his bit, and Steve was booked. And then Midian came out. And what I noticed, and was very interesting, is the fans were actually really cool with that. You know, they basically, I think, figured, well, that's a special surprise. You know, UPW has been cool. They've been up front with us, so we're going to be cool with them about Midian. And to us, that was a big test that I think we passed. And, of course, Triple H came out and blew everybody away.
Yeah. Now, who are the, real quick, for people who do know and don't know, who are the guys that you have that are working your shows that are under contract to the two companies right now?
WWF is John Cena, also known as Prototype, who's been everywhere in wrestling media, and I think will be, if I dare say, I think will be one of the top 5 guys in the business within the next couple of years. All Kurt Angle type, at least that's what we're hoping for. Nathan Jones and John Heidenreich are two newest giants.
John, I'm not familiar with. Nathan, I met at that show, or saw at the show.
Okay, so you were or were not familiar?
Well, Nathan Jones I know from the World's Strongest Man, and I saw him at the show, 6'10".
Yeah.
He's a large human being with giant feet.
That's the guy.
No, John, who's John?
John Heidenreich is an ex-World Football League player who moved out here a few months back from New Orleans, who, to me, is really like our new Prototype in a way, just by the way he sets the standard for dedication and work ethic. And the fact that he's 6'7", 320, and ripped and a hell of an athlete probably doesn't hurt either. But amazing guy and a good guy. We've had John working a lot theatrically and commercially out here as well. Hardcore Kid, Aaron Aguilera, Bad Boy Basil Bozinis are also both signed to WWF Developmental. And the twins, Diane and Elaine Klimaszewski, who are on each show, are signed there. And then as far as WCW signees, and then they're both new, as you know, Chris Daniels, long last, and Mike Modest. So it's pretty stacked from top to bottom. But I'd be willing to predict that there's 8 to 10 other people appearing on that show. The Samoa Joes, the KG Sakotas, Frankie the Futures, that will be a force in the business within the next few years. So it's a pretty amazing backstage, that's for sure.
Now, what's the status of television? I know when I was at the show, you taped it as if it was like a Raw. I mean, that's the interesting thing about these shows is that it's like, you have most independents that you go to, I mean, the matches are kind of, laid out, you go 15 minutes, but if they go 18 or 12, it's not really a big deal. I mean, with your show, basically the guys, I mean, they got the ref, they get the signal to go home. I mean, it's run like it's a live television show, basically. And you were taping it, I mean, it was a demo tape, the one that I went to. What's the status of television?
Well, unfortunately, we had some edit problems or personnel problems, which I think is pretty prevalent on this level. And we should have had the darn thing cut over a month ago. Because of those problems, we didn't. As I just was explaining to Al, your producer, on the break, I actually jumped out of edit today to get on your show. So we're finally finishing up the edit on the pilot. UPN here locally is waiting to see it. as is KCAL, which is an ABC Disney-owned station. We'll get on TV sometime in the next few weeks, and I know it's a big statement to make, but we will get on somewhere because the product does look that good. If it ends up being cable, well, then it's cable. But we will be on soon, and then the goal is just to do some additional local shots behind that. A regular LA date, a regular San Bernardino date, and the same for San Diego. So I will send you a copy when it's done. We're almost there.
Also, we've had some questions sent in. What about videos of the house shows? The one that a lot of people are interested in is the Van Dam Daniels match.
Yeah, we will, once we have this done, start putting more video out. The trick with video is it's fairly easy to produce, although it is time and, to a degree, cost-intensive. When you get people saying, I'll put it out because we want to buy it. But the truth is, you really need to have well-established distribution networks. And that's where our focus is right now, is in getting those networks established. So once that's done, we'll start to get this stuff out. In the meantime, as you know, we have our training series out, and it's out retail now, Walmart, Camelot, Coconuts, Best Buy, and it's doing pretty well. We're putting out UPW Vixens, which is our version of the Divas, and that'll feature Looney Lane and Sadist and Savvy and the Twins and Rio Storm and the rest of the girls. And then we do have one show out, which is called Fresh Blood, a live show. So there's a fair amount of product on the market already, as well as our Discovery special, which is due out through Artisan just next month.
What about the ideas they had for the concept of doing like the weekly Real World type show that WWF is now taking advantage of with Tough Enough?
Let me just say we're working on it.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather just leave it at that for now.
What was your thought? I actually got a tape of this. Brian, did you watch the blind date thing with Looney Lane?
No, I didn't see it.
Okay. Well, I actually did see it. So, what was your thought of how that all went?
Unfortunately, I haven't seen it yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I was involved in it to a degree. Blind Date had contacted us some time ago and asked for someone to put on. They have a couple big UPW fans working at the Blind Date office, so we thought Looney would be a natural choice. And I don't know what actually made the final cut, because we actually had a show the night that this thing aired, and I have the tape, but I haven't watched it yet. The first segment that they shot, at least, was in one of our two training facilities, with Looney show putting some of her moves on her date for the evening.
That made it.
It did.
That made it. Oh yeah. They had. I saw like Damian Steele there.
Yep.
Yeah.
They showed that deal.
They showed him in the ring. It was Blind Date. I mean, it's. I don't know. It was mildly amusing in that Blind Date sort of way where
Right.
they have this guy going like what is this? You know what I mean?
That guy was terrified. Jeez. He really was. I don't know if that played on television or not.
I wouldn't say I can't say he came off as terrified, but he definitely came off as thinking
he would rather go on a different date.
Yeah, I think that was the end result, was that that he would rather have gone out on a different date. That wrestling thing was a little intimidating towards him.
Yeah, I think it was. We try to make the guy comfortable, but what will be will be. It's something we were not expecting any Emmy caliber television out of that. But we thought it'd be fun, and Looney wanted to do it, so it just seemed like a cool thing to do, and certainly no regrets about it. Blind Date has called again, and we've declined to put somebody else on because I don't really see the reason to do that again.
Well, she's the best one to put on rather than some of those other women. I mean, because she's. The other one, I don't know. Then again, it's Blind Date. I shouldn't have said that. Because the one thing that she has going for her is that she's kind of, normal pretty girl look. Mm-hmm. Rather than that kind of,
real out there.
Overly, like some of like what's the girl's name? God, I forget her name. The one that was Mandy.
Delicious, Frosty.
Yeah, Frosty Moore. Yeah, where it's like.
Frosty looks like a Playboy Playmate, sure.
Yeah, exactly.
We've got all kinds of different girls, as you know. There were three others, I think, that would have been equally as good. One is Savvy, who I think is very attractive and in a very, everyday sort of way. Nurse Cassie, who's hysterical. And who am I missing here? I don't know. Nonetheless, I think we would have been in good shape with any of a number, but Jenny's a good personality for that kind of thing.
This is someone who's asking, this from John, who's asking, about your background in UPW and wrestling before UPW, and also what did you do with your life between 1985, when you discovered Sting and Warrior, which actually a lot of people don't know about. We should probably talk about that real quick. We've talked about it on the show before. And the formation of UPW. You've been in a lot of different things.
Yeah, a lot. Just basically the entertainment/sports business entrepreneur thing. I was a theatrical agent at a company called Triad, which later became William Morris, or I should say was bought by William Morris. And it took care of people there like Ed Harris and Alexander Godunov and Sherilyn Fenn. Went on from there to be a sports agent in Denver for a lot of players on the Broncos and the Nuggets professional sports teams before they had baseball and hockey many years later. Ended up at Disney for a time as an executive marketing and TV production executive over at a property called Pleasure Island. Actually brought wrestling to Disney at that time before WCW ever showed up there. And also have produced and distributed a bunch of pay-per-view specials, all sorts of different weird things. So really a lot of different things, a lot entrepreneurial, a lot just jobs.
Whatever, this is kind of off the subject, but whatever happened to chemo?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I mean, the funny thing is we're editing our pilot today, as I mentioned, and we're doing it at a place called Panther Productions, which is a...
They do all the martial arts videos,
yeah,
right?
Exactly. Joe Jennings, who owns Panther, is a good friend and a mentor of sorts. And he had told me that he heard chemo had been incarcerated for some time. Now, I hope your transcript, when these come out, reflects that. I'm just passing on what I heard. I don't know that to be true. But other than that, that's the first time I've actually heard his name in probably 6 months.
Yeah, because you were instrumental in getting him that New Japan deal, weren't you? And then he did maybe 1 or 2 shows, and then he just disappeared.
I didn't have too much to do with that. Actually, some friends were really more involved in getting chemo into that deal. And I'm not trying to divest myself of the responsibility. The fact is, I just did not do that deal, to be honest. Oddly enough, I ran into and spent some time with Inoki over the weekend, though.
At Cauliflower Alley, or?
At Cauliflower Alley.
How was Cauliflower Alley? We haven't talked about that one at all.
That thing is a trip, man. Have you been to those?
I used to go every year in the 80s, and I don't know if I've gone. There was one year where it was really boring. Probably like 93-ish, and I was just sort of like, I never got around to going again. But then people told me, because they used to have it at that, Studio City, at that Sportsman's Lodge, every year.
Way back when.
Yeah, well, that's when I would.
It's in Vegas now, and that makes it fun. But we had a great time. I mean, I really enjoyed going there. A lot of interesting characters there. Ran into a lot of people I hadn't seen for years, so that was fun. I was curious going there, especially with a pretty large contingent as we did, how we'd be received, being that we're often looked at as, a real new, maybe cutting-edge type of company. And as we all know, Cauliflower Alley is sort of like the old guard. But they were great. I mean, the reception was great. They recognized us from the podium as developing the talent of tomorrow. That was fun. We still with you, Dave?
Oh, yeah.
Thought I lost you for a second there. Thought I lost my connection. No. Sorry.
How were Heenan and Mike Tenay?
Funny at times, real funny at times, overly rehearsed at others. But one gag that I remember that I thought was just hysterical is Tenay was wearing a black tuxedo and Heenan was wearing a white tuxedo. And at one point, Heenan turned to Tenay over the microphone and said, "Hey, I'll bet you we look like Pat Patterson's wedding cake." And, yeah, which has been all over the website since.
Oh, my God.
That was
my God.
It was funny. And I thought Pat was supposed to be there, but I didn't see him. And I think they intended on saying that with him being there. But he wasn't there.
Let me see. Just a couple of things here. I wanted to get through before we get back to Rick.
Do you ever have any political problems as far as like having guys under WWF and WCW contract working the same show?
I haven't, and that's a very, very valid question. We're essentially a development territory for WWF, and I think we've been very good for them, and I know in return they've been amazingly good to us. But we've also been fortunate enough to get some guys hooked up with Atlanta as well, without, at least as far as I know, without any feathers being ruffled. Our thing is this: we're trying to do two things out here. We're trying, one, to turn UPW into a real entity that can actually be quote unquote a real company that puts people on salary, keeps them busy, myself included. On the other side, we're looking at developing talent and working them in the business so they can make a living. And we get to know these people from day one. I mean, we start them, we train them. For the most part, there are exceptions, you know, the Chris Daniels and whatnot. But we'll train them from day one, and by the time they're ready to go somewhere, they're friends of ours. And if WWF is not interested for whatever reason, I feel somewhat obligated to try to get behind them and help them move along. And WWF has always been super, super cool about that.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, I mean, it could happen, but it hasn't, at least as far as I know. There hasn't been any problems.
I mean, WWF would have first option. Like you know, it's not like, just as an example, like Daniels, it's not like WWF didn't have a chance to sign him. I mean, for years, literally.
So you're positively right. WWF definitely has first shot through us. Absolutely. Yeah. But in Chris's case, and I want to put a big congratulations out to Chris, because, as you know, he was signed once before to WCW. He's signed again. I think the intent is to use him now, so I really think we're going to see him move up fast. But, yeah, WWF had looked at Chris. They know him well. He has a lot of friends there. They like him. But the time just wasn't right for him to be there. So hopefully the time is perfect for him at WCW. We'll see how it turns
as
out.
far as, like, you know, WWF guys doing jobs for WCW guys?
You mean on our shows?
Yeah.
Oh, we've never done that.
Okay.
No, I don't. You know, let's see. Let's think about this. I can't think of a time we've ever had.
I mean, you could theoretically put like Daniels against Cena. Theoretically, like if you did it like on next month's show in a single.
Right.
I mean, it could theoretically, but you know what? Where I think it wouldn't is that in the case of if it was like a guy who was on WWF, like if WWF was sending you someone like say Regal,
well,
and you put him against Daniels.
Right.
Yeah, or Stevie Richards, and then you ask Stevie Richards to do a job for Daniels, who's your champion, because he's under contract with WCW. Probably that's where the politics would get involved, and maybe it wouldn't because they would, because realistically, that doesn't matter either.
I have two answers
but it might.
to that. Here's how I would answer that. First of all, I don't know if there'd be a problem if it were a guy like Chris or Prototype, since they came up through us, and at this point at least are probably still perceived mainly as UPW guys. But the second and final answer to that question is because we put so much thought and so much time into our booking in the first place, we just wouldn't book a match with one guy from one company and one guy from the other. Well, why ask for problems that you don't need or have?
Yeah. This is from John Stevenson, which has to do with what we're talking about with Stu Hart. The Order of Canada is our country's highest honor for lifetime achievement. It would be comparable to the U.S. Congress Medal of Honor. So that's technically what it is. This is from Steve Queen, who says, in last week's Observer, you mentioned that Kai and Tai was announced as having a combined weight of 270 pounds, and remarked that while they're small, they're not that small. But that is a legitimate number. They just weighed them on the same scale they used to weigh the Big Show. Oh, let's see. Do you think that WWF brought ECW talent in because they really want to use them, or to prevent WCW from getting them first, which could be used to keep turning the company around? If so, these guys will probably not be used effectively and will be out of the company shortly after WCW collapses. I think there's a little bit of... I mean, there's no question that they signed some of the guys. No question, like Justin Credible, Rhino. Those guys were signed when they were signed because they didn't want WCW to have a chance to sign them. Because the original plan was, only a couple weeks ago, was that they were not going to take any of Paul's guys until Paul either sank or made a deal. And theoretically, Paul's still in the middle of that, and they're signing those guys, and the idea was that they figured those guys, they didn't want to give WCW a chance to get those guys. With Tajiri was another one, Jerry Lynn. Jerry Lynn had a chance to go to WCW. They were not that high on Jerry Lynn, but WCW didn't even make him as good an offer as WWF did, so that's why he went there. And then Crazy, obviously they were not that high on Crazy, although they will, it's not like they're not interested, but nobody's interested in Crazy right now at a big dollar figure, so that's the situation.
I don't know if it's so much, in fact, I don't think it is at all a concern that those guys would have gone to WCW and turned the whole ship around.
I don't think that they were afraid they were going to turn the ship around, but I think that the idea was, in the case of Rhino and Justin Credible, these are young talents, they're good, and we have a chance to get them, we like them, and Tajiri too, and it was great. And, why let the opposition why sit back and let the opposition have them?
Yeah.
Kind of like, that thing happened in, whatever it was, 95, 96, when WCW did like scour the world of the Jerichos and Dean Malenko, Chris Benoit, and all those guys, while WWF, Mysterio, while WWF just had that attitude that, either they're too small or just they weren't looking to add people like that. And WCW used them to really, have a couple of years of great pay-per-views, great pay-per-view undercards especially. And I think that the idea was, hey, someone's that good, we'll go after him. Let's head to the calls. Let's start with Chris. Chris, what's going on?
Hi, how's it going?
It's going good.
I just had one quick question about Karen Moore. That she was supposed to be the fitness girl with Stephanie McMahon Helmsley a while ago?
Yeah, she was for a brief period.
That was Karen's role for a very short period of time, yes.
Do they have any plans to do anything with her? Because I remember reading about her being the stunt woman, and they were supposedly high on her. But
yeah, Karen unfortunately was released by WWF a few months back. So she's out here in LA doing her stunt thing still. She's working a ton. And she just won the special female Battle Dome challenge. She's a real tough girl.
She went in Battle Dome on the 25th, right?
I'm sorry?
She went in Battle Dome not this weekend, but next weekend, I heard.
You mean, is it airing then? Is that what you're asking?
That's what I heard.
Yeah,
I'm
not even sure. The actual taping concluded about a month ago.
I heard that she's going to be on a Battle Dome show next weekend.
Yeah, that could be the air date, sure.
Yeah.
She did win the whole thing. So Karen's just out here working. She's not in the wrestling business right now, but we are talking about doing something with the women's promotion that's based out here. Just a couple of special shots.
Wow?
Oh, for WOW?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Are you talking with anyone else about doing stuff with WOW?
Yeah, what we're talking about and trying to get to happen is a basic interpromotional angle, bringing a few of our girls in as a group, which I think would be fun. So we'll just either it will happen or it won't. We'll know soon.
Okay, and that's really all I had. I just wanted to say hi to everybody in the Wrestling Observer chat room, and they're waiting for you over there, Brian. And they keep anticipating you coming in. And
I will be there at 4.
Kind of an interesting bunch of guys in there, too. So that's really all I have. I just want to say hi to them because they've been hounding me about giving them a plug. So
you got the plug in.
Yeah, I got the plug, and that's what they wanted me to do. That's all they've been talking about. So
okay.
Take care. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thanks much, Chris. Let's go to Mike. Mike, what's up?
Hey, Dave?
Yes.
This is Michael from Vista. I won't plug the board, but I was the one who sent you an email that told you I posted up that Eric Bischoff was going to be on that day on your right after they bought WCW.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah.
Okay, Rick.
Yep.
You've already answered one of my questions. I'm waiting for somebody to come down to San Diego. Do you know how soon it's going to be?
For somebody to come down to San Diego.
Run shows in San Diego.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? It's just going to really be based on when we start television in that market. We're doing San Diego on a monthly basis at a club on the beach there called Cane's.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
We got a couple promotions like out of Vista, but I never see anything. I grew up in Houston and grew up watching the Paul Bosch promotions. So we had wrestling every Friday night, and I kind of miss it.
Sure. Well, we'll be out there again once television starts. In the meantime, you've got a very, very small promotion running out there. CCW is their name. That's about it. That's there right now. We'll be back once TV starts, and we'll be looking for a nice venue out there like we have with the Galaxy. So hang in there.
Well, I've got your website up right now. So I'm going to send Roger an email on that street team and all that.
Yeah, please do. Yeah, by the way, anyone that's listening out there, we're definitely looking for people to help us out in a number of different categories. So definitely send those emails along.
Okay.
Appreciate it, man.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
Has there been any thought given as far as sending some of your guys like John Cena or any guys, Frankie Kazarian or whatever, up to work for Roland and kind of doing the reverse of that feud?
Yeah, there's been a lot of thought given to that, and you just might see it sooner than you think. So there's another cryptic answer for you. Second one of the day.
Cryptic answer. They got a show on the 17th. I wonder what that means.
They do? Of this month?
I believe so. Yeah. In Visalia, maybe?
That'd be this
not Visalia. No. Vallejo. I don't want to make a mistake, but it's a big mistake.
And that'd be this Saturday.
They're in Vallejo on Saturday. Yeah, I think.
Wow. Cool.
I think so.
Very cool.
Yeah.
We'll see. All right. Maybe I'll have to drive up there and just slap Roland around a little bit. We'll see.
Real quick before we head to a break, I mean, a lot of people don't know this, but you were very instrumental in Jim Hellwig and Steve Borden, Ultimate Warrior and Sting, getting started in wrestling in the early 80s, kind of looking for guys at the gym. Can you tell everyone a little bit about their background when you first met them and why they made it? And there were probably 4 or 5 other guys that started with them that kind of didn't make it, really.
Yeah, the quick upshot on that, there was a concept group I started back in 1985 called Power Team USA, and this is when I knew really very little about pro wrestling. The idea was to put like 4 all-American hero types together and try to introduce them into wrestling as a unit to combat the Sheiks and the Volkoffs. Again, having no understanding how guys came up through the ranks. Basically went out and cast it with guys of different ethnic mixes who looked real good, could talk, had some athletic ability, so on and so forth. And Jim Hellwig and Steve Borden were the replacements, respectively.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they were the replacements for the Indian and the blonde-haired, blue-eyed surfer guy in the group. Hellwig replaced a guy named Ed Brock, who would have been amazing had he gone on.
Ed Brock was is that a name I know from bodybuilding? That name sounds familiar to me.
Yeah, you probably do.
Okay.
Big, giant, amazing-looking guy who would have been great had he gone on. But Hellwig, I brought out from Atlanta to join Power Team. That's before he ever had stepped in a wrestling ring. Steve Borden was right here locally in San Fernando Valley. He was the night manager at a Gold's Gym out there. And basically had to really talk him into wrestling. He didn't want to do it at the time, but we all know what happened with him. And if Steve ever listens to the show, I want to say hello. We've been in very, very active touch again over the past year, and we've become friends again. And glad to say that. Hellwig I haven't talked to in years. I have no idea what he's up to.
I don't know that he does.
I don't think anybody does.
Himself included, right?
Yeah.
But,
Yeah,
that goes back a ways, yeah. So I did start both guys back in 1985.
Now, were you at all involved with Steve DeSalvo and Dave Sheldon, or were they just trained together with them?
Yeah, I was involved strictly because they were the other 2 guys in our 6-man training group out in Northridge with Rick Bassman. And I saw Dave Sheldon at Cauliflower Alley. Took me a minute to recognize him and vice versa. But very cool running into him again.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a long, long time. I don't even know what happened to him. We had a question about Steve DeSalvo not too long ago, and I don't know what happened to Steve DeSalvo.
DeSalvo, I've got no idea. Dave Sheldon is out in Los Angeles doing the Hollywood thing, movie, TV, commercial sort of thing. He looked real good. It was nice to see him. And, it's funny. Last time I saw Dave in 85, I actually shot on him and airplane spinned him, which is still to date my body weight airplane spin record. But he looked so damn big, I didn't want to try to call it.
Whale Roland.
Roland on the 21st.
Hey, there you go. Kaboom.
You'll break the record.
Right on, man. That's a good idea. Thank you.
Got a couple of email questions and get to. This one's for Rick. Rick, who would you say is the best unsigned talent in your company, and who would you say is the most improved wrestler over the last 3 to 6 months in your company?
We have so many. Here's a political answer. We have so many great guys. The best one, though, bar none, is Mikey Henderson. And Mikey,
I would have to say that too, for sure. Now that I think about it, yeah.
Yeah, and with all due respect to anybody else out there, I think Mikey is. I really believe he's the single best unsigned prospect in the country as far as being the total package. If no references to Lex Luger intended. They're asked about the best wrestler. I mean, his wrestling ability is awesome. It's not necessarily at the level of Chris Daniels, but it's pretty close. But when you add in things like Mikey's presence, his look, the way he carries himself, in my opinion, both companies are missing the boat in a major way in not having Mikey on television right now. So he's number one. Most improved, Ryan Sakota wrestles for us with the name Keiji Sakota. Do you remember him, Dave, from when you were out here?
Oh, yeah, from the show, of course.
Yeah, Japanese guy, great look, really, really improved his body, coming a long way in his ability. Samoa Joe, who's only been wrestling for a year and 2 months now, has been looking fantastic. Big John Heidenreich, the guy who recently signed to WWF, is another. And then lately, and I'm real happy to say it, looks like Smelly's had a big breakthrough. So we're looking for him to step up to our main event level pretty soon.
Now, what the Swag,
the Big Swag
manager, Big Swag, I mean, managing is like one of those things where it's just not in vogue, and I don't even know why it's not, but it's not. And I saw him at your show, and I mean, to me, I was very impressed with his presence at your show, just in keeping the show going, when things weren't going perfect and things like that. But, he's like, the problem with him as a manager, unfortunately for him, is that he's just so huge.
He's so big. Yeah, no one's going to be bigger than him, barring a couple guys. But
yeah, it's just like, let's look at the Big Show or something.
Yeah, but what I think Swag does, Brett Wagner, is I think he's able, although he's so darn big, he doesn't carry his size in an intimidating fashion.
No, he doesn't, but he's just physically a large person, though.
Yeah, he is, but I think it actually could be used advantageously. We're working on some promotional materials for Brett right now to get out to see if we can get him into an announcing position or some sort of hybrid management announcing position. You saw him, you're right, he moves stuff along fast. I really can't say.
I mean, because he's got a great personality,
He's so fast on his feet, this guy.
Yeah.
And, by the way, Dave, I need to extend an invitation to you, and I don't mean to put you on the spot on the air here, but Brett has a syndicated radio show these days called Comedy World.
Mm-hmm.
It's called Wrestling.
A comedy show? A comedy show? You should get Brian on a comedy show. I mean, I'll do it. I mean, believe me, I'll do it. Well,
but they handle the comedy. They just need they would like to have you.
Oh, they need a straight man? Okay, then I'll be the straight man.
So I'll tell the big swag then and Joe Schmo, who runs the show, that you accept. And,
oh yeah, no problem.
I'll have him give Al a call. And you should have Swag on your show sometime.
Oh, yeah, I would love to. I would love to, because he's, I mean, from the little bit I talked to him at that show and just watching him perform, I mean, he's a very good talker.
He's funny as hell. He's very fast on his feet, and he's a real good guy, too.
Rick, give them a call, and we can set something up. No problem.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, hopefully Swag will move on, too. I mean, we have a lot of talent here. And there's, not to discount the possibility that, we do emerge as some sort of force, maybe an ECW level or below that, just enough where we can actually afford to keep some people on payroll. And you'll see guys like Swag and whatnot gain some television presence through us, which I think would be great.
Now, economically, I mean, the fact is that basically nobody has been able to pull off the idea, the old regional promotion idea,
right,
successfully at any level. I mean, even ECW from a financial standpoint, although they had a huge cult following and even got to pay-per-view financially, that's the reason that they're in the position they're in, is because they overextend themselves. It's, I mean, realistically, except for Vince McMahon, nobody's making big money in wrestling. I mean, as far as on the promotional end. What do you think? I mean, do you think that there's certain things that are not being exploited and kind of like you're hanging in there? I mean, is there something that you see that can be done, or mistakes that can be avoided, where you could actually? Can a regional company be done? Is it viable? I mean, I don't know.
In the traditional sense, I would have to say almost absolutely not. I don't think it is.
Okay.
If I can elaborate for a moment, I think we're hanging in there and we're surviving basically based off the fact that we have two schools that are profitable under the name Ultimate University, and we have a management company that is profitable. Past that, we're starting to do somewhat well with special project kind of stuff, the videos and whatnot. But to go out there and think that you're going to survive or much less compete against the WWF these days is insanity. I mean, Vince owns that world. And I'm not saying that just because we, in a sense, work for him. It's a fact. He does. You come to our Galaxy show, and you see the sold-out crowd. You see people turned away. And if you start running the numbers and you see what we're paying out to put on a show like that, you'll come out at the end of the night and be amazed that we sometimes actually manage to lose money on those shows.
Well, I mean, I looked at your show, and I mean, I don't know what the cost of the venue, but all the things with the TV and everything, and I was thinking, like, even though the building was packed, and it seemed like you do a lot, and I don't know what your cut is, you seem to do a lot of business as far as food and drinks compared to a normal wrestling show. It's just from an observation watching it. But still, I mean, it just seemed like it was, I mean, with the lighting and everything, like, I mean, it was a real major league production, for that type of a level of a thing.
Yeah, it's elaborate, and there's a reason for that. I mean, here's the truth of the matter, and I don't really mind sharing this with people because they all think we're getting rich out there. You're there December 20th, I believe. And I recall at the end of that night, after all the expenses, we actually made a profit of like $400 that night. So I basically figured out after all the people that work on putting that show together, we all made a couple cents an hour is how it turned out. So
And those don't count the nights we lose $400, which are numerous as well. But we don't mind. Those shows for us are a loss leader because we're doing it to attract people from California, agents, producers, potential business partners, strategic partners, to create television, to show WWF that we're upping our level. That's why we do those shows. But to think that you can run house shows and actually make real money these days, I think is insanity. I haven't seen anybody do it. I know we're not doing it. I think if we get television on and we go out on the road and we keep our costs low, we might make a little bit of money. But the main reason to do something like that now would be to create product, to try to do something with the product. So it's a tough business.
Also, on your shows, I mean, you have a great atmosphere at your shows. I mean, how many shows, I mean, how long have you been running the monthly shows at the theater, and how has it grown, and is there anything you could do? Because, I mean, that was the one thing when I went to the show that I was very impressed with was it was, it's like I've been to independent shows where there's a lot worse wrestling for sure. I've been to independent shows where there's probably better technical wrestling, but atmosphere-wise, it pretty much blew away any independent show that I've seen as far as overall. I mean, you went there, and it did not feel independent. It felt like it was major league, the feel of the show.
Yeah, thanks for the compliment. I appreciate that. And is there more we could do? I mean, there's always more we can do. We're always looking.
No, I was wondering, like as far as in building that atmosphere at the Galaxy Theater, do you attribute it to anything? I mean, I'm just saying, because it was the atmosphere in that building was tremendous, really.
Yeah, I mean, you have to attribute part of it to the building itself. I mean, it certainly beats going into a Rotary Club or a high school gym, certainly. I think a lot of it has to do, obviously, with the guys and girls we have on stage, and an equal amount of accolades have to be given to our production crew. There's an amazing collection of people whose names won't mean anything to the wrestling world at large, but guys that have been with me from the beginning: Paul Barucki, John Troxel, Pete Doyle, Joe Franciosi, Joe Cianoa, Kevin Quinn, Matt Kahn. I mean, these guys are all helping us out because they love the business. They're trying to make things happen, and they've become a crack production squad, and it's amazing. So when you put our workers together with the production and the building, and the fact that I think we've built a very loyal fan base, it just all adds up to a good sum.
Let's go to Lars in San Francisco. Lars, what's going on?
How you doing today, Dave? Brian?
Very good.
Rick?
Hey, Lars.
Actually, Rick, I've actually seen a lot of UPW shows courtesy of the Big Swag. And I just want to say it's some of the best wrestling I've ever seen.
Thank you
and
very much.
I think you put out a great product. I just want to know, one of my favorite tag teams is the Ballard Brothers.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
One of my favorite tag
go ahead,
teams
Lars.
is the Ballard Brothers.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think their chances are to make it?
The Ballards have to do one thing before they have a chance to make it, and that is they have to, because they're twins, and that inherently is one of the best parts of their gimmick, is they have to get their bodies up to par to make them look like twins. You've got Shannon, who is real big, and Shane, who is real small, but they're finally starting to do it. I've been on their butts for over a year. They're very, very good in the ring. They understand the tag team game, I think, about as well as anybody working the amount of time they've been working. And they actually have a pretty cool gimmick. It's simply a matter of getting their bodies together, period. If they choose to do that, then I think they've got some pretty good chances. But that part is up to them. The fact is, in the business today, because it's so competitive, you have to have several different assets. You have to know the ring stuff. You have to know the psychology. You have to know your way around the stick. But if you put all the time into that stuff and then don't put it into your body, it ain't going to happen for you.
Yeah, we talk about that all the time here.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see guys, that work really, really hard. I mean, to be really good workers in the ring, but they don't have presentable bodies, and some guys have unpresentable bodies even. And I think it's and again, and that's always leads to the steroid thing. And it's granted, a lot of, that's an issue and everything, but you can get a very presentable body and a good body without steroids, and it doesn't even take.
Particularly an indie guy who isn't on the road all the time.
Yeah, and it doesn't take.
It's not that hard. Let me give you a perfect example. Chris Daniels. Here's a guy who everyone knows. I think it's amazing how often you saw his name on the internet as being the best unsigned guy out there. I think everyone believed that. Up until a year ago, though, Chris didn't really have the body. Now, you saw Chris recently. He put it all together.
Well, we saw him on TV, too.
He didn't get a lot bigger. He changed his diet. He hit the gym. I absolutely 100% believe Chris's physique has nothing to do with anabolics whatsoever. I haven't discussed it with him, but I've been around long enough to know what I'm looking at. And to me, it's just Chris is a smart guy. It's a result of knowing he had to make some changes, and he made it. And then there are the wrestlers who, after a show, hit Denny's and go for the pancakes and the ham and cheese omelets at 2 in the morning. And
I mean, the whole key to me is if you because it's so competitive and there are so few well-paying jobs in this business that if you want to be a wrestler, I mean, aside from learning to wrestle, which you obviously have to do, I think that you have to live a certain lifestyle today. I mean, and 20 years ago you didn't have to. It's a different world. But I think that you have to learn how to eat well and going to the gym. And, you don't have to go to the gym 3 hours a day to have a good body. You can do it in an hour if you know what you're doing. Easily. That's right. If you know what you're doing, and do it with zest. I mean, not go in there and just go, oh, I got to do it. Yep. Here's 10 reps. I mean, it's like, you got to really, you got to push yourself every single workout for it. But you don't have to, it's not, if you do that, you can turn your body around and, you can turn your body around and you need to. If you don't have a body, it's going to be real hard. I mean, even if you know acrobatic moves, and even like you've got, what's the guy's name? Prodigy?
Prodigy, yeah.
Prodigy did was a shooting star off the top of a ladder?
Right.
Okay, and he's like 16, 17 years old. Like a guy like that who will take risks like that, still, I mean, like, he's not also most likely going to be signed. And I'm not saying he has to be huge, but even like Rey Mysterio, Juventud Guerrero, who are not huge men, if you really look at them, they have very good bodies for their size, and that is what the companies are looking for. They're not looking for, a lot of flab around the middle or small arms or something. You've got to, if you want to be a wrestler, it's just part of the game.
You have to look a certain way.
Yeah.
And that's the truth. And Dave, you summarized it well. It's very competitive, and if you want to make it, then you do the work to make it. It's that easy.
But I mean, to me, it's like, the physical work in the ring of taking all the bumps and learning all the moves, which is harder, I think. And Brian, you would have a better idea of it than me, because I mean, I can do the one, and I certainly can't do the other. As far as, I mean, to me, I think that the training is just a matter of dedication. I mean, learning to be a good wrestler, I think, is much harder. I think it's much harder work than being a good worker. I think is much harder than developing a good body. I mean, I don't know, Brian. What's your thoughts?
I would pretty much agree with that, because I think it's just more, you see a lot of indie guys who just have more of the desire to actually get in the ring and do that than they do to get into the gym.
But if you want to go anywhere, you have to do both.
Yeah, Dave, let me agree with what you said 100% plus. I think doing the stuff in the ring is way harder than putting a body together in the gym. And Brian, you have been around it, so you'll know what I think you'll back up what I'm about to say, is if you spend 2 hours at a training session and you watch these guys and girls take the number of bumps that they take in a 2-hour period, and then you try to extrapolate that by 4 nights on the road with all the travel and doing it every week, year in and year out, I think you'd come away pretty quickly saying these guys are the toughest people you're ever going to meet anywhere.
Well, you have to be mentally tough to make it in wrestling.
That's number one, first and foremost. Yeah. I mean, if you can't hang, it's not going to matter what kind of stuff you can do.
I was talking with somebody just the other night, and one of the things, a lot of people, and I'll make this real quick and then we'll go to a break. One of the things, a lot of people go like, the sports background, like football players and wrestlers and all that it isn't good because, you get that mentality where you want to win and you don't lose well and things like that. And also, there's certain things about projection and charisma that are not involved in being an amateur wrestler or a football player that you need in pro wrestling. But the one thing, if you're an elite athlete, whether you're a football player or a wrestler or even a basketball player, and you learn the mental toughness, and certainly this is where like an amateur wrestler like a Kurt Angle comes in, and one of the biggest reasons why he progressed so quickly in this business is there's a certain mental toughness that you get from being as good a wrestler as he is, and you don't adapt your lack of personality that you're allowed to project in amateur wrestling to pro wrestling, but that mental toughness, if you know how to take that, and bodybuilders can have that too, and learn, and the dedication, and you transfer that into this other profession, that's why I think that he was able to, progress like so unbelievably fast.
Yeah, I would agree with that. They understand what it is to work and to work on a consistent basis.
And like when you don't feel like working, that you just do it.
You have to do it. You have to get it.
Yeah, like there's like Tony Jones when he was on the show was going like, like when he was an amateur and it's like he got sick and sick enough that he couldn't go to school, he still went to practice because he knew it would fall behind. And that's the type of mentality you need, because there's always things that go on in life that will, keep you from going to the gym and keep you from practicing. But it's the guys who have those same things going on in life and just say, but I got to go, and they go and they don't complain and they don't fret about it and just do it. Those are the guys who are going to succeed more often than not.
Yeah, you also just described our theoretically perfect prospect. Yeah.
Let's see. I want to get through a couple of things before we get to phone calls and finish up with Rick. We've had a bunch of emails about this one today. So it's about Hunter Hearst Helmsley and Lillian Garcia. It would have been Monday after Raw ended. Brian, you want to talk about it, or you want me to go through it?
I just want to know what happened. They just yelled at her for screwing up again. She said Hunter was going to choose the stipulations for WrestleMania.
Instead of No Way Out.
Or she said WrestleMania was supposed to be No Way Out, and he just...
Right, it's supposed to be No Way Out, and she said WrestleMania by accident. She made a mental error, and he went ballistic on her.
Which I assume was legitimate.
I believe it was legitimate, yeah.
And I guess the mic kept cutting out, but if you remember earlier on the show, Al Snow was trying to cut a promo, and he was using a mic that kept cutting out, so I don't know if somebody was doing this to Hunter or not, but
But he thought Kevin Dunn was cutting him out.
Yeah.
So he was mad at Kevin Dunn, too.
I mean, the only thing that I think of is, if he was really chewing her out, why would he do it over the house mic, and why would they not cut his mic?
Well, maybe they did.
And if it was, I don't know, if it was an angle, why do it after TV was over? I just don't get it.
Yeah. This is from Richard, who says, you mentioned the DDT is an easy move to take. Maybe to the guy who receives it. For the guy who performs it in the long run takes a beating. Arn Anderson, Michael Hayes, and Jake Roberts were probably the top three guys who used the DDT over the past 20 years, and all three wound up with bad necks and bad backs. It's very interesting.
I don't think it's from delivering DDTs. That would just be my opinion.
Okay.
Just a back bump.
Well, Michael Hayes had a bad back long before the DDT was even invented, because he had a bad back like in the late 70s from taking bumps. And the DDT wasn't even popularized till the mid-'80s. Jake, God only knows how Jake could have gotten, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Arn, as I recall, Arn got his problems from working too many matches against the Steiner brothers.
Yeah.
I mean, when they were breaking in and they were like literally killers, and they used to always work with him with various partners, with Zbyszko and Bobby Eaton and Ole. This is for Rick. What's the latest on Tom Howard?
Okay. Tom essentially is my partner these days. He's in the office full time. He's up the street editing our pilot right now. He is officially or unofficially retired from the ring, aside from doing our monthly shows.
Isn't he? Because he's wrestling Wednesday night.
Yeah, he is wrestling Wednesday. He's in the main event, the Tom Howard, Mikey Henderson, and Chris Daniels against Donovan Morgan, Mike Modest, and Tony Jones. Yeah, but Tom's doing his shots just with us. Otherwise, he's in the office full time, doing an amazing job, running our commercial and theatrical division, running the video division, and just basically we're hanging out, taking care of business.
Now, did he have a chance to go to Memphis and turn it down because he didn't want to go there, or what? How did that? Because I remember hearing about him and Gangrel as a tag team, and then I talked to him briefly at the show, and he just kind of gave me the impression. We didn't really talk about it in any depth, but I kind of got the impression that he was sort of ambivalent about it, I guess, maybe, or even less than ambivalent.
Yeah, the whole situation was kind of like a shades of gray sort of thing. There was never a definite offer to do it, although it was discussed and pretty much put out there. Tom had just moved, just had a new baby, and wasn't jazzed about moving to Memphis with all the with the wife and kids at home. And then Gangrel, I think, had some health problems. So it's just a matter of timing. It just didn't ever quite come to pass. It wasn't that the offer was made, and it wasn't that it was turned down. It just didn't quite materialize.
This is something from England. This is from Ben Craig, who says, tonight there was a major wrestling piece on ITV here in the United Kingdom. The lengthy segment was on Tonight with Trevor McDonald, which is a highly rated primetime current affairs show. The focus was entirely on the effect wrestling has on kids. 2 American cases were mentioned, the Lionel Tate case and Jason Whaler. There was a tape of Jason Whaler ringing for an ambulance because his 19-month-old brother wasn't breathing and was covered in blood. Later he told the police he repeatedly had powerbombed the child because Kevin Nash was his favorite wrestler because he's cool and over 7 feet tall. I never heard that part of that story.
I didn't either.
I mean, I mean, I certainly heard the powerbomb part of it. I never heard the Kevin Nash thing. If he mentioned that to the police, then that's a lot stronger than... I don't think he did because that was one of the cases that was on Court TV, and if they had something where there was actually a connection with Kevin Nash and all that, it's a lot stronger story. I got a feeling that... I don't know. I just don't know. I'll just leave it at that. There were also English kids who nearly went blind from a kick, and a kid who broke his neck in a headlock. There were also psychologists saying it's terrible. Well, anything done stupidly is terrible. And that it portrayed violence without consequences. Chris Cruz was featured saying he's totally against wrestling now. Does he really say that? We have him on the show a couple times. Because of heroes being Austin Rock. Well, I mean, I know what Chris is against, because he thinks that they're bad role models to kids because of the language. British wrestling shows were portrayed as friendly and nonviolent. Marty Jannetty and the Head Shrinker were shown. On this non-violent footage that someone took a brutal Death Valley driver, there was a distinction made between WF and WCW. The main footage was of the Foley-Helmsley match, the Hell in a Cell match, and a Sting commercial. Finally, they said, a study of wrestling's effects on children is being published next month. And they ended by saying Channel 4, which shows Heat and 4 of the pay-per-views a year, are going to start heavily monitoring the content of the WF shows. So expect more editing of those 4 WF pay-per-views that are on Channel 4. And also on Heat. I mean, we even heard about that from the story earlier in the week. So anyway,
For the
that's there.
77% of you in the UK that watch all 3 major shows.
Let's go to Mike in Oklahoma. Mike, what's going on?
Yeah, Rick.
Hey, Mike.
I was just wanting to give thumbs up for the UPW shows.
Thank you.
Of course, I live in Oklahoma, and there's no way possible I could go to the UPW shows, but...
Cool.
I watch them on the internet.
Very good. Watch again next Wednesday night. 21st.
I can't hear you.
The 21st, next Wednesday, we're on again.
Yeah, next Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 8 Pacific.
Good.
And give that fat son of a bitch kicking ass for me.
I'm trying to do something on him. We'll see how that goes.
An airplane spin will be good enough.
Yeah.
It'll be fun.
And I was also wanting to ask about I think what's his last Mark Callis or something like that.
Who?
The guy that went to prison.
Oh, the guy who went to prison in the Discovery Channel show.
Oh, Mark Callis.
The shoot fighter guy.
Yeah,
I forgot his name.
Matt Hall.
Matt Hall, right?
Matt Hall. Yeah, I don't know why I couldn't remember his name.
Yeah, Matt unfortunately is still there, and he won't be out for at least 3 years.
I've been reading.
He's doing a minimum sentence.
Things that he writes on your website, but
yeah, and we've had no luck getting updates because he's not able to get that stuff out. Unfortunately, he's in maximum security. He's in
maximum security. Oh my God.
Yeah, he sure is. No, he did get married recently though, to my ex-assistant, who you also can catch a glimpse of on the Discovery special. The blonde girl, if you remember the scene coming out of the courthouse. The blonde girl walking down the stairs with myself and Basil actually ended up marrying Matt about a year ago while he was in prison.
Wow.
So there's the finale to that story, at least for the time being.
Well, and Dave, I was also wanting to ask you something.
Sure.
Have you heard anything about who Raven's driver is?
You mean that story?
Is that who it is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All righty. I just wanted to say hey to Rick.
Thanks a lot, Mike.
I'll let
Appreciate
some other
it,
callers get through.
Okay. All right. Let's see what else. As far as aside from the Galaxy Theater stuff, do you have any other shows scheduled, or is that pretty much the main thing you're doing now?
Yeah, we're going to be going to the House of Blues in both Los Angeles and Las Vegas beginning in March. We're going to be. Pardon me?
Oh,
that'd be fun.
House of Blues in Las Vegas. Now,
Mandalay Bay.
Okay, because I was in Vegas a couple months ago, and I know I walked by it, so this is Mandalay Bay.
Yes, it's in the Mandalay Bay. It's a great room. Should be a lot of fun. Be very similar looking to our Galaxy show due to the production. They have built-in house and whatnot. We're hitting the road a couple of times. We're going up north. That's the name of a city that escapes me. It's not Vallejo. There's a town coming up. And we're also going to go to Alaska in April, just for one shot. But
what?
Yeah, the promoters in Alaska want to bring us out to do a shot.
It's only going to be one shot, though?
2 shows in one night.
Okay.
Should be interesting.
Wow.
The truth is, Dave, what we're trying to do, in a nutshell, is to create content and create product and find different ways to get it out there. Not a lot of upside right now in us going out to do live shows just to do them. There really has to be a good reason for it. So, as we develop those reasons, or as they develop on their own, we'll probably go out more often.
Is there any wrestling in Alaska?
I have no idea. I
I
don't
don't think I've ever
so.
seen a result from there.
Very rare. Because I remember when there was a show, somebody said it was like the first show in many years there. There was a show a couple of years back. I think WWF went there like in the 80s. And WCW I know has never been there.
Yeah, we're going out, short crew, just 14 of us, and that's in April. But, we're taking most of our top guys and a couple of the girls, so that should be fun.
Do
we do a live remote from Alaska, who knows? I wanted to, Dave, if I had a quick second here.
Sure, go ahead.
Let people know again on our website, upw.com. We're starting new classes at the school all the time. We've now signed 15 people, 10 guys and 5 girls out of our school have gone on to get contracts. And a lot of them are developing. Lisa Marie Varon, who's out in Tennessee, is doing amazingly well. And
she's going to be wrestling Sunday on one of the WF house shows.
Yeah, she's right. She's got a house show match with Kat on Sunday, exactly. And Lisa Marie's doing great. I think you'll see her on TV a lot sooner rather than later. Wanted to thank RVD and Nova both for being out recently at our shows. Awesome guys. Nova is an amazing talent, and at least in my opinion, and definitely see him going places. And wanted to thank those guys for the nice words on their website about us. Kind of like the same stuff you said, Dave, about our show and what the feeling is backstage and so on and so forth. And especially to JR, who had some real nice words on the Ross report for us this past week.
What's as far as Van Dam? What's your thoughts as far as it was pretty much a one-time thing? I mean, do you want him again, or is the price too high, or is it one of those things where you're still talking about bringing him back for other shows?
All of the above. Yeah, all of the above. It would have to make sense for us. I like Rob. He lives locally, which is great. He comes to a lot of our shows. He drops by the school on occasion, and I'd love to have him on the show again. But it really should be saved for more of a special type of occasion. We do have Nova coming back the next 3 shows though, which I'm real excited about.
Really?
Yeah, next 3 shows.
So you got Richards, Ivory, and Nova as the big stars on the 21st.
Yep, along with our own homegrown stars, of course. I think what's really shaping up though to be the main event, oddly enough, is the SoCal NoCal 6-man. Seems to be a lot of good heat for it.
Is there any as far as like upcoming dates with like any WF talent that's coming up? Like any of the bigger names coming in, like you've had Angle in, you had Helmsley in, people like that. Any talk with them as far as like big star coming in like in the next couple months?
Yeah, March 14th we should have one very, very big name, if not more than that. And I do believe on that date that JR and Paul Bearer and some other guys should be in attendance as well. So we'll be pulling out all the stops on that show, and probably be headlining with one of their very big names and maybe 2.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah, and we're talking about specific people. We'll see how that turns out. WWF has always been real helpful with us when we need to bring somebody in. So it should be some good stuff.
Okay, we are totally out of time, Rick. I want to thank you very much, and you can get back to that production. And I really want to see a tape, and I'm sure a lot of people in Southern California want to see a television show.
Yes, as soon as it's done, we'll send it out to you.
And now from Times Square, crossroads of the World Wide Web, and sponsored in part by the Office of National Drug Control Policy, it's the Wrestling Observer Live with Dave Meltzer.
How's it going, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're finishing out the week here on Wrestling Observer Live. Brian Alvarez here for the next 2 hours. And Jim Hurd, former Executive Vice President of World Championship Wrestling, will be our guest today. We'll be talking about the history of WCW under the Turner Empire. We'll talk to Jim Hurd, who was there at the very beginning, and maybe can point up some of the pitfalls that went through when he was there. It was kind of a tumultuous 3+ year period, which we'll talk about. We got a lot of questions for him as well. And anyway, he'll be here. I also want to remind everyone that we will not have a live show on Monday. We were scheduled to have Lou Thez, but due to President's Day, we're not going to be on. So Luthez will probably be rescheduled, hopefully, for the next couple of weeks. We will not be doing a live show on Wednesday, so next week we'll only have 3 live shows. We'll do Tuesday, which will be Brian and myself, Thursday with Bad News Allen, and Friday with Bobby Heenan. And Thursday and Friday I'll be doing the shows from Atlantic City. So
right. Dave, I just wanted to jump in real quick. Actually, next Wednesday's show will be a rebroadcast of Honky Tonk Man's appearance that was on this past Wednesday. So for those of you who missed it this past week and can't get a chance to catch it on archive, next Wednesday, that's the show we'll be running while you'll be flying to New Jersey. And that's right, you'll be doing the show live Thursday and Friday from the Trump Taj Mahal Casino. And if anybody's in the New Jersey area, come on down to the Taj. We'll be in the Gold Room. Eddie Goldman will be doing his show beforehand, and then you'll be doing it right after. And we might even, Friday might be a full 4 hours of mixed martial arts fun.
Okay, cool. And we got Brian here. Brian, what's going on today?
Oh, not much.
Oh, okay.
Snowed in here in Seattle.
I saw that. You can't get out, or?
No, I'm stuck. I don't know what
God.
I do right now, but I'm stuck.
Okay. What do you think of SmackDown?
Actually, just got finished watching it, and I actually thought that SmackDown was a pretty enjoyable show. I don't know if it was because I watched it during the day, and usually I watch it at night before I go to bed or what, but I thought Chris Jericho and X-Pac was pretty good. I thought Austin and Benoit was good. I thought Rock and Helmsley was pretty good until the finish, but I guess what are you going to do there? And overall, aside from the Vince McMahon Linda episode, I thought it was a pretty good show.
I enjoyed the show a lot. Really enjoyed the Austin Benoit match. Thought it was the best TV match that WF has put on in several weeks. I thought that Austin Benoit had a better TV match. It was about 2 months ago when they wrestled on TV.
Yeah.
I thought that might have been a little bit better, but this was, to their credit, they did a totally different match. This was more of a brawl. The other one was more of a technical match, and a real good one. So I thought that was the highlight of the show. That was the best TV match. Let me see. The Vince and Linda stuff, I enjoyed it in its own very bizarre way. I thought that Linda standing there in that trance was probably the best acting she's ever done. And Vince's acting was, how can I say this? It was so unbelievably bad that I got a kick out of it.
It was like so bad that you could almost believe this guy was maybe a little crazy.
I guess. It was just so bad.
The fact that he kept yelling at her, despite the fact that she clearly, in the angle, couldn't hear, see, or even respond to anything he said. And it's like, why is this nut still talking to her?
Because he's a nut.
That's what I got out of it.
I thought the Mick Foley thing was really funny. When he was in that deranged way. I don't know what it was, but when Al Snow was like telling him, well, don't you miss the pops? And he just puts on the VCR and they pop. That was kind of amusing. Jericho and X-Pac.
I'm wondering why he gave him the gavel.
He's going to come back and...
What power does Mick Foley have to do anything?
Well, that's... Okay, it's one of two things. Either it makes no sense, which is a possibility, or Al Snow's going to go in there so deranged thinking he's commissioner, but he's really not, as a way to bring back Mick Foley. I don't know. It's all going to happen. It's all going to happen Monday. I don't know why. I got this feeling they're going to do Angle and Benoit against Rock and Austin on Monday, which would probably be a hell of a match.
Angle and Benoit. Yeah.
Hopefully they will. It'll kind of get Benoit to that kind of nowhere thing that he's in.
There was something about Big Show beating up about 15 men, and no selling anything that kind of rubbed me the wrong way.
Well, I'll tell you what.
What a way to kill the hardcore gimmick, I guess. I don't even know if you could call it that or just, I don't know. There was just something about it. Hitting Big Show with everything. He would just stand there like King Kong, like 10 men running in. He just beats them all up. And I just thought, what's the point of this?
He's making $1 million a year, and they're trying to make him worth it. and it's just another...
It's not going to work.
Well,
I hate that argument where, okay, this guy
It's just the latest experiment.
This guy's
They're going to keep trying.
So we have to push him. And I think that's so lame. It's like, if everybody doesn't like this guy, like Hulk Hogan, Hogan's drawing power was nothing. So are you really justifying his paycheck by putting him in the main event, yet he's killing business? No.
Okay, I know. I understand your logic, and you're right, but that's not how the way corporate America thinks. You know what I mean? Vince McMahon, every week when he's writing that $20,000 paycheck to the big shows, going like, I got to make him worth this. And he's not. So what are we going to do? It's like, well, the heel thing isn't working, so let's make him a monster babyface. Let's turn him into Andre the Giant for the 40th time. And it's not, what can I say?
Maybe he start winning a bunch of battle royals. That's all he'll do.
Oh, I hate battle royals. But I thought that he was more effective last night than he'd been as a heel, if nothing else. I mean, the one thing that Big Show I think is pretty good at is that I think that as a babyface, when he's beaten up and he shows good fire in his comebacks. So beating him up like that and doing that half-ass no-selling, I think that's all right. I mean, although the segment itself, running all those guys in and, Kai and Tai taking that double choke slam bump and all that, I thought that was totally goofy. There was something else on the show. The one thing that I didn't like on the show, was Kane and Edge. I just thought that it's like, it was too much. I mean, I can understand that they want to make Undertaker and Kane into this monster tag team, going into the pay-per-view where you think they're just totally unbeatable. And Edge and Christian have to bump for them to do that. But it doesn't have to be 2 minutes, and they can at least get a little bit of offense in. I mean, it wasn't so bad that just Kane squashed Edge, but you got Undertaker squashing Christian. They're not even in a match.
Yeah, on the outside, just pummeling him.
I mean, there at least could have been something where Christian, caused, Kane to get distracted, and Edge got a lot of heat built up on Kane before he made a comeback, and then Undertaker had a reason to attack Christian. But he just beat Christian up before Christian did anything effective as far as a run-in, and it was just like when it was over, I don't think it helped Undertaker and Kane at all, and I think it hurt Edge and Christian a lot, and I think so. That's the kind of stuff where...
Well, say Dudley's come out with that table, and they put it at ringside, and Kane goes through it, which is the Dudley's gimmick, and he just hops right back up and gets back in the ring like it's nothing. And I thought, why would you do that to the Dudley's table gimmick? Make it look so ineffective.
Yeah. The other thing also is the table didn't break, and then Michael Cole goes, he went through a table. Poor Michael Cole. He was terrible last night, by the way.
What did Jerry Lawler say? Saturn did some move, and Jerry Lawler just made up...
Jerry Lawler called it some move, and I don't know what the hell he was talking about, and he said it 3 times.
Yeah, I thought, he's just got to be making fun of Michael Cole.
I guess. I don't know what that was.
I didn't know what was up with that, but I was laughing. I was going, yeah, that's good. And Michael Cole actually, I can't remember what the move was, but Michael Cole actually identified it afterwards. I was
Death
shocked.
Valley Driver.
Yeah, it was Death Valley Driver. That's right.
Yeah. Austin was the one who in the main event kept insulting Michael Cole, right?
Yeah.
Or was it?
The frosty
that was
hair.
Frosty hair and all that. Yeah, I thought that was kind of cute. And I did not enjoy in any way, shape, or form watching poor Kevin Kelly have to humiliate himself on national television.
Well, it's going to happen.
I know. It's people's sick sense of humor. Poor Kevin. Well, he's got a job. What the hell?
Yeah.
It just goes to show that when you sign to work for the World Wrestling Federation, you are in fact signing your dignity away.
Yes.
I mean
that's Howard Finkel.
Any of those people. Let's see. Anything else you want to talk about the show?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Nothing major.
Let's get a couple of news notes from Japan. The March 2nd 0-1 pay-per-view main event going to be Shinya Hashimoto and Yuji Nagata against Mitsuharu Misawa and Jun Akiyama at Sumo Hall. And I think that's going to be like a totally awesome match.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I just got the tape the other day of the match where they did the tag match with Misawa and Hashimoto from last month, and it was actually quite disappointing. The heat was tremendous, but it's like Hashimoto has seen better days and Misawa has really seen better days. But they really lined them up with some tag partners. I mean, Yuji Nagata and Jun Akiyama, they can carry that match, and I think Akiyama is certainly more than good enough to have great sequences with Hashimoto. And all they had to do is keep Misawa and Hashimoto, to do a few spots during that whole match, which they can do, and they'll have so much heat if they keep them out of the ring most of the way. I think that's going to be a total kick-ass match.
How did Kawada escape unscathed?
In what sense?
I shouldn't say unscathed, but
what do you mean
Misawa falling apart and Kobashi falling apart, and
well, he fell. Remember his eyes and everything? He missed all of last year.
I guess that's right.
He had 2 eye surgeries. He didn't unscathe.
He's still going, though.
He's awesome.
You don't look at him and go, man, this dude is he's done.
No, but Kobashi didn't really, other than the fact he couldn't walk. Well, that's...
other than that.
I mean, Misawa is just a shell. I mean, it's just painful to watch him. Let's see, Kenzo Suzuki's off the pay-per-view, which is New Japan on Sunday. Scott Hall will be going on the March tour for real to New Japan. That's a for real. It hasn't been announced yet, but...
For real.
Yeah, for real. SmackDown did a 4.3 rating, so it finished in 4th place. That's better than it's done the previous 2 weeks against that very strong competition.
It was a pretty packed show, though.
Yeah, you're right. It was.
I think it was better.
Yeah,
Austin
against Benoit.
It than just the promotion they did for the SmackDown Extreme. That they didn't really put anything on the show.
Well, I mean, there's a lesson. They promoted the hell out of SmackDown Extreme and did a 4.0. And in this one, they didn't promote at all, but they gave you Rock against Helmsley and Benoit against Austin and did a 4-3.
And they delivered them.
Yeah. So that's, but they opened the show and they told you there's going to be 2 matches that people evidently wanted to see, at least a little bit. Let's see. Friends got beat by, what was it? Friends got beat by Survivor again. The gimmick, or the margin was close. Pride, March 25th at the Saitama Super Arena, announced 3 matches. Could be really interesting. Kazushi Sakuraba against Vanderlei Silva as the main event, or I guess the announced main event so far. And I am really surprised at this match being made, just because this is the way they match up. This is a really tough fight for Silva. I mean, it is for Silva too, obviously, but for Sakuraba, for both guys. I mean, it's Silva is a really good striker, and in his last Pride match with Dan Henderson, who is an Olympic caliber wrestler, in fact, wrestled in the Olympics, Henderson had a hard time with Silva taking him down, and in most of the way, every time Henderson went for a takedown, Silva ended up sprawling and getting on top and pounding on him and beating him in a decision, in what was a hell of a fight, by the way. And Sakuraba is not the wrestler Dan Henderson is, although Sakuraba's actual wrestling ability is very underrated. He's really good at wrestling. Striking, Silva's got Sakuraba beat. This is going to be a hell of a tough fight. Ken Shamrock, Igor Vovchanchyn, which we talked about earlier in the week. That could be a really good fight if, Shamrock, who I think we're going to have Shamrock on the show in the next couple of weeks, by the way. That is a really interesting fight, too, because I don't know that Shamrock probably can take Vovchanchyn down. He's a good enough wrestler to do that. But I don't know. Standing up, it'll be interesting. Vovchanchyn's a harder hitter than Shamrock. And there's conditioning's always a factor, too. Henzo Gracie and Dan Henderson, which is that's a great match on paper, too. So, good show. They announced, Mark Coleman, Heath Herring, Guy Metzger, Tadao Yasuda, Akira Shoji, Alexander Otsuka, and Masaki Satake. I will presume, I haven't been told this officially, but I'm presuming that show will air on pay-per-view in the United States probably about a week or 2 later, probably early April. So, that's going on there. Let's see what else we have. Poll for today. Who would you rank? This actually will be for the whole weekend. Who will you rank as the greatest British wrestler who was a star internationally? A, Billy Robinson. B, Steve Regal, or William Regal if you prefer, but I called him Steve. C, Dynamite Kid. D, Davey Boy Smith. And E, Bert Asarati.
Where's Loch Ness?
He was the one that didn't make the cut. It was between him and Dynamite Kid. I couldn't figure out who was the better worker of the two. What else? Let's see, Rey Mysterio tonight. Rey Mysterio Jr., Santo, and Psicosis have a 3-way in Tijuana. Oh, God, Tijuana has some great matches. And let's see, New Japan, of course, pay-per-view Sunday. Super Brawl Sunday, which, of course, Scott Steiner and Kevin Nash main event. What else? A couple of changes in the Pride rules. Minor change. It used to be, the way they did the time limit was the matches would have 2 10-minute time limits. 2 10-minute rounds. And then if the judges either could vote for a decision if it was one-sided or if it was close, they would vote a draw, and then they would go to a 5-minute overtime, and then they would pick a winner after that. Now it's going to be 3 rounds. The first round will be 10 minutes, the second round will be 5 minutes, and the third round will be 5 minutes, and then the judges must pick a winner, which means the matches go 20 minutes max. There was no 25-minute matches. And they also are giving the referees discretion to give yellow cards for stalling, which means that when you do that, you lose a point, which encourages aggressiveness, so that's probably a good rule. And they are allowing knees and kicking of an opponent when an opponent is down on all fours, which is a rule that I really don't like. The idea that you can, the guy can be down on all.
Why did they decide to do that?
I do not know. I think because probably somebody protested that it's legal in Brazil or something.
I cannot do enough damage in these fights.
No, the kicking a guy in the face, when he's down, and also you can kick him with shoes, because they're allowing kicking with shoes now. That one scares me because you can really hurt somebody doing that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that one I was really concerned with that. Sabu and Rob Van Dam start with All Japan on Sunday. Rob Van Dam's first time back in All Japan, in fact in Japan at all in almost 4 years. So that's what's going on there. Yesterday's poll about ECW. What do you think about ECW's future on pay-per-view? The show on March 11th will be the last pay-per-view show, 44%.
Whoa.
There will be one last show, but it will not be on March 11th, 10%. They will be running many more pay-per-view shows, 6%. Boy, that's not encouraging at all. That feeling. And they will never run another pay-per-view show again, 40%.
There you go. That's the one right there.
Yeah. Well, no, that's not encouraging either, yeah. Warlord's in jail in Virginia. He was arrested in 1997 on charges that he possessed steroids with an intention to distribute. No way! No way.
That's shocking.
And he was, that was in Virginia, and he was living in Florida, and he tried to buy a gun in Florida, and they found out he had that, whatever it was. He had that charge against him.
Warrant for his arrest.
Yeah, that warrant, and he spent 3 weeks in jail in Broward County. Probably just got out. Got out on February 8th, actually, so it was a week ago. And he surrendered in Virginia. So, anyway, that's what's going on.
Wasn't he hit by the milk truck?
What?
Was that Warlord that was hit by the milk truck?
Or pizza truck. I'm not sure if it was milk truck or pizza. I think it was pizza delivery.
So, didn't he go to court for that or something?
There was definitely a lawsuit out because they asked me to be like...
How could he file a lawsuit, and he had a warrant out for his arrest, and they couldn't find him?
You ever seen those shows? This has nothing to do with wrestling. The shows where like they'll find these people with like that have jumped bail or haven't checked in for parole, and they're just walking the streets, and like some TV news crew will like find 5 guys that the government can't find, like not even trying hard to find them, So there's your answer.
Well, that explains a lot.
Yeah, they're not trying hard. Let's see. Anything else to get to before we start with emails?
No.
All right. So, what tape would you recommend for someone who's never seen Mexican wrestling? I would say When Worlds Collide pay-per-view would be the one to get, and the main reason I say that is because the commentary is in English, and also it's an awesome show. But the commentary is in English, so it's just easier to follow and everything, and also the commentary is pretty awesome on that show. It's just easier to follow that way rather than watching a show in Spanish. If you want to watch something modern, because that's 6.5 years old now.
Especially if you don't understand the rules.
Yeah, and it's all explained. If you just want to watch something modern, I would say the March 17th, the first EMLL pay-per-view, because that may have been the best pay-per-view of the year. I think I voted in the Observer poll show of the year, and it was pretty darn close. It's from Josh. How can a fired Mick Foley get Al Snow the commissioner's job? Does Deborah, the still assistant commissioner, have the power to give Snow the spot?
What
too much
happened
logic.
to Deborah?
I don't know. She was terrible.
Well, she just vanished.
Maybe that's the reason.
She rules herself off TV.
Yes. Let's see. This is someone who is long article, long letter, probably too long to read, unfortunately, about WCW. But it basically says the same thing that everyone else says. But it's good. Let's see. I've heard enough talk. I'll go through till a break. I finally heard enough talking. I don't believe a word of it anymore. It's hard for me to believe that the people still buy the ridiculous notion that Eric Bischoff has returned to once and for all save WCW from the abyss of chaos that it has drowned himself in for the last 2 years. I can understand if this was the first time we were strung along with the belief that Bischoff, who was responsible for the only wave of true success the company's ever seen, was finally coming home to make right the atrocities that were bestowed upon his precious wrestling promotion. But this is not the first time. No, it's not. Oh, no. I feel like I'm in a time warp because I could bet my life that I've heard this whole story before. A few short months ago, Eric Bischoff was heralded as the winning formula to bring WCW back to prominence. Who heralded
Bischoff
that?
and Russo together.
Well, do you remember when Bischoff and Russo came in together, what we said here? We said that they weren't going to last 7 weeks, and they may have lasted 7, but they didn't last much longer, and that it was a losing formula. So it wasn't me but I know people were heralding that. Bischoff and Russo I knew had no chance. Just because I knew they couldn't get along. There was just no way. What followed was some of the most disheartening and revolting wrestling I have ever been fortunate enough to endure. I cannot disagree.
Fortunate enough?
Unfortunate enough.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't disagree. Of course, everybody knew it was all Vince Russo who fouled things up. I mean, the new blood, the cruiserweights, WCW World Champion David Arquette. That was all Russo. Bischoff was only in charge of the entire company and full authority to nix any and all of those things from happening. But apparently, we have forgiven him. Okay, I can live with that, if only it was that. Have we all forgotten who made Kevin Nash the booker? The man has tanked 2 wrestling promotions, ruined what could have been the next Hughes phenomenon in wrestling, and did the job for the world title after getting tapped by another guy's index finger. Okay, so that was a mistake too. Fine, I'll forgive him for that. Then I'm listening to Wrestling Observer Live, and I hear Eric Bischoff remarking about how we were being treated to a new Kevin Nash, a man with drive and fire, and not the lazy beer-drinking Kevin Nash we've been seeing.
I like how, I just want to mention something. Bischoff never specified what it was that Nash was doing different. He just goes, you'd have to look really closely to see these things that Nash is doing differently. And I swear I was thinking, I bet Bischoff was talking about him like dyeing the gray out of his hair. So
No. If you look, the one thing, Kevin Nash has been going to the gym.
Yeah, but he was going to the gym before. Remember we were talking like 2 or 3 months ago. Nash
he suddenly
transformed in like a week.
Yeah, he suddenly transformed in a week. He got a tan. He did whatever he did.
Bischoff came back.
Right, and then he kind of let it go. And then in the last week or two or so, since Bischoff's been back, he's gone back and started training hard and whatever else. Yes, you're right. He did that for a couple weeks before. Hey, I'm not gonna be defending Kevin Nash for anything. There's really nothing. I guess I'm not gonna rush through the rest of this letter because it's just huge, and it basically. The main gist of it we've already talked about.
We can put it on the website.
Actually, well, they didn't send it to the website, but let's see. This is from Todd Ferretti, who goes, I just want to say I thought the show with Honky Tonk Man was great. I have a question regarding what Honky had to say about David Schultz. What was the deal with Schultz thinking up WrestleMania? I've never heard this before. Can you explain? I've never heard it before either, and I was quite shocked to hear it. I don't know what that is.
Well, Schultz what?
Well, he said that David Schultz was the one who came up with the idea for WrestleMania.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'd never heard that story before. I think when, in a couple weeks, when Basil DeVito's book on the history of WrestleMania is written, somehow I think that the idea that David Schultz came up with it may not be in the history of WrestleMania.
Come on now.
You think they're going to...
They don't change history.
Okay. After watching SmackDown last night, it's from Bob McCandowitz, it seems like the WF has found the perfect role for the incredible acting talents of Linda McMahon. If Stephanie could play a similar role, I would be beyond happy. Yes, many people would. Let's see. Eric from Fremont says...
I am such a big fan of Steve Regal.
Yeah,
he was so awesome last night when he just shoves Trish in the limo and he just, in the happiest voice, just goes, Vince, I think you should let them fight. It was so awesome.
Actually, you know what? Vince was really good there then, too.
Yeah.
You know, where Vince is like the light bulb hits? Yeah. You know, it's like, think of all the money that can be made on pay-per-view. And then, like, Vince is like these 2 women that he supposedly loves. You know what I mean? He's going like, oh, but I can make money on pay-per-view. Let them fight.
It's because it was so realistic, you know?
Yeah, that was
Vince's real thought. My God, I could make money.
Yep. Eric from Fremont. Will China allow Lita to surpass her in the female popularity ranks, or will she turn into a female Hogan? I think it's out of her control. I think what's going to happen is China doesn't have the power to stop. If it happens, it happens. You know? I think it's going to happen, too. Goes, doesn't Big Show look like Earthquake with his new tights and bad tiger tattoo? All he needs is bad music. Worse music than he's got now, and a beard. Okay. Whatever Jerry Lawler called the move was the thing that Taz has started on Heat. So Taz has been saying this. A couple people emailed that Taz has been calling the move that same thing for a couple of weeks.
Okay.
It's probably a rib on Perry Saturn because Taz and Saturn have had a love-hate relationship for a while anyway. I don't know if it's Perry Saturn's preference or not, but Taz says it every time on Heat when Saturn wrestles. Let's see. There's another person saying the same thing. Nobody actually knows the name of what he says, but everyone knows that he says it.
It's funny because Ross said it like 3 times and no one can still figure out what the hell he said.
Yeah. Why does everyone get on Bischoff's case about always saying the right thing? Jim Ross's weekly Ross report does nothing but try to kiss the fans on the net, like anyone believes the WF's going to have a good light heavyweight division. Well, I think the difference is that the WF is right now a successful company, so they have more leeway. Actually, we get on Ross when he gets a little bit too much like that.
Plus, Ross does not have the power to make the cruiserweight division if he wanted to.
That's right, and Eric does. Good point. Please give your pride picks for the currently announced matches. Oh, God.
I think you did that earlier, didn't you?
I gave my thoughts. I didn't give picks. They are so hard to pick. Wow. Jim Hurd's on the line. Let's see, I got to pick these matches first. Let's see. Silva and Sakuraba.
Sakuraba.
Silva. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We go with an upset there. Okay. Henzo Gracie and Dan Henderson. God, that's hard.
Gracie.
That is so hard. Yeah, I'll go with Gracie too. But that's hard. That one could go either way. And Ken Shamrock and Igor. Igor. It's tough. They're all tough.
Yeah. I'll go with Igor.
Okay. We got Jim Hurd on the line. Jim, how are you today? Where's Jim?
Hello.
Hey, Jim. Hey, Jim.
David.
Hey, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good.
That's great.
What have you been doing? What have you been doing for the last 5 years?
Well, just kind of sitting back and in retirement and watching what some of these guys put out for what they call an angle and goofawing.
Mm-hmm.
No, really, I'm in a bunch of stuff, doing some marketing for some friends of mine and all, and some golf courses, one in Houston and one outside of Chicago and one in Indianapolis, and doing some marketing for those guys, and just taking it easy, really. No big deal. Retired and kind of loving every minute of it. But I've kept some touch with especially with you and on your end, not with you, but watching you, and I want to congratulate you on a great website and a great radio or internet radio breakthrough type thing, and obviously you're onward and upward.
Well, thanks very much. For the people who don't know, Jim Hurd was executive vice president, ran World Championship Wrestling from the end of 1988, right after the sale to Turner from Jim Crockett, through early 1992, and was going back with the company. One of the reasons why I wanted you on was the company just being sold. The sale's not officially finalized, but it's been announced to Eric Bischoff and Fusion from Turner. You know, it's like they had the company for 12 years, and it was a struggle. You know, they had a couple of good years, but financially it was a struggle the whole way. Looking back with what you know now and what you went through, what do you think were the weaknesses of the Turner system, and why the thing? Because on paper you would think, being part of a big media company, I mean, it was the best position that a wrestling company had ever been in, but it never really clicked.
Well, you have to look at a couple of things. The entire premise originally, and my first, of course, I've known Ted since we formed the Independent Television Association years ago in 1970, actually, INTV. The premise was, and it never happened, that we would have the support of all the various networks, not only CNN, but the other networks that were available to us, and none of that ever happened. We were shunned by not only the sports department of Turner, but every other facet of broadcast that was available. They would not run our promos. They would not allow us. I mean, Nitro on Monday night would have been unheard of. And so we had to struggle along trying to make our own way against a powerhouse like Vince's that Vince had in place with all the major stars, and we had inherited, obviously, Flair and Luger and Sting and the Steiner brothers, to name a few, which was our entire nucleus, and were commanded to do a lot more wrestling and a heck of a lot less, I guess, if you will, bodily function type things on the air, and using language and so forth and so on. I mean, we were handicapped to that degree, which they're not. That era is gone, and they've been able to fight their way through the hierarchy at at Turner, and we're promoted on all the various networks and all. I can remember when I did WNN News, just to kind of try to marry the rest of the networks that were under Turner's leadership. We had to go all the way to the top guy at CNN News. He raised so much hell. Finally, when we convinced him that we were going to do a legitimate wrestling news 5 or 8 minute show that included news about wrestlers that were not only with our organization but were with the WWF and all, they allowed us to do it. Those 5 minute increments that I put in were obviously things that would take up some time, so we didn't have to beat the hell out of each other for 2 hours or 2.5 hours all the time, and kill young jambronis that we were using, and those things went by the wayside, and of course they had powerful promos and all, and I think that's one of the things that made it differently. Although if you look at today's tune, I mean, it's interesting how you can sell a company that lost $60 million. So
yeah,
to Fusion. I mean, and God bless them. I wish them the best, but you have to look at things in the right perspective. I mean, let's face it. Eric never invented anything. Eric either bought, borrowed, or stole everything. I mean, we had, he came there, and luckily they backed him in. He took all of the WWF stars and brought them to Atlanta. Therefore, he brought some success.
One of the things, I mean, I know that when you were there, I mean, the idea, it was not a novel idea, the idea of, like, getting Hulk Hogan or Randy Savage. When you were there, obviously, and Roddy Piper, all those guys, I know that there were periods where you had feelers talking to them and things like that, and even direct meetings with Piper and Savage. I don't know about Hogan. And the ultimate thing was that in that period, the Turner organization was not willing to open the checkbook. And the one thing Eric did that you get to credit him for was his ability to convince people to open the checkbook and sign. Because I know wasn't there a period where you went and you had a meeting or close to a meeting with Savage, and then they just really and Piper too, and they really wouldn't back you with the dollars to make the deal?
Well, I think with all due respect to Petrick, and he's still a friend of mine, but he was the stumbling block, and I think he misread Turner, what Turner wanted to do. Jack Petrick was known as if it isn't paying off, give it to Jack, and Jack will make it pay off. And his success in some of those endeavors with Turner Home Entertainment and some of those were very successful. He turned them around into money-making entities. Once we cleared the hurdles of the Crockett's and the contracts and existing contracts and all, then of course, I mean, I used to go to venues, and Hogan would wave at me, because I would sit way up in the top seats, and he knew where I was sitting. And of course, the meeting we had with the other guys, we had various meetings with them, but it turned into a thing like, you can't take a guy that's doing so well in a venue like New York and bring him to Atlanta and sit down and then embarrass him with an offer, which is what Petrick would do. And we had him, walk out of meetings, and Petrick and I got into a hell of a fight over it, because I wouldn't go to any more meetings with him. I mean, I would not sit down and try to entice Randy to come to Atlanta and then give him an offer that was ridiculously low. So, it kind of fell on deaf ears. And you're right, though. I mean, we kept trying to make an entity make money, and under Eric's leadership, I don't know who he convinced, but and of course Eric is only interested in Eric. I mean, regardless, Eric's not a team player. But I mean, this show's not to say, hey, let's beat the hell out of Eric. But I hired Eric when he hadn't had a job in a year. So as an announcer. And primarily, I hired him not because he was a great announcer, but because I was having troubles negotiating a contract with Jim Ross at the time. Ross was going to hold me up, so I hired another young, fairly good-looking announcer just to tell Ross that, well, if you're prepared to go all the way, then I will too. Now, in retrospect, I certainly didn't want to lose Ross. I think he's very good. Even did a good job on XFL the other night, and has proven over the years that his ability to sell guys and sell angles and stuff is probably unequaled in the modern day wrestling era.
I just got the Ross report here. I'm just checking if there's anything big here. He's got a lot of stuff, but it's mostly, let's see. China's book, If They Only Knew, is doing very well and seems to be very popular with female readers. I know my wife enjoyed it.
How about that?
How's that for that one? She did too, by the way.
Ross, I've noticed that Ross has not once praised that book.
Backhand. He's sort of on TV when he plugs it. He has, yeah, but not on the Ross report. He hasn't. No. Says Tajiri has not signed a contract, but is expected to do so this week. Actually, Tajiri signed a piece of paper, but they haven't got it yet. Because I remember I got called when he signed, and Jerry Lynn's contract should be waiting to him when he returns from his current road trip. I wonder when he will. Let's see, he's Thursday. See Jim Ross's schedule. Thursdays and Fridays, he's interviewing players and coaches to get ready for the Saturday games. Then Saturday night he's got the game, and then Sunday he's got to fly to where Raw is. Does Raw on Monday. He's never around. Let's see. Look to the cat right to censor issue to escalate next week and to have presence at No Way Out. She's going to do something at that pay-per-view, isn't she, Brian?
She's going to be naked.
I know. Paul Heyman supporters. Oh, here's an interesting one. Paul Heyman supporters continue to contact me as if I am the obstacle that's keeping him from joining the Federation creative team. I'm not. I want him on the team. Also, some have used their active imaginations to misinterpret I'll drink his Kool-Aid line as a negative. That flippant remark was not intended to be negative. I meant that I believe in Paul's creative ability and would fully support him joining our company. It's a very political thing to say. Let's see. Talks about Eddie Guerrero is probably at 75%, which is still better than most. Chris Benoit will be one of the biggest fan favorites in the Federation in 2001. Well, it's definitely been... Oh, Brian, you're going to love this one. Listen to this. Working with Jesse Ventura is much like I remembered from the days of yesteryear. Jesse is Jesse. Ooh.
How about that?
Yeah. Let's see. He goes, from what I'm told, the Haas brothers, Scott Vick, Steve Bradley, and perhaps Murray Hopper, that's one of the Dups, look at the best chance to advance the primary roster in the next few months. I'd like to get Taz more in-ring time. My intuition tells me that will happen. It's better off for Taz if he doesn't, but people
just
don't
like
know
last
that yet.
night.
Yep. X-Pac looks rested and ready to resume his career. I hope he can remain injury-free. There's a creative piece missing, and he needs to improve his verbal skills, but I love his work. Mick Foley will be in Dallas at a car show Saturday. He will not be returning to the ring anytime soon, and that includes WrestleMania. That's news.
Huh.
That's real news.
He actually looked trimmed down last night.
Yeah, because I do expect to see Mick back on television in the future. Mick's time is being occupied with his 3 children and his writing. A new Mick Foley book is on the horizon. Yep, sure is. Dean Malenko returns Sunday. We'll face Jerry Lawler in Evansville, Indiana. Well, that'll be an easy match. Justin Credible will be in Evansville on Sunday against Kay Quick. Regal, his neck condition is improving. He's going to be going to Australia on March 21st to the 25th. Lita spent a couple of days in Toronto. We knew about that. Raw is 90% sold out. Kansas City's for SmackDown is sold out. Expect roster cuts to begin soon.
Uh-oh.
Let the rampant speculation begin. Wow. WrestleMania.
Bossman.
What?
Bossman,
yeah.
first on the list.
Yeah. WrestleMania, the official insider story, will be out soon. Several Federation superstars will be promoting this book on the history of WrestleMania beginning next month. I'm anxious to see it. So that means he hasn't read it. Wonder if that David Schultz story is going to be in there. Wow. Let's see. This is Jim Ross talking about what people say about him about the XFL, which I'm sure is not very pleasant. I'm sure you've heard, or I'm sure some of you may have heard on sports talk radio or TV or in your local newspaper, the rather stiff remarks some critics have made towards yours truly broadcasting of the XFL. I've heard and read, quote, what gives a wrestling announcer the right to broadcast football. Quote, he's not a bad wrestling announcer, but we all know what kind of people are involved in and follow wrestling. I really could give a damn what these folks think of my football broadcasting. I have had some experience with the game and consider myself a huge fan of football. I will come to prepare to do the very best I can every Saturday night on NBC for the XFL, but what pisses me off are the shots these elite members of the media take on our fans. These assumptions are those of insecure, ignorant people who think we are all misguided, bad human beings for being fans of the business we love. Whew. How do you like that? I greatly admire and respect the fans of our business and always will feel sorry and, quite frankly, for those in the media who cannot relate to our fans' passion for our product. Critique and criticize me all you want because I can take it, but please do not crucify our fans in such an unjust, uneducated, unwarranted fashion. They don't deserve this kind of treatment. So, anyway, that's Jim Ross. We'll talk more about that in a little while. Jim Hurd, how are you?
I'm fine, thanks.
So what do you think of all this, the politics of wrestling?
I thought Ross did a pretty good play-by-play job on football. I mean, he handled the play he can't help the talent that much, but I thought, I think Jesse Ventura should have probably, you shouldn't fight with the NFL. I mean, why even try? So. You're not on at the same time of year. If anything, you should embrace the NFL's players and hope they come to your games and you gain something by association with them. But that's their bag, and it's not a very good football product, although I do like some of their innovations in it as far as having to run kickoffs back instead of downing them and having to field punts without fair catching. I think some of those things add to the excitement of the overall game, but it's a tough road on Saturday night, even with Saturday night for television being as bad as it is. I mean, if Texas Ranger, Walker Texas Ranger, can last all this time on Saturday night television, that tells you that the fare overall is really bad.
You think it's going to make it?
It'll make it if they can get the ratings to satisfy the advertisers. I understand they're promising a 10, and they're not getting it. Oh, and that's an accumulated 10, the same way we used to sell, and the same way Vince sells. I mean, they promise a number, and if you don't make it, then you try to make it up in other areas. And when we, of course, Turner, they just included us in a package, sports package, which we made whole, by matter of fact, because the only two things that ever beat us on the entire network was John Wayne Theater and baseball. So it's a matter of making it isn't the product totally. It's whether people will watch it. If they get enough people watching it, it will happen. I mean, it's like trying to compare venue attendance with wrestling ratings. There's a 5 or 6 million minimum television wrestling fandom out there that never goes to the venue.
Oh, yeah.
And they support the television, and that's why you can sell it, and that's why it draws a good number, and you're not going to change that. Our biggest missing factor when we were against Vince was the 11 to 15. Which we never really try to do. I mean, Dave will have some chuckles if I bring up the ding dongs.
Oh yes,
but
everyone will.
Yeah, the whole world will. But the premise was that we needed some people that were getting the hell beat out of them every night to have some kind of a shtick. And the original concept, and of course David Crockett screwed it up, was that there was supposed to be a huge bell in their corner, and every time they made a good move, they'd come ring their bell. And then at the end of it, the opponents would beat the hell out of their head over their own bell. But that's beside the point, except that you have to find ways. I mean, when you have a small nucleus of talented wrestlers that they cannot just keep killing each other and people every night. Although the business years ago was made you wrestle 7 nights a week for for 2 or 3 months, and then you take some time off. But the ability to attract ratings is a whole different animal, and all those day parts and all those demographical parts, you have to have people equally in proportion to each one of them, or you're not going to get those kind of numbers. And I think Vince understands it probably better than anybody, because after Eric stole all of his talent, he rebuilt his situation, and look at it now, and he's just killing them. So, it's one of the things that I don't think everybody really understands, venue versus television ratings.
One thing I think before we head to this break, one of the things I guess that you probably one of the most controversial things was your showdown with Ric Flair in 1991,
right?
Which led to Ric Flair going to the WWF,
right?
Over a contract dispute. I guess basically he. In exchange for dropping the title, he wanted a contract extension. It was kind of a hold-up. What was your side of basically what happened with Flair, and do you kind of regret it happening?
Oh, regret it. It was a stupid act on my part by allowing I really didn't really appreciate how deeply the Flair-Dusty Rhodes hate was for each other. And when I made the mistake of bringing Dusty in as the booker, which was a humongous mistake for me, prodded by Petrick and ratings and lots of different things make you do dumb things. But you got to look at the other side of it. There weren't any runways and thunder cages and fireworks and everything before I came along, because Vince sure as hell didn't have them before if you go back and look at the tapes, those entrances weren't around before Jim Herd started them. But to go ahead with your question, Flair was holding out, and it wasn't the first holdout. I can go back to when I couldn't get Flair to sign a contract. We were at the Rosemont Horizon in Chicago. And it's time for the main event, and Flair won't come out, and the feet are hitting the floor, and I think the roof's coming in, and he and I are in the shower, if you'll pardon the expression, trying to get him to sign a contract upside down with an ink pen that won't write straight up. It took us forever, and I thought we were going to have a riot on our hands. Finally, we got it signed, and he goes out and does his great normal performance, and so anyway, but to go back to the original question, yeah, Dusty was instrumental in that deal. He wanted Flair out, and so they convinced me that we ought to not go ahead with the contract. And Flair jumped and took the belt, and they took the belt to New York. And as most of your fans know, who is a real champion? What is a real champion? They beat the hell out of the NWA belt and put it on their air, and I thought it was a pretty good deal.
As far as some of the other things, there was a period with Sid Vicious. You had Sid Vicious to a contract. Now, what was you basically let him out to go to Vince? How did that all break down, and he ended up going, and Vince promised him the WrestleMania main event. That was right about the same period of time where he was going back and forth. I remember when he got the collapsed lung, and then he wouldn't go to the house shows, to be in the corner.
Right.
And then every week or every day it seemed like it was a new story. He was either going to Vince or staying with you, kind of playing both sides against the other, and he ended up going there, even though you still had him under contract.
Well, Sid Vicious was a pain in the ass from day one. He missed events. He killed young kids. Breaking their heads, and we had lots of showdowns on whether or not we even wanted him in our camp, and finally, we didn't care whether here's a physical specimen that's unequaled in all of wrestling. But we just, there was no way we could deal with him, and he'd rather play softball than at home and in Tennessee than to listen to us. So we didn't care if he went. In fact, I was happy when he went.
Well, actually, many other people were too. So.
Well, and I'm sure Vince sometimes was happy when he left there. So it's one of those things where the whole issue is how do you convince guys to play as a team, and it's such an individual situation, and guys. When you sit around and try to get guys to put other guys over and all, it's a long, hard road, and especially if things aren't going well. Wrestlers are always looking to go to where the grass seems greener, and that's where I appreciate really the loyalty that Flair gave me. I mean, and Sting and the Steiner brothers, and the Steiner brothers were legit. I mean, all you had to do is go to Japan, and I would have taken the two Steiner brothers and put them against anybody in the world in a shoot and see it. They would win. They were that good. They have been misused lately, I think, and I don't know why they allow it, but hey. They are great guys, and so is the other guys. I mean, even if I have to take a cover shot while Luger's pounding somebody.
I'm going to read one email, and then we're going to get some stuff for Jim Hurd, who's our special guest today, former Executive Vice President of World Championship Wrestling. It says, your poll about the best international star from Britain is incomplete and means nothing. There is one major oversight. How could you not have included
Big Daddy?
No!
Oh.
Adrian Street. Big Daddy never went out of England, so that's why. Especially looking at a few of the other names that made the cut above him. Yeah, every one of them was a bigger star. Well, even Asserati was, because he was a big star in the 30s. Adrian Street revolutionized the performance aspect of wrestling and was a great mat wrestler. Besides, what did Davey Boy Smith do but get into trouble with the law and ride Dynamite's coattails? He was a big international star for 2 decades. Until everyone forgets the last 4 years were not particularly kind to Davey, and it's his own fault. But you cannot also overlook what the guy did from like 84 to 96. I mean, he was a huge star in England. Steve Regal's good, but he hasn't done enough to be mentioned in the same breath as Adrian Street. I totally disagree there. Bert Asserati, come on. Bert Asserati's considered like the toughest guy ever to come out of that country. Bert Asserati was like a total legend among the wrestlers, more than any of these other guys, even more than Dynamite, at least with the guys of his era. Please tell me this was an honest oversight and not your opinion these guys are better than Street. No, it was not an honest oversight. I didn't think Adrian Street's in their league. So, anyway, got that. This is for Jim Hurd from Rod Dixon, who goes, Dusty Rhodes on Observer Live in December blames corporate America for buying a Southern family business for what went wrong with WCW. He blamed you and Jack Petrick and other suits for undermining his creative work. We've heard this analysis from every booker for the last 11 years of WCW, most recently from Vince Russo. There is definite clash of management culture between the Carney Southern promoters and the TBS executives. We've heard from the Carneys. What's your side of the story?
I don't know if I classify Russo as a Carney Southern promoter.
It's Booker.
Okay.
No, he's a Carney Northern Booker.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. Jim.
Yes.
What's your thought about all that?
Well, let's look at it this way. Dusty can say what he wants, but Dusty could never remove himself from every single angle so that we could get some work done, and that's inherent in most bookers that are still wrestling. And Vince Russo is a prime example of a guy who thought in his own mind only, I hope, that he was a draw. Give me a break. He should have been in the back room somewhere. I mean, those guys interrupt angles. They upset the flow of guys that have the material to be pushed to the top shelf, and for obvious ego reasons. Dusty, Dustin Rhodes, Dusty's son's one of the great kids in the business and one of the nicest and fine performers you'll find. And he got in his way too. He can say what he wanted about the hierarchy. Never ever interfered. He can say that I did, and of course I did interfere in trying to break the age-old I am the booker, and you know, lots of guys had a lot of great ideas that never surfaced, never got through the booker's office, and I guess I had a larger booking committee than anybody at times, because I was trying to let some of these great ideas move to the top. And it's one of the unwritten situations. The bookers take care of their friends and themselves, and brother, it is tough to break out of it unless you just fire bookers and start over, and then you get the same kind of thing, really.
What was your thought?
Pardon me.
In hindsight, what was your thoughts as far as Ole Anderson? I mean, you brought him in as booker. I mean, Ole. In fact, there's actually some questions here. We'll talk about that in just a second. But what were your thoughts overall on Ole?
Well, I thought Ole had some great ideas, and some of them came to the top when we substituted the ghost for Barry Windham and all. Great ideas, and they worked. And you know, if you look back at our ratings collectively versus Vince's, and you remove the kids from 10 years old to 14 years old, we almost matched Vince in ratings if you pull out that demographic. But he had the kids, and that's one of the reasons that we never really equaled his ratings. Although our rating, as it related to the Turner networks, was one of the highest that they had, and when they looked at what it would cost them to replace the number of hours that we did, it was astronomical in other program material. But I liked Ole. There's a point where if you lose the nucleus of talented wrestlers that you have, if you lose their attention, which Ole did, then you have to make some kind of a change. And you either, you know, try it with adding some more fresh people to the booking committee. And believe me, we had knockdown, drag-out arguments at booking committees. But the age-old phenomenon is that bookers normally, I think Johnny Ace right now may be a heck of a choice for Eric, because he's an open thinker. He listens to other guys, and he has no big axes to grind as it relates to his own push. And I think it's so important, and that's one of the reasons Vince succeeds so much. He's in total charge. He's really used Jim Ross, I think, to the best of Ross's ability. He gets it out, because Ross is a master at trying to at building people. He really is, on the air and off the air. And ideas.
It says, did you have an actual policy of using guaranteed contracts to develop new young talent, and why was Ole so opposed to guaranteed contracts, and what led him to being sacked in December of 1990?
As I remember it, David, it wasn't really over wrestling. It was over some other stuff, and I blew my cork and said, "That's all fine. I've had enough of it," and just made a change. And which is not the brightest thing to do either. I don't want to spend time here telling all your fans how dumb I am, because I'm not. It's hard to take it from the get-go with a broken Crockett empire and build what we built. We had some pretty good stuff. We had some great wrestlers, and we had some good shows, and it's not as easy as it may sound when you're getting a lot of flack from a lot of different areas. Even you holding up signs saying we've heard enough.
That wasn't me. That was John Hitchcock.
That was your friend.
I haven't talked to him in years. I knew him. That was pretty funny.
It was great. We shot it. Are you kidding?
I know. Brian, can you believe they shot that on the air?
Oh yeah.
We've heard enough.
And he goes, is it true that Dusty undermined you and that you told him he cost you your job, but he couldn't book his way out of a wet paper bag, and that Dusty left the room white and speechless?
Yeah. Well, and
that's
then
a true story?
Well, that's a true story. And well, on the other hand, I went to Petrick when it got to the point, and I told Petrick, I said, it's either me or Dusty, and he wouldn't fire. So I said, then it's me. I'm out. And that's when the other part happened. And he can't book. He cannot take himself out of the scenario long enough to book. I'm sorry. I mean, he's a legendary wrestler. I can remember pleading with Sam Muchnik to bring Dusty Rhodes into St. Louis years and years ago. And Sam wouldn't do it because he didn't like his shtick. Finally, he did, and Dusty sold out St. Louis for so many nights you wouldn't even believe it because he was a great, great performer. And but hey, everything passes. And it's unfortunate, but I don't, and now I think he's trying to resurface again.
Oh, yeah.
And that'll fall on deaf ears. Today's fans don't want to, he can get a pop in any arena. That goes back.
Yeah, he knows how to do it.
Huh?
He knows how to get a pop.
Why, yeah, but it's he may pop a bicep or something now if he's not careful.
Now, in 1989, you brought in Rick Steamboat, and him and Flair had probably the best matches maybe the company ever had. Certainly in that period.
You're right.
In '89. And then you and Steamboat had a disagreement, basically a contract problem. What happened there, and do you regret it? Were you far apart on money? Was it just impossible to deal with them, or was it just one of those things where you just couldn't make the deal?
Well, it's another one of those little-known efforts. In fact, I flew over and set it in Ricky's home, as I did with Flair at times, and we talked contract, we talked scenarios, and we had allowed. If you look at it from back in New Orleans, Ricky Steamboat beat Flair with a single chicken wing hold, and which is a give up hold. And when we went back on to Nashville, I'm in a point where Luger is knocking on the door, needs his chance. Steamboat I wanted Flair to regain the championship with a double chicken wing, and Ricky wouldn't do it, which was an outlawed hold in wrestling, and that's the way it went. And so we parted company. And those things.
Let's go to Gank in Florida. Gank, you there?
Yo, what's up, Dave? I appreciate you giving me the China update today.
Uh-huh.
And I would just like to say one thing about the Adrian Street controversy. Les Thornton could outwork Adrian Street blindfolded. That's all I got to say about that. Adrian Street was not in Les Thornton's league. Adrian Street was not a world-class worker, and I just watched him on tape last week. I got a couple questions for you, Mr. Hurd.
Go ahead.
All right. It seems to me that, earlier in the show you were pimping Hogan and Savage as things that could have turned the company around if you'd been able to negotiate them. But all I hear from you is contract problem with Flair, contract problem with Steamboat, problems like negotiating finishes. That's what you were supposed to be doing. And you're talking about the ding-dongs here? The ding-dongs are not the issue. The issue is that you drove Steamboat away, you drove Flair away, and you basically killed the company. And, when you left, that company was in much worse shape. If they hadn't gotten Flair back, they would have went under.
When I left, they brought Bill
Kip Fry and then Bill Watts.
Watts then.
Yeah, Watts after
that
Fry.
That killed the company.
Well, Watts was just, 70s booking brought back.
And then when Eric Bischoff leapfrogged everybody, he brought in Hogan and the entire WWF super group.
Well, I'm aware of what Bischoff did. I'm aware of what Watts did. We're talking about is what you did.
Mm-hmm.
And what you did was you created a company where the cupboard was bare. The cupboard was completely bare. And when WCW had somebody like Steve Austin in '94, they were so scared they weren't able to push it. They weren't able to push Steve Austin. So Austin goes to WWF, and you get Doug with the U.S. title.
There was whoa. Steve Austin's a totally different kettle of fish. Steve Austin was, Steve Austin wasn't pushed because the company, I couldn't give you a good reason other than the company would not push young guys.
Well, I see it as like Hogan's people coming in because the idea was Flair and
Hold on, let Jim talk. Jim, go ahead.
I hired Steve Austin, so don't, but you're right. There's two, take The Undertaker, for instance. We had him forever. We weren't bright enough to do what they did with him, because very frankly, he never smiled. He never had any. We were looking for some kind of emotion and all, and we weren't smart enough to make him the Undertaker.
Why didn't you train him to do this? This is what developing a wrestler is meant to do. The guy worked territories and the guy did all this, but it was the first time that he was on the big stage.
Well, if you want to compare me to Vince McMahon is a smarter wrestling promoter than me, okay?
I'm comparing to you how I would book the company, and I'm nothing.
That made you happy?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I also want to read you a Flair quote.
Go ahead.
This is in reference to his leaving the company in '91. Mm-hmm. I couldn't get along with this Jim Herd. He kept lying to me and breaking his word to me. And this is from the Ric Flair record book, the Steve Helwig publication. I mean, the thing that I'm getting from Mr. Herd is a lot of dissemination, a lot of lies, and, a lot of BS. And, I don't see anything that you've said in the last hour and 18 minutes that has really changed that. You're trying to apologize and, make some sort of, concessions for running a company to the ground.
And why are you still listening?
Why am I still listening? Because this is history, man. And I'm a wrestling historian. That's what I do.
That's right. And I'll go down in history as firing the only guy with the belt. And don't let me tell you something. Ric Flair and I got along much better than everybody thought we did.
I'm just going by what he said, for the record. And Ric Flair's a very politic person who doesn't say a lot of stuff for the record. He doesn't, drop a lot of bombs. He's not Shane Douglas shooting.
No,
yeah.
It's not.
I mean, Ric Flair's very politic, and when I hear Ric Flair, just dog somebody out, it makes me think, wow. Yeah, when I see Ricky Steamboat, who was easy to book in every position he was ever in, I think, wow. And I think Jim Herd is at the root of this. And this is the thing that you've got to confront. You've got to confront your legacy here, and when you do that, I'd like you to come to DeathValleyDriver.com and make an appearance on the message board. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I'll leave you to the call.
All right. Okay. Jim, got a plug in there. Go ahead, Jim.
No, I just want to say that and not in my defense, because I don't have to come up with a defense. The ability to make wrestlers happy when Vince's guys were making a lot more money and all, and we couldn't spread the wealth, as you might say, to the point where we can make enough of a stable happy is unfortunate. But that's the way business is. If you own a shoe shop, remember, someone may open one across the street from you and start discounting shoes. So it's a legitimate beef on his part, and I appreciate him being a wrestling fan. I don't care how he feels about me.
This is from Kevin Donlin in Pasadena, who goes, how difficult was it for WCW to operate within the Turner Empire, and how much bull is in that chatter from the unsuccessful bookers? And did it take you a long time to become savvy to the politics of the wrestlers and listen through their personal agendas to make informed decisions surrounding your position?
Well, that's a lot. I mean, it's one of the things I think that it's good for fans to know is that one of the possibilities that exist for you to establish a concrete format for wrestlers to understand, it changes. It changes week to week. It changes because you're trying to build stars, and various things happen that impede that, and so decisions change now. I think we were handicapped a little bit. In fact, I almost lost my job when Terry Funk tried to smother Flair with the plastic trash bag. I mean, and there was a huge meeting throughout Turner, about it, because outside activists were calling, and instead of looking at it for entertainment, they were saying, this is a bad lesson for our kids and all. So to that degree, we were handicapped through the organizations and our inability to get them to promote our part of the thing, including the sports department. The sports department wouldn't even let me borrow a set to put Joe Pedicino in. We had to build our own. So, it's hard to answer all those questions in a concrete fashion, but I hope that gives you some idea.
What were you looking for as far as CNN coverage? Was it like, I don't know, did you kind of wanted maybe like NBA coverage or something like that, or
Well,
what
sure.
exactly did you want to do?
All I wanted was for them to say we were alive and we existed, And in fact, I was in order to marry them, because they didn't want to help, I was going to wrestle out of the atrium and in CNN Center.
I remember that idea, yeah.
In 1,500-foot atrium with their signs sitting out there, and show the world that, hey, we are their brothers. But it turned out the fact that the walkways around the top of that atrium, the crossovers were not strong enough to support the kind of numbers of people that we wanted to put on them. In fact, Hayes was going to come out of that bar on that second level there, and we would be looking for him for his bout and couldn't find him, and stumble over the banister and fall to the deck of the atrium, which we had put together. And but anyway, that's it's one of the reasons that I think we might have been more successful. I think we were fairly successful from a startup. But to be more successful, I think we needed the association, and we needed them to bless what we were doing, and we needed the promo value on all those other networks.
One thing that I remember, and this would happen every year, and it was like, I thought it was kind of embarrassing, was like in and I'm trying to get the years right. I would guess 89 and 88 they did it, but you wouldn't have been involved in 88. But in 89, you ran a show. Which was the Flair Steamboat match from Nashville, and then the WWF ran WrestleMania on the same day.
Mm-hmm.
And they CNN did a big feature on WrestleMania, and never even mentioned that their own sister company.
That's right. They did
had a big show. Was having a big show as well.
They did the story on the WWF rather than us.
Yeah.
And that's exactly the way it was portrayed. I mean, that's the way they thought about us. So anyway, that's water over the dam. Eric was able to get on the other networks with shows, and there's full support, and I commend him for that. I don't know how the hell he got it done, but he did it. And I think that's part of his success was unloosening the monies and the support.
And I know that. What was the thing? I mean, for a long time you wanted, the idea of the Nitro. For a long time you had the idea of the going live. Thought that going live would help the ratings and things like that. And eventually Vince McMahon went live, and then Eric went live. And they just was it just one of those things where nobody else would go for it? Because I remember your idea for going live.
We tried to do we hoped to get the Friday night show live, but we just never could get it done. We couldn't fight it through. They wouldn't do it. And the programmers they were bookers too. We had a lot of help we didn't want from the wrong side.
Let's go to Chris in Toronto. Chris, you're up with Jim Hurd.
Hey, Dave. How you doing?
Doing really good.
Good. Get the mandatory plug out of the way. Plug the chat room. See what's up to everyone in there. And I had two questions for Mr. Hurd.
Go ahead.
The first one is, actually, just comes to the top of my head. You just commended Eric Bischoff. How can you commend the guy that lost $80 million?
Well, I think I don't know when you tuned in. We acknowledged the fact that we don't know how he could sell a company that's lost 60 to 80 million, and did it on talent that someone else made superstars. But he did, and I think you have to put commendations where they're due. He was able to fight through the hierarchy at Turner and unloosen the payroll, and to get the participation of the vast numbers of other people with promos that we never got. So, and I'm not crying poor mouth about it. Hey, I can live with history. Anyway, what's your second question?
A while back, Tom Zink was on the show, and I don't exactly know how to put this. He was talking about Sting not being able to draw flies, and he was in the back with Ole Anderson, and Ole said something to the effect of, Sting makes $750,000. You could line up everybody in the locker room, and he'd perform fellatio for that kind of money.
I wouldn't. That's number one. Steve Borden is one hell of a guy. Met his family and all, and one great guy and one great performer. Why he never, we weren't able to break him into superstardom, I don't know. I just didn't have the ability, I guess. But he is a great performer and a great guy. And Tom Zink, hey, ask Tom Zink when I sent Wayne Coulter down to bail him out, of jail. So, and then he'll understand where everybody's.
But who's telling the truth there?
Pardon me?
Who's telling the truth?
About what? About what? About what specific issue?
I
may know.
About Sting?
Yeah.
No way.
Okay.
Don't believe
Thanks
it.
for your time, guys.
Impossible.
Okay. Hey, let's go to Mike in Connecticut.
Hey, Dave, how you doing?
Doing good.
Brian, how are you? Mr. Hurt, just a couple questions, and I'll kind of keep it very brief.
Go ahead.
Just a comment before I start. I'm probably one in the minority. I thought it was the right decision to let Flair go in '91.
Really?
Just because
you were in the minority.
Just because something doesn't work out doesn't mean it wasn't the right thing to do. And had Flair stayed around, they wouldn't have been forced to get as creative with the booking at the top as they may have. Flair may have been a crutch to rely on for another year or two. And just because Luger couldn't carry the company doesn't mean it wasn't worth a try.
I agree.
At some point, you have to try something. If it doesn't work, doesn't mean it wasn't the right thing to do. With that in mind, actually...
Whoa, wait a minute. I'm confused. If it doesn't work, it was the wrong thing to do.
If something doesn't work, sometimes, you could give your best effort.
No, I know where you're coming from, but Luger wasn't the right thing to do either because... on every level, the Luger was champion.
No,
it
I
didn't
agree
connect.
with you, but I didn't want to go as far as to, then criticize Luger for being the choice. But, getting Flair out of there still would have been the decision to make. Luger was the wrong guy to go with at that time. But at least Flair leaving forced him. Maybe you could, somebody else could have stepped in. Maybe try Sting again. I don't know. That's going back 10 years.
The problem was Flair was so entrenched that when Flair left, it really caused revolt among the fans.
Yeah,
exactly. You remember all those "We Want Flair" chants at all those arenas for a year straight till Watts brought him back.
So the argument could even be made that Flair should have been moved out of there a year ago. By his staying another year or two in '89-'90, probably forced a reliance, a crippling effect on the company in terms of creativity. That's what happens when guys stay just a little bit too long. It becomes a comfort level type thing.
I think Flair. As far as '89.
Yeah, '89-'90.
90 it got a lot of things got bad in 90.
Guys, you got to remember one thing. Flair was the booker in charge of the booking committee in '89.
90, yeah.
Oh, geez, you couldn't.
90.
You couldn't tell that with him on top. My question, two questions, Jim. With that having been said, if you had been able to work things out with Flair in July of '91, do you remember what direction you were going to take? Obviously, he was going to drop the title, probably Luger. That plan was still in place. But what would you have done with him had he signed a 2-year extension at that point?
Well, number one, as I remember it, yes, we were going to take our chances on a Luger, and probably that would have been a mistake in retrospect. But we had very few ways to go for a champion.
That's right.
We had Sting. We tried to. In fact, we one time tried to split the Road Warriors. To see if we can move one of them up the tree, and Hawk went on the ceiling in a hotel in Chicago, and we had to pull him down. He was so mad. Anyway, and that's
where Russo got the idea, Brian.
Hey, yeah.
But we had very few ways to go as it relates to a champion of the stature of Ric Flair.
Okay.
And so you deal with what you got.
Well, and my second question now, Dave may remember this being quite the historian that he is, but in '90 there was during the summer of '90 on one of your Saturday night the Saturday night show, you had promoted one week that you were bringing Larry Zbyszko in and billing him as the AWA champion, and at that time it caused a little bit of a talk, and it was the dying days of the AWA, obviously, but if you think about it, it was the perfect match for the last ditch to save the company, maybe as an interpromotional thing. He was billed to appear the next week, and he never did. Was there anything behind the scenes in terms of trying to work with the AWA at that point?
No, I got, it's funny, but Zbyszko and I got along famously and never had any contract problems. As I remember it, and hey, 10 years is a long time to look at some of these scenarios. It's once again you're in the dusty roads deal, and you're trying to break through what some people would call a Booker glass ceiling.
God, he cast a big shadow, didn't he?
Yes, he did. And it just didn't happen. So, and Zbyszko, but Zbyszko's a great guy, great performer.
Good. Well, thank you for taking my call, Dave, Brian, Mr. Hurd. Take care. Have a good weekend.
My pleasure.
Bye-bye now.
Okay, thanks so much. You know, the one thing I think that crippled everyone is in Ric Flair in the 80s, especially in 89, Ric Flair set a standard inside the ring. And he was, Ric Flair was, of all the guys that you had, clearly at that point he was the best all-around performer.
By far.
Yeah. I mean, Bobby Eaton was very good in the ring. Barry Windham was also very good in the ring, but Ric Flair had the whole act together that they didn't have in areas that they didn't have. And when you try to go with whether it was a Stinger or a Luger or somebody, I thought they were all great climbing. People would get behind them climbing, but then when they were in the position, they were in Ric Flair's position, all of a sudden everybody looked and goes, they can't do a 30-minute match, and they can't do a promo, and they can't sell tickets on top. And it was one of those things where, because Ric Flair could do everything so well, and what would end up happening, like 100 times, is that they would go with the guy, and then it would be like, God, and then they'd go back to Ric Flair. It was it was the crutch.
That's right.
Because
the gentleman that caught 2 calls ago, so he's right. We had to rely heavily on Flair. And let me tell you something. I don't know that you've ever seen Ric Flair wear out a stair stepper, but this guy was an absolute phenomenon for being in shape. And you're right, he could go 40, whatever you ask him to go. You want him to go an hour, he'd say fine. He would blow up everybody. I mean, that's just it. We tried to develop some new young talent, but it didn't work out. And as the history will record it, the company under Eric may have got more ratings, but it lost 3-4 times as much money as we did.
in the long run, because they mortgaged their future for 2 good years.
Exactly.
Real quick, we got a full bank of phone calls for Jim Hurd. I just want to get through a couple of things. It's from Joe Bradley, who says, you were talking about what Taz was calling Perry Saturn's Death Valley Driver, but you didn't know what he was saying. I'm pretty sure he calls it the moss-covered 3-handled family credenza. As far as what that means, I have no idea. I have no idea either. It says, Mean Gene announced last night that Paul Heyman has sold ECW and fled to the WWF. If this isn't true, then WCW should watch what they say. Come on, Mean Gene.
They should watch what they say.
Mean Gene of the last 10 years?
Next thing you know, it's going to be Above the Love Sponge, and confirmed.
Oh, my God. Let's see. Let's go to Mike in California. Mike, what's going on?
Not much. Are you there?
Yeah.
I'm here, yes.
Okay. Hey, Jim Hearn, I have one quick question for you and then something else for Dave.
Go ahead.
What's the best match that you saw while you were working for WCW? What was the best match you saw put on by the company?
Oh, the best match that I saw may have not been available over here unless Dave retrieved it from Japan when the Steiner brothers. David, what's the name of that?
With Hase and Sasaki? A lot of people saw that here.
Great.
That was a great match.
And,
1991.
Yes. One of the great matches of all time, as far as I'm concerned, going back lots of years. It was an absolute shoot match. That's when they broke his. Did they break his leg that night, or?
Oh no, wait, that's a different one. The one there was a match with Iizuka. That was in, I think, Jacksonville.
Yes.
I'm not sure. Was it one where Fujinami and Iizuka wrestled the Steiner brothers?
Right.
Where Iizuka got hurt real bad.
Yes.
That was in the States. The Hase Sasaki was the one at the Tokyo Dome.
Great matches, and Flair had some great matches too.
And my other thing is for you guys, Dave and Brian. I don't know, maybe Jim's familiar with it too, and I'd like to get his opinion. But why would Jim Ross still be plugging and hyping up China's book after it's been uncovered that a lot of it's just BS? And I mean, why would he even want to disgrace his little Ross report by even plugging a loser book like that?
Because it's number 3 in the bestseller list.
Doesn't report that he liked it yet.
Because he's afraid China will stomp him.
Hey, they plugged Rock. They plugged Rock's book too.
Yeah.
You know.
I just want to get that thing to number 1.
I mean, it's just like hey, the worst thing that happened or the best thing, I don't know which, was Foley's book, because Foley's book set a standard, and now every single wrestling book by the WWF is going to, well, I won't say they'll all be terrible. Maybe these last two were just bad. Even, if Foley had written an average book, these last two still would have been bad books. What can I say? But it's their product. Hey, if they put on a really bad pay-per-view, Ross has to come out on Monday and sell the replay, still has to sell the replay.
Yeah.
And,
some of the things that he has to plug, he might not want to plug, but he does.
Yeah, like Friends last Saturday night. How do you like that?
Hey, let me tell you, I know Ross very, very well, and Ross places no ability at all to not plug whatever Vince says, babe. And if he wants China's plugged, it's plugged.
All right, and I kind of came to the hypothesis of why China did turn her back on all those people, and it was because ever since she was a young baby, she was used to those people, the people she respected and taught everything, to turn her back on her. So I think she wanted to turn her back on everybody before. She's used to like the way her parents abandoned her, so to speak. I think that she just wanted to turn her back on all these people because she's used to having people turn their backs on her. And I don't know. Do you guys agree with that?
I don't know if it's necessarily that she wants to, but I'm sure that's what it is.
Yeah, I think it's.
You can't read the book and not know that her childhood was just a mess.
Yeah,
but there's a certain bitterness that she had. Especially when it came to some of the people in wrestling, that I think the thing that maybe we don't know what her family life was, and we certainly don't know what her relationships were and things like that. But the Kowalski thing, it's you can make fun of this foibles of Killer Kowalski and things like that, but it was in such a vicious way that I don't know. I've known so many people who've known Kowalski, and I've never heard a portrayal of him so vicious. That was the thing that really.
In real life. He's really nice.
Yeah, that one really.
He's great.
Yeah, that one really turned me off because it's you can make fun of him and being kind of old and, trying to teach you a little bit of shoot stuff that probably doesn't matter in today's wrestling. But she wrote it in a way that was so cruel to him. And I was thinking here's this guy who was a pioneer in wrestling, much better in his era than she'll ever be in her era, by far. Not even a comparison. Killer Kowalski was a great card everywhere he went for 30 years. And just to show him, to treat him like this pathetic old comedy figure, I just thought it was so cruel.
And another thing was that I'm really surprised at the amount of Playboy issues she sold, because I personally respect my masturbation time more than that. To look at a picture of China, and that's like masturbating to a man.
Well,
it's just
I want to tell you, that is the sign of what a great marketer Vince McMahon is. Oh yeah, it really is. It's got nothing to do with the girl. It's got to do with the marketing. He's taken women. From Elizabeth on, and a lot of them were very pretty, but he's made them. You could seriously, Tori Wilson was prettier than all of these girls that Vince got over, and realistically, WCW, they never got her near Sable. Look at what they did with Sable. Not that look what they did with Elizabeth. They made them phenomenal. Sunny would have been a phenomenon, except she self-destructed, before they got her there.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll let you guys go and move on with the show.
Thanks.
It was nice talking to you, Jim.
Yeah, same here. Thank you.
Take care.
Okay, let's go to Dave. Dave, what's up?
Hey, guys. Got a couple questions for Jim and a couple comments about some matches that have been highly rated lately. Jim, first of all, you need to liven up a little, because you've been sounding like Johnny Weaver on codeine so far tonight.
Okay.
Johnny Weaver.
I'll take the advice.
But seriously, you can't say that you had Mark Calloway in WCW forever and that he didn't show anything there, because he only had him for about 3 or 4 months.
That's right.
Okay, because he kind of exaggerated earlier.
I agree.
Okay. Also,
Hello,
I don't know how to put it, but how did you come up with the RoboCop idea, and did everyone in the locker room hate you after it happened?
Came out of another division. It came out of Turner Home Entertainment. And
oh, really?
Yeah, and we were asked to do it, and we did it, and unfortunately, it didn't do us any good. But that came from Jack Petrick, who was my boss, was also the head of Turner Home Entertainment, So, it's another one of those things that happens, and you do it, and you wish you hadn't done it, and you say, hey, you go on down the road.
Yeah, Dave?
Yes.
Wait,
Yes, go ahead, Dave.
I can't hear you too well, though, but,
Dave, go ahead.
I saw the New Japan pay-per-view from December.
Yes.
With the match that you had as match of the year.
Yes.
I think I have to agree with you for that one.
That match was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, that I think has the deepest psychology of any match I've seen in a really long time.
Brian, have you seen that match in unedited form? Or that match at all? It was the match with Nagata and Iizuka against, was it Kawada and Masafuji?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
Okay. I mean, try to get a 30-minute, not the TV version, although it was excellent as a TV version, but I mean the unedited 30-minute. It's a really awesome match.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because, I mean, just the little things, like how after Fuji was in the Nagata lock for a couple minutes, how he was just staggering, and the only move he could hit on Iizuka was the drop kick to the knee, because he could only spring off one leg.
Mm-hmm.
That
I just love that.
Great.
I just loved that finish. Because like that finish, it was sort of like they had 1 minute to go, and they were just going to beat the hell out of each other for that minute, because they knew that once the minute was up, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was just a tremendous match.
Okay. Dave, we got to get running.
Okay. I was going to
okay.
go anyway.
Okay, all right. Let's go to Adam. Adam, what's up?
I got 4 quick things, Dave. All right. First to Jim.
Yes.
These people should just, get off your ass, because you gave us Flair Steamboat, and that makes you a god in my book. Second of all, I just want to know, Dave, Brian, you guys have any ideas when Shawn Michaels will be back on TV? And,
Very soon, I got the impression either the pay-per-view or maybe like shortly thereafter. I think the feeling is that, they want to shoot his big return on pay. Like, if he does a run-in and causes something to lead to something, or just bringing him back. Because the idea is to bring him back at WrestleMania, but not in the ring, and then have whatever he does there set up, the next pay-per-view. I got the impression, just from the roster report saying that Foley's not going to wrestle and everything, that maybe they're going to hold Foley and Vince off and Shawn Michaels' return off for like April and May pay-per-views, knowing that WrestleMania's in the bag no matter what.
With Rock and Austin,
with Rock and Austin,
my $30.
Yeah. In fact, and actually, I think it's a pretty smart strategy, because why blow it all in April? Because it's going to be weaker in May and June. This way, you hold some stuff off. I actually think that's really clever how they're doing it. If that is how they're doing it.
They're always weak in May and June, though. But last thing, China's. I read her book. It was miserable, and I think she's kind of a bitch. But Oh, and for a good wrestling book, read Scott Keith's book, The Buzz in Pro Wrestling. Good book.
I'd love to. I haven't seen a copy of it. I'd love to see it.
Try to get him on the show. He's a funny guy.
He's got an offer right now.
Well,
hey, somebody get me the book, and somebody get me the book so I can read it first.
You'll like it. It's entertaining. But that's all. You guys do a great show, and my favorite part of the show is your guys' smart ass comments, plain and simple. Have a nice day.
Jim.
Yes.
Now, going back again, like with the company going, being sold and everything like this, do you think ultimately in the long run that the wrestling in that environment, in that turn environment, could have ever been successful, or were there just too many things working against it to ever really have a long-term success?
Well, I really believe in my heart that if I had the support that Eric finally broke through, that I would have been able to count a hell of a lot better than he would, and you could have come a hell of a lot closer to a money machine like Vince has put together. I think Hulk Hogan will put together something later on. If he's not with Bishop, I think the competition is going to get very thin, very thick. And I happen to believe that Brian Badal and Greenberg better have a hell of a lot of money.
Definitely.
If they're going to bankroll Eric and his career.
They're really going to have to. They're going to have to look really closely at this thing, because
they don't have a lot of time.
No,
if
they don't have a lot of money, they don't have a lot of time.
No. You got that right. It has to happen now. And
but it can't. But the problem is it can't. I mean, you can't turn it around now. There's nothing there to turn. There's no Hulk Hogan to bring in to turn the thing around like there was before, or anyone. I mean, and the guys, the guys. I mean, the correct thing to do is really, really build these guys for the future, but they're years away.
I mean, think you're.
I mean, like
right.
like O'Hara and those people that we talk about all the time. I mean, a guy I watched, what was it on Wednesday night? Yeah. Oh God! Speaking of Wednesday night, Brian, I watched that match with the Cat and
I warned
Awesome.
you.
Oh my God! Now it was really fun. I mean, after you had told me, I was cracking up. That was so funny watching that injury travel up that leg.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Guys, listen, I've got to run. I appreciate it. I want to tell all the wrestling fans, just keep on firing and being bookers like you are so good at, because that's what keeps this whole thing going. And I admire, David, what you're doing, and Brian, nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you.
Thank you for having me on.
Okay, thank you very much, Jim. And
And now, live from the Trump Taj Mahal site of UFC number 30, it's Dave Meltzer's Wrestling Observer Live.
How's it going, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're going to be here for the next 2 hours. We're going to be talking about pro wrestling mainly, although we will have some stuff opening up. We're going to have Eddie Goldman, who, of course, does the No Holds Barred show that precedes us, talking about the UFC. And we have Evan Tanner, who's in the main event tomorrow night against Tito Ortiz for the UFC middleweight title. It's in Atlantic City. It's on pay-per-view if you have a satellite dish. If you don't, you should find a friend who does, because it'll probably be a pretty good show. And Brian Alvarez is Brian up right now?
I'm here.
Brian, how you doing today?
I'm doing good.
Brian, we're snowed in like major.
You are?
Oh, this is unbelievable.
Man, it all melted up here, and it's sunny and beautiful, and
this is like paralyzing snow, isn't it?
Close to it.
I mean, I walked across the street. Oh my God. This is bad news.
And some people are still flying in this afternoon and this evening, and I'm afraid some of them may end up getting stranded somewhere with this snowstorm.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad news snow. We got. I guess we'll start with Evan Tanner. Evan, of course, you're fighting Tito Ortiz for the middleweight title tomorrow. Evan, matching up with Tito Ortiz, what do you think? What do you think you need to do to win this match?
Well, I expect Tito's going to come out strong like he always does. He's a very aggressive fighter, puts it all on the line, doesn't hold back. Just got to be ready for that, and try not to get caught up in that game.
So, do you think that your advantage may be conditioning in the long term?
You never know. We conditioned a lot. From understand, Tito's trained a lot. He's in good condition. I'm hoping that will play a factor, and that will be to my advantage. The longer the fight goes.
As far as experience, you've had more fights than him. Where do you think that may turn into an advantage for you? And as far as where do you want it? Do you want to stand with him? Do you want to be on the ground with him? Do you really not care? Or are you just going to go comfortable either way?
It doesn't really matter. I do think that my experience in the ring, I've had over 25 fights. I forget the exact number, but I think that will. The experience will help a little bit. As far as where I want to fight, being on the ground or standing up, it doesn't matter either way. I just want to, I think I'm prepared for whatever happens in the match.
How would you rate your training for this fight and your conditioning coming in as compared to fights in the past? Is this the best you've trained, or you're happy with where you're at today?
Absolutely. I have trained more for this fight. Trained more, trained longer, trained harder, and smarter. So we're definitely ready to go.
For a lot of people who aren't familiar with your background, you started out in Amarillo, Texas, with the USWF under Steve Nelson.
Back in '97, yes.
And you turned into the biggest star that he had. And then you got hooked up in Japan with Pancras, and you fought many, many times there. You probably fought more there than anywhere. Is that right? More in Amarillo.
Fought more in the USWF. I've been to Japan, I think 6 times. Fought about 6 or 7 fights there.
And you fought several times in UFC. You had a Daryl Golar. That was a pretty memorable fight.
That was the first time to the UFC. It was a little, it made me a little more nervous than fighting in Pancrase for some reason. But yeah, I fought 3 times in the UFC.
And
so 25 fights in 4 years?
It's 20. Oh, yeah, so you fought 25 times in 4 years.
About 27. I'm not sure what the exact number is.
How does that compare with other fighters as far as the schedule?
Schedule-wise, I mean, how would you compare yourself? Do you feel that you fought too much, or do you feel that's a good number for that length of time?
Well, as you know, when you're trying to build up a name, trying to make a name for yourself, you have to get out there and really fight a lot of fights, get a lot of exposure. I'm to the point now where I'd like to fight fewer fights, but fight higher level opponents. This fight with Tito was great. If I do happen to win, I would like to hold off a little while, take some more, not time off, but time out of an actual competition training phase. Time to really focus on some more groundwork type basics and stuff.
So now, are you involved now in promotions as well? We talked about that right before the show.
Yeah, I bought the USWF, the Unified Shoot Wrestling Federation, from Steve Nelson, and that's based in my hometown of Amarillo, Texas. And I've promoted 2 shows and fought in both of those shows, which is a little crazy, but
that is crazy.
Yeah, I'm involved in the promotion now, and it's the USWF's a great company. It's a great place for up and coming fighters to get a chance to to test it out, or people that are interested in fighting. Gives them a chance to test it out and see if they like the fighting at all.
Now, Amarillo, I don't know, when you were growing up, did Amarillo still have a big pro wrestling tradition, or was it kind of fading out? Because Amarillo, like in the 60s and early 70s, that was not a hotbed, but it had the weekly shows and kind of a legendary cult thing.
Yeah, it was really popular. There's some local guys there that have some big names still from the wrestling they did back then. I was a little young to be paying too much attention to that, but when I was younger, I still remember my grandmother going to the wrestling matches and stuff. So
didn't they run the same building also?
I believe they were in the same building that eventually the USWF shows were in.
Yeah. Now when is the next show that you're promoting?
We don't have a date set. I need to talk to the venues, try to get an exact date set up, but sometime this summer is the plan.
Mm-hmm. Eddie, anything you want to bring up?
Yeah, I just want to ask a question more for the pro wrestling fans, too, is that when the USWF started, there certainly had been a lull in the old territories, of course, had died out, and I believe WCW comes in there to a certain extent, but what do you think, how did the fans take to it that you were putting on real fights billed as originally as shoot wrestling? How is that transition for the fans there? What did they expect when they first saw it, and how long did it take to educate them to what you were doing, how that's different from what they generally see in pro wrestling?
Well, the USWF is, because it is open hand strikes and no elbows are allowed, it does end up being a lot more wrestling. Steve did a great job using that. Pro wrestling is accepted by mainstream society, whereas, if you called it shoot fighting or, any
you get that negative stigma, right?
You have that negative stigma. So Steve used that, recognition to get this type of, mixed martial arts fighting accepted there. I think the fans, took to it really well. It took time for them to become educated, but they're exciting regardless, even if you're not exactly sure, what the rules are. There's, everybody likes to go there, drink some beer, and watch people fight.
Yeah, I mean, I remember watching the early tapes, and it had, and the audience was almost like a pro wrestling audience, and then they were kind of learning what they were actually watching,
Exactly. They're becoming much more educated now. Not to the level that some groups of fans are. The fans in Japan are very, very educated with the game. But it's still growing in Amarillo. There's still a lot of progress to make.
Yeah. Eddie, anything else?
Yeah. Well, I always felt that with the proper organization and promotion, the style that you were doing there, what he called shoot wrestling or shoot fighting, something positioned as a real pro wrestling as opposed to mixed martial arts. I think there's a future for that in places other than Amarillo if it's done properly.
That's kind of Pride. That's kind of how Pride positions it in many ways, I would say.
But I'm talking about in the U.S. because Pride is doing something a little different because they still have work fights and they bring in guys like Takada and Current, very popular.
They use pro because they're appealing to the pro wrestling audience. So it's kind of a weird mix. Trying to.
I think the Japanese fans were ready for that, though. I don't know if.
It's also because how Japanese wrestling has always been promoted as you know, like kind of like there's always been the question of who's the toughest in Japanese wrestling, whereas in American wrestling, you know, it's entertainment, and while there's interest in like who's the toughest, it's not an overriding theme. In Japan, people always were curious, like, you know, who's the toughest of all these pro wrestlers, and so by having them do shoots or work matches that look like shoots, you know, it sometimes gets a lot of heat and a tremendous amount of attention.
And the Pride website, the English version of the official Japanese one, I don't know if that's still up there, but would treat pro wrestling as a legitimate fighting style alongside judo and karate and jiu-jitsu and so forth. Whereas in the U.S., if you'd say that, you know, people wouldn't
you have
pay
to
attention.
you have to explain. Yeah, well, I mean, I thought it was really interesting when Kendo Kashin or Ishizawa fought Ryan Gracie, and under his credential when he's walked into the ring, it said, you know, former IWGP Junior Heavyweight Champion, like it was equivalent to like winning an NCAA title. I thought that's so weird. Like if in a UFC somebody walked down and they said, you know, he was
Dan Severn.
Well, they did say that one time.
Dan Severn with the NWA title, yeah, but like half of the WWF Tag Team Champions or something like that. Yeah, it's just interesting.
Yeah, which I think is one of the problems they have. But my point is that I think in the United States, with obviously the cultural differences that we have here from Japan, I think this style could appeal to people if it is done properly and promoted right, as I think it's been done basically in Amarillo. But the key thing, of course, it's got to get on TV, and it hasn't gotten on TV yet.
Well, it's TV. It's got to get pay-per-view, and it's got to get ultimately, it's got to get commissions understanding what it is and regulating it for what it is, rather than regulating it based on boxing rules, because it's not boxing.
Exactly.
Yeah. Anything you want to add to all this? Because have you run into any political problems in Texas as far as, you know, rules that they want to impose on you and things like that?
Well, the Boxing Commission just took over, you know, the sanctioning of the shoot wrestling or shoot fighting in Texas. Our last show, November 25th, was our first show under these new regulations. The Boxing Commission is in charge, but it's under the Combative Sports Code, which is pretty much the same rules we've been fighting by all along. They changed one thing, which was well, I forget what that was exactly. It was such a small detail.
Knees to the head or something like that? Was that the one?
No, they're allowing that. I forgot what they changed exactly. It was something so small that it didn't really affect the nature of the sport.
You know, there's one thing I want to ask you, because, you know, you fought under Pancras rules, you fought under the shoot fighting rules, and then UFC rules. When you're in the middle of a fight, because of natural reactions, fighting, I mean, like, how does, like, okay, this time I can do this and this and this, but I can't do this and this. Does that ever get in your head, or when you're trained for a fight, you know exactly what you can and can't do under these specific rules?
Yeah, depending on which company I'm fighting for, or which fight I'm preparing for, you know, I'm aware of what I can do. I'm aware of the rules. When I get out in the ring, I'm more of a thinking fighter. I'm slower, or, you know, I try to slow things down, fight more conservatively, and, you know, I don't have a problem. You know, I've never had a problem getting mixed up, throwing punches when I shouldn't be, or anything like that.
Because we've seen, like, some fighters, like in UFC, wasn't it, who was the guy, Eddie, that kept throwing the kicks even though it wasn't supposed to? Was it Alex Andrade?
Yeah, he was kicking with shoes, and that is illegal.
I mean, he got himself disqualified over and over, you know, because he wouldn't stop, because I guess that natural reaction of how he trained for other fights.
Yeah, that's really the only time that's happened in a major fight. But I remember when Mikey Burnett of the Lions then, who had a lot of success in the UFC and was also a very good wrestler, made his boxing debut in Oklahoma. He said to me, the commission said to him, now you're not going to pick this guy up and slam him down to the mat, are you? And he said, no, of course not.
You know, what's funny was, I don't know if you remember this, but Igor Vovchanshin, when he fought in K1, he had, you know, I mean, he kept wanting to take down Ernesto Hoost. You know,
which you can't do under K1 kickboxing.
Yeah.
Actually, Andrade had said that. I had spoken to him in the bus on the way back to the airport the next day, and wasn't he training with Guy Metzger?
Guy Metzger.
And Guy had said to me, he says that we had trained him to kick, and apparently the understanding was they were going to be able to kick, but when they got to Iowa, they had changed the rules to not allow kicking, and he said it was in my head, and I knew it was wrong, but I couldn't.
It was a communication problem.
Yeah.
I think it was the rule for the Iowa Commission's rule all along, but I don't know that had been communicated to people where in the UFC you can kick with approved shoes, and elsewhere, such as here in New Jersey, he would have been allowed to kick with the shoes he was wearing. It happened.
We probably should get talking to about pro wrestling with Brian and everything, and we're going to get to the pro wrestling news of the last couple of days. I've kind of been in transit, so I'm kind of out of touch. Brian, what's going on?
I guess we can talk about the Thunder Show last night, which you didn't even see, right?
I saw a little bit of it. I actually had to leave right just a few minutes into the show. So I saw, what did I see? I saw Kaz Hayashi and Kiwi, and not a lot, and I saw AJ Styles and Air Paris against Alex Wright and Disco, and that was as far as I got.
Well, actually, you didn't miss much. It wasn't a great show, but the one thing that I thought was so great on this show was the fact that every match had a clean finish.
Mm-hmm.
Every one. I mean, no distractions, no run-ins, nobody at ringside. Every single one was clean. Chuck Palumbo beat Lex Luger. Buff Bagwell did a clean job. That was good, but other than that, the wrestling wasn't that great. The theme of the show was horrible promos. Every promo was horrible, almost bar none. And the main event was Steiner.
That's good.
What was that?
That's something that needs to be worked on, like, really bad.
Yeah.
Especially when if you're doing matches with clean finishes, I think it's almost more important to have really good promos.
Mm-hmm.
Because you need, I think you need, like, it's like, pro wrestling, it's such a weird balance. I mean, you can't be pure sport because if it's, I'm not, and obviously not pure sport because it's winners and, because it's predetermined, but what I mean by presentation of pro wrestling as sport, kind of like, say, old St. Louis wrestling or old All Japan wrestling, you can do that for the athleticism and the matches, but you have to have that sizzle somewhere.
Yeah.
And, usually it's got to be you've got to have the hype to make that stuff, go. And if you can't do a good promo, it's going to be pretty tough in this day and age, especially because they're really, they're cutting down on the eye candy, obviously. They got rid of, I guess, all the women, right? Yeah. So
they did mention Miss Jones, though, and they haven't mentioned Medeja, so I don't know if they plan on getting rid of her completely or what, but...
No, the plan's definitely to get rid of all the women.
Okay,
I mean, I can tell you that for sure. And they may be doing that just to hype, the Cats match, because Cat and Canyon is a program, and use the name, Miss...
I guess they did mention Tori forever, too, and she was gone.
Well, for a few weeks, because Hugh Morris actually backed into her and everything. I think is really interesting. How come isn't WWF and WCW, it goes back to the old school, and ECW for that matter as well. If someone is getting written out, they have to injure them as opposed to have them just disappear. It's like almost like this thing where, like, remember, like, what was it, BB? Remember BB?
Yeah.
And they had a power bomber through that table, and then, like, right after she got power bombed, kind of put her on, well, we have nothing for you right now, and then, about a month later, kind of like fire her, you know what I mean?
I think maybe they just think that people will complain if these people just disappear.
Well, it does end the storyline. It does give you a cohesive end of the storyline. I just think that, like, I don't know. I guess it's just like kind of that thinking that, like, everyone has to be blown off, that nobody can just disappear. Which actually is probably good.
One thing I noticed was Scott Steiner came to the ring, and it was about 3/4 of the way through the match, and all of a sudden I went, hey, Medeja's gone. It's like I totally didn't even notice until, like, 3/4 of the way through, and I was thinking about the
Now, did they mention that on TV that Nash, like,
I don't think they've mentioned Medeja's name at all.
They should at least mention that because, let's face it, probably 90% of their viewing audience did not buy that pay-per-view.
Yeah. I mean, maybe they did, and I was fast-forwarding through that part, but I didn't hear it.
I don't even know. What else is going on? I mean, I heard that Honda pulled out of, that's, of course, was yesterday morning. I heard that Honda pulled out of XFL, citing that had nothing to do with the ratings, which is ludicrous.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and then, because of content, I mean, come on.
I just read the ratings report that you had up on the website the other day, and it was quite appalling to look at how...
Oh, the XFL?
Oh, my God, the combine. What was the combine? Where the hell is it?
5.5. 5.5.
That's slightly below a 10, according to my math.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really hard. I remember, like, last week when it did the big drop, the big apologists were going, well, geez, that's just what they were expecting. I mean, now, why are you saying it's bad? It's what they were expecting. And actually, it was a 1.5 below what they were expecting even. And it was only 2 weeks in. You got to remember, this thing is going to slide. So, theoretically, the slide should be, you're at that 10 combined, or between a 9.5 and a 10 combined by the 5th week, okay? We're in the 3rd week, and we're at a 5.5. This is like a disaster. And there's a quote. Did you see the Vince McMahon quote in USA Today?
No.
Okay, I will read this. He said, despite tumbling TV ratings bringing on Make Good ads this weekend, so they're starting the Make Goods this weekend
already.
Yeah,
they're going to start doing that.
Yeah. Vince McMahon says the new football league will not be sacked after the first season. Pull the plug, McMahon said. I can tell you that is not going to happen. That is not the way Vince McMahon and the WWF do business. And Bob Wright, who's the NBC president, has personally told me he's with us all the way. Yeah, the hell he is.
Yeah.
3.0 on Saturday night in prime. They were 3.1. You can't do 3.0s in prime time. And if this was a sitcom, I mean, it'd be done. Could you imagine, like, going from a what was it? From a 9-5 to what did they do the second week? 4-6?
4-6 or something like that.
Yeah, 9-5 to 4-6 to 3-1 in 3 weeks. If this was a sitcom, I mean, they'd already be playing Summer Replacement.
You think it's bottomed out?
I can't imagine the TNN number going any lower.
I can't.
I mean, what, lower than an 09?
Well, I think it can.
And UPN 1.5, I mean, God, I don't know what the lowest rated shows on UPN do, but that's a point lower than their average, for any show. And this was supposed to be one of those shows that boosts the average, kind of like SmackDown.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, judging from the ratings pattern on the shows, in the first 2 weeks, what you had on the NBC thing was, it would start strong and then people would tune out as the show went on, which tells you that there was a lot of curiosity people that really didn't like what they saw. This week, you didn't have the big tune-out factor on any of the 3 shows. In fact, the TNN show, the thing with the TNN show that was so scary is it opened at an 05.
After all that promotion, every day, all day.
Well, no, they started they did the 2-4 the first week. Everyone's, with all that promotion.
Oh, the second week? Okay.
The second week they had less promotion, but they still had a lot.
Yeah.
And they opened at an 05 and it grew to a 1-2 and ended up at an 09. Now, these are national numbers. I don't want to confuse people.
You think Vince will go out and say, the problem is TNN just did not promote us?
He can't say that. He may say it, but he can't. Hey, Paul said it too at the end. TNN. I mean, I remember I used to, on Saturday mornings, just because the last thing I'd watch on Friday nights would be ECW. So Saturday mornings I'd be watching TNN and I'd see ECW promotions, all the time. And then all I would hear from everyone is, "Oh, they never promoted us." Of course, it's towards the end.
You got to say something.
Yeah. Anyway, we got Bad News Alan. Any other news, like major news, as far as to get to? We'll get to Bad News Alan.
There was a Kurt Angle conference call today, but there really wasn't any major news on it. I sent you the transcript. I sent it to the Dave Meltzer address, so you can read that. But really,
I
nothing
glanced at
major
it
on
before
there.
the show.
But what was that?
I glanced at it right before the show.
Yeah, nothing major, but a couple of funny things. And I guess we'll talk about that later if we have time.
Okay, we got Bad News Alan on the line from Calgary. Bad News, how you doing today?
Okay, fine and you. How's it going?
Oh, we're doing really good. I'm here in Atlantic City. We're snowed in, so kind of
you at?
Atlantic City.
And you snowed in?
We're snowed in, yeah. Kind of like the
beautiful here in Calgary.
Is it really?
Yes.
Well, now I heard, and this is basically a phone message I got. Well, what's happening with you with the local promotion there? I guess something happened in the last couple of days.
Yeah, I got fired. I was the booker and the creative director, and the 2 people that own the company figured that they know a little bit about wrestling now, and I only been in the ring for 22 years and been in this business for 24 years, and they thought they knew more than me, and they started doing stuff behind my back without even asking me, firing people and changing the card and all kinds of things, and we got into a big shouting match and whatever, so I got fired. So I left, and then 6 of the other guys some of the guys that worked there, they left also because they really felt that I was doing a good job, and they didn't like what was going on. So
now, what was it? What was the name of the company there?
That was the WCEW, Western Canadian Extreme Wrestling.
And that was the group. A lot of you guys came from Stampede a couple of months earlier, right?
Yeah, we all bolted from Stampede after not getting paid by the Hearts. Checks bouncing, and guys, they owed a lot of money too. So we started this group, and we went in. Actually, the 2 people who put up the money, all of a sudden they started going to their head. They figured they couldn't do everything by themselves. So that's what happened there.
How many guys total do you think left?
Well, as far as I know, 6 have left, besides myself.
And who were those guys?
Did anybody left?
Well, let's see. You had Bad Boy Gary Williams. You had Misfit Chris Anthony and his brother Crazy Mike. You had Payne, Andre Payne, who used to go with Cyborg, and a couple others I can't think of offhand. Rick Titan.
Oh, yeah, he used to play for with Japanese and WWF too.
And the WWF. He was the Razor Rick Titan.
Yeah.
And he was with the WWF. So we all left.
Now you're trying to start up another company. It was called Wrestling Essentials.
Yes.
And tell us what your goal is with this.
Well, our provide service to a lot of the young and up-and-coming wrestlers about what direction they should go into their careers. You know, like so many get involved in a lot of bogus schools out there that profess to be able to train them into pro wrestling and then send them off into big careers and all that, and it's a lot of baloney. And they may give them the wrong kind of gimmicks and different things on that nature. So we pretty much put this group together where we can advise these young and up-and-coming guys which way they should go, you know, and who's legit and who isn't.
So it's more advisement and not training or anything like that?
No, it's not training. It's just to more or less give advice, and we have like a classify ad thing and, you know, different things like that where we can help them out into furthering their careers.
Now, one of the things we should talk about, going back to your career.
Yeah.
There was a story that when Yokozuna died.
Yeah.
That you were in Mexico in a match with Andre the Giant and Yokozuna. What was the story on that?
That's a true story.
It is a true story. I mean, I had never heard the story.
Yeah,
and then when he died, one of his Yokozuna's friends had told me, you know, like, how come you never wrote about this? And I said, well, I never heard the story.
Well, I don't think that many people knew about it. Well, it was Kokina, who was Yokozuna, and Bam Bam Bigelow and myself. We were the six-man tag against Andre and two of the local Mexican wrestlers. And Andre was sick that whole day. He had diarrhea. And apparently he threw me into the corner, and he went to give me that big ass bump that he does. And when he did, he just, all his valves went loose, and he just crapped all over my chest and everything. And I fell out the ring, and I was puking my guts out.
Oh, was that the worst moment you ever had in the ring?
Yes.
In your life?
Well, I thought that was probably the worst moment, you know.
Oh,
and,
my God.
He really felt bad about it. He apologized and everything, but, you know, it couldn't be helped. He was sick, you know.
Yeah.
But, you know, after a while, once we got all cleaned up, I got cleaned up and everything, we just really just sat around and laughed about it because it was pretty funny, you know.
Afterwards.
Yeah,
oh, my God. Oh. Has anything, like, close to that ever happened? I mean, I haven't even heard a story about that before. Like, anywhere else?
No, not to me. That's the closest, like, anything to me that's happened to, you know.
Now, have you been in contact with people as far as Japan and things like that, as far as sending guys there? What's your relationship with New Japan like, or did it kind of go by the wayside when you started working for Takada's group?
Well, it did for a while there because Sakaguchi, who was at that time the president of New Japan Pro Wrestling, him and I never got along. Like, he was my first match in the business, and then they kept me over there for a year and brought me in. But I don't know, there was just something with our relationship. We just never really got along. And when I left to go to New York, Inuki was my mentor, and he always had a good feeling in his heart for me. And you know, like, I'd get guys booked there and everything. And when he left and went into politics, and I came back and went to New Japan, our relationship picked up, Sakaguchi and I, and there was no seeing eye to eye on anything. So pretty much when I left there, he wasn't too happy. But what happened was now a lot of the young guys that trained with me when I was over there, we all broke in together as like Fujinami and Koroneko and them. They all were good friends of mine. So now they took over everything. So they actually got in touch with me, and they want me to start helping to book some young wrestlers there because Master Saito, he was in charge of booking the wrestling, but what he was doing was signing guys to one-year contracts, and then they were there on every tour, and they said that wasn't a good idea because the people were getting tired of seeing the same guys. So they got in touch with me, and they actually want me to start helping them to book some of the new young talent that we got up here. Because we got a lot of good wrestlers in Calgary, young guys that just need a break to go somewhere, and they have no connections. So I made connections through Koroneko, Black Cat, who's always been a good friend of mine for over 27 years. And
now, were you involved in Jason Anderson going over there? Was that something different?
No, that was something different. He went through Tokyo Joe, got him over there, but I had nothing to do with Jason going there.
Okay, because one of the things, and you were in Japan during this era, that I always found Japanese wrestling more interesting before when every tour wasn't the same. You know, I mean, you used to have like 6, 7 guys. Like you would go maybe 4 tours a year, and you would go more than most people. But you know, and there was Hogan and Andre would go all the time, and then the underneath guys would be like guys that would go maybe once a year.
Yeah, exactly.
That would be territorial guys. So everyone had fresh matches.
Exactly. Well, you know, in my case, I broke in with them. So the first I was there for a year, and then what they did, they sent me to Vince McMahon Sr. and to Mike LaBelle. So I was out of the country for 6 months. Then they brought me back for another 6 months, but it was a time that I was like on every tour. But so I was like one of them. So it didn't mean much for me, but they would always exchange and bring in different people, you know, and it made it more interesting for the public and for us too, you know. You always weren't there with the same guys, especially if there was somebody there that you really didn't like, you know. So it made it interesting. But then they started, just booking guys amongst themselves and using their guys, and then they would book maybe 1 or 2 different foreigners, you know. And it really got boring after a while, and like the people, they were happy to see different, as they call gaijins, foreigners, different gaijins come in there, and that's what they want to go back to now.
Yeah, because I think that hurt All Japan as well. But I mean, All Japan, they used to have like all of the big stars would go. Right. This was before WWF and WCW had like year-round deals. I mean, Vince McMahon would send guys. You know, Hogan, when Hogan worked for Vince Sr., not Jr.
Exactly.
I mean, Hogan would go there all the time. Andre would go there all the time. Yeah. He would send, Adrian Adonis and Mass Superstar and a lot of the other different guys.
Yeah, well, I was there with them all the time, and actually that's where I first met Hogan at, and the Giant also, and, doing business with them years later in the States and all that. But I actually first met them coming in through Japan by Vince Sr. sending them over there.
What was your reaction to Hogan when he first went over there? Because probably he got over really quick in Japan. He was actually a superstar in Japan before the States.
Yeah, actually what they did was because they had this love for blondes and he was a big guy, that they actually really gave him a good push. And he got over really well there. And, I always got along with him well. And we had no problems there, So it was fun having him on the tour because he was easy to rib also. The guys used to rib him a lot, But, he really got over big because the Japanese, he was what they were looking for, a big blonde guy,
one of the things that we talked about on the show when you've been on before, and other people have talked about, when you were in WWF in the late 80s,
right.
Now, what exactly did McMahon told you that he wanted to make you the world champion against Hogan and all that heat, and I mean, did he tell you that before you went there, or was it when you were on the road there and just going like, I'm going to make this move, and then it just didn't happen?
No, this was their promise to bring me in, because what happened was I was working for Japan, and in between there I was up here working for Stu. So I was happy because Stu actually, when he sold the territory to Vince, he made a deal that Brett, Davey Boy, Dynamite, and myself would go work for him. But I never did go because my wife was pregnant at the time, and I was always on the road when my kids were born. And this time I knew it was going to be my last one, so I wanted to be home with her and support her. But so I didn't go, and I had my deal in Japan, so I was happy there. So that was the promise they made me to get me in there, was that they were going to have me as the first African-American world champ, and they were going to have me work against Hogan, and he was going off and then coming back, and then we were going to do, we were going to have a storyline going for about a year or so. And they never did really keep their word. They never did keep their word,
Do you think they ever intended to really do it, or did they just tell you that to get you in there?
I think it was a ruse just to get me in there, that's all. Because they were actually running out of heels. Hogan went through more heels than Bruno did in 15 years, Bruno Sammartino. So they were running out of heels, and I was one of the few that was still out there on the market that hadn't been in the WWF in years, So I was like a fresh face.
I'm in Atlantic City. Bad News is in Calgary. Brian's in Seattle.
And it's sunny everywhere except where you are.
Everywhere in the world. I know. I'm here to judge the UFC tomorrow, and I hope there's no close fights. But if there is, the last time they had me judge, there was probably the closest fight, or among the closest fights in the history of UFC. And I'm just sitting here going like, I had been to many UFCs and sat with judges, and every time it's like, when it comes down to who is going to win, there were a couple of close ones, but pretty much 80% of the time you knew who was going to win. Okay, so I'm sitting there, and then there's a fight with Mark Coleman and Pedro Hizzo, and basically who won that fight depended on if you were a kickboxing fan, then Pedro Hizzo won. If you were a wrestling fan, then Mark Coleman won. And, I was supposed to be in the middle, and that was basically a very tough fight to judge, very controversial. In fact, I hear about it all the time, and hopefully that won't happen again. But anyway, that's another story.
Actually, the arena here seats 5,000. They're close to a sellout there. At noon when they had the press conference, there was about 300 tickets left. So, and that was at noon today. It's close to 6 o'clock Eastern, so I would imagine they're going to have a sellout by tomorrow night.
Not much of a walk-up, though.
No, in fact, we've got
they should be glad that they sold those tickets in advance because this city is pretty well paralyzed.
Yeah, and as far as I know, a lot of the hotels in and around the area are booked up solid with people coming in for, not just for the UFC, but for other events as well. But I know that the hotel that Eddie and I are staying at is pretty much full, and it's mostly people to see the UFC. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's going to be good. Brian,
when do you think you're flying home there, Dave?
Saturday is the plan.
That's the plan, huh?
As long as I'm home in time for the pay-per-view, I'll be okay. If I'm not home by time for the pay-per-view, that's I got a day leeway.
Well, the forecast is there's not supposed to be any snow here tomorrow, but it is supposed to stay cold. But I don't think as long as there's no snow on the ground, you should be able to fly out easily Saturday.
Okay, cool. That's no problem.
I'm actually not getting the show tomorrow, and I finally found someone with a dish that I could go over and watch the shows, and I actually want to watch them. But I'm wrestling tomorrow, so.
Oh, so you're not going to get a chance to see it.
No.
Oh, that's too bad. Because it probably will be a good show. Hopefully. Bad news. We talked a little bit about UFC when you were on one of the times before.
Yeah.
How much interest have you had in it, and what have you seen of it?
Well, unfortunately, we don't get it up here. When I had the dish before, I was living out on an acreage. That was the only way we got it in. But since I moved back closer to the city, we can't pick it up here on cable or anything. No pay-per-views or nothing. They won't let it into the country, so it's pretty hard to actually come across it,
Now, a lot of the guys that you would know from Japan have done this in Pride, like Takada.
Yeah.
Who else has done that? He wouldn't have been familiar with. You'd probably know who Naoya Ogawa is just from judo. I mean,
he was world champion. I think he won a silver medal in the last Olympics.
Not the last. 96.
Yeah, 96. He won a silver medal. I think it was a silver medal.
And who else? Yatsu did one, believe it or not.
No, wait a minute. He lost to the kid from France. Delane, I think his name is.
No, he lost to the Russian.
Oh, okay. No, he didn't, because actually, in 96, the Russian was the defending champ, and he showed up.
You're right. The Russian won in 92.
Yeah, he won in 92.
You're right.
And Ozawa came in second to him. And then in 96...
You're right, that was in 96.
The Russian wound up in the wrong building, and he wound up at the event too late or something. So
you know that, Brian...
That's right. I vaguely remember that story.
Yeah.
Do you know what the story was on that? I mean, this is the weirdest story. They were fighting in the unlimited weight division.
Yeah.
And he missed his weigh-in, so they wouldn't let him compete.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have mattered anyway.
But it was any weight.
But it was an unlimited weight class. And that's
didn't they tell him the building to go to, and he actually went to the building they told him to, but it was the wrong one?
Yeah, it was the wrong building. And then, which is not surprising with me in judo anyway. But it was the wrong building he went to, from what I heard. And then when he finally got there, they said, well, you missed the weigh-in time. Because actually, the weight doesn't matter, especially when it's unlimited, but it's just to check in and make sure that you're there, And he wasn't there, so they eliminated him. And he was defending...
defending gold... Yeah, defending gold medalist.
Yeah, he was defending gold medalist. So I think the kid from France won, and he won again this Olympics also.
Right, and Ogawa was like 5th, I think, that year.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's right. But he did it. Yatsu fought at 44 years old, which was a real bad idea.
Yeah, really.
For the first time, because Yatsu had never done any stand-up.
No, not at all. I knew
Yatsu
when he first started out. He started out with us in New Japan Pro Wrestling. And
right.
He was really, really lazy, And
really?
They had a hard time to really get him to train. He never really pushed himself.
Yeah. He was a very good amateur wrestler there before he got in, but I guess...
Yeah. And then he got to the pros and he became awful lazy.
Yeah.
He
gained a lot of weight, too.
I hadn't seen him in years, so it wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah.
To hear that, Because like I said, he was really lazy. He never pushed himself, so it would just be a matter of time he put on a lot of weight.
What's your thoughts as far as how close are you following WWF and WCW, and what have you seen of those products lately?
Well, it's funny because I haven't seen the WCW in a long time. I mean, it comes on here twice a week, and the WWF I usually catch some of it, you know. So the storylines, like I'll maybe catch the first part of it, or the middle of the show, or somewhere in the end, you know. But I haven't been really following that close though. But from what I've seen of it, it's just too much, you know. Too much soap opera. You know, it looks like to me what they're trying to do is push Austin again, which I think his time, he's seen his day, and they're trying to push The Rock down, and then they got the kid, what's his name, Angle, the champ.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They got him more or less as a little flunky, you know. Like they're making, you know, to me they're making fun of me. Here's a guy that's a gold medalist in the Olympics, and they got him as like a little stooge, that type of guy, you know. So
we've talked about that.
Storylines are too much. And then I don't know how true it is that what's the daughter's name? Vince's daughter?
Stephanie.
Stephanie. I hear she's the main story writer, you know.
Yeah, she is.
And I'm saying,
as you can tell by watching TV. You know, the
funny thing, he made two interesting comments, Kurt Angle, in his conference call today. The first one was, he made the same comment he made last year, almost at this time, when he said you will not see the same weak babyface or heel Kurt Angle, probably more of a cynical, dastardly Kurt Angle sometime very soon. And I thought, he said that same thing a year ago.
He said that to us. He said it to us.
Yeah, we're still waiting for it. And then he had the other good comment was he was talking about Triple H and just totally put him over as like the greatest guy. And he said Triple H has helped direct his character and it's really helped push him in the direction that he's been going lately. And I thought, what a shocker that is.
If that's the case, I think he should go slap Triple H right across the face, you know.
That was my thought, too.
Because he sure hasn't done him any justice by the character that they have him doing.
You know, Brian, was it Tuesday when we were talking about Angle and not getting the win over Rock, and then that night he got a win over Rock in that tag match.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, on the SmackDown that's going to air tonight. This is from Elliot Jenrette, who wants me to ask Bad News. What are your thoughts on Dynamite Kid, and do you have any funny stories about Dynamite? God, you were around Dynamite for years.
Oh, yeah. Well, like I said, I tell everybody, until somebody proves different pound for pound, I thought he was probably the greatest wrestler in the business. But, I have so many stories about Dynamite. I love the guy. He was a tremendous talent, and I just feel really, really bad the way his career wound down and how he's wound up in a wheelchair, you know. But he was quite a character. We were talking about one story the other day, and this is funny. One of the guys brought this up to me. It was about, we were riding up in the van, and I think we were going to Regina, and John Foley, who was also from, I think he was from Leeds, England, but he was a manager over here. And he was really, really good friends with Dynamite, you know. And I'm sitting next to Foley in the van, and then Foley started complaining how hot it was in the van. And he had one of these paper hats that the bakers would wear, you know. And I turned around and looked, and the hat was on fire. Flames were shooting everywhere. Dynamite set his hat on fire. I couldn't believe it, and I'm smacking his head trying to put the fire out, you know. And he didn't even know he was on fire. He thought, man, it's getting awful hot here, you know. That was one of the funny stories. No, there's somebody about Dynamite. He was a character. He liked to rip people, you know.
Would you say that you had your best matches ever with Dynamite, or would you name somebody else? Because I know you wrestled him in Calgary a lot.
Yeah, I would say that some of the best matches I had was with him, and some of the greatest matches I ever seen was with him in the original Tiger Mask. I mean, those were classics, you know.
Obviously, Chris Benoit patterned his style after Dynamite Kid. How would you compare the two? You think that overall Dynamite's the better of the two?
Well, I think that Chris is a second coming to Dynamite. He's a lot bigger than Tommy was. Mm-hmm. But I think if you're copying the original, you're never going to be the same as the original. But you become close to it, but you'll never be the same. And I think, you know, like I said, he copied the style from Dynamite and everything, but there was only one Dynamite Kid.
The one thing about Chris compared to Dynamite is that I think that Chris wrestles a smarter match, and Dynamite took way more risks, which is one of the reasons why he ended up. Chris does the Dynamite stuff, but not the real crazy Dynamite stuff.
Yeah. Well, I tell you, like I said, when I first met Dynamite Kid, well, I was calling Tommy, that's his real name. He was, I think, like 21 in Japan. And I told him, I said, you know something? I said, by the time you're 30, you're going to wind up being a cripple. Because, I mean, he would do stuff that was spectacular looking, but it was just totally insane, you know. And it caught up to him sooner or later, you know. But that's one thing about Chris. He does look out after himself. And he doesn't abuse himself like Dynamite did, you know, and other things outside the ring.
Yeah.
He really takes care of himself.
Let's see what else we got. What do you tell everyone about, like, your Wrestling Essentials thing? Could you kind of tell everyone, like, where the website is, what you're trying to do and all that again?
Okay, yeah. Well, members, they can join for $75 a year. And like I said again, it's to help the up-and-coming wrestlers and backyard wrestling independent. And we have our website is WrestlingEssentials.com. And we have an email is also WrestlingEssentialsAtHome.com. So they can either write either one of the two and get all the information they need.
You know, we talked about, you know, you wrestled in Mexico a lot.
Yeah.
Did you ever wrestle, like, as far as Japan, besides Japan and Mexico, and are there any other places that you toured?
Oh, yeah. I was one of the...
You were in Pakistan, weren't you?
Well, yeah. That's the story I was going to tell. I wrestled Inuki there, you know. Well, we had a tournament there, and it was over a 2-week thing, and the main event came down to Inuki and myself. And then after the match, we're in the shower, and I told Inuki, I said, you know, I really appreciate everything you've done for me in wrestling. You know, you've taken me all over the world. And I said, but if you come back here, don't even ask me for $1 million because I would never come back here again. Because we were there for 2 weeks, and I was actually sick for a month.
It was just the food, or?
Yeah, from the food. Just physically sick. I was actually in a match. It was Inuki. We were in one town in a tag match. It was Inuki and Fujinami against Bill Eadie, Axe from Demolition, and myself. And I got out the ring. It was an outdoor show, and it was about 50,000 people there. And I remember telling Bill, I said, you know, Bill, I think I'm going to pass. And that's the only, I remember I passed out. I just collapsed. And they actually took me back, and they gave me all kind of vitamins and stuff because I was losing so much fluid all the time from sick.
Wow.
Yeah.
Was that the worst place you ever went then?
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. And the craziest place has got to be South Africa. In Durban, we wrestled there. I wrestled Gamma Singh down there. He's like the Hulk Hogan of
now, is that the same? Is that the same Gamma Singh from Calgary, or different Gamma Singh?
Yeah, same one. Yeah, he's the same one. And I wrestled him down there, and those people there, they're totally insane. You know, they're nuts for wrestling, and especially you do anything to Gamma, they just want to kill you. You know, like one time we were setting up for a match for him and I, because what they would do was like a championship match, but it would go over a 3-week period. So it would like be the best 2 out of 3 matches you'd be the winner. Well, we were setting up because I was down there a couple of times, and Gamma and I never met each other at that time. So we did a thing where I pile drived his brother, Akam Singh, on the ground, and nobody left the stadium. And it was funny because they had me go back in the locker room and stay there for about an hour. And then they said, okay, they were going to try to sneak me out because the people were still in the arena. They brought in the ambulance and everything, and they were going to cart him off to the hospital. And most of the Africans, usually when the matches were over, they would just go home. But that night I came out, and they were all in the back. And one of them came up to me and he spoke. He said, don't worry, brother, nothing's going to happen to you. And I said, what do you mean? He said, well, the East Indians are threatening to kill you, you know, because of what you did to Akam Singh. So I had this little driver, and I grabbed him, and I threw him in the car, and I said, let's get the heck out of here, you know.
Now, what happened with those guys getting to Calgary?
What's that?
What happened to Gamma? How did Gamma get into Calgary? Now, he'd never worked Calgary at this point, or did he go back and forth?
Well, he would always go back and forth. He lives in Calgary. Actually, he was here before I was. He lived in Vancouver for a while. He was born in India, but he lived in Vancouver for a while, and then he was here in Calgary for years. But he would always go back and forth and travel through there. The Middle East, he'd work a lot of shots in the Middle East, in Japan, and he'd work in South Africa a lot for over many years, you know. But he was also working with our group up here.
Our special guest, Bad News Allen, 22-year in-ring veteran of pro wrestling, after being a legend in judo for God, how long did you do judo? Probably 20 years?
14 years.
14 years?
Yeah, I competed for 14 years.
American champion in judo, God, what, 6-7 times maybe?
Yeah, 6 times, 2 gold medals in 2 different Pan American Games, bronze medal in the '76 Olympics.
Were you the first American to medal in the Olympics in judo?
No, actually the second. The first one was Jim Bregman in 1964 in the middleweight class. He won a bronze medal, and then I was second 12 years later.
Okay. Can we get Joe on the phone?
Hey, Dave,
Joe.
how you doing?
Doing really good. How are you?
Doing all right. I got a couple questions for bad news.
Sure.
I saw an interview with Bret Hart, and he said when it was tough working with you because there was a lot of times where you would take a couple shots at him and you would basically stiffen him and you wouldn't sell. Is there any truth to that?
Well, he didn't tell the whole story. The truth is that every time I worked with Bret, I got hurt. He gave me 2 concussions, and we were in a town called Regina, which is about 8 hours from west of Calgary. And I just got over my second concussion with him, and I told him, I said, we were going to work, and we had a spot where they were supposed to use a kendo stick. And I told him, I said, you can hit me across the back with it as hard as you can, but don't hit me in the head. So what happened was, I said, did you hear what I said? He was standing there pouting. Yeah, I heard you. So I said, don't hit me in the head. I'm not kidding. So he hit me in the head, and the next thing I just jumped up and went crazy on him. You know, I didn't sell nothing, and he wound up getting knocked out.
Yeah.
Because, you know, in this business, when you tell somebody to stay away from an injury that you have, they mean it. They're not there to be to wind up getting hurt or put in the hospital by you taking cheap shots at them, you know. So then after that, he'd always go around and complain to everybody how I was stiff and how I wouldn't suffer him and anything. I said, no, it was just I was protecting myself from him because every time I worked with him, he would do something to wind up hurting you, you know.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, well, I appreciate it. Dave, keep up the good work.
Okay, thanks very much, Joe.
Have a good one.
This is from Paul, who goes, he wanted to know how come you decided to settle down in Calgary. He goes, I used to live there, and it was an awesome city, and was wondering what you thought about Calgary.
Well, it's funny because at the time, when I first came up here to work for Stu in '82, I was living in Australia, and then I came back in '83, and I met my wife, and I wound up staying here. And I like the city. It's a really beautiful city. Only thing, every year I claim I'm leaving when winter rolls around because it gets cold sometimes, really brutal. But
well, you grew up in.
Did
you grow up in Jersey?
No, I actually grew up in New York, but I did the rest of my training, like my last 5 or 6 years, I lived in Jersey. I moved over there because I switched schools from Judo Incorporated, where I broke in judo, over to the Cranford Judo and Karate Center, which my teacher Yanni, who was my mentor to get me on the international scene. I moved there to train under him for the last 6 years before I actually moved out of the States.
How old were you when you saw your first wrestling match?
When I saw my first one?
Yeah.
I think I was like 7 or 8 years old, and I remember I got barred from wrestling until I was almost a teenager because I picked my younger sister up in an airplane spin and dropped her on her head. And she started crying, and my father just jumped all over me, and so we were barred from watching wrestling until I was a teenager. And then once I started watching, I never really followed it because I was in the judo then, and I thought these guys were no athletes. You know, they weren't in shape at that time. Like the workers you have today, most of them always hit the gym and everything, but then back then nobody hit the gym, and they were always out of shape, and they looked bad, you know, so I never really got interested in it until I eventually got into the business myself.
Now, basically, they brought you in 77-ish, and it was Inoki had just done the match with Willem Ruska, so they were looking for guys from other combat sports to come in and fight the New Japan guys. It was kind of the beginning of what I guess it turned into, and still to this day, you know, with the Ali fight and everything like. Now, when you went there, what was the thoughts? Because the Ali Inoki thing has kind of come up again in the last couple of days because Inoki's talked about trying to get Mike Tyson out to do something over there. When you know, what was the feeling when you started? Because the Ali Inoki thing was kind of a disaster, although history's been kind to it. And then you came in, I guess, with Sakaguchi, kind of to do the thing, basically to put him over.
Right.
And I mean, were you a fan of wrestling? And what did they tell you going in as far as like, you know, what they didn't want and you know what they maybe were afraid of a bad mixed match?
Right. Well, what happened was, like I said, I wasn't a fan of wrestling, and actually my coach Yanni got me involved. And at first he told me about it, and I started laughing. I said, I don't want to do that phony stuff, you know. And he said, no, you can go to Japan. We'll get you over there, and they'll train you and everything, and it'll be a lot different from what they do SIM card, and I knew him from working in the bars in Jersey because he was a liquor salesman at the time, and he used to come in our bar. So they flew him and myself, Inuki and Sakaguchi, to L.A. So what they wanted to do was this time was actually to go over everything so it wouldn't become a fiasco like the Ali Inuki one they did before. So first, they didn't really say anything to me, to my coach. Well, they told him, but he never said nothing to me, so I just kept training like I'm going into a shoot or something. And then what they did, they had me come in and work out a little bit with Sakaguchi. We do randori like in judo. And I'm just out of the Olympics. He hadn't competed in like 10 years, so of course I'm a lot stronger than he was. And then they said, okay, now this is how we're going to do it. And so we went round by round what we were actually going to do. And that's how I got into it. And then once we had the match, they kept me in Japan for a year, and they broke me into the business.
When you had done the first match and it was over, were your thoughts that you wanted to make pro wrestling a full-time thing, or was it just like, I don't know if I want to do this again, or...
Well, that was the plan, because my coach said when they expressed that they wanted me to do this and they wanted me to put Sakaguchi over, he said, no, look, he said, this guy invested a lot of time and a lot of hardship into this business of judo. You just can't steal everything from him for one night, just to give him money. You gotta give him something more than that in return. So that's when they said, well, if he wants to stay, we'll keep him here and we'll break him in. We'll teach him the pro wrestling business. So after the match, I actually stayed in Japan for 1 year before I came back home.
This is from Mike, who goes, you worked in UWFI. The style was different from traditional pro wrestling, like Stampede, New Japan, WWF. Was it a hard adjustment for you? And what do you think of Takada as a person? And did you see the Takada Vader matches? He was asking what you thought of the Takada Vader matches.
Yeah, well, I love Takada. I know him because he was actually a co-hire of mine. He started in wrestling a couple of years after I did with New Japan Pro Wrestling. And I always thought he was a tremendous worker outside of Fujinami. But then he changed his style. He went into more the kickboxing type thing. And some of the matches he had with Vader I thought were just pretty awful. Vader wasn't a really good worker. I thought the ones that I enjoyed most were with him and Gary Albright. I thought they were better matches.
Really? Because I thought one of the Takada Vader matches I thought was really awesome. The first one that they had. I don't know. Were you on that stadium show?
The one at the baseball field?
Yeah, it was a baseball stadium show.
Yeah, I was on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was on the card. But it was funny because I never did see the match. I think I was like third on the card or something like that. We had like 10 matches or whatever, and where we were situated, you actually couldn't go out and watch the matches themselves,
Were you ever on... Okay, sorry. Were you ever on a show with was Dennis Kozlowski?
Yeah, a couple of times.
What did you think of him? Because I thought he had like some potential, but it just I don't know if he
had tremendous potential, but nobody just seemed to do anything with him. They never really gave him a chance. And I think he was a silver medalist in the Olympics, and they just brought him over and just used him up. They really done nothing with him. But I thought that guy, they could have really done something with him because he was a tremendous athlete.
Yeah, he reminded me a little bit of Angle.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and even the looks and everything, and the way he worked and all.
Yeah, looks and body, and
his brother who was working over there too. I never met his brother, but I heard he worked for Pancreas or one of those groups over there.
No, he worked for I forget, but Dwayne worked with the original UWF. Before it became UWFI, I think.
Oh, I see. All right.
Yeah.
What were your thoughts of Vader? He kind of had a reputation as being a guy that would just pound on you.
The guy was a total idiot. He was so stupid. What he would do was always open his mouth up and put his foot in his mouth. Like he'd make statements that were just totally off the wall, and he couldn't back it up really. And I told him one time, you just need to just shut up and go sit down somewhere. Because the more you open your mouth up, the more trouble you get into. He's just a total idiot. I never liked the guy. He's brainless.
Let's go to Steve. Steve, what's going on?
Bad news.
Yep.
How you doing?
Okay.
It's been a long time. I used to hate you so bad back when you were in Calgary. I said a lot of bad things to you, so I got to apologize for that.
No problem.
But there's one thing that's been bugging me for about 20 years. Did you actually break Archie the Stomper Goldie's son's neck?
No, that was just a work.
Well, you got me.
It wasn't even his son.
That wasn't even his son, that's right.
That's been bugging me for so long.
I know. A lot of people still in this town still believe in some of them, they'll see me on the street or something, they'll come and talk to me. Oh, I used to watch you all the time.
And one other thing, why did Ed Whalen quit just shortly after that?
What's that?
Why did Ed Whalen quit just shortly after that happened?
Oh, I don't know. There was something going on with him and Stu. He just used that as an excuse to I think, get more money out of Stu. But there was something going on with the office there. I don't know what the true story was.
Oh, okay, well, and how come Edmonton doesn't get much wrestling anymore?
What's that?
How come the city of Edmonton doesn't get much wrestling here anymore?
Well, I really don't know. You know, like they have
maybe is it a commission problem? Maybe
they were trying to go up there. I always thought that was a good city to wrestle in because they always seem to have better fans up in Edmonton than they did in Calgary. And even when the WWF goes up there, they draw better in Edmonton than Calgary. So I don't know really why. You know.
Well, God bless you, Alan.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
You know, that reminds me of when I saw that angle, who they're talking about with Archie the Stomper Gouldy and his son and everything.
Yeah.
That was one of the greatest interviews I ever saw after you did that angle with him.
Oh, he did a tremendous interview.
They replayed really that. Good. Remember, was it about a year ago when you were working for the Hearts and they did that? They showed it on TV and they replayed that interview.
Right, exactly.
And it was like, 18 years later or something. And I'm watching this going like, this interview's even better now than it was then.
Yeah, because actually when they played it and it showed on the TV the next week, I really got into it. I said, this is a really great, that was a great angle we did, because, it was so long ago you sort of forget about it. And then once you see it again, you really realize, we did a lot of work went into it, but it really worked out well,
Let's go to Stephen Van Nuys. Steve, what's going on?
Hey, bad news. How you doing?
Okay, fine. How's it going?
I'm doing all right. I'm 20 years old. I've been training for shoe fighting.
Uh-huh.
I've been currently going to Lion's Den.
Yes.
Now, out of the whole majority of people going to New Japan right now, trying to do the shoot fighting / pro wrestling thing,
right.
Out of all those, who do you think is the best one?
Out of all the guys that are trying to do the shoot wrestling or just plain wrestling, period?
Well, I mean, they have shoot experience, but they're trying to do the wrestling thing now.
Yeah.
Do you mean like Don Frye or Johnston, or are you talking
I
about
mean, out of the whole group, who do you think would be the best one?
Well, I don't know, because it's been a long time since I know who is actually doing the shoot wrestling over there, so I really couldn't tell you, But always one of my favorite wrestlers out of New Japan, besides Fujinami, because him and I, we came up in the ranks together, was always Muto. I thought that they never pushed him right. I always thought after Inuki left that he should have been the next big star out of New Japan for wrestling.
Yeah, I think Fujinami had a tremendous capabilities in shoot fighting. I saw a couple of his...
Really? I mean, I don't know.
Who's that?
Fujinami's a shoot fighter.
No.
He wasn't?
Okay. No, he never did any shoot fighting that I know of anyway.
Oh. Well, I guess he worked me. Another question I have for you is, Dave, there's a local promotion right here in the Van Nuys called XPW. What do you personally think about them?
I mean, their TV's terrible. Their TV's terrible. I can tell you that. I mean, it's just the hardcore stuff. Again, I watched a couple of their TV shows and it didn't appeal to me at all. In fact, a lot of their TVs actually I've seen and just didn't appeal to me.
Yeah, because what they were telling me is they had some guy named Dynamite D or something. He was a worker trainer. I saw him out with the Lions there. What he was telling me was he was going to be the next Benoit. He got such a good work rate and all that. And I was like, really? Why hasn't I heard you anything from Meltzer or anything in the sheets? Well, basically because I'm getting buried because the TV isn't as great and I'm not getting pushed and blah, 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 blah. And I was wondering if you ever heard about this Joker.
I know Darren McMillan, I think's his name. Nobody should say that they're like Benoit. I'll sleep at that.
Yeah, really.
I mean, there's maybe like 5 guys in the world who could say that, and he's not one of those 5, that's for sure. I mean, I don't want to say anything bad about him, but I'm just saying, Chris Benoit, no, come on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Huh?
Who would you say is the top 5 right now?
As far as what, workers?
Yeah.
Chris Benoit. I really like Jun Akiyama and Kawada for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Jun Akiyama in Noah.
He's come a long way.
Yeah, Kurt Angle's coming close. He's not quite there yet, but for whatever it is, 2 years in, he's unbelievably good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Eddie Guerrero when he's healthy. He's one of my favorite workers. He's pretty close.
Yeah, him and our bar at Tijuana were awesome.
Oh, incredible. Helmsley. You know, Helmsley's right up there. I mean, he's had so many great matches with different people in the last year.
Mm-hmm.
Brian, who am I leaving out?
Who were you talking about the other day? Blue Panther?
Blue Panther's awesome, but people don't know about him.
Well, I seen Blue Panther. He knows a lot of wrestling skills. I mean, guy's awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, that guy must have some amateur background or something because he knew a lot of moves.
You got Blue Panther?
Yeah, did you ever work with him? You might have.
No, I haven't, but when I was down there was another Blue Panther, so he must be his son or kid or something.
It's it's the same guy. I'm sure. You don't mean, or do you mean Blue Demon?
Okay, yeah, the Blue Demon, yeah.
Okay, Blue Demon was really famous, but he died like just a few weeks ago.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, he was like 78 years old.
Oh, yeah.
But Blue Panther was kind of a knockoff on Blue Demon, you know what I mean? Yeah.
All right, guys, thanks for all your help.
Okay, you're very welcome. Tomorrow we're going to have Bobby Heenan on, and I'm going to try to round up Frank Shamrock as well, if I can find him, since I know he's here somewhere. We'll talk to him about his Burger King commercial, among other things. What he's
Burger
up to.
King commercial?
He's in a Burger King commercial. I guess it was on XFL, but I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, actually, it was on the XFL. It's actually, there's 4 different versions of it. I only saw one. But
Al saw it.
Yeah, it's basically a bunch of different ethnic people. You know how the Burger King was going for a whole lawsuit thing? Apparently, Burger Kings weren't put in ethnic neighborhoods, and Al Sharpton went nuts about it. And
I don't know this.
I guess Burger King, in order to make up for it, decided, let's put a bunch of ethnic people in a commercial and show that they're eating Burger King. I guess that was supposedly the politically correct thing for them to do. And Frank is just one of a number of people in the commercial, and you can clearly see him in the commercial. He's kind of, shadow boxing a little bit, and, he's probably in, it's a 60-second spot, I would say. He's in a good 5 or 6 seconds of it, which is pretty good, for a little bit of exposure. And I knew it was him immediately. I mean, they hold on him for a good, couple of seconds. So.
It's not like he's eating a BK broiler.
No, he's actually not eating a burger, but there are 3 other versions. There's 4 total versions of the Burger King commercials, and he had mentioned to me today when I talked to him at the press conference a little story about how he went out for another commercial, but we get him tomorrow. I'll let him tell the story. It's a good one.
This is from Trent for Bad News, and he wants to know, do you think that an independent promotion is viable in Western Canada and specifically in Alberta?
Well, it can. If you get a group of people that use their heads, because like I said, there's a lot of talent up here, And actually, when I got involved with this group here, I actually took over the book after Jason left, and for various reasons, and just the 2 guys that are putting up the money, they just got their nose in everything. They think they know everything. They don't want to listen to nobody. And you can't do business like that. Even if it's not wrestling, if it's any kind of business and you want it to be successful, you bring somebody in that's been in it and know what they're doing. You sort of take their advice, because that's the idea. That's what you're paying them for. Just don't bring them in there, and so you can just run over top of them or try to bully them around, because that don't work,
What does he mean by viable? Because, Tim Flowers does fine every month running in Cloverdale.
Yeah, he does, Tim is, he's crazy as a bedbug, but I love the guy. He's my good friend. But, he really does well, and then, it's out there. The market's there, and it can be done,
What do you think, Brian? On the shows that you work, I mean, the one thing, and I'm not having seen any of the shows, I mean, there's a lot of matches, and it almost seems just when I read the results of your shows, I keep thinking 13 matches in a night or 14. Isn't that just too many for the people? And I always wanted to ask.
Actually, when I took over, I cut it down to 7 matches, and actually the TV that they're going to do tomorrow, they're going to do pilot for the TV show. It's down to 6 matches, because it was too many. That's what the Hearts were famous for. They would just drag stuff on, and you would be there till 12 o'clock at night, You'd start at maybe 8 o'clock, and, well, they never started on time anyway, but when you did start, it was always just too late, and you start to bore the people. So that's one of the things I did. I almost cut the matches down in half,
The way Tim's doing it right now is he's just got so many guys that, the last show there were 22 matches.
Yeah,
I saw that.
But, most of them were a minute or 2 minutes because these guys can't really go longer than that right now.
Right, exactly.
But, for the people Buddy Wayne's up there and guys like that, for them it kind of sucks because, they got to go out there and do a 3-minute tag team title match.
Right.
But, for the undercard guys, you don't really want to see those guys going longer than about a minute anyway.
No, because if they go any time after that, the match just becomes horrible, and then you can see right through their work.
I mean, he gets it going fast. I mean, it's bang, bang, bang. The thing's over in 2 hours.
Yeah, that's the way the show should be. It should be no more than 2 hours and no less than like an hour 45 minutes. I think. Anything over that, you just start the people get restless and you just start boring them to death.
Let's go to Jason in Maryland. Jason, what's going on?
Nothing. How are you, Bad News?
Fine. How you doing, Jason?
I'm good. My question was, I remember at WrestleMania 6, you had a match with Roddy Piper.
Yes.
I remember during the match that Roddy Piper was painted half black. Now, at the time, I thought that was kind of an offensive thing to you,
Yeah.
And what was your feeling towards that? And I remember that you disappeared from the WWF shortly thereafter.
Well, yeah. Well, it was just a matter of time I was leaving the WWF anyway because I was having so much trouble there. Okay. And I actually gave my notice before I left for WrestleMania 6, but they conned me into staying. But Vince and Piper approached me with this idea, and they wanted to do it. And I said, go ahead and do it. I didn't care anyway. I never did like Piper. He'd always like to throw around the N-word, so I figured one of the brothers would get home and beat the crap out of him one day on the street, But, that was their brainchild. They figured that was a cool thing to do, and I thought it was a total disgrace. But the only thing they did was make a fool of themselves, really.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, very welcome, Jason. There's a lawsuit, and I don't know how close you followed this, but there's a lawsuit in Atlanta as far as racial discrimination. I mean, in your experience, having been in wrestling for 20 years, how prevalent do you think do you think it's overt, or do you think it's like that? There's different types of discrimination where guys don't get a chance just because promoters don't think they can draw, or do you think that or guys don't get a chance just because of overt racism? We're not going to give them a chance whether they can draw or not.
Well, that's what I think it is, because I actually told that to Vince once. I said, African Americans' money is green and it spends just like anybody else's money, So you gotta, because we had, I went to him expressing my concern about him calling Juanita Sapphire, because to us, for people in my age generation, maybe a lot of the younger people don't know it, but that's actually an insult towards a black woman from the Amos and Andy days. And he knew all about it, but he tried to make like he didn't know anything, But,
of course he knew about it.
It's a coincidence.
He's the same age group as you.
Who's that? Vince?
Vince.
Oh yeah, but he's trying to con me like he didn't know. He never heard of it before. He didn't tell me anything. Well, somebody should have explained that to me. I said, well, I'm telling you. Okay, I'm going to change her name. So he changed it to Sweet Sapphire. But that's the way he is. Everything is a big rip with him. He thinks he's pulling something over on somebody, but it was actually there for a long time. Like, if you have a bigot, he don't care how much money could be made. He's a bigot, and that's all there is to it, and he's not going to change his way of thinking, So if he's got the opportunity that he has a person of color in there who's a talent, he's just not going to give him a break, and that's the way it was. And I still feel in a lot of cases that's the way it is today, too.
Did you ever have any dealings with Vern Gagne?
No, I never had. But I heard stories about him, but I never, ever dealt with the guy.
Were there any territories that you wanted to get into that you couldn't get into, or during your career, or just was it kind of one of those things where you ended up where they asked you?
Yeah, well, actually, because for so many years, for almost 15 years straight, I worked for New Japan. So wherever they sent me, I went. But you heard stories about up in for Vern's territory that it was hard to get in there, and the one up in Portland, I understand, was also the same way.
Going back to the Wrestling Essentials, why don't you tell everybody exactly, with the Wrestling Essentials, the different services you're trying to provide, things like that?
Yeah, well, like I said, we're going to have consultants, and we're going to have the classified ads, and we're going to be promoting events, on the website, different events that come along and everything. And the benefits, like they're going to have the network and the promotional of individual federations, and you can go on there as a member and actually promote your merchandise and things like that. They're going to have classified ads to doing that. So that's some of the stuff that they'll be up to.
When you okay, go ahead.
Excuse me, job posting too.
Okay, when you worked for UWFI,
yes,
Sakuraba was already there. What did you think of him?
Who, Sakuraba?
Yeah, Sakuraba.
Oh, Sakuraba. I don't really remember him that well, you know?
Yeah.
So it's hard for me to say.
Yeah, I think he was just starting out, and now he's like, the big star in Pride.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was probably just one of the young boys, so I really don't remember him that well.
He was at the time. Yeah,
right.
he was. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, now he's fought the Gracies and all that, and he's become a real big.
Oh,
He beat one Gracie after another. Like, was it 4? Boiler,
Yeah, they have
Boyce?
4 now.
Boiler, Boyce, Henzo, and Hyen. Yeah, 4 Gracies.
Mm.
Yeah. So he's kind of like a big hero over there, and he actually won the Wrestler of the Year award.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I remember him. I think he was just starting out when I got there. He was
Yeah.
a young boy. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes,
Young guy.
you know.
I think he probably worked like an opening match maybe when you were there.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Who were some of the guys that you worked with when you were over there? You worked with Anjo, right?
Yeah. No, I never worked with Anjo, and I was sort of glad I didn't because I didn't like him at all. You know, I thought he was probably one of the biggest jerks that they had in the company.
Why so?
Well, he was in the office there, and I remember they brought one Russian over there who was a tremendous wrestler, amateur-style wrestler. This guy was really good. He was a big guy. I can't really remember his name.
Was it Hashimakov maybe?
No, it wasn't him, because Hashimakov was the short, stocky. No,
Okay,
this guy was
Zangiev.
What's his name?
Zangiev.
Yeah.
Zangiev was really good.
Yeah, and Anjo worked with him once. Of course, he had to go over and everything, and I thought it was total. Because actually, the people were really upset about it because they could see that this guy was just a great talent, and he had to put that Anjo who couldn't do anything really. He was a bit of a jerk. I didn't like him. I never did work with him. So, let's see, I can't remember some of the other guys' names now. It's been a while that I worked with him.
So it's Takada, probably Yamazaki.
Yamazaki, yeah. Well, I knew Yamazaki from New Japan Pro Wrestling. And he was always a nice kid. I worked with him over there. He was always good people. But I understand he's sick now or something. Somebody told me that he's not working anymore.
Yeah, he retired last year. He had, I'm not sure, I forget what it was exactly now. But he had a lot of injuries, and I think it was an illness, though, more than an injury.
Well, I remember when he was with New Japan and he broke in, and then he was in a match with Dynamite once, and Dynamite did that big flying headbutt off the top rope, and just gave him a concussion, and he was out for a long time. He was out for almost a year, And then he came back, and then he went off with the original UWF, and then they came back to New Japan again, and then they left again and did the UWFI. But that's the last time I saw. No, excuse me. The last time I saw him, he was back with New Japan again. Because I was in Tokyo and I went down to see him, and he was back with them again. That's the last I heard. And then I heard he was sick and he stopped wrestling.
Did you ever come across? I guess Tamara would have been in that company too. What were your thoughts of him?
Yeah, I always thought he was really good. He had a
awesome,
good style, very good style of wrestling, and I always enjoyed watching him work. I think I worked with him. I worked against him once also.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
Because he turned into a. The thing with him, he was like great at that style, and then he went to rings, and then rings went from being work matches to shoot matches, and he's actually for his weight really good at shoots, but they keep putting him against really big guys.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's real tough. It's real tough on him. I think he's taken a lot of punishment in the last couple of years, unfortunately.
Oh, so I'm sorry to hear that because, like I said, I really enjoyed watching him. He had a really good style. There's another kid also. I'm trying to think of his name.
Kakihara, yeah.
I liked him too. That kid was really something else,
Oh, with fast hands.
I don't know whatever happened to him. I don't know if he's still working or what.
Yeah, he actually works for All Japan right now.
Oh, I see.
But all the companies there are kind of cross promoting. I think they need to because business is down.
Oh well, there's so many companies there now that they just saturated the market over there with wrestling. Because when I started there was just 3 companies. There was International, All Japan, and New Japan. And then International broke up, and they half came with us with New Japan and half went with All Japan. And now, the last I heard when I was there a couple of years ago, it was like 40 different companies.
There's probably more than that. No one even.
Wasn't it like 40 just in Tokyo alone or something?
What's that?
When Fumi Saito was on, I think it was like 48 in Tokyo, and then somebody told me it was like 60 companies.
It wouldn't surprise me. Like I said, the last time I was there was in 1998. And it was over 40-some companies then. And it was just too many,
The thing with that is that most of the companies, literally nobody knows who everyone is.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
But when you were there, as far as the evolution of the wrestling over there, how do you think it's changed from when you first started going in the 70s to now?
Oh, it's really changed. Everyone wanted to have their own style because Baba, his group, mostly worked American style. They worked real easy. They always told a storyline and everything. And New Japan was always known for hard matches, almost close to shoot matches. That's the way they wanted it. They wanted to look stiff, and they worked stiff, So, but, now they got all the different groups going with the shoot styles and all that. And, the different ways that they run the matches now. It's just totally different. It's total chaos over there now.
Oh, we just sent an email from Tom Joswiak. The Thunder rating was a 1.5 last night.
No way.
That's an all-time low. Blaming it on the... Oh, God. That's
it was those, what was it last night? The music awards.
The Grammy Awards were last... I mean, that's an excuse for some of it, but when it's a 1.5, it's not. You just can't blame it on the Grammy Awards.
You don't think so? Because
you can blame some of it. No, you can blame some of it, okay? But you can't blame all of it. Not when you're doing what...
Actually,
when you're doing like a 2, though, what are they averaging? Like a 2-1?
They were probably averaging 2-1. They did 1-9 last week, so they dropped 4/10.
And even though the Grammys did a 16-7, that's actually down 4% from last year. So there weren't even that many people tuned into the Grammys either.
Well, 16-7 is a good number. I mean, that's a little bit tougher competition than Monday Night Football. A little bit. But wow.
I understand that house shows too are really they're not drawing many people also.
No, they're not. But they hardly run them. Yeah. They're really running. The basic schedule now is every Monday TV taping. This actually someone actually sent it. We'll get to this in a second. But every Monday TV taping, and then one pay-per-view, and then 2 house shows every month. So it's like been 7. I think they're cutting it back down to 5.
Wow.
This is from
they averaging 5 shows a month or something like that.
Well, right now 7, but they're going to cut to 5. So it's like
the schedule is getting a little bit too tough on the guys.
What's that?
Those 7 shows a month.
It's getting too tough on everyone, the pocketbooks of the people who are funding the company, unfortunately.
Yeah, really. Especially,
but it's hard.
It would be hard as a businessman to want to buy in there after, I guess, Turner lost $80 million, they said last year or something like that.
Almost. I think the real number was in the 60s, but it's still too much.
Yeah, that's still a lot of money.
This is from Frank, who sent in this email. He says, Victor Zangief and Yoji Angel from April 1994 was a classic. He said Zangief threw Angel around like a rag doll, arm-dragging Angel with Angel facing the wrong way to take the move. On the same show, you had the match with Tamara. And they said you use your size to dominate Tamara until Tamara just started kicking you in the knee.
Yeah.
So that was a match, and they stopped the match because of kicks to the knee.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. He says it looked like you were double-crossed. Is that true?
No, not at all. That was we worked out the match. That's the way they wanted it finished.
What did you think about that type of stuff, right? I mean, there were a few double crosses in that company, weren't there?
Well, it was later on because after I left there, one time Gary called me up. We were pretty good friends, and I think he was supposed to work with Tamara. And,
Gary worked with Tamara a couple of times. They were really weird matches.
Yeah, and they wanted actually him to put him over, and then he sort of got mad in the match, and something happened, and then they didn't want to pay him his money, and there was a big fiasco over there. This is just before he went off to All Japan champion.
Yeah, there was a match. I'll tell you how it went because I remember seeing the tape. It was very weird. Gary kept taking him down and like holding him down. And Tamara would get to the ropes and Gary wouldn't break.
Right.
And the referee's just frantic going, Gary, break, and he's slapping him. And Gary's just laying on him. And then Gary, about 5 minutes in, started getting tired and he started hitting him in the face and I don't know what happened. It was a choke and, Gary did the job.
Right.
But it was a very weird match.
Yeah, well, they have some strange things going over there, because, forget there was one kid that he was really tall that I worked with. I think he went off to All Japan for wrestling.
That's right, Takayama.
Is the real tall one?
Yeah, he's like 6'4"-ish, 6'5".
Yeah, okay, yeah. One time I'm working with him, and he kicked me right in the stomach. I mean, like my lunch was up in my throat, And so we're going around. I finally got my breath, and I just hit him with a left jab. And I hit him with a left jab, and then the referee just freaked out. He's going, no, not punching. So every time I go to work over there, he says, now remember, Mr. Allen, he'd always call me Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen, please, no punching nobody, okay? I said, okay, no problem.
Fantasy, before we left, we were talking a little bit about WCW real briefly.
Yes.
If you were brought in to that company, I mean, is there anything? I mean, you haven't watched it closely, but I guess you're pretty familiar with what's going on.
Yeah.
What do you think needs to be done?
Well, I always said this. I said this a long time ago. It's always been a cliquey group down there. It was always guys like Flair and his friends, and Hogan and his buddies, and Macho Man and them. And I thought when they had Malenko and Eddie Guerrero and Chris Benoit and all those young guys, I thought that they were the ones that they should have actually been pushing, because those other guys had their turn and they should have just stepped aside. And what do you have? You have Flair down there now, still involved in everything after 30 years. It gets to be a bit much, Well, what they need to do is just get rid of those guys and just start from the beginning, start from scratch, get some good talent in there, because I guess they got a lot of young kids that are really talented. And
they're not experienced.
Doing basic wrestling. Stop trying to copy the WWF and their nonsense, and just start their own thing, do their own style. I think that would be the way to go.
Yeah, the problem is the young guys are inexperienced, and sometimes when they wrestle each other,
right.
You see it.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. Well, you got to keep veterans around, to help them out. But I mean, like guys like Flair, he should be in the office somewhere. He don't need to be out there working,
Well, he's not. They don't put him in the ring, but they have him doing a lot of interviews. He's still good on interviews sometimes. He's got. He was okay on Monday. For a couple weeks there, he wasn't doing so well in the interviews.
He had nothing to say except put over the company.
Yeah.
Well, he never has anything to say. That's the problem. No one does. No one has direction. And you know that, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
Go out there and it's like, what do you want us to say? Just go out there and say something.
Yeah, I think there's too much chaos there. There's too many generals running around there. Nobody seems to. They need just one or two people that really run the whole thing, and just everybody else step back.
If you were 20 years younger, would you do something like UFC or Pride as a pro wrestler or before pro wrestling, doing with your judo background and everything?
Oh yeah, with my judo, I would have done it, because I would have been still in great shape then, and didn't have all the injuries that I have now. So I would have loved to have done it. That would have been a great challenge for me.
How are you feeling physically?
What's that?
How are you feeling physically, like the knees?
Really good. I had my knees replaced last year, and I really feel good. The pain is gone and everything. I can walk around like a normal person now.
Cool.
Yes.
Yeah. As far as what would you think as far as adapting judo to that style?
It would be easy because I did a lot of fighting in the streets myself, so I was always pretty good with my hands. And then adapting judo to it would have been a real challenge that I would have loved to have done, because judo pretty much covers everything. Your throwing and your mat work and your arm locks and your chokes and all that. So I always said, because like Gracie, when he first came there, he had his mat work was decent. It wasn't some of the best that I've seen in judo, but he had enough knowledge that he beat a lot of guys because they just couldn't compete with him on that level,
Well, they had a lot of guys then. I mean, the thing was in its infancy, really.
Yeah, right.
I mean, the guys now are just so much better. I mean, more well-rounded.
Uh-huh.
Now, have you been in contact with Mike Swain at all in the last few years? I know that when we talked before, you mentioned that he started under you.
Oh yeah. Well, I actually sent him a Christmas card this year, and I think I spoke to him about 3 months, just before sometime in the middle of the last year before Christmas. Was the last time I think I talked to him.
What's he trying to do? I know that he was trying to promote judo as a professional sport too.
Yeah, actually, we went in and he brought in all the Olympians and everything, and we actually did a pilot for pro judo. But he has that judo gi company that he has, which most of the international players use his gis, and also the Tommy mats, which they use for judo. He sells that all over the world, so he does pretty good with that.
Yeah. Can you tell everyone a little bit about him? Because he ended up winning a medal in the Olympics as well.
Yeah, actually, he was the first American to become a world champion in judo in his weight class, and he was really good. He always would do what you would tell him to do. He always learned that hard work would make you successful. And so he always worked hard. And I was the one that actually talked him into going to Japan to train over there. And he was excited. He was an exciting player to watch too. And the thing is, you looked at him physically and you go, the average person on the street, I can take this guy. And then he
have there ever been like any of the judo guys in the last couple of years where you thought they should go into pro wrestling just because they had the right charisma or something?
Not really, because like you say, okay, if he's a big guy, he should go in, and then they can actually teach him and guide him along to come out of the shell that they're in, because like judo's totally different from pro wrestling, but you never really see anybody with that much charisma that you can say, oh, they should go into pro wrestling right away,
Do you think having that athletic background you had was a hindrance or a help? Because you ended up doing really well in pro wrestling and you started late.
Yeah, it was out for me because when I went there to train, actually the training was so much easier than judo. It was just like me taking candy from a baby, really. So it was nothing to it. And if you're really athletic, it all depends on your mindset too. Because William Risker, who was a tremendous athlete, just never could catch on in judo. He just never got in pro wrestling. He just never got the idea, And if you seen him do judo and you seen him do wrestling, you'd go, well, there must be twins. There got to be two different people. It can't be the same guy, because his wrestling was totally different from his judo.
Well, Kurt Angle was talking today about when he was training for pro wrestling. He basically had to forget everything that he'd ever learned in amateur wrestling.
Exactly.
And he said for a lot of guys that was hard. Was that hard for you, or did you just what mindset did you have?
Just the mindset was hard at first, but anything I tried to do, I always tried to do my best. But the mindset is hard at first because it's usually when they come and ask you to do a job or put somebody over, and you can just take this guy and with one hand and just, kick the crap out of him. Yeah, sometimes it was pretty hard to do. But the problem was, usually if the guy was a nice person, you'd go along with it. But if they were a bit of a, then it became hard. Or sometimes you just say, "No, with it, I ain't going to do it," and then maybe take them in there and stretch them a little bit.
One of the things though that I know, like WWF right now, they're trying to recruit a lot of amateur wrestlers and things like that. Is the idea that like training for pro wrestling for some athletes and for some people, certainly if you're not an athlete, it's pretty tough training. Now for you it was easy because you were world class. You were world class at another sport and training at that high level. And Angle and some of those other guys, the one thing where they feel is that when it comes to the training for the pro wrestling, they're not going to cry about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, because for the average person that's never really done anything as an athlete or done anything in athletics, the training can be really hard for them, But if you've done some type of amateur sports, I always laugh at that word amateur because actually most people that've done amateur wrestling or judo or anything, they've been in the sport like for 15, 20 years, So you're not really an amateur. You don't get paid. But if you've done that kind of that type of athletic training, going into pro wrestling is really nothing. The training is just really simple. I think.
Let's go to Mark in Connecticut. Mark, what's going on?
Hi, Brian. Hi, Dave. How you guys doing? I just had a question for Alan, and I'll keep this really short because I know you're running low on time. Mr. Kawaj, during your run in the WWF towards the latter half, actually it was towards the beginning, I'm sorry, maybe right after WrestleMania 4 in spring of '88, you worked that series with Bret Hart, and that was, if memory serves me, that was around the time where the WWF house show, they were really running the same match, almost move for move, in all the arenas at that time period. And it seemed like you guys were doing like the 20-minute time limit each and every night. Was that a challenge not to really be able to deviate from that too much? I mean, in terms of just a repetition of doing pretty much the same match night in and night out?
Well, see, the thing about it was when you worked with Bret, he wasn't imaginative. He didn't have an imagination. You had to go step by step with him. And so every night you did it that way just to make it easy on yourself. Because if you deviated from what you did the night before, he would get lost, And then the match became really screwed up. So
that could just seem really frustrating. I know. I mean, it's idiotic, but you do what you have to do to keep the job. It just, coming from Japan and with your background, it must have been one of the more difficult things to actually have to do to not be able to be really creative like you would like to have been. I'm sure.
Yeah, exactly. It was really hard, and actually, like if you went to for 1 week and you followed us, we did the same single match every night, the same moves, same everything, And
everyone did
I said, you kept it that way, especially with Bret, because if you deviated and went off somewhere else and tried to become creative, he was just totally lost, and then it was just a total fiasco. So the best thing to do was just keep it simple, do it the same way you did it every night, and get out in 1
sentiment. All right, guys. Well, thank you very much for taking my call. Take care now. Bye-bye.
Okay, you're very welcome, Mark. You know, one thing I want to ask you about is, I remember there was a period there, so I'm trying to remember which WrestleMania this would be before. WrestleMania, I guess before WrestleMania 5, I'm thinking. And you were working the house shows with Savage, and Savage was the champ, and he had actually just turned. Right. So he was a heel, and you were a heel, and you had to do this weird thing where he was the babyface in the match, even though he was a heel. Because I saw one of those matches in Chicago, and it was a good match, but it was very strange because he was trying to play babyface and heel at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. You know, they was going to start working that program with Hogan, so they wanted to try it with me, see what would happen, to have him work as a heel. Well, the people still, because he was working with me, and they disliked me more than him, I was still a heel in their eyesight, even though he was trying to work as a heel himself. It just didn't work out. The matches were really strange, you know.
Yeah, because I was
compared to when I first started working out with him, when he was just an all-out babyface, then it was a lot easier because all I had to do was my thing, you know.
Yeah, because it was weird. It was just interesting watching it. I mean, the people. I mean, I remember when I watched it, it was like, you know, I don't know if they're going to really hate him that much with Hogan, but I mean, when it came with Hogan, you know, he actually turned full-fledged heel. I always liked him as a heel. I thought he was a great heel.
Yeah, because I always thought he worked better as a heel either. And you know, for him to go with Hogan, because Hogan was such a big baby face that it became easy for him to turn as a heel. But you know, to work against me, who was probably at that time one of the ultimate heels, you know, it was hard for him to actually be more believable as a heel working against me. And I thought that was a stupid idea. I felt that they were going to go that way. They just should have let him work with somebody else, you know, like one of the top baby faces or something.
Did you of all the guys you worked with over there, did you get a favor? Was Jake? A lot of guys say Jake, which is funny.
Yeah.
You know,
Jake was my favorite to work with. I loved working with him because the guy had good psychology. He was a great worker. He had great timing and everything. And everything we did, it just clicked, you know. It just was just right. Like Hogan always had charisma. He was never a good worker, and I thought the last 5 years of his career he should have retired because he was really embarrassing himself. But he would just listen to you. Whatever you tell him to do in the ring, he would listen, and that's how you got a good match out of him. And Randy was good, but he was crazy. Like, you never knew one day from the next what Randy was going to be. If he was going to work halfway decent or if he was going to go totally nuts, you know, you never know. But Jake was always my favorite to work with. He was just really easy. It was a night off working with him. I used to just be looking forward to working with him. You know, he was really good.
Okay, my headset was cut off for a second, so I missed something there. Where was that at?
What's that?
I was cut off for a split second there.
Oh yeah, they were talking about. Well, I was just talking about Jake. How he was my favorite to work with in the WWF. Outside.
Now, did they do that snake angle with you? I think we talked about you didn't like that angle, right?
No, I didn't. Especially my wife really hated it because she knew Vince's way of trying to more or less put me into the role of Stephen Fetcher or somebody like that. You know, where always years ago when you saw the old 30s, 40s, 50 movies, always your African American was afraid of everything. You know, like Mantan Marlin or one of those characters. They were scared of their own shadow. You know. And this is what he was trying to portray with this nonsense with the snake. And my wife just hated it.
Hold on. Should we go to Griffin Berkeley? Yeah, okay, Griff, go ahead. We're running low on time.
Okay, hi Dave, how you doing? This is really quick, and it's kind of unrelated, but about the Lucha Libre show at the Rocapoco that you mentioned on The Observer.
Yeah.
What do you know about that in terms of how to get tickets, how to...
There's a phone number there. I think that it's supposed to be confirmed one way or the other tomorrow. I think that's what I had heard. But yeah.
Okay. Do you have any idea of the rest of the card, or?
No, I don't know anything else. I don't know if it's going to be local guys. I don't know any. I had just heard Santo and Blue Panther were coming up. That's it.
Okay. No problem then. Thank you very much. Appreciate your show.
Okay, you're very welcome. We're actually running out of time right here. I want to thank Bad News Alan and Oh, you're very, very welcome. He's one of our favorite guests. Real quick, tell everyone the website to get your wrestling essentials before we go.
Okay, yeah, it's WrestlingEssentials.com is the website, and the email is WrestlingEssentialsAtHome.com.
Okay? And Bad News Alan starting up that wrestling thing. And, of course, Brian will be here tomorrow. We're going to have Bobby Heenan on and probably someone from UFC as well. And we'll see everybody tomorrow at 5. How's it going, everybody? This is Dave Meltzer. We're going to be here for the next 2 hours talking pro wrestling. Our guest today will be Bruce Mitchell of Pro Wrestling Torch. And Brian Alvarez is not here. There was a huge earthquake in the Seattle area in Olympia, Washington, which is about not too far from where he lives. And I don't know if the phone lines are down, but we have been unable to contact him. So right now, if we can get him, he'll be on, but he's not here right now. So we will start with some wrestling news. Let's see. I guess the first thing to talk about, big story, of course, is that Jerry Lawler and the Cat Stacey Carter are no longer with the World Wrestling Federation, and I'm sure most of you know the details by now. As far as that part of it goes, what happened was that it's not exactly. I mean, there's been reported about angles. Basically what I think happened was this current angle, which is the the Cat and the right to nudity against the RTC and that program involving Jerry Lawler and the Cat. That angle was suggested by Jerry Lawler. It was both an angle for himself as well as an angle to get his wife Stacey Carter back on television in a prominent role, which in fact has happened. And as far as what happened yesterday, there were 4 segments planned for last night's SmackDown show in Tucson involving them, and I presume that part of the angle, because as the show went on, they kind of did, they did an angle where Val Venus had accidentally lapsed into his former persona, or had fell victim to weak will, and in the angle it was like that he had like sex with a woman, but they don't say who the woman is, and I'm presuming that was going to mean it was going to be the Cat. Now they did not refuse to do that angle. In fact, Jerry Lawler may have in fact written that angle himself. In fact, he may very well have, but the whole thing was going as it was planned. They had agreed to everything, so it was not a refusal to do anything. He left, she left. She left to go to the gym with Trish Stratus. He left, I think, to go eat after that was all gone over. He came back. She was not back yet, and Jim Ross told him that Vince McMahon had decided that they were going to drop the angle completely, and because of that she was being released. Now, obviously, there's more to the story than that. What that exactly is, it's a little soon. I think it may or may not come out. I think they may end up back. I mean, but this is not an angle. This part, as far as Lawler. So anyway, Lawler got the message from Jim Ross, and Ross goes, "Do you want to tell her, or will I tell her? That she's released, basically." And Lawler said, "I'll tell her, and then we're going to fly back to Memphis together." And basically, McMahon talked to him, and Ross talked to him, but Lawler, quit the company, flew back home. He's home today, and that's the situation right now as it stands. Taz was in New York. I think that, and so he was not at the tapings. So they had Jim Ross do the announcing. I don't think with Michael Cole for SmackDown that's going to air on tomorrow night. I don't think that will be a permanent team. I think Taz is probably going to get, I'm sure he'll get one of the slots. I don't know if he's ready. The problem is you're talking about 3 slots because you've got the pay-per-views once a month, including Mania coming up. You got Raw, and you got SmackDown, and he's already doing Heat, and that's a lot of announcing for anyone to do and not wear thin, especially, I don't know that Taz, in the long run, I don't know if he's got the staying power, so to speak, to pull this off. I guess we'll either find out or they're going to get someone else. A lot of talk about Bobby Heenan. They can get Bobby Heenan if they want him. I mean, the decision was made when Bobby Heenan was released by WCW. There was talk about Bobby Heenan, and basically Vince McMahon made the decision that they did not want Bobby Heenan, and that's why there was no offer made or anything like that. Now, they may change their mind. They may not. I don't know what. I really don't know any more about that. I haven't heard much from WWF as far as any official position, as far as how this affects the Memphis developmental situation, because Lawler was kind of the intermediary in that as well. Nobody seems to know anything on that either. There's a lot of There's a lot of ways this thing can go. This is probably going to end up being a bigger story than a smaller story because of the developmental thing. A lot depends on, again, Lawler has a contract. If they do not release him from his contract, he certainly couldn't go to work for WCW. If they do, it depends on what kind of a release, if it's conditional or unconditional. And I don't know which one they would do. We got Brian here. Brian, how are you?
Hey, I'm here.
Oh, wow. What happened?
My phone is like all screwed up, so I have no idea what's going on, but I'm here.
How was the earthquake?
I think it's a lot worse than I think that the coverage on the news is a lot worse than it actually is, because, I was at the gym like 20 minutes after the earthquake, and, we're all here in Seattle, and we're just working out, and everything's all happy and everything like that, and we're sitting here watching the big TV screens, and, they got pictures of these buildings that have, like, collapsed and these fires and everything like that, and we're all just sitting there going, this can't be taking place in Seattle. We're here in Seattle, and we don't see any of this, so... I didn't lose power or anything like that. I guess my voicemail screwed up, but, I don't know. Everything's fine.
Oh, okay. What is it, 7.0 earthquake?
Yeah, it was like a 7. Actually, I was like driving to the gym on the freeway, and like a year ago I got this recall notice for my car. It's not like my steering wheel could come right off. Like in a cartoon, I just hand it to the passenger, and I just like totally ignored it. And I'm driving down the freeway, and my car just started shaking. And I thought, oh my God, my steering wheel's coming off. And turned out it was an earthquake, so it was pretty exciting, but far less exciting than they're making it out to be on TV, so that's that.
Well, when we had the 7, which I believe was a 7.1, which was during the World Series, and I think, was it 1989, I'm thinking? Was it 1989 World Series? Does that sound right? Okay,
sure.
I was just told it was definitely 1989. That was really bad.
Yeah.
That was real bad. I just remember the shaking and everything. I was on the phone when that was going on, and I thought I was living in an apartment on the second floor, and I was like, as that thing was shaking, I was going, this is going down, and I'm gonna be buried in rubble. It was just like I got under a table, like they kind of teach you in school, and I felt like this.
Which I think is totally
down.
Stupid.
What? Yeah, well, that's what they teach you. When you panic, you just remember the last thing you were taught, and. Then the earthquake was over, and everybody was freaking out, and then we all went outside because we didn't want to be near any buildings, and there was a million aftershocks. See, that's the other thing. On something that big, there's going to be a bunch of aftershocks.
Well, what they said was like it was a deep earthquake, like 30 miles down, so there probably wouldn't be any aftershocks. And okay. I guess because it was so deep, that's why there wasn't a lot of damage. And we're just like laughing at the gym because, like our local news, they found like 3 buildings that had some damage. And so for like 45 minutes straight, they just keep showing these same shots of these same 3 buildings to make it look like Seattle's just been leveled by this, like Godzilla came through the city. And we're just sitting there going, yeah, this is great. This is great news.
Yeah, they had an earthquake here, I think it was Sunday night because it was after the pay-per-view. And it was a pretty good sized one, but it was enough of a deal because usually earthquakes are, if you don't live out here and don't, live through, a few of them every year, they're far worse. Like, people will go, how can you live out there because of the earthquakes? And believe me, I would rather live through one of those than a tornado. Those things are bad. But, earthquake, it shakes you for about 5 seconds, a big one maybe 25 seconds, and then it's over. And maybe if you have a real big one, like your books will be knocked off the shelf. And I think that probably, the one in 89 probably would have done that. But that's like in 11 years, so the books get knocked off the shelf. Usually it's not, I don't know.
It was totally no big deal. Nothing got knocked down here. I didn't lose power. My cat didn't even freak out. It was just, okay, great. We had an earthquake.
All right. Well, so we'll talk about something that freaked
out.
everybody
I am far more embarrassed about Mardi Gras last night. I'm totally embarrassed about my city.
About what?
Mardi Gras.
What about that?
Riots and everything and people doing violence downtown.
Oh, yeah. What's your thoughts as far as Lawler and the Cat?
Actually, I just put a poll up on the website last night, and apparently, actually I haven't even looked at the results yet, but I got an email saying that I guess a lot of people think this is like a huge blow, and I don't think it's so much a big deal that Cat's gone, but I think it's a big deal that Lawler's gone. Because
Cat being gone is not a deal at all.
Yeah.
Lawler being gone is a big hole because...
him and Ross are just so awesome together.
Yeah. And plus you're talking about Raw and SmackDown. and Heat. Well, I mean, and pay-per-views. I mean, because Taz is doing Heat. But I mean, that's a lot of airtime to fill. Maybe an opening. Who knows?
I mean, just to me, it's kind of like losing Ross would be a huge deal, and losing Lawler would be a huge deal, but losing that combo is like almost a bigger deal. I mean, they're so great together.
Yeah, there's a chemistry there.
I mean, who are you going to put Ross with that's going to work with him like that?
Well, they put Taz on the pay-per-view, and it was a huge drop-off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's not an angle, just in case, because I got a lot of emails last night going, this smells like an angle. It's not. As I said, there may be a lot more that comes out of this in the next week or so. Right now, actually, I talked to Lawler, and he didn't really want to talk about anything right now. And haven't heard anything back from WWF on it. So I'm sure I will within the next couple of days. I think that's inevitable. I think that they're just glad to get through that TV. God, Ross had to do the TV last night.
And speaking of angles and what's an angle and what's not, where in the hell is Hunter?
He was on TV again last night.
That's kind of weird.
No, it's really weird. It's really weird, but, again...
I mean, everyone you talk to goes, oh, yeah, he's just fine, everything's great. But then you think, yeah, everything's so great, he's missed TV for 2 days after having a great match.
I think he was there, though.
Yeah.
They just didn't put him on. It's, who knows? Who knows? Maybe there's, something where, they have some big plan. I mean, because no one's really panicking or anything about it. It is very weird.
It's not like a big story. It's just strange.
Oh, no. I mean, Monday. You know what I thought back at that TV? Monday was just so weird because they had that pay-per-view replay to hype. They had, one of the better matches that they've put on in many years, and they didn't really build it up that big. And then the idea that Austin just got beat, they just, ignored. And it's one of the things is, and I complain about WCW doing this, is that when you do something that should be newsworthy and you don't hype it as being newsworthy, then it's not. And then, if it was a big deal that Hunter beat Austin and they've ignored it, hey, it's not a big deal. And then what that means is that when someone beats someone at any point in time, it's just not a big deal. And that's not what you want out of wrestling, that when someone beats someone, because then results are meaningless. And once results are meaningless, I mean, the only thing that means something is extreme angles. And once you do that, you're going to burn people out on extreme angles real fast.
Yeah. I don't think a week is going to hurt it too bad. I mean, if they do something huge with him on Monday, I think that's okay, but
oh yeah, no, but
not.
I think that no, okay. As far as Hunter, no, it's not going to hurt him. As far as not even mentioning the match the day after the match, I think that was a huge mistake. Whether he's going to be there or not, I think that you need to go in there. I think you need to have Austin address it. Austin didn't address it, and if Austin doesn't care, then why do we as fans care?
Yeah.
If he's not mad that he lost, why would us as wrestling fans or Steve Austin fans be concerned that he lost? And if we're not concerned when Austin loses, because it almost never happens, and it's not a big deal, then winning and losing is not a big deal. It's not good. I'm sorry. So anyway, that's my thoughts on that. Let's see. The XFL Vice President of Sales, Bob Reardon, resigned today. He's going to the College Television Network, which I've never even heard of.
So it's not a step up? Actually, it may be a step up.
It may be. He may know something that we think we know, but that comes right after. Of course, they're one of the things they're having to do make good. So a lot of the ads on the upcoming shows are going to be basically freebies. Plus, they had to lower the ad rates because of the ratings, and I could see. Doesn't surprise me. Probably won't be the last guy that we see do this. Very disturbing poll results again for Monday Night's Wrestling. Raw was better 39%. Nitro was better 15%. Didn't watch Raw 2%. Didn't watch Nitro 19%. Didn't watch Raw or Nitro 25%. Now what that means is that 44% of our listeners did not watch Nitro and 27% did not watch Raw. Now usually the percentage that doesn't watch Raw
listeners to this show are hardcore fans.
You would think. And that's what's really. But the thing is, let's see, 44% is way high on Nitro, and then 27% is way high on Raw, and so many people didn't even watch either show. So, God, that is. Anyway, and coming off, that WCW poll from last week on their pay-per-view, not good at all. Let's see. They had a press conference today in Japan with Mitsuharu Misawa and Yoshihiro Takayama, and Takayama is going to go into Pride. And I don't, I guess if they're putting him in like a setup fight or a worked fight, that's one thing. But if he's going to go into Pride, it's like one of the top heels in the Noah group, main event tag team. I just, as I said, if it's like against a real opponent, that is so dumb. But I guess we'll find out, because hopefully everyone in wrestling, in Japanese wrestling, learned a lesson from Kendo Kashin. It's just like, what happened to him? It's like he went in there to prove he was real. He got knocked out in 2 minutes, and he's been dead ever since. And there's nothing that, granted they haven't tried to rehabilitate him, but he comes in the ring and does all his moves, and no one believes anything he does. And you don't want your top heel in that position. Believe me. So hopefully...
I guess Inoki kind of tried with Sakuraba.
In what sense?
But he still lost.
What do you mean about Sakuraba? Oh, but putting Sakuraba against Kendo Kashin later? Yeah. Well, that was to rehabilitate him. But even that match, that match really didn't have a ton of heat either.
No.
Considering, and it wasn't a bad match or anything. Oh, it was real late in the night, and that New Year's Eve show was a long show. Way too long for a wrestling show. Some of those undercard matches were way too long. Let's see, WWF debuted this week, number 2 on the Billboard charts, 177,000 units sold, which is like a ton. Let's see, we should go and talk about, do I have my SmackDown notes here? Actually, I do. Where are they? I believe they are right here. SmackDown last night from Tucson, Arizona. It opened with Kurt Angle challenging either The Rock or Steve Austin. The first one who comes down, he was going to break their ankle in a match, so he's getting to be more of a badass. And the first one to come down was Steve Austin. And Vince McMahon made that match and also made Rock versus Regal for the WWF title. Then they had Lita and Matt Hardy beat Crash and Molly Holly. Nothing much there other than Matt Hardy and Lita kissed at the end. They had a thing backstage. Bubba Ray was on the payphone. I don't know if he was calling 1-800-COLLECT or not. And Christian attacked him to lay him out, which set up a match later in the show. Benoit beat X-Pac when Eddie Guerrero helped him out, but Benoit was mad because he did not want Eddie Guerrero's help. He went clean with a crossface, so all of you fans of X-Pac not doing jobs, well, he did one right in the middle.
Clean?
With a crossface. Clean.
Clean or Eddie helped?
Eddie helped a little, but it was clean to the crossface.
Okay.
The Radicals were all beating up Justin Credible to keep him from helping out, but Benoit mad at Eddie. Rock beat Regal on a DQ when Angle interfered. Rock made his own save, clocked Regal with a chair and chased Angle away. They did an angle, and this actually this was probably an angle the angle that involved the cat last night actually, except she wasn't there, where Val Venus had sex with a woman, but the woman, I guess, is not mentioned who it was, because she's not with the company, I guess. And the rest of the RTC beat him up and humiliated him for showing weakness. Then they did an interview, and he basically did. Now, what was the name of that preacher that used to always ask for forgiveness, Brian?
There's about a million.
It killed me last night. I couldn't come up with the guy's name. Jimmy Swaggart. See, I do the Observer. I spend hours. I can't come up with a name. Then I think about it for 1 second a day. With a good night's sleep.
Your subconscious has been working on it all night.
It took me 1 second bringing it up now, and I remember Jimmy Swaggart. I was asking everyone in the house. I go, "Who's the guy? Who's this guy?" And everyone's going, "Jerry Falwell." I said, "It's not Jerry Falwell." Anyway, so much for that. And then Billy Graham. It's it's not Billy Graham for sure. Okay. Anyway,
maybe they meant superstar Billy Graham.
I think they did. Anyway, let me just. I'll just finish this up, and then we'll head to a break. Let's see. So they had a 6-man tag. It was Devon Dudley, Undertaker, and Kane against Rikishi, Haku, and Christian. And Kane and Devon did the Waz Up spot, which is on Haku, which I guess probably is pretty funny. Undertaker powerbombed Christian to win, which isn't funny at all. Actually, very predictable.
What a surprise!
That's a shocker. And then the main event, Austin and Angle. There's no finish. Maybe a DQ on Angle or a no contest. Rock interfered, Regal interfered, and that's kind of how it ends. Brian, how did the issue turn out?
Actually turned out pretty good. Only problem, of course, the earthquake. and the power went out of the print shop. But luckily all I had to do was fold them. And then, of course, they folded the inside page the wrong way, so I got to refold all of them. But other than that, just great.
Really? You know,
It's every week something happens, though.
Yeah, I'll only say this once, but I don't know. I just didn't like my issue at all this week, so just didn't like it. I don't know
You
why.
were gone all week, though.
Yeah, but that's not the I don't know what it is. I just I mean, I got all the coverage of the pay-per-view of the UFC, a lot of stuff on the UFC. I think that a lot of XFL, a lot of all the WWF, WCW stuff just seemed like the WCW stuff was just too
depressing.
Maybe that's the word. It's
I got
so
depressed too.
When I really think about it, it's so hard. And the guys there, when the sale was announced and everything like that, everybody was, those first two shows were good and everybody was happy. And now all of a sudden, between the ratings and the Booker T decision, it was the Booker T decision. Just, I haven't talked to anyone who didn't say the same thing about it, which was exactly what we said yesterday. So
panic.
Well, here's the basic deal is that the ratings are going to be horrible. I mean, they're going to be horrible with him or without him. They're going to be horrible from now until everything changes, whatever everything changes means.
And even
they
then,
never get better. Okay, but I mean, the bottom line is that you just can't react to the weekly ratings right now. It can't be done because they're going to be terrible.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you could start feuding one of the announcers with one of the coaches.
We have not seen if that will work yet, though.
Yeah, we'll find out. I don't think it will, but we'll find out.
How could it?
We'll find out on Saturday. Any more news before we start hitting emails?
I don't think so.
Okay. This is from Tim. He says this is a major blow to the WWF. It's just what WCW needs to get some viewers away from the WWF that watch and just listen to Lawler. It may not be many, but some is better than none. We don't know that Lawler's going to be able to go to WCW. I mean, it depends on the kind of release Vince McMahon gives him. It depends on a lot of things. They may make up. I mean, logic tells me that both sides in this case, this is not now. They could do the hard line on Stacey Carter and all that, and no one's going to miss her at all. But the bottom line is that Jerry Lawler needs the WWF because Jerry Lawler needs that big public platform to remain a celebrity, and I think he's smart enough to know what happened to Sable and all the other people who thought they didn't need the WWF and did. Okay. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, they really do need him because they got nobody else that can do his job. And I mean, I think that's one of the reasons why he probably felt he could get away with leaving because of that. I mean that to fill that many hours. So I mean, they could. Logic tells me that they're going to make up. Now, I'm not predicting that they will, but that's just what logic would tell me. So.
I'm just trying to think about who would be the next best announcer in line after Lawler, and it's like, who is that? Michael Cole?
Oh God, no. Michael Cole and Jim Ross. Well, we'll find out tomorrow. But the thing is,
but who's next behind Lawler?
Taz.
Taz, and right there, that was a huge drop off.
Yeah, or Michael Hayes. Michael Hayes was good in the mid '80s. He was.
So was Hogan. Well, actually, no, he wasn't.
No, he wasn't.
What the hell am I talking
about? But Greg Valentine was.
Yes, Greg Valentine.
Let's see. This is from Chris, who says, I know why the WWF wanted Lawler out. It's clear now we're going to get a press release on how the reason for the ratings decline of the XFL was Jerry Lawler's commentary, how it turned off sponsors due to his comments about the cheerleaders. Yeah. And then he goes, wouldn't it be funny if Honky Tonk Man came in as the color man? Yeah, it would be. Actually, in a weird way, that would be funny.
Tom Zink.
No.
Doors open.
Hey, I'll tell you, everyone's going to mention Heenan.
That's right.
Hey, if he can go through a year like Friday, then that'd be the choice. But I don't know. I mean, he didn't do it in WCW, that's for sure. It's from Tom Green, who goes...
I want to make one comment about Heenan real quick. Heenan, he was talking about how he was never really happy in WCW, even like during the hot period. So you really can't blame a decline in announcing at the end because the product got bad, because he didn't like it when it was hot.
That's right.
Just getting burned out and working with a horrible crew and, year off, couple months off.
He didn't care.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see.
Plus, he was so frustrated with like the backstage politics and everything like that. I don't know. I think maybe just WWF's a better fit for him. Who knows?
It's been a lot of years.
Yeah.
But, the bottom line is that whatever year that was when they got rid of him, 93, 94, I mean, they got rid of him because Vince thought he was too old. Also his contract was high. There were a lot of reasons that they got rid of him then. And it's like, he's 8 years older, 7 years older now.
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
7 years older than Lawler.
Yeah.
Which ain't that much, actually.
Yeah, but Lawler, to Lawler's credit, Lawler's 51, but Lawler really doesn't act like a 51-year-old. Whereas Heenan, when he makes references, there are all those references to stuff
things that happened in the 50s.
50s and 60s, like Ozzie and Harriet and all that kind of stuff. And, Lawler at least makes, modern references.
Yeah.
It's like the movie that came out last Friday as opposed to, Gone with the Wind or something. Okay. It's from Thomas Green. Let me think about this one. Just look at these names. Okay, who would win, out of the following 8 wrestlers, who do you think would win a shoot tournament? Okay, whoever was the luckiest, but we'll try to do a better thing. Naoya Ogawa, Scott Steiner, Rick Steiner, Masato Tanaka, Kurt Angle, Ron Waterman, Brock Lesnar, and Taz. Okay, first of all, Naoya Ogawa, no submissions, got a little bit of stand-up. Scott Steiner's
Silver
really
medalist.
Scary. What?
Silver medalist.
Silver medalist in the Olympics, but that's 9 years ago. Scott Steiner is very scary. If someone had stamina, they'd beat him.
Probably too big.
Rick Steiner, no. Masato Tanaka, no. Ron Waterman, maybe. Ron Waterman's competed in it the most recent. Decent wrestler.
How did he do?
Well, he's a mid-level guy.
Yeah.
Not. I mean, if he went in there with Kurt Angle would take him down. I mean, no problem. And, Kurt Angle's a million times better wrestler than Ron Waterman. But, Kurt Angle is not schooled in submissions or finishing.
Mm-hmm.
I would guess, of those names...
Brock Lesnar hasn't been out that long.
No, Brock Lesnar, I would say, that was what I was going to say. I would say Brock Lesnar of all of them would be the best wrestler because he was wrestling, only a couple months ago, which Kurt Angle hasn't wrestled in 4 years, 5 years, 4.5 years. So I would say, from pure wrestling, if all these guys were in a wrestling tournament, Brock Lesnar, I would think, would win. Ultimate's a little different. I would say, Ogawa, Lesnar, and Angle would certainly, put it this way.
How did Masato Tanaka get in there?
I don't know. Well, Taz is in there too, so what is, you know what I mean?
Yeah, how'd he get in there?
The myth of
so he didn't choke out Paul Varlund.
Yeah, right after Missy Hyatt slept with Paul Varlund to weaken him. Not even to weaken him, to get him to agree to do it.
Weaken him? Oh, boy.
What?
To weaken him.
That was stupid.
That one will, you'll never live that one down.
Okay.
Now, I once heard Dave say that Paul Varlund was weakened in his fight with Taz.
Mentally weakened. He said, okay, I'll do the job. If Perry Saturn does a run-in, I'm not going to do it clean.
That's right.
Let's see. Now, where were we? Bruce Mitchell's on the line. Let me see. Let me just figure this one out now. Am I really going to try to... Let's see. Kurt Angle, Brock Lesnar, Naoya Ogawa. Okay, here is my feeling. If they had time to train, Kurt Angle, because he's the smartest and quickest to adapt to things, showing pro wrestling as an example, that Kurt Angle would go to a train with the right guy, who'd be Frank Shamrock, okay? And Kurt Angle, with that training, would come in shape, and he would win, okay? So, but if they were going in tomorrow, I would say... Ogawa. Yeah, Ogawa, because he knows submissions, and Lesnar and Kurt wouldn't know how to defend the submissions once they got on. They take him on the ground, and then Ogawa would figure out a way to submit him because they wouldn't be able to avoid the submission.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Ogawa if, definitely, I'd say Ogawa tomorrow. That was a long time for that question. We got Bruce Mitchell on the line. Bruce, what's going on?
What's going on, guys?
Hey.
Gosh, I don't know. What do you think about Lawler?
Well, I'm up to date I just got in from work, so I'm up to date as of last night. But it's interesting. I don't know what candidates are out there to take his place, and it depends on why too, and it depends on whether it's just a tantrum and they'll kiss and make up. soon.
I don't think they're going to kiss and make up right away.
Yeah.
I don't think. And it's basically Lawler doing it out of loyalty to his wife.
Right.
I don't think there's any real heat with Lawler, but he's not, unless they take her back, which they won't do, because they're not going to back down. It's that same thing that happened with
especially with a low-level player.
Well, I sense this as something very similar to what happened with Vince McMahon and Jesse Ventura 11 years ago.
Yeah.
It was like, again, Vince and Jesse did at that moment need each other because it took Jesse 2 years to get into WCW. Not that Jesse hasn't done well in the world since then. And Vince put Heenan in there and didn't miss a beat, but the fact is you have two guys who, Ventura is not going to back down. That's for whatever we're going to say, if you get Ventura in a thing, he won't back down. And Vince is not going to back down. So in this one, I think you've got a situation where Vince isn't going to back down. Lawler might, but he's not going to do it quickly.
Right. Well, the other thing, though, to me, is Lawler, to me, has always been about the money. And, to me, and I wonder whether he doesn't wake up in a week and go, oh, man, I want the money.
Not over the wife.
Yeah.
But if there was no wife involved, I would think that would
this never would have happened.
Well, none of this would have happened. That's right. But you have a situation where if you have, and again, I don't know what she's saying. I don't want to, put something in people's mouths that isn't there. But just the pressure, if he's trying to show loyalty to her for whatever reason, she has to agree for him to go back, and she really was fired and probably is pretty upset about it.
Right.
So that makes things pretty difficult.
Well, that's true, but she may be more upset when her sugar daddy doesn't have as much sugar. I hate to.
Well,
it's kind of a mean way to put it, but.
Well, Lawler's made a lot of money.
Yeah.
I don't know his financial situation, but he was never a big spender or anything like that. I think Lawler can go along. He can go for a long time before they're going to sit there and be worrying about money. So, and it's not like Lawler can't go to Memphis and get, like endorsements and things like that for, to carry him for a year or two.
Right.
You know what I mean? Coming off of this TV. And it's not like he probably, it's not like I would expect that his phone will be ringing off the hook for a while just because, he was a big time player on New York TV, whether it's for TV ads or for independent wrestling dates, you know what I'm saying? Well, he can always do the independents. He's been doing that anyway. He can just do more of that. Not that pays great, but I don't know. I don't think he's going to be destitute anytime soon.
Yeah. Well, I didn't mean to be destitute. I'm sort of like you get used to a certain amount of money, and then all of a sudden you don't have that money coming in, and you're about the money. I could see where that would put some pressure, but you're right. It depends on a lot of things. It depends on how upset she is too.
Yeah, it's a hard one to read. Let's see. Let's get some more email stuff here. Can you see Bobby Heenan on an XFL game? Oh God, he would be terrible.
One thing you guys
was commentator.
You guys were talking about Bobby Heenan. I was listening. There's the other thing. I'm trying to think of a way to say this, but Bobby Heenan had some problems that Jerry Lawler doesn't have, and they didn't get all that much better in WCW the last couple of years, and that would be a factor too to me.
I think that's the main factor.
Yeah.
Second, is SummerSlam still in San Jose? Yes, it is. Okay, it was listed on the WF websites. Now it says to be announced. Well, maybe I'll check on that. Let's see. I hope that WF Judgment Day in Sacramento shows the WWF that the fans here are great and it should be a regular TV venue. The problem with doing TV out here is it's an absolute pain for everyone involved because they gotta fly from the East Coast to the West Coast, and you lose a day of work if they do the TV out here. Like if you do the TV, and they come out here a couple times a year, and they were in Tucson last night. But if you do the TV in Washington D.C. or Baltimore or Philadelphia. After TV, the guys who are working the office, they're back in the office Wednesday morning. You do the TV in, like in Los Angeles or Sacramento or whatever, on the West Coast. They're not back in the office till Thursday, and these guys, take my word for it, and not just, Ross where it's obvious and Vince where it's obvious because of all they're doing. All of these guys are so incredibly overworked, and that losing a day of work during the week, my God, when you're overworked and you lose a day of work by flying across the country, it sucks. It just sucks. Let's see. I think that if Jerry Lawler decides to stay distant from the WWF, he won't be badly off. He's a legend in the business. He doesn't need the WWF. He doesn't need WCW. He's rich. He'll always be respected, and his career is fulfilled.
That's what a lot of people think when they first get fired or leave.
You know, the
About,
other thing
6
is,
months later, they change their tune.
you know, wrestling's so transitory. Fame in wrestling's so transitory. Yes, he is a legend in the business, but to these fans, he's the funny guy on Raw, and if he's gone, they'll forget him.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's see. This has to do with Japanese wrestling and Chris Jericho. A while back, he wrestled in Japan during his stint in WCW. I watched tape from New Japan Wrestling, and Chris Jericho wrestled as Super Liger. I was wondering if he did some sort of an angle leading up to this, and whether or not he did so on other occasions. It was fun to watch, being that Chris really sells the match as if he was Liger. He used all of Liger's trademark moves, and besides his gold locks and his voice, which you can pick out, his style was totally modified to be Liger style. Great stuff on an awesome New Japan card. New Japan didn't like it. In fact, they never even put that match on television. When Jericho was going to go there to feud with Liger as the Super Liger or whatever it was, and he did the one match at the Tokyo Dome. They didn't like it, and he was never used in that role again. Just they nixed it. We got a ton of emails with suggestions for the new WWF color commentator, which we'll talk about in a second. Bruce, before we go on, where do you see wrestling in a year?
In trouble, because I think not the cyclical nature of wrestling, but the cyclical nature of fads. WWF has gotten a lot of exposure. Vince McMahon's gotten a lot of exposure, and not such good exposure as the XFL. And there doesn't seem to be, except for Kurt Angle, that really great wrestler to sell tickets coming up. That even Rock and Austin are going to start going down. And just
the other thing with Rock is Rock, and a lot of people don't know this, but Rock's goal is to be out of the wrestling business in 3 years.
I'm not surprised. I really
and go into the acting business.
Right.
I mean that's his goal. Whether he can achieve that or not, but that is his goal.
Well, that's not in a lot of ways that's not a bad goal, but I mean they really you've got that. So I wonder if the WWF can sustain it, and that's the key question because the economics of television now just make it so hard for anybody else to come in, and you've got a lot of veteran wrestlers and wrestling personnel who are veterans at failing and not necessarily succeeding. So I think it's going to be tough. And I know you and I talked about this before, but if UFC could reestablish itself and get back on pay-per-view and get some sort of place on cable television, then maybe we'd have two very different types of companies, a very different type of contrast to go to. But I mean, I just think the industry being one company is kind of a scary prospect.
You think WCW will be dead?
I think WCW is dead. I think they don't know it. I mean, I think WCW is going to be dead. And, I don't know what it's going to be in a month or 6 months, but it's dead.
I wonder what the economics are with WCW. So dumping all the contracts of the, when they run out, a year plus, right?
Yeah.
When these big money deals, not renewing those guys, letting those guys go to Vince McMahon if he'll take them. And if he takes some of them, it's going to hurt him anyway. But and then going with the young guys, running 4 nights a week in a regional area, not expecting much at the gate, but doing it almost like, it sounds so backwards when I think about this, but, a low-budget thing, and then just try to produce good television and get good creative angles. What?
Who is he doing this? Fusion? Turner?
Whoever owns it.
Whoever owns it. You have to have some discipline in doing that. I mean, you couldn't be like...
But you can't... I mean, the whole key is you can't pay guys more than, say, $250,000.
Yeah.
And that would be the top guys, and most of the guys would be making, 100, which is, they're not going to make that on the independent level, so they're not, they're not going to...
They have no other choice.
They're not going to be able to make what they make in WWF and just make that basic thing that we're not equipped to lose. Kind of
what ECW did though, and look what happened.
Yeah, they lost all their talent. In doing that, you will lose all your talent. As soon as they get hot, they're going to go to the other place because there's more money. Now,
I'm saying small regional territory, the young guys, syndicated TV or whatever.
You sign them all at the beginning. You start your company, you sign all the young guys that you want for whatever 3 or 4 year thing, and at the end of the 4 years, either you keep them or let them go. Either you've grown your company to where you can afford to give them raises and keep them up, or you haven't. And you're gambling in 3 or 4 years that somebody's going to break out, and actually be a star and have some star power and be able to sell some other things and get some more revenue in there, and then you can start raising salaries. And if not, it's kind of a moot point anyway.
I'm just looking at how, like, ECW, I mean, they didn't work out financially, and it really didn't have anything to do with their guys being taken. It was just, it didn't work. Did they ever make any money?
I think there was a period there where, I don't know that they were ever...
Maybe a little bit.
I don't know that they were ever really profitable. No.
I mean, that's the thing. You'd have to run a good product that people could get into. You'd have to have some discipline, and you couldn't drop angles and start things up and stop things up and run it like, we've seen wrestling promotions on the cheap run. You'd have to really, we're going to do this right at this level, and then hope that it took off. And if it's like ECW and the approach just didn't take off when it got on TNN, when it got on pay-per-view, it didn't grow, and you'd have to hope the thing would grow. And up against the glitz and the glamour of the World Wrestling Federation, that's a tough call.
Well, I mean, that's the big problem with the way the landscape is so different now from 1981 in doing 1981 wrestling is there's a World Wrestling Federation with all those stars who really are stars who are on that great produced television, and that's your competition. And unless you look competitive with them, because they have so many hours of television, the wrestling fans are just going to watch the other guy's television. And I think that's one of the reasons why WCW's, and it's one of many reasons why WCW's ratings have gone down. The other is just people obviously grew frustrated with the storylines, no payoffs, and just the whole product in general.
Yeah, I mean they've had two things going at them at the same time. The cancer from within, and then they just WWF has been so good, and you can see it. I mean, it's why it's hard to sell independent wrestling tickets or whatever, because turn on your television and there it is, there it is on the air free. Great stuff, great production values, payoffs, all the rest of it. You can follow the whole thing.
Here's another. We got a whole bunch of emails. I'm going to go through these as far as names of color commentators potentially. Jim Cornette. If they begged him to do it, he would do it, but he would be very unhappy, and I think it wouldn't work out because he would be so unhappy doing it.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to leave Louisville. He'll be
got
on
the
Monday.
greatest job in the world.
He's got his ultimate job. He doesn't want to go on, and he hates flying, and he would hate it if he's doing it.
He doesn't like the style either. He doesn't really like.
Yeah. I think that some of it he doesn't mind now, but because when he didn't really like the style, that was when Russo was writing it. Right. And that was a different product than now.
Yeah.
And he didn't like that at all. Paul Heyman, I don't think Paul Heyman wants to do it. And that name's been mentioned a lot. I just don't see it.
I figured that one would be mentioned a lot. I don't know that it's been a long time for Paul. I don't know that there's ups and downs with doing color commentary.
You know what else? A lot of people remember Paul Heyman and Jim Ross, but I don't think they really remember him. I mean, Bruce, you remember him.
Yeah, I know.
They had their good points, but there was times when that's a clash of egos that got very ugly at times, and ugly in the point where you didn't want to watch it because it made you uncomfortable. Yeah. And other times they were very good, but it's Paul. Believe me, Paul has his way of doing things, and Jim Ross has his way of doing things, and neither of them are very good at compromising their own way of doing things. And each's way of doing things is entirely different from the others. Entirely.
Yeah, and now it'd be Jim Ross totally established. Paul Heyman, after being the boss and answering to Paul Heyman and pretty much nobody else, he'd have to be he'd be the new guy, and that'd be a real tough thing. That'd be a tough chemistry.
Don Callis. You never say never, but Don Callis did not leave WWF. He didn't have a great experience in WWF.
I got to bring something up real quick, speaking of commentators, because Ric Flair did it on Monday. It's February 28th. Isn't Flair's contract up?
I don't know. Let me check.
I thought it was like in February. I was almost sure of it.
February, March. I thought so too, but they may have renewed him, while we were all asleep.
I hope so, because otherwise they got another Haku on their hands.
I don't know. That's true. I'm sure they have, because they wouldn't. I just don't see them letting that, putting Ric Flair on in such a prominent role if his contract was running out that soon. So I bet
kind of what we thought about Haku.
Nah, but nobody cared about Haku.
That's true.
They
couldn't have put the title on him.
The hardcore title, yeah, that really. What a big deal that is. No.
Okay, here is the question: which match was better, Helmsley and Austin or Benoit and Jericho? They're so different.
Helmsley and Austin. I'll answer that. In my opinion.
Yeah, I think I'll say that too.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty close though. Let's see. If WWF doesn't give Jerry Lawler an unconditional release, do they have to pay him? No, because he quit. They don't have to pay a guy who quits. Let's see. Do you think Vince would rehire Stacey Carter so he doesn't lose Lawler? No. He just won't. There's a petition out there to bring back Stacey Carter. I don't know why it annoys me. Bruce, why does it annoy me when I go, there's a petition out there to get the WWF to rehire them? There's something about it. It's like, you know.
It's it's a cliche, but get a life. I mean, I'm just like a petition. All the issues in this world, a petition to get back. She's going to be fine. Get out of it. Is she that entertaining? Is she that good?
Okay, but the thing is, if there was a petition to rehire the Blue Meanie, then there could be one to rehire Jerry Lawler, because of the two, one is very valuable and the other one, you know what I mean?
Hey, don't forget the Bring Back Viscera campaign.
Yeah, it's not that big a deal. I mean, it's just not that big, how much entertainment value have we all gotten out of Stacey Carter? With one notable exception, not a ton. So.
Yep. Let's see, Johnny Polo. Actually, that's not the worst choice of all.
Mm-hmm.
He could be, if they had him, that is not the worst choice of all. I think he'd be better than Taz.
He's done some stunts on SmackDown lately, yeah, and I think he would be better than Taz. I'm kind of up and down on Taz on Heat, but really didn't think he came through on that pay-per-view. I was disappointed in that.
Let's see. This is from Jerry. He goes, I just listened to Billy Gunn's new theme song, and Brian's right. It is, on every level, the most offensive and terrible theme song I've ever heard. The WF music department must hate this guy. There are people who do.
Not as bad as Ass Man.
I was about to say, could it be as bad as Ass Man?
It's not. Ass Man is worse. But the fact that it's been 2 in a row for this guy cannot be a coincidence.
Okay, what about Joey Styles? Not as a color guy. I don't know. What is this?
Styles and Ross would be kind of a strange combo.
Yeah. Who in Memphis Championship Wrestling and OVW do you see being elevated to the WWF? I live in Northeast Arkansas and Memphis, so I follow them close. I'd say Sugar Schultz, who I've seen a little of, Rico Constantino. The problem with Rico Constantino is his age. That's going to really work against him. Pete Gas. Oh, Pete Gas. He's got a better body than he used to have, considerably. Let's see. If Jerry Lawler never goes back, do you think he knows secrets that can hurt Vince?
You think Vince knows secrets that can hurt Jerry?
Probably both.
Yeah.
Probably both. Let's go to Chris in Long Island. Chris, what's going on?
Hi, how's it going?
It's going pretty good.
I was just curious about the Lawler situation. Do you think, this might be reading way too much into it, but it seems like if they would just out of the blue release the cat, when they had her involved in an angle they were at least pushing on TV and on pay-per-view, that they sort of knew that Lawler would react that way, and this was sort of Vince's way of not, just coming out and saying, we released Lawler or we fired Lawler, so that if he quits, he can hold him to that contract and he can't go to WCW and wouldn't have to pay him and all that, or do you think there was some underlying thing that he wanted to get rid of Lawler?
I don't know why they'd want to get rid of him, though.
That's what I can't figure out either.
People have suggested that to me, that Vince knew this was going to happen because it's that all-seeing and all-knowing Vince who can predict everything perfectly, giving him more credit than he's worth. But I don't see why Vince would want to get rid of Lawler. Now, obviously he probably had a very good reason, and I don't know what it is. I have suspicions as far as getting rid of her because all the other women don't like her.
That's why they got rid of her?
I don't know that. I just know that the other women don't like her. That may not be why they got rid of her.
Oh, okay.
They probably have put it this way, because of Lawler's position, I don't think they were going to fire her unless they thought that it was somewhat important to fire her. I don't think they would just do it on a lark.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they don't know, Lawler doesn't seem to know why she got fired. She doesn't seem to know why she got fired, but I just don't see them doing, you know what I mean? It's like, they weren't using her much before anyway. They could just send her back to Memphis and she could work those angles in Memphis and everything like that, and it would be just like it was before. Again, Lawler pushed for her to get more TV time. I think that the other women probably didn't like the fact, it was the same thing with Chyna, though, when Chyna first came in. Chyna was with Hunter, so Chyna got a lot bigger of a push than some of the other women. I don't know.
I thought it was her God-given talent.
Well, it just seems kind of weird, too. I mean, like, the timing, too, because with WrestleMania, like, a month away, with not having Ross and Lawler there, I mean, I can't see them with their most prominent pay-per-view just looking like, oh, we're going to go with Ross and Taz, or Ross and Cole, or Ross and whoever. Unless they had, and I'm sure everybody's speculating this, so I'm not saying this is what it is, but unless they had some kind of deal where they knew they were getting Heenan or somebody like that, this seems like the guy everybody would kind of want to come in and fill a spot. Unless they had a guy like Heenan just lined up.
They could get Heenan anytime, but if that was the case, why would they? I mean, they didn't even return. After the first phone call, they didn't even return his phone calls to Heenan. It's been a couple of months.
Okay, I don't know. That's what I'm just saying. It just seems so weird with the timing because with Ross and Lawler being such of a cornerstone of kind of the Raw program, just you know what I mean? They're just there, and everybody's just so used to it. I don't see somebody just jumping in the Lawler spot, even with the little bit of push they've been giving Taz on the shows recently while Lawler was in the ring, I guess maybe to see what he could do. But it just seems weird that it seems to have happened almost in a 2-hour period, too, because according to those reports, they were done with the one meeting by 2 o'clock, and then at 4 o'clock, they had the decision already, like, out of the blue. Yeah, we let Stacy go, and obviously...
I got a feeling that decision wasn't out of the blue.
Oh, I don't think so either, but, I mean, for the way it was positioned, there was nothing sort of hinting to this, you know what I mean? At least according to Lawler and Stacy, unless they're just not telling us, more than they already know. That, they might deep down know why this happened, but I don't know.
Oh, they know deep down why it happened.
Okay.
They know why it happened.
Okay. The other thing too, the story about the WCW, about the Fusion deal maybe falling through. How much do you think that's what do you think the odds of that actually falling through are, and then somebody not picking up the company, some other buyer? There were reports that it might fold or something.
Anything can happen as far as the deal falling through. I mean, like a week ago today, it looked bad. Right now, it doesn't look bad at all as far as it falling through. There are other people interested in buying it, although those people have not spoken. Brad Siegel hasn't talked to anyone once this thing went into whatever it was, before the closing and everything. Once that announcement was made, and even long before the announcement was made, I mean, they hadn't negotiated seriously with anybody. I mean, and people had called up that were interested, and he didn't return. I mean, it was like, he was going to... I think their idea was they wanted to protect it and sell it to a wrestling company. They were either going to sell it to Eric or to Vince, and Vince, couldn't buy it, so it left Eric. And they really didn't care. They really didn't acknowledge anyone else that wanted to buy it. And as far as what happens, if this thing were to fall apart, just totally fall apart in the next couple of days, I think that they would probably get some other offer from someone rather than fold it, but who knows for sure?
Because there was some story that I think it was Wade Keller on one of the websites. They said it came from Wade Keller saying that being that it's the 28th, that the deal is like a kind of a big snag, and that
the date's not a big deal, but there was definitely a big snag last week, no doubt about it.
But they've worked out that snag, that particular snag, or
what?
That snag that they had, that's been worked out. That's not still there.
That snag's been worked out. That's not to say there's going to not be another snag tomorrow, but that snag's been worked out. Let's go here. Somebody suggested Ahmed Johnson to replace Jerry Lawler.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's a very good one.
He's available.
What about Mark Madden? He's available too, and he would take it.
In fact, I think Mark's very upset that he hasn't gotten the phone call yet.
I don't see it working out. Just knowing how they think, I just don't see it working out.
Yeah.
What about Kurt Hennig? I never really liked Kurt Hennig as a color commentator. So, let's see. How about Shawn Michaels? Oh, I hated Shawn Michaels as a commentator.
That wouldn't be the best idea.
He'd be explaining why everybody wasn't as good as he was. That'd be great.
What do you think of Pete? Do you think Pete Rose will be a part of WrestleMania this year? For some reason, I hope so. Whenever I see it, I both am happy and sad because I always find it just humorous, for some reason. But then it's sad because, as a kid, I actually watched Pete Rose when he was a hell of a baseball player. It's kind of sad that he,
How about Kane as the commentator?
Somebody already suggested that one. I didn't want
Remember
to
that? Remember about it was like 2 years ago when Kane didn't even speak. I'll never forget this.
And then
he came down to do commentary with Paul Bearer, and they put the headset on Kane, and he didn't speak, so he just sat there.
He wouldn't be the worst choice, to tell you the truth. I mean, obviously it doesn't work with his gimmick to have him sitting out there everybody's familiar with. But
No,
he
he
wasn't bad
doesn't.
when he did it. He did it a little while ago. He wasn't the worst guy.
Let's see. All reports on the Jerry Lawler, Stacey Card situation state that the cat was not a popular figure backstage. Why does she have so much heat? If you ever hang around a whole bunch of beautiful women at the same time, not that I've ever done that, but I've heard, okay? If you ever do that, you would understand that it just doesn't work. And especially when one of them is getting more of a push than the other, largely because of the influence of her husband and not because of her talent, it's guaranteed nuclear heat. And she had it because of because of that reason. It's guaranteed. Whether she deserved it or not, and again, I don't know, but whether she did or didn't, it's just, you're going to get it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you've got all those women that are sitting like Terry Runnels, going like, how come she's getting a push? You know what I mean? When I'm more over than she is, you know what I mean? Or Jackie probably going like, hey, I can actually wrestle. Why is she getting, you know what I mean? It's just it's just the situation. Let's see. How come the WWF stopped their tradition of induction of wrestlers to the Hall of Fame and Slammies? I think they like the access thing the best. And you're not going to... I think that's... The Hall of Fame thing just sort of didn't work because their Hall of Fame was such a friggin' joke, I mean, it was... How can you have a Hall of Fame without, like, Billy Graham and Bruno Sammartino and Hulk Hogan and Roddy Piper? You know what I'm saying?
There's more the Hall of Road agents.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that, just every year they had the Hall of Fame, especially now that fans are a lot more sophisticated. It was like, how come you don't induct Bruno? How come you don't induct Hogan? You know what I mean? Or Billy Graham? And they'll just never do it because they're what they are. What can I say? It's like Vince isn't going to induct his enemy because it's, you know what I mean? It's unlike, like in a sports Hall of Fame, I don't know, if the commissioner of baseball hated one of the players, but the player belongs in the Hall of Fame, they're not going to just go, hey, all your writers don't vote for him. I mean, he's just going to be in. In wrestling, it's just different and just made it a joke. And Slammies, Slammies was I just think that the access thing was a lot more fan-friendly. The Slammies was just sort of it was like their inside joke anyway.
If you look back at those are pretty horrible.
Some of them were really bad. And let's see. Tommy Rich won the belt on a Monday in Augusta and then lost it back on a Thursday or Friday in Athens or Gainesville. I think it was a Friday in Gainesville. I never understood if they were going to do the title change. Why didn't they do it at the Omni? Now, that is a good point, and that I don't know.
I always heard there was some deal that they wanted to prove that the title could change somewhere else besides the major venues. That it could change somewhere else besides the Omni as some sort of effort to get like Augusta. I mean, to get like all the little towns across the country or whatever. All the towns that they ran during the week. Something like that.
That's probably what they were thinking. Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe I can find that out. Anyway, let's go to Frank. Frank, what's going on?
Dave, how's it going?
Yes. It's going pretty good.
Hi, Bruce.
What's up, Frank?
Long-time fanboy, second-time caller.
Yeah, boy.
Only calls when Bruce is on.
I'm sorry?
Only calls when Bruce is on.
That's right.
I'm his idol.
No, I'm your idol.
I get confused on that.
I wanted to apologize for not letting you get a word in edgewise last time, and I thought I'd make it up to you this time by letting you choose the topic of the phone call.
XFL.
Yeah, I can see this is trouble already. All right.
Your two topics were do the Freebirds belong in the one Hall of Fame, or as Dave has already said, the XFL.
Of the two, I'll take the Freebirds. I'm sick of the XFL.
All right. Well,
I used to be sick of the Freebirds. That's another story.
Yeah, when Jimmy Garvin was on the team.
Oh God. Oh God. Yeah.
Well, that was one of the reasons why I thought the Freebirds were an interesting sort of test case when you talk about groups going into the one Hall of Fame, because you've got a really unstable lineup almost from the beginning of the group, because you've got Gordy and Hayes for the first year or so, and then Hayes basically inactive because of the injury, and Buddy Roberts coming in, and it being Roberts and Gordy, and then of course they do the split in Georgia where Hayes and Gordy are on opposite sides of a tag team feud with Jimmy Snuka and I think Otis Sistrunk.
Otis Sistrunk for 1 week.
Yeah, right.
That was a long-lasting one.
That's one of those Marquezine legends where it seems like it must have been bigger than it was. But
he was just there for like 2 weeks and then he was gone.
Yeah, but the pictures live on forever, like Tommy Rich's 1 week title reign. So you've got that with the lineup, and so the question becomes, how exactly do you count it if you want to count towards accumulating certain milestones for Hall of Fame eligibility? Do you get to count any of what all three of them did as singles or while they were teaming? Do you only count them when they're in combinations with each other? Dave, I was kind of curious as to what your thoughts were on some of that.
Okay, my thought is it's Michael Hayes, Terry Gordy, and Buddy Roberts when any two of the three were together, but anything Terry Gordy did with Steve Williams or in Japan doesn't count. And anything Michael Hayes didn't do after the Freebirds broke up isn't held against him.
All right. Now, one of the other interesting things about this particular case is you really don't have the major title. I mean, they won the tag title in Georgia when it was sort of a quasi-national title, but other than that, they didn't get a WWF world title or an NWA world title. They held that six-man title in world class, but that was basically created for them and the Von Erichs in that feud.
Well, to me, it's not so much what title that they have. I think that incarnation, and that changed all the time, definitely makes it because of a lot of the influence that they had, and they were very good, and they sold a lot of tickets in different places. But you look at New Orleans and the thing with the Junkyard Dog and the blindness angle, then coming into Georgia, and just what an impact, and Dallas too, what an impact that the rock and roll part of their act had. You saw, that really spread everywhere, and we still see.
It preceded the WWF
today, huh?
It preceded what the WWF did. I mean, I don't have any doubt that, one of the things that Vince McMahon did when he was coming up with this, stuff out of nowhere was, watch those Dallas TV shows, because those Dallas TV shows were years ahead of their time. And it was like, well, here's a bunch of stuff that we can copy that no one's seen outside of, that I can tell everyone I invented.
Yeah, exactly. And and when they were in Dallas feuding with the Von Erichs, particularly the first time, and even, when they came back a couple of times, that was a major, major thing for its time. And then they went to Georgia, and they were part of a kind of a team of wrestlers that were hot. But when Georgia was hot, the Freebirds were a major part of it, or a major spark to that. You move it on. To me, that Freebird team deserves, and it, had influence for a long, long time. A lot of the three-man team as a factor that, they really had a lot to do with that. They just changed a lot of stuff, and it was a component of three guys who were more than the sum of their parts and not less than the sum of the parts. They really had a magic together. It
seems like the rock and roll legacy was a bit of a double-edged sword, though, because using the hip music like Freebird by Leonard Skinner to try to draw perhaps more mainstream people and more young people into wrestling was a good thing. But then they turned it around and gave us the flip side with Michael Hayes' masturbatory attempts to live out some kind of a David Lee Roth fantasy with all of their other music videos. And those videos seem to kill their heat in the different territories where they tried them.
Well, I'm probably going to embarrass myself here, and maybe I won't, but I always thought, and I listen to rock and roll music or followed it long enough to follow wrestling, but I like Bad Street USA. Let's just say that.
I don't think that Bad Street USA hurt them at all. It was just one of those things where, the problem with the Freebirds is that
they were out there welcome.
The Freebirds first of all, when Terry Gordy went to All Japan, that was the heart and soul of the team because he was the worker.
Right.
And then Buddy got old, because he was already old when it started. And the thing with Michael is that Michael Hayes couldn't be effective once he looked old, and Michael Hayes started looking old when he was still young because he lived so hard. And, Michael Hayes past 30, he never did, he got pushes in WCW and stuff, but really he never did anything.
Yeah,
Michael Hayes is younger than a lot of guys that are main eventing now. A lot of them, and same age as Sting, as a matter of fact. And he's long since gone from this business as far as, as an active wrestler.
Yeah. And I'd really, and when I say all this about the Birds, I would love to have the hours and hours of my life I wasted watching Jimmy Garvin and Michael Hayes wrestle. There's no doubt about it. And they were awful for a lot longer than the Freebirds were a great team.
That's not true.
How long did they extend Hayes' career by teasing the reunion that really never came to pass.
Yeah, all that was awful, and that is kind of a mark against them, but I still just think the influence and the freshness of it when it came through, and the fact that it worked not just in one territory, but it worked, around the country. And, as I said, we still see some of the influence today.
They were very influential because, that set the stage for, like, the Fabulous Ones and the Rock and Roll Express and, just a lot, the Rockers and just a million of these teams that they kind of set the table for.
And, Michael Hayes was not, Terry Gordy was the work of the team. Michael Hayes had, for that era and for what he did, a lot of charisma. I mean, he really was a volatile guy for all that stuff. And, I think that was, it's like I said, that, Gordy couldn't speak that well, but Hayes had what Gordy was lacking. Gordy had what Hayes was lacking, and Buddy Roberts made the perfect foil. I think that.
Yeah, because he had experience, and those guys were all young. The one thing also with Hayes is, in that era, we're talking about mid '80s. I think, with the exception of maybe Roddy Piper, Hayes was probably the best heel in the country.
Yeah.
And maybe even including Roddy Piper, because Roddy, it's whatever you think. Michael Hayes' interviews to me were much better than Roddy Piper's.
Yeah, he was a tremendous interview. And then for a while, he was terrible when they put him back on it again. But then for a while, he was a great color commentator. We're talking about people that teamed up with Jim Ross. Who's going to team up with Jim Ross for his time? I don't think it's an answer now, but for his time, the work he did in UWF he was pretty darn good.
The other problem that I have when I go back over the Freebirds to try to build a case one way or the other is in looking for the great matches. I don't see a really consistent body of work, and some of that is the fact that they were in regionals like Georgia, where they may have had 4-star matches in the Omni, but we only got to see a 1-minute clip on Georgia Championship Wrestling. So it could be partially due to that. But then when I look at some of those other teams that you mentioned, like the Fantastics or the Rock and Roll Express, I see the consistency of the lineup staying together for several years. I see a little bit more success at a national level. And then I also see just a much more solid body of work where you can say, hey, here's the Rock and Rolls. And granted, the Midnights may have been carrying them, but they're having 4-star matches, day in and day out for a couple of years there.
If you're going by wrestling work, the Rock and Roll does have a better and they weren't being carried when they were at their prime.
Ricky Morton was awesome.
Yeah, Ricky Morton was awesome.
Robert Gibson was a lucky guy. He was in the right place at the right time. But Ricky Morton was a great worker for his era.
Yeah, and but I don't think that. I think that it's a combination of factors that put somebody in the Wrestling Hall of Fame. And if you've got several factors that are very strong, and you've got some factors that aren't quite as strong, that doesn't hurt them. And I saw enough. There was enough main events on World Class Championship Wrestling that were pretty darn good. That were pretty far up there. That I don't think that wrestling work counts against those particular three. As I said, the other incarnations are kind of scary. But
this giant stack of emails with suggestions of people to replace Jerry Lawler. Here's some more. Bill Watts. If it was the 80s, that would be a great choice. It scared me to death
Holy
now.
Smoke. You know what, though? I personally would love to see that. That'd be quite an interesting television show.
For the short term, it would be unbelievable. Bill Watts, he's like this, how would I explain it? No matter how cruel a person Bill Watts could be, I find him so fascinating and entertaining and brilliant, yet not brilliant at the same time. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, actually it does.
Juventud Guerrera.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. And
Stevie Ray.
Together.
Stevie Ray for about 5 minutes. Rocco, the old puppet of Yellow D. Let's see. Shane McMahon. Oh, God, I hope not. I hated him as a color commentator. Honky Tonk Man. David Crockett. Oh, yes. You haven't lived until you spent 10 years listening to David Crockett do Worldwide.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Okay, this is the conspiracy theory. Regarding Jerry Lawler, it doesn't seem less than odd that Jerry Lawler announces a few weeks that staff cuts are coming. Lawler is suddenly programmed with the RTC and the Cat that allows both King and Cat to be written out of the storyline. Actually, it made it even more difficult. If you really think about it, it made it more clumsy.
Yeah, how did that write him out of the storyline?
Yeah, with
actually
Stacey
put him in the
Carter, she was
storyline.
already out of the storyline. You didn't have to bring
Yeah,
her up.
she was out before this started. Yeah, Taz is suddenly pushed again as a color commentator on pay-per-view and Raw. I know we tend to give Vince too much credit, but this looks like it's been plotted for weeks. Why would they want to plot to get rid of Lawler? Okay, this one says, what about Vince McMahon? I think that it's past that time. I think it wouldn't be good at all.
And why has Vince, except for Montreal, ever had to plot to get rid of anybody?
Yeah. Arn Anderson. I've always thought Arn Anderson deserves a shot at being a color commentator because he might be very good. Bret Hart. Yeah, right. Randy Savage. Oh, he was terrible when he was good.
Oh, man.
Mick Foley. Mick Foley would probably be really good. You know that?
You know what? That of all the choices, I hadn't even thought about that. That's probably the one I like the most.
Brian Christopher. And how is this going to affect him? That's going to be
He
real
worked
interesting.
last night.
Yeah. I was wondering if the Memphis developmental program, of which Lawler was part, was deemed too stacked and not worth it from the WF standpoint. When Lawler's contract was supposedly up a few weeks back, I thought Lawler's contract's was renewed a long time ago. I figured he would jump to WCW because of his stake in the Memphis Federation. Now that Lawler's gone, the WF has so many contract signees. Do you think they'll take the prospects they want, ship them to Ohio Valley, close down Memphis? Because I understand that there are two different Memphis products, perhaps leaving one expendable. No one knows, and I've asked, how this affects Memphis. I'll miss the King, but the Cat was as useful to the WF as the state of Idaho is to the United States. How about Joel Gertner? No way. No way. The placement of the six-man tag match on Nitro puzzles me. Actually, it doesn't puzzle me at all. But okay, let's see. Why would WCW try to compete with the first quarter hour of Raw when they've been pulling the lowest Nitro ratings in a long time? That was without a doubt the most entertaining segment of the show. After it was over, any build-up was lost throughout the rest of the show. The idea is to keep the people from tuning in at 9, and the weakest segment of Raw is the first 15 minutes because people have got it in their head that they can tune in 15 minutes late to Raw and not miss anything. How about China or Walt Harris, if he's still alive? Walt Harris, as far as I know, is still alive and living here in San Jose. I think he's probably about 80 years old, so I think it's a little late for him. He used to do wrestling announcing in the 60s in this area. He was like one of those Bob Caudle types, though, like too low-key for this era. Wouldn't work.
Right, yeah. How about Bob Caudle?
Yeah, like Bob Caudle, yeah.
Yeah.
China, yeah, great. Todd Pettengill, yeah, I hated him. Let me see.
It's a tough question.
The Dusty Rhodes. Again, Dusty was horrible in WCW as a color announcer after a while. I mean, Dusty'd be okay for a little bit, but not long term. Let's see. More Dusty.
2-7 guys in Vince McMahon's booth. No way.
I'll never take the Hall of Fame seriously until HBK is in there. Well, you got to get people to vote for him that were in the business.
How about Matt Excursion?
Lee Marshall.
Chris Cruz.
Chris Cruz would not be the worst. He would never get along there, though.
No.
He speaks his mind. One thing about Chris Cruz, he speaks his mind too much. Let's go to Matt in Connecticut. Matt, what's going on?
How are you?
I'm doing fine.
Good. Bruce reads your columns a lot in the Torch. Very good work. Dave and Brian, I just want to tell you, you guys are now my favorite number one duo. You're much better than Russo and Francesa in New York, that's for sure.
Who?
Wow. WFAN, Mike and the Mad Dog.
I know who that is.
Oh, I don't live in New York, so I don't know these
Oh,
guys.
I know. They're national personalities. I kind of took it for granted. Sorry about that. I'm a many time caller, and I usually try to ask questions that can provoke a lot of comments and talk back. So if you'll bear with me, I've actually got a few comments to make, maybe one question at the end. My first thing's about the XFL. No matter what the fate of the league is, and it's not really surprising that NBC would pull the plug, because to a major network, $50 million is not a major investment, and after all, they still own the 3% of the WWF stock, even if they drop their support. But think of it in terms of the coaching
the stock
staff.
will probably go up. The stock will probably go up once they drop this.
That's true. That's true. But think of the coaching staff for a second. They asked to come over. You've asked the guys who were it's head or top assistants in the NFL, coordinators and such, to come on over and a chance for the head job, probably guaranteed that the league was going to last at least 3 or 4 years. And now 3 or 4 weeks in, they're hearing the league's about to fold. I mean, if you're a head coach, you got to be sick to your stomach right now.
Well, you know what though, you have to know whenever you take a new job with a fledgling company, you have to know it's a risk. You know, I mean, what? That's it's like I mean, it's just like the kids that go to a college. And, what if, they're recruited by a coach, the coach can always get fired after one bad season.
No, that's right. And, I talk from an athletic background. I've coached college baseball and I've scouted in professional baseball. And, I mean, it makes me sick to see what they're doing to Rusty Tillman. They're making him look like a horse's ass.
Yeah, they are.
Week after week.
And I don't think that it's like they're doing an angle and he's in the angle, but I don't think that he is willingly participating in an angle. They're just kind of working the angle without his cooperation, although he's doing it, and I think that's why it comes off so bad, I think.
And here's a guy who left Jim Fossil's staff with the Giants, had a chance to play for a ring this year, and he goes over to the XFL, and now he's going to have a job getting a college job again after this thing folds up because of the public perception of him.
Yeah.
I know you guys
Phil Muchnik predicted that one too.
That's right. I know you guys don't, like to focus on the XFL, so I'll get off that for a second. My next point is, just going back to the 80s, and I think it ties in somewhat today. In wrestling, as far as the business goes, wouldn't it make so much, if they could keep the simple things in line, it would make the believability aspect so much more realistic. My point here in tying it in the 80s, when Titan went from acknowledging the title changes at a house show right away and putting the belt on the wrestlers the next night and, having it in reality, they went to a point, I think it was on late 86 or 87, they went to the point of not acknowledging the title change until it happened on their syndicated television.
Well, that's how they used to do it in the old days, in the 70s, because I remember the tag team title would change hands, at TV tapings that would air a couple weeks later, and then the champions would still be, the former champions would be announced as champions until this TV show actually aired.
I mean, and I know it only affects a couple of thousand, they put together, maybe a title change happens in Athens, and then, they may read about a house show result the next night, and the old champion was still defending the belt. But if you multiply a couple of thousand times 50 or 100 shows, eventually all the fans are going to get exposed to it over time. That's by 1990. I figured that's would have happened in Titan. All the fans would have come to realize that a guy may have lost the belt weeks ago, but here he is still defending.
Well, that's true, but I mean, I just think that the business evolved into where people who even watch on television understand, obviously understand that it's a manipulation, and even back in the 70s, they would. I can remember in Mid-Atlantic they did title changes in Virginia and in North Carolina, for the different markets, and they would also run. They were still doing that in
the early 80s.
Yeah, in the early 80s, and they'd run angles. They might run an angle, say, in Richmond to try out before they even brought it to TV. I'm speaking specifically. I know that they really did something to turn Ric Flair babyface the first time and didn't put it on TV. They ran it for the Richmond market, and then when it went well, they ran it on the rest of the territory. So I mean, there's all that manipulation. Yeah, it kind of stunk when they did that, just because it seemed so slow with technology being faster and with the information. Be able to get around in the 80s a lot faster than in the early 80s or the 70s. But I think I mean, it hurt, but obviously it didn't hurt that much more. And you have to remember too, they were marketing the kids a lot more than they are now. I mean, they're marketing the teenagers.
The other thing too that you got to remember in that era is that the people who promoted wrestling had incredible disdain for their audience, more so than.
Even now,
more than they probably do now. I mean, I'm sometimes I think that maybe that's wrong because they probably in some ways.
No, I think you hit the nail right on the head.
But they really did. I mean, they thought that their fans were morons. I mean, the people in wrestling in the 70s, and now I think that they think that their fans are half smart, semi-morons.
And half morons.
Oh my gosh. My last point, guys, and just if you could spend a couple minutes discussing this, because I'm always fascinated about this era. But when Crockett started buying up all the smaller territories, starting with the Central States, UWF, and Florida in late '86, early '87, there, I mean, they had the capacity to go national. I mean, with the interpromotional angles and such they could have run at the time, even though they were affiliated territories. I mean, just the marketing possibilities alone. Could Dusty Rhodes, could one man have really screwed up all that?
You know what? I was front row, literally, for a lot of that with Dusty Rhodes, and I can certainly sit here for hours and talk about how Dusty Rhodes destroyed Jim Crockett Promotions. But I think the thesis that you're working on is very much flawed. Central States was a promotion that had one foot in the grave and the other foot in the grave too. I mean, there was nothing there for them.
Central States in Florida were dead. Mid-South wasn't quite. Yeah, Mid-South wasn't quite dead yet.
Yeah, no, I mean those two. I mean, he didn't mention it. Mid-South is another thing, but there really wasn't any marketing opportunity. I mean, they tried to prop it up with some of their C-string guys. I mean, Central States and in Florida, but the one where they had the opportunity and the one where they made the big mistake that I think hastened their demise was Mid-South was UWF, and that's
UWF. There was a market of talent there.
The UWF one could have worked, but the deal with the UWF is that you had real big egos there, and the two companies. You got to remember, you had two companies that were competing with each other that were had kind of become rivals, and UWF was kind of there were three horses. There was the WWF. There was Jim Crockett, and there was Bill Watts, and the kind of feeling was like the Crockett guys kind of felt like they were really Vince was a great marketer, but he was promoting something that really wasn't the same thing they were, and we were the real wrestling, and then those guys were beneath us trying to do this, and then to make the feud work, you'd have to put those guys over, and they just weren't willing to put over guys that they felt were beneath them for so long. It was kind of like the Hulk Hogan Ric Flair thing years later. I mean, we all know that when Vince McMahon was handed the Hulk Hogan Ric Flair feud by Hurt in '91, that he could have done so much better with it, but the reason that he didn't was because of the ego involved of they spent so many years fighting, both Vince McMahon and Hogan, the legend of Ric Flair and the legend of that company, that they weren't going to put it over to make money. At least over as much as
to a lesser extent with like Benoit Hunter.
Then they had the
Benoit Hunter is a good example to a lesser extent. That's right. The first thing they were going to do is beat Benoit, even though there was like there was a big money match at that point with Benoit and Rock handed to them, and they wouldn't take it because it would give Chris Benoit credibility that they wanted to give him on their terms, not for him to walk in with.
No, that's true. I'll leave you on this note because I know you have to get to some other calls. But I think Dave, you said it best a while ago. I think, and I think it extends more than the past couple of years. I think for most of our generation, it's been that those outside the business know it's a work, and those inside the business still believe it's real and have believed it's real for a long time. All right, thanks a lot for taking my call, guys. Take care. Bye bye now.
That's probably apropos in a lot of cases. We've got a zillion faxes here with all kinds of suggestions to replace Jerry Lawler. Anyway, let's see. Let's go to a couple of these things real quick. We'll get to our final group of callers as well. Heard anything more on Rob Van Dam in WCW? If they pushed him like Shawn Michaels, I think he could be a big component in getting the things back on track. I hope they push him like Shawn Michaels if they get him, just because they got to push somebody. But he's not Shawn Michaels, and I hope no one kids themselves into thinking that he is. But I do hope they push him like that. And as far as they can't sign him right now because until the deal goes through, they can't sign a big money deal. They've talked. I don't know where things are at right now. Is it true Frank Shamrock beat Dan Henderson in 15 seconds? No, it's about 45 seconds, but he did beat him. How about Art Donovan? Remember Art Donovan? Brian, did you ever see the pay-per-view that Art Donovan did the color on?
No.
He was unbelievable. Didn't he say something about Hogan on the thing?
I don't remember. I just remember it was Gorilla. How much does that guy weigh? He's big. Like I said about every single guy that walked. This is in the 80s when everybody was really big.
No, I think he really did say, as I recall, Hogan was out of the company and on the out list, and he might have even been in WCW by that time, and Art Donovan said, no, I'm thinking about the mayor of Baltimore. I'm sorry. Same thing.
Yeah, the mayor of Baltimore, when they interviewed him and they asked who his favorite wrestler was, and he said Hulk Hogan when he worked for WCW. That was great.
Yeah.
No, that was. Remember when, was it Tyson? When he said like his favorite wrestler was Bruno Sammartino?
Oh, yeah.
That was funny too.
Yeah.
Okay, this is from Ray who goes, you're missing the obvious. The whole deal was a work to set up Paul E to take over for the King. No, it wasn't. Let's see. What about Brian Bosworth?
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Oh, God. How about Vince? Oh, yeah, Vince Russo. Okay. Mark, everyone's, okay. Angelo Mosca. Oh, yeah, right. Charlie Min. Who's Charlie Min?
You don't remember Charlie Min?
I don't.
Oh, I do now. Now I do. Yeah, I do. Yeah. Okay. I do remember Charlie Min.
Who was Charlie Min?
He was a guy, what was it, like in the 80s? Who did it
like on the C or D show.
Yeah.
Wow.
Let's see. Steve McMichael. Lance Russell. No, Lance. I don't think Lance will want to do that right now. He's probably better than anyone suggested. By far, too.
Yeah, he would be.
How about Kevin Kelly? Well, they could always do that. Lord Al Hayes, it's too late for him. Larry Zbyszko. Short term, Larry Zbyszko would be pretty good, not long term. Bob Backlund, yeah, right. Lou Albano, yeah, sure.
Oh, my God.
That one, I'd be shocked if they ever did that one. Let's see. Okay, you mentioned one of the reasons the cat might have been let go was because of heat among other women. I was just wondering if you knew if Trish has heat with the other women because of her big push in place of other more established women. As a matter of fact, Trish has the same heat, or similar heat. I shouldn't say the same because I don't know. But Trish has similar heat, yes. Let's see. What went wrong with Bryan Adams' Hawaiian Crush role in the WWF? He stunk. All right, let's get to the phone calls. Let's go to Tony in Long Island. Tony, what's up?
Hey, guys, what's going on? Hey.
Not too much.
Was somebody said David Crockett?
Yes.
I don't think you can go wrong with David Crockett. Somebody mentioned Captain Lou, and I always preferred the three-man booth. And I was thinking, Dave, you, Captain Lou, and Bert Sugar.
And Bert Sugar! That would be great.
That's a team. I'd stay up for the replay of Raw if you three guys were doing the.
Oh my God!
And I've got to agree. I guess there's now one other person besides me who finds the Mr. Backlund character entertaining because I loved it.
Oh, I mean, I found it entertaining that day he was on. Remember, he was on the beach and telling kids not to get a suntan. I love that.
Tell people that he ate marijuana.
All of that stuff in that era, I thought it was hilarious. Just not as a main event heel.
Yeah, he was good on that Live Wire show on Saturday mornings for a couple of weeks before it got canceled or whatever. But how about, on a serious note, Stan Lane? He was pretty good on your show.
You know the problem is with Stan Lane, and I think Michael Hayes too, is that if they were actually allowed to be themselves and just, I think they would be great. Because they're funny people. And Michael Hayes is really funny, great talker. But when they get up there, they try to announce like Vince wants them to announce, and then they become so phony.
Right. With Stan Lane, he did that, what was the promotion?
WXO.
Yeah. He used every old wrestling cliche. It's like it's in his blood. He knew every old, in one match he could pull out every one of them, and he was not very good. He had it's like he'd watched a ton of wrestling, and he knew them all, and he just threw them right out there, and it really had a dated feel to it.
I wanted to talk about Steven Regal.
Uh-huh.
I tell you, I have definitely hit a wall with wrestling for the first time now in many years. And besides looking forward to some good matches on the pay-per-views, I have just hit a wall. And Regal is one of the things that I just look forward to seeing every Monday, Thursday. And I'll tell you this interesting story. When I lived in the city, I used to have this couple public access channels. And on one of these channels in the city, they had this really cheesy, it was some type of a wrestling show where this guy, I guess his whole thing was he was a dentist, some type of a wrestling dentist, and he used to have these wrestlers on periodically.
What do you know about that, Dave?
Uh-oh. This had to be the worst character I've ever seen. But he had Regal on. Well, you know this guy, Dave? Was that you?
I think we all do.
Was that you, Dave?
No, it's not me.
I don't know. I don't know.
I was never masquerading as a dentist.
Did he have a mullet?
Yeah, actually he did with black hair.
Oh my God, it's you, Dave.
So you guys, I don't know who he is. I don't remember his name, but so I saw this show a couple times, and he had Regal on one time for about 25 minutes, and I said, this guy is probably the funniest guy in wrestling. This is Regal now, and nobody even knows. I guess it was an old, a tape.
Remember when he was on? Remember when Regal did our show? He was
awesome.
Hilarious. I know. He was so funny.
And I'm so glad that they found something for him to do with McMahon. I think he's perfect at it.
He should be in. He's another one. He should be in a sitcom. He's too good for wrestling.
That's what I say. I think he could do regular acting.
Yeah, him and Foley, those guys are they're like real, like the rest of those guys when they try to act are so terrible, but there's a few of them that are really good.
Guys, I don't know if you guys ever check out C-SPAN at all, but once in a while I'll watch it like late at night, and I'll catch like the British House of Commons, where they show all the politicians arguing and stuff. And I swear to God, guys, you guys would appreciate. You would just think it would be like 500 Steven Regals doing professional wrestling interviews in their parliament. It is just so funny.
It is funny. It is real too. I mean, it's
oh, you've seen it? Then, yeah.
Strange. Oh yeah, I've seen it. It's some strange television.
Oh,
how about the Japanese parliament where they really do have wrestlers in there?
Just a couple other real quick things, and something, Dave, you brought it up last week, and it's something I saw about a month ago on a video. It was down in Texas, and Kerry Von Erich was getting ready to have a match in a cage with Al Perez. The match didn't even go down because of a supposed heart attack.
The Fritz Von Erich heart attack angle,
and I said, and I'm watching this, and I said, I got to call the show one of these days and find out if that was, real or if that was, because they said, oh my God, this would, he did it. That was all an act, huh?
That was a total angle. That was one of the worst angles of all time. That was right up there.
Yeah, and it made it on the local news that they actually worked the local news stations into reporting.
That was so pathetic when they covered that as like something real.
I'm not surprised.
Was that unusual for that time? To do a shoot thing like that?
As far as doing an angle like that?
Yeah.
That was pretty well criticized.
The fake heart attack to that level. I mean, in that period of time when that angle was done, a lot of people were really turned off. I mean, people in wrestling that usually don't get turned off by wrestling angles. I remember, a lot of promoters going like, all those, after all of his kids died, for him to be doing that, that was a bit much.
Yeah.
I still think that the Gonzalez angle with Onita was the worst of all time, though, if I had to pick one.
Two last things. Somebody recommended Abdullah the Butcher as a guest. If you watch this shoot interview tape, you would never want to hear from this guy.
Oh, I've said that. I've told that to people
I
before.
heard. Because
I've seen the tape.
I've ever seen.
Yeah, I've seen the tape, and it's just like there's the one where he just goes, tough guy, for everyone. What do you think, Ken Kobashi? Tough guy.
He had nothing to offer.
Yep.
But one guy who I would recommend, Dave, who I don't think you've had on, Skandar Akbar.
Really?
Dave, he did an interview about a year ago on that Wrestling Classics website. The guy would be tremendous on your show. Talking about payouts that wrestlers received, the exact amounts at those big Texas shows, the Von Erich shows, stories of the wrestlers being attacked by the fans. Great stories. I would definitely recommend him. You won't go wrong with him.
Oh, that's...
Well, check it out, just anyway, over at that Wrestling Classic, because it was a great interview.
I should try to find how to get a hold of him. That'd be an interesting one.
All right, guys, later on.
Okay, thanks very much. Let's go to Frank. Frank, what's up?
Dave.
Hey.
Hey, first time caller for what it's worth.
Oh, thank you very much.
I read on the website that you posted that blading had started another sport. I don't know if you want to reveal that on the air, but I know in hockey that you get more penalty minutes if you're bleeding.
But they don't blade. I never heard of anyone blading in hockey. Now, I know that a guy bladed him. I think it was a couple months ago in a soccer game.
Was it a soccer game?
Yeah, it was in a soccer game. One of the goalie bladed himself. Yeah, that's what I was referring to.
Well, I know that those guys in hockey, when they get caught in the face, they just drop right to the ice, and they have their gloves to the face, and no one really could see, their face. And if they wanted to, they could probably get away with it.
Yeah, I've never heard of any hockey player blading, and I would think that would be, hockey's such a well-covered sport. I think that would come out.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It may be like in a big game, and because blood causes more penalty minutes.
Yeah.
So, I guess they want to
Madden we'll tell Madden to use that as a big excuse if the Penguins are in the playoffs.
Moving on, another thing. I know it's a little bit late, but you think it would be ever possible to get an all-star wrestling show?
What do you mean?
Like, just get the best, have the fans vote on the best talent from WWF.
You mean interpromotional show?
Yeah, just like
not now. No, too much politics involved. Vince doesn't need to work with anyone, and he's not going to.
Yeah.
Unless he owns it. Unless Vince owns it, everything, he wouldn't do it.
That's true.
And there's nothing. And if I was him, I wouldn't do it at this point either. Because years ago, there was some allure to it, but there really isn't now. WCW's just too far behind. And all it would do is enable WCW to catch up really quick. And why would you want to do that to your competition?
That's true. And now with ECW going, you think the "You effed up" chant will go with it?
No.
No?
No. It'll be around for a while.
Yeah. You think there's any way to get rid of that?
Stop screwing up.
I was thinking.
Great. Okay.
I was thinking, what if
I'm for that.
they're having a televised match, one guy that messes up on purpose, the fans chant it, and he just grabs the microphone, goes nuts, and leaves and gets out of there.
They would chant.
That'll make sure that chant stays for about another 10 years.
Yeah,
you know what? I remember going to the ECW arena about 5 years ago, and they did one of the opening matches.
They screwed up moves on
they
purpose.
Screwed up moves on purpose so they could send. So they'd chant that, and then they sent out 911 and Todd Gordon. I mean, it was amazing to see. They were screwing up moves on purpose to get those fans to do it, and it worked. They did.
Well, I was thinking maybe if the fans thought it was real, thought it was a shoot, that they wouldn't do it anymore. But I guess not.
No.
I might have missed this. You guys might have talked about this, but why was the Austin Triple H match so early on the pay-per-view?
I think that they wanted to give I think they wanted to end with the title change in the final scene of the show being Rock leaving with the belt.
Right.
That
So how
was the
come
big
they
image that they wanted, and I think that they wanted to make sure that there was time between those two matches, so that the crowd wouldn't. They knew that Austin and Triple H were going to have a real great match because they were going to do the juice and the tables and all that, and they didn't want Rock and Angle with the world title change in such an important match to follow it closely, so they put a couple of matches in between. That's why.
Now I have my own opinion on this, but what makes Benoit so good?
His intensity, his believability. I don't know. He doesn't miss moves. He doesn't do things that he can't do.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
There's a lot of things. He's just great.
Yeah. All right. And Brian.
Yeah.
I read that hate mail that you got.
Yeah, I got some good ones. I got some good stuff this week.
Yeah, I like those comments you made in the conference highlights.
Oh,
actually, so do I. They were funny. They were funny.
I know it was that guy's problem, but
well, he can't please everybody. So
yeah.
Who cares?
All right.
You know what? I'll tell you the one. The guy who complained about the Angle thing, because I read the Angle thing in your comments, and your comments were like really great.
Yeah.
And in that Angle thing from last Thursday, it's like, why would you not want to read those comments? It was better than Angle's comments.
And it's not like everything we put on that website we don't comment on.
Right.
Like that was.
It's not like I don't comment on every friggin' news story.
Yes.
All right, we got to get running because I want to get one more call in before we go.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Okay, let's go to Mike. Mike, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Dave?
Not too much.
Hello?
Yeah. Hello?
Yeah,
Mike,
listen,
you're on.
you know how they were on Raw on Monday night, they kept calling Trish Stratus, Vince McMahon's very good friend? They got that from Mayor Giuliani's girlfriend. When it was found out that Giuliani had a girlfriend, he denied it and said his very good friend Judith Nathan.
Oh, so that's where that's from.
There you go.
I mean, but they need Russo back in the WWF. I mean, they're hurting over there. Vince McMahon's very good friend.
Are you Russo?
Oh boy, okay.
And one more thing, Bruce Mitchell. Last time you were on, I called up and I said that you were like,
how did he get through?
That the fans need to be educated to the luchadors and all those guys. Those wrestlers got to adapt their style to fit in here. This is not Mexico. When baseball players come over here, they got to learn how to play baseball our way.
We're Americans.
Okay, wait a minute. Hey, hold on.
I can barely hear you, but
Stop. Okay. When Nomo first came over, and he had that, what was the name of that pitch that none of them could hit the first time around? How come he had to adapt they had to adapt to him? Well, so anyway, not that has anything to do with wrestling, I'm just making a point.
Real quick, let me just say, when El Duque and, Hideki Arabu, whatever his name is, when he came in, when those guys would get, roughed up in the game, they didn't want to give up the ball. They were like, we started the game in our country, we finish a game. They're like, that don't work here. You gotta do it our way. Hideki Arabu wouldn't field ground balls after somebody would get a hit on him. Somebody would get a home run, the next guy would hit a ground ball, he wouldn't run after the ball. They're like, no way, that don't fly here. They gotta adapt their style here.
Like I just said with my point on Nomo, what does that have to do with wrestling?
Yeah, but this is what we like here. We like the big guy, Scott Steiner. We don't like guys.
Well, Scott Steiner's drawing huge ratings and giant crowds right now.
But you guys keep making excuses for all these guys.
Bye, Mike. If he would have said The Rock and Steve Austin, that's okay. But you can't bring out Scott Steiner and tell me, like this is what people want when, he's on top of a company that's dying. I mean, not that Scott Steiner doesn't have potential to do well, but you just gotta be quicker on your feet, dude. Anybody else, Al? All right, let's get to a couple of emails before we get out of here. More Paul Heyman emails. Let's see. The XFL is ruined because Lawler will not do color anymore. It is ruined.
Right.
There are reports that Lawler was bragging he got Cat back on TV, and Carter was disliked by a lot of people. What do you know about any of this? I don't know if he was. I don't know. I mean, he did get her back on TV, no doubt about it. I was at SmackDown last night, and I was right behind the announcers. JR and everyone in the production crew was really pissed. Probably no surprise, but they were really a lot more uptight than usual. This is definitely not. It's not at work. I mean, I can tell you that right now. When I was a kid, Southwest Championship Wrestling was on TV. They had an angle with Bobby Jaggers and the Sheepherders. I don't think it had ever been so extreme on TV at the time. What did you think of Bobby Jaggers? That was one of the great. They did a broken arm or a broken leg? Broken arm angle where the bone somehow stuck through, and it was a work.
Yeah, that's right. God, I hadn't thought about it.
That was. I don't even know how they did that. We should get Bobby Jaggers on the show. Except then we'd have to talk to him for 90 minutes.
How about the Sheepherders?
Oh, that would be interesting. Hey, they've been everywhere. They wrestled for 35 years all over the world. You know what? They'd probably be interesting guests.
Mm-hmm.
Except they might be terrible guests, too, if they were in character.
Dave Meltzer interviewing the Sheepherders in character. Yeah, I'd listen to that.
If you were in the studio with them, that'd be a hell of an interview.
Yeah, I'd listen.
They'd be licking you.
Yeah, okay. Now, this says the XFL is likely to move out of prime time next season.
If it lasts. Bruce, do you think it's going to last?
I don't see how. I mean,
remember how yesterday Scott Sassa was saying about how we haven't heard anything from the affiliates?
Yeah.
Remember he said, like, we haven't heard anything about the affiliates being mad? Okay. Well, anyway, this is today. This is from Pat Patton, the director of programming at KRON, which is the NBC affiliate here in San Francisco. He goes, we aren't going to live with these crappy numbers forever.
Yeah, I heard the California. Yeah, I heard that the West Coast is just really up in arms. I heard that yesterday about it. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it'll catch on or something. But I mean, I feel like the voice of doom today, but like I'm not always. But how does the XFL turn around? One of the lowest ratings on network television in a long, long time. I mean,
in the history of prime time, it was
prime time. I mean,
it was like the third lowest in history.
I mean, does Rusty Tillman and Jesse Ventura all of a sudden start to take off as this like football angle and people get interested in it? I mean, I just don't see what they can do or where it is. I mean, I think he did a great job of getting interest up that people wanted to see it, and then they saw it and they rejected the product. That's
and what kind of payoff do you get on that feud?
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
Wait, you put them on the field?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Do they like line up against each other and chase the football down the field or whatever it is they do at the beginning of the game?
They can have a match race.
Yeah, a match race. Yeah, that wouldn't be so bad. Yeah, I'd be.
That's a dated term. I just killed myself with that one.
Yeah, I understood it. So there you are.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see. Okay, NBC showed skiing and gymnastics on Saturday, and the skiing did a 1.7. Which is lower than the XFL because it was on at 2 to 4. So if the XFL could do what they do in that time slot, they wouldn't be doing terrible. So that's kind of.
They'd only lose $80 million. That's good.
Well, yeah, they're dead. They're dead. Anyway, we are totally out of time. We're going to have Jim Barcelona and Miami Herald on. I want to thank Bruce for joining the show. I'm glad that Brian's doing real well after the quake. Which for those of you who tuned in late, and we got a lot of emails actually about Brian. Brian's doing fine, and he said that the news reports about what's going on in Seattle are greatly exaggerated. It really isn't that bad. Right, Brian?
Greatly exaggerated.
Okay. We will be back, and so we'll be back tomorrow at 5.